voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid has ruled out introducing any new COVID restrictions in England before the new year. He's urged people to remain cautious because of the spread of the Omicron variant and consider celebrating New Year's Eve outdoors. The government's been under pressure to respond to rising infection levels after Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all implemented new measures. The head of the UK hospitality trade body, Kate Nichols, says the decision will make a huge difference to bars, restaurants and cafes.
It's a very cautious, pragmatic and balanced approach from the government. We very much welcome it. It means that our businesses will be able to trade without restrictions over the last big weekend of the year for them and can go into January in a better position than their counterparts in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, where we are seeing a very devastating hit on revenues.
A record number of Premier League players and staff tested positive for COVID last week. 103 cases were confirmed in the 7 days up to and including Boxing Day. That's up 15%. The Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng has held talks with energy firms to discuss the crisis caused by record high wholesale gas prices. It's understood that representatives from the Treasury and Downing Street also attended the virtual discussions. Suppliers have warned that bills could rise by 50% next year unless ministers act. Our business correspondent Theo Leggett reports.
The prices energy companies have to pay for gas in particular have been rising rapidly and hit record levels last week. That has put extra strain on suppliers, who've so far been unable to pass the full costs on to consumers because household bills are capped by the energy regulator Ofgem. But consumers will see prices rise as well, when fixed cost deals come to an end, for example, or when the price cap itself is revised in the spring. Ministers are facing demands to cut taxes on energy bills or reduce the environmental and social levies included within them.
The number of people visiting the post-Christmas sales has been significantly lower so far than pre-pandemic levels. The number of bargain hunters in UK shops was down by just over 37% today when compared with 2019. Similar figures were also recorded on Boxing Day. A hospital in Israel has started a clinical trial to assess the effectiveness and safety of administering a fourth dose of COVID vaccines. 150 staff at the Sheba Medical Centre outside of Tel Aviv will be monitored after receiving the extra jab. Professor Jacob Levy was the first to receive the additional dose.
Well, I'm excited to be the first person, apparently in the world, who got the fourth booster of the COVID vaccine. To paraphrase an old saying, it's a small jab in the shoulder, probably a giant step for mankind.
And the weather cloudy across much of the UK tonight with some lingering light rain. Northern Scotland, though, will remain clear. Heavy rain moving in from the west overnight. BBC News, it's 7 minutes.
The Ashes on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra.
Richardson in and is taken. Gone. That's it. Anderson's gone and Australia have won the Test match. They take a 2-0 lead.
Hear every ball, every boundary and every wicket of the third Test. Live from Melbourne.
Needs to be a bit braver, get the ball up there a bit further, because when we do, we're going to make life difficult.
The Ashes. The third Test continues tonight at 11 on 5 Live Sports Extra. Plus, you can hear a roundup of every day's play with the TMS podcast. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport.
After 16 days of disruption, Manchester United return to face Newcastle at St James's Park.
He's going one way and then the other. He's delivered the cross. Callum Wilson at the near post. And Newcastle United lead. Back into Bruno Fernandes. Lovely flick. Ronaldo's in. A brilliantly worked goal.
Can this man reignite Chelsea's title push?
Callum Hudson-Odoi, dangerous ball. Lukaku, it had to be. Every time he plays against Villa, he seems to score, and he's done it once more. Lukaku on the field for just under 11 minutes.
And has England's fate already been sealed in Australia?
Bowling bowling to Leach. He's bowling. He's let it go. Played no shot. Bowling's got 2 in the over. And England are 4 down. Boland is being mobbed by his teammates. So the night watchman walks off.
From BBC Sport.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Good evening and welcome to 5 Live Sport with me, Gigi Salmon. It's Monday night, or at least I think it's Monday night. I hope you're all having a lovely Christmas. One thing I can be 100% sure of is that we will have live Premier League commentary coming your way this evening, because I've just seen both teams arrive at St James's Park, where second bottom Newcastle United host Manchester United, who haven't played for 16 days after a COVID outbreak at the club. Before kick-off, we'll also be focusing on the cricket. England's Ashes hopes, they're currently hanging by a thread after another top-order collapse in the third test at the MCG. And we'll also look back at some of the big stories from yesterday's Boxing Day games in the Premier League, which saw a total of 28 goals scored. We'd love to hear from you. Do get in touch with us at 5 Live Sport on social media. Newcastle against Manchester United. It kicks off at 8 o'clock, so let's go straight to St James's Park for the team news and say good evening and Merry Christmas to John Murray.
Yes, hello Gigi. There are Newcastle absentees to report. There's no Joe Willock, no Matt Ritchie, no Kieran Clark, or substitute goalkeeper Carl Darlow. So we're trying to find out what the reason is for their absence this evening. Not on the bench either. Hayden is suspended for this game, so Newcastle actually makes 6 changes from their last lineup. The team tonight is Dubravka, Kraft, Lascelles and Scher, Manquillo, Shelvey, Longstaff and Fraser, St Maximin, Wilson and Joe Linton. As for Manchester United, they make just 2 changes from the team when they last played a fortnight ago. Greenwood and Varane returned to the team. They're in for Sancho, who's on the bench, and Lindelof, who, remember, had to go off with apparent chest difficulties at Norwich. He's not involved at all. So the Manchester United team: De Gea, Dalot, Varane, Maguire and Telles, Fred, McTominay and Bruno Fernandes, Greenwood, Rashford and Cristiano Ronaldo. I should say as well, Gigi, that neither Jesse Lingard nor Anthony Martial are on the bench for Manchester United tonight, and there are a couple of the names that have been talked about as possible movers next month.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now, the former Chelsea and Scotland winger Pat Nevin is alongside John. Pat, I'm wondering how much of a sense of Christmas cheer have you got from around St James's Park on your way in? Because they might be under new ownership. They might, in theory, be the richest club in the world right now, but it isn't going to count for an awful lot if they're playing in the Championship next season.
Yeah, it doesn't actually feel it to the biggest clubs in the world that are actually playing each other tonight, especially as we walked up to the game. It's actually unusually quiet, I found, outside. We did turn up quite early tonight, but it was unusually quiet. But that will not be the case when the game starts. And everybody knows, and I've seen it for quite some time, and since the day that the new ownership took over, that Newcastle have to basically stay in touch. Until January, they must stay in touch. And if they can stay in touch with, the fourth bottom side, they have got every chance, because I think most of us understand that they will get some players in, possibly quite a few players in, not necessarily all the ones they want to get in, but they will try and get enough quality players in that will keep them in this division, because as you correctly say, if they go down the division, that sets back all their planning, a year, 2 years, and it would drive them absolutely mad. And they know that if they can stay in this season, then by the summer they can really go for it.
And Pat, have you brought your portable heater with you, or the temperature's not that low that it's needed tonight?
Would you believe it's mild? It's bordering on balmy at the moment. It's very, very weird, although there is a little bit of rain here and there. So, much to our surprise, in the midst of December, I've got a lovely evening for a game of football. Not a breath of wind either.
Lovely, lovely. Also with us, former Newcastle, Tottenham and Real Madrid defender Jonathan Woodgate. Jonathan, good evening. And I was hearing before the show that, is this right? Did you cook for 13 on Christmas Day? And if you did, was anything burnt? Was anything cold? How did it go?
I had an absolute nightmare. Let me tell you now, when getting ready for trying to cook for 13. I'm not an experienced cook in the kitchen, but I tried it and I was below average, to be honest with you.
So how come you even ended up being in charge of cooking for 13 if, in your words, you're not that good at cooking?
I thought I'd give my wife the Christmas off.
Oh, bless you.
I tried my hardest.
Oh, yeah,
she helped me along, but it went pear-shaped.
Well, you're going to get a lot of points for
God loves a trier.
Okay, no, absolutely. Wow, cooking for... I can't even begin. Now, right, Manchester United is their first match since the 11th of December. The training ground was shut for a couple of weeks due to the COVID outbreak. And United boss Ralph Rangnick's been speaking about how he dealt with things. So the training ground's closed. He's speaking to players individually on the phone. They've got fitness classes on Zoom and individual fitness programs. games. It's far from ideal, but Jonathan, give us an idea as to just how hard it is to manage during COVID.
Yeah, I've been in that scenario. It was my first job in charge when I was at Middlesbrough, and it's so difficult to keep. Your staff are working round the clock to see if every player's okay. You're doing individual Zoom meetings, so you can imagine if each one's taking 15 minutes and you're ringing maybe 25 players up, you find like you're on Zoom constantly. It's just meeting after meeting just to see how the players are. The players have to stay fit, have to stay sharp. And it's going to be interesting to see tonight what Man United will be like coming out of the blocks. Will it be lethargic, or will it be up for it, having that rest period, really?
I mean, you'd imagine, Jonathan, wouldn't you, that they're going to be raring to go because they haven't played competitively since the 11th?
Yeah, well, it's either that or they're going to be rusty. But knowing the Man United players, they're all top professionals. They'll all prepare properly, and they should come out ready and raring to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So kick-off is at 8 o'clock, Newcastle against Manchester United. We're going to be hearing from Eddie Howe. We're going to talk about Newcastle's approach in the January transfer window before kick-off, because all eyes are going to be on St James's Park to see what business they try and do and the business that they complete. Now, there is, though, one match ongoing in the Championship, QPR against Bournemouth. It was a 5:30 kick-off. It's already in the closing stages. And Aaron Paul is watching for us.
Hello, Gigi. QPR 0, Bournemouth 1. Dominic Solanke's first half header still remains a divider between these two sides, but Bournemouth are huffing and puffing for a second. Jadon Anthony with the best chance for the Cherries as he found Jack Stacey's cross at the back post, but sent his effort over the bar. Goal gaping in that one. Dominic Solanke, he's gone close twice since that, denied by Seny Dieng in the Rangers goal, and then by some heroic QPR defending. Ryan Christie has also forced Dieng into another flying super save. Mark Warburton has reacted. He's thrown Albert Adoma and Andre Gray on in a bid to get the home side going. There's a surge in the atmosphere every time they get on the ball, but still plenty of work to do for QPR, because with just over 5 minutes to go, they trail Bournemouth here by 1-0.
Thank you, Aaron. Earlier in the day, Derby beat West Brom at home by 1-0. A much-needed win for Derby, who still remain 14 points from safety, while defeat keeps West Brom fourth. And elsewhere, Sunderland went second in League One after a 3-0 win at Doncaster. Now to cricket, because we must, and Australia are close to retaining the Ashes after a dominant bowling display on day 2 of the third test in Melbourne. 4 wickets in the final hour of play left England on 31 for 4 in their second innings. That is still 51 runs behind Australia. Now that followed what had been a very good bowling display, with Jimmy Anderson taking 4 wickets for 33 as Australia were all out for 267. With a look back on the day's play, here's Henry Moran.
Well, what a day of Test cricket. It had absolutely everything. Real theatre at one of the game's great venues. England, coming into it, knew that they had to take early wickets. They did just that. Labuschagne and Smith, the two danger batters for Australia, out for 1 and 16 respectively. And though Australia did take an innings lead, 82, given how bad England were in their first innings, wasn't as appalling as it might have been for the tourists. Jimmy Anderson took 4 wickets on another brilliant day for him. But then came the barrage from Australia's opening bowlers. Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins causing havoc. Starc taking 2 in 2 to remove Crawley and Milan. And then, though Joe Root battled through to the end of the day, Haseeb Hameed and night watchman Jack Leach were dismissed by Scott Boland to leave England 31 for 4, still trailing by 51 runs. Stephen Finn is a 3-time Ashes winner and was watching on. And Finny, we said yesterday England had to fight back. Well, they did that with the ball, but those wickets near the end of the day are a real worry.
Yes, I think certainly the England bowlers stuck to their task impeccably well today, led by James Anderson, who was exemplary in his line and length the entire day, drawing the batters forward, causing problems all the way through, beating the edge and then taking the edge on a number of occasions to take 4 for 33 from 23 overs, which was an incredible effort, backed up by the other bowlers. Every single one of them did a good job under the circumstances that they were asked to do. But yes, certainly those 4 wickets late at night, albeit one of them, Jack Leach, the night watchman's second ball, were far from ideal for the England cause in trying to wrestle their way back into this series.
People will say, same old England, they've lost early wickets, but how good was that spell from Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins? I mean, statistically, according to CricViz, according to their expected wickets model, it's the best opening 5 overs of bowling in a test innings since records began in 2006. I mean, it was pretty ferocious stuff.
Yeah, it was so exciting to watch, and albeit I'm not there live, I'm in Adelaide watching on a TV, but just the noise that was coming through my headset whilst the guys were commentating on it from Melbourne, the excitement with the crowd, and just the skill of the two bowlers, and then backed up by Scott Boland in his one over that he did bowl. He took 2 wickets. Took 2 important wickets there as well for the Australians. So I think you have to take your hat off sometimes to how well the Australians have bowled throughout this series, but also certainly there are probably a few misgivings that England could do without as well.
Are England still in this game? I heard you say on Test Match Special that this was a naughty wicket. I like that phrase, but what do you mean by it?
I just see some indifferent bounce, and it's not necessarily bounce that goes down, because you wouldn't describe that as naughty, but the way the thatchy nature of the grass, so there are 11 millimetres of grass on the wicket, and it started pretty green, and as the sun's got on it and it's been a bit windy, it's just getting brown, and there might be some undulations in that thatchy grass that mean that when it flicks the corner of an undulation in that grass, it can explode off a length. And we saw a few batters today. Cameron Green, he's 6'8" or 6'9", fending balls in front of his face off a good length and hitting him on the top glove. And generally, if someone gets hit or a batter gets hit on the top glove, that means that the ball has bounced erratically. We saw Haseeb Hameed get hit in a similar fashion by Pat Cummins. So there's plenty there to work with for the bowlers, which I, as a bowler myself, love to see, because I love it when the ball is dominating the bat. I hate it, despise it when it's the other way round. And certainly there's enough there for England's bowlers. So you looked at it in between innings and you thought, yes, Australia, that's a significant lead on that wicket, but if England can somehow scrap their way up to something of a lead of 150 plus, you felt as though it'd be a really exciting end to the Test match. But given those 4 early wickets that they've lost there, that's going to take some doing.
Now, the players were delayed to the ground. We saw some positive lateral flow results amongst family and support staff. The players were all negative, but they're having PCR tests this evening. It's a real reminder of the precariousness of all of this.
Yes, it is. A reminder that one thing can derail the whole Test series, can't it, from a COVID perspective? I've been stuck in a hotel room for 10 days in Adelaide because of it, and if that was to happen to a few of the England players, then that would decimate the team midway through the series. So yeah, it's a staunch reminder of the importance of trying to remain safe and stay safe from a COVID perspective, because the last thing that anyone wants to see is 1, people getting ill and spreading the virus around, but 2, missing cricket because of it.
Indeed, and we'll keep you right up to date with whatever news we get from Melbourne as we get it. Now, let's get some reaction to this second day's play. At the MCG, Jimmy Anderson, who was once again outstanding with the ball, has been chatting to Jeff Lemon.
You know, it was a sort of strange start for us. It was what happened at the hotel, but then I thought once we got on the field, we focused on our job really well, stuck at it all day. You know, the ball was doing a little bit throughout the day, but I thought we battled hard to get those 10 wickets. And then just a really disappointing end to the day for us. 12 overs to battle through, and we, you know, as good as the spell from Stark and Cummins was up front, you know, to lose 4 wickets in those 12 overs, really disappointing.
I'm sure we found out about what was going on this morning after you did. How did it unfold from your perspective?
Well, we were on the bus ready to come in and got told to get off the bus to get tested. So it's, yeah, just a really sort of disjointed morning, and obviously the delayed start, not ideal. So yeah, it was just one of those things really, in strange times that we're living in at the minute. You know, it's something else that we had to deal with.
Joe Root still being there overnight seems like the most important thing to resume tomorrow. With that surface the way it is, can you grind out enough to set Australia something testing? How do you see it playing out over the next day or two?
Yeah, I felt like today when we bowled, the sort of older the ball got, the less it did. So it's trying to get through that new ball period. Probably, you know, we're looking at another 15, 20 overs, try and get that ball soft. And it certainly felt like it did a bit less as the day went on. So it's just a case of trying to get a partnership, trying to get 2 guys into the crease and getting some scores. We've not made any scores of note in this series, no hundreds yet. So we need a couple of guys to stand up and score us some big runs tomorrow.
That was Jimmy Anderson, who took 4 wickets for 33. Now, we've been joined by the former England assistant coach and current director of cricket at Warwickshire, Paul Farbrace. Paul, lovely to have you with us, and I hope you've had a happy and Merry Christmas with family, because there's not an awful lot of merriment surrounding the England cricket team right now.
No, you're absolutely right. Merry Christmas to you. Yes, it has been nice, but there's been that horrible nightmare-y thing that I keep waking up that England being bowled out again overnight, and it's just not a good feeling, is it? It's a horrible time. I love the Ashes. I love watching England play, but it's been a tough watch these last few days, certainly.
For those who might only listen or watch cricket around the Ashes, are we seeing an Australian side and a squad that is that good, an England side and squad that's that bad, or is it a bit of both?
I think it's a bit of both. I think England's bowling has been very good. I thought the way they fought back in this Test match was absolutely outstanding. Caught their catches, bowled really well. I thought they looked as... I was hoping that if they could have got within sort of a 50 deficit, I'd have taken that. So, 80 deficit, you think, OK, come on, let's get stuck in here. Let's really show some fight and some application and some nous as to how we're going to play this. But that final 12 overs just about shows, I think, where this series is at. We've got a team that are full of confidence, really believe in themselves, backing themselves to the hilt and backed on by a fantastic crowd in Australia against an England team low in confidence, really struggling, really trying to find some sort of form and just being blown away. So every time we think that we've got half a chance of getting our foot in the door to get back into a game, the Australians slam the door shut and make us look an ordinary side. And, it can happen in Test match cricket. It is a brutal game at times. It really is. And this morning we saw 12 overs of brutal cricket that just ripped the heart out of the England fight back. And having got themselves back into a really good position, it was a tough watch.
Now, given the rallying cry from Captain Joe Root that he delivered before this game, the start of the Boxing Day Test, the third Test, what will be being said, or what should be said in the dressing room by coaches and senior players, given how this is going? Or is there anything left to be said at this stage?
Well, I think the message that Joe Root and Chris Silverwood will have given after the Adelaide Test match publicly to the media will be very different to what was said in the changing rooms. And, Chris Silverwood, and I feel for him because, he came out and said after the second Test match, I wouldn't have picked a different team, I'd have picked the same team. Well, of course he's going to say that, and he's going to say that publicly because otherwise he's admitting to his own players, I made mistakes and I picked the wrong team, and some of you shouldn't have played in the team. Well, he's never going to say that publicly, and Joe Root is always going to be positive, and he has to be positive. And that's your role during there's many a time in a series where you go out, you face the media as a coach, and I've done it, and you know that you're not necessarily being honest with the world and the media, and you're trying to find the right words, the right phrases, because you know that you've got to be positive around your team, and you've got to talk your team up, and you've got to make sure your team really believe they've got a chance of staying in this game and in this series. So I'm not surprised what came out after Adelaide, but internally and in the changing rooms, there would have been harsh words, and there would have been coaches picking players off individually and saying, come on, let's get stuck in here. We need to find a way. We need to get you hitting the ball. We need you leaving the ball better. We need you to be a little bit more positive. And I think that's the other danger. And I think we saw in England's first innings in this Test match here in Melbourne, a team that got caught between two stools. So after the Adelaide Test, there was a lot of talk about being more positive, be on the front foot, take the game to the Australians. And we saw people get out for 20s and 30s playing half-hearted shots. Josh Buttler's was one, Joe Root's was one, Ben Stokes was one, and they were people that we need them to go on and get big scores, not 20s and 30s. So, again, it just shows the lack of confidence that is in this England team at the moment.
So let me ask you, it's been a case of déjà vu in terms of England's top order collapsing. As a current, and we should add title-winning director of cricket, what do you say to those, and there are those people saying this, that the county game is failing to produce batsmen capable of succeeding in Test cricket, especially when they go overseas?
It's absolutely right. I think it is right. And I've held this view for quite some time, both before I went into the England setup, during the England setup, and since. And I think, the county game is a fantastic game. We produce a lot of good players in county cricket. We've got a lot of talented players in county cricket. But I do worry, and I've said this for quite some time, that there are too many 15, 16, 17-year-old players in English cricket whose techniques are simply not good enough. They're too quirky, they're not simple enough, they're not repeatable enough. And if you've got a technique that is under pressure, you're having to work extremely hard to keep your bat face straight and get your head in the right place. You're only going to make it hard for yourself. And what happens is when you get to international test level, you never know how good a player is going to be. So you see players score runs in county cricket. They get promoted to the Test team, and you never honestly know until a player plays. And most of the time, it isn't their technique necessarily. It's their temperament, it's their mindset, it's their mental approach to batting under pressure. Because in county cricket, you have to get through maybe one or two bowlers in county cricket. And then there's a period of probably an hour where the bowling isn't as strong. You can score runs, you can play your shots, and then the good bowlers come back on and you have to work hard again. In Test match cricket, every over that is bowled by a high-class quality bowler. And we're seeing this in Australia. There is no respite. Cummins went out the team in Adelaide. In came Richardson, he got 5 for. Bolland has come into this Test match. So, you're always playing against high-quality, top-quality bowlers. And what it does, it tests your technique, and our techniques have been found wanting, and they have been for quite some time, even during my time. So I'm not being smart after the event and saying this England team, even during our time, we struggle to find batters capable of scoring runs in international conditions. And we got by in England, but when we went overseas, India, where it spins a bit more, Sri Lanka, where it's hot, humid, low, slow wickets, Australia with the extra bounce, and our batters are being found out because of the extra bounce, because we don't play on enough hard, fast, bouncy wickets in England in county cricket. We don't have enough fast bowlers in county cricket that are putting our batters under pressure to find out about them. Now, that isn't just down to the fact that our groundsmen can't produce good pitches, because they can, but we're playing county cricket in April. We start on the 7th of April every year, and the wickets are not going to be hard and fast and bouncy. They're low, slow nibblers, and it's difficult for our batters. But I think, our standard of coaching needs to improve across the board as well. So it's not just about pitches, it's not just about balls. I think it is about the standard of coaching as well. And we've got an awful lot of work to do in this country to get ourselves being back to being the best Test match team in world cricket. We have been. It wasn't that long ago under Andy Flower that we were. And we had some very, very good players in that England team at that time. Strauss, Cook, Bell, Peterson. We had some fantastic players, but we're an awful long way off that team at this particular moment in time.
Paul, we really appreciate your time. I want to say enjoy today's play. I'm not sure that's the word to use. Just watch it then. Just listen to it or watch it.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I will do.
Lovely to have the company of Paul Farbrace. And just to say, we're going to be looking ahead to day 3 of the Test with our correspondent Jonathan Agnew at half-time of Newcastle against Manchester United. Live commentary from 8 here on 5 Live Sport. And Test Match Special will be back on air on Sports Extra and via BBC Sounds from 11 o'clock tonight. Right, it is full-time between QPR and Bournemouth. And there for us, Aaron Paul.
QPR 0, Bournemouth 1. This was a championship classic, Gigi, that had everything but a barrage of goals. QPR started the better of the two teams, but then Bournemouth came out to play. Solanke and Stanislas both spurning early on chances to break the deadlock, but then it was Dominic Solanke who did find the opener with a real poacher's effort, a glancing header off of a free kick. Bournemouth re-emerged the second half, the better of the two sides as they looked to finish QPR off. Jayden Anthony firing over with the goal gaping was the stuff of nightmares, while Solanke and Ryan Christie both forced saves after save out of the excellent Seni Dieng. QPR came to life late on with the introduction of Adoma and Gray, who added pace and creativity to what was a limp Ars attack. The tackles are flying late doors as the home side tried desperately to grab an equaliser, and Temples, where they bubbled over towards the end with Andre Dazelle sent off after a 22-man brawl. But Bournemouth rode the late storm in true gritty, battling Scott Parker style to end their winless run and sit top of the championship tonight. All over here in West London, it's finished QPR 0, Bournemouth 1.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, Bournemouth are a point clear of Scott Parker's former club, Fulham, who are a point behind in 45, but Bournemouth have played a game more. Now, John Murray, the former Chelsea and Scotland winger Pat Nevin, and the former Newcastle, Leeds and Real Madrid defender Jonathan Woodgate are all with me. And I'd like to, if I can, gentlemen, get stuck into some talking points from yesterday's Boxing Day games. And I want to start with a man who could possibly be the difference for Chelsea. It was 1-1 at half-time at Villa. Chelsea had been second best. They did look like they were going to drop points for a third time in 4 matches. Enter Romelu Lukaku. So he's not ready to start yet. Injuries and then COVID. But Pat, what a difference. He scored. He won this penalty, the second penalty they got in the game. And with Man City in seemingly free scoring form, how significant was that level of performance from Lukaku?
I think everyone will get very excited about it, especially Chelsea fans, but I think they have to keep a little bit of realism about it. He certainly doesn't look as fit and lively as he was when he was over in Italy. But he's had 18 touches in that game. One of them ended in a penalty, one ended in a goal. So if you're not going to have many touches, make sure they're important ones as well. But he's a very different type of striker for what Chelsea are used to using, under Thomas Tuchel. They're a very high-tempo team, Chelsea. They want to close high up the pitch, and I've got Manchester United in front of me right now. And if they're going to try a high-tempo play with Ronaldo up front, they're going to struggle to do that as well. And that's the dilemma they've got. He's a goal scorer. He's by miles the best goal scorer that Chelsea have got. But is it going to be the man who's going to completely and utterly change it and make them capable of staying all the way in Manchester City? Well, I think Chelsea fans should wait and see about that yet. The hope is there. The possibility is there. It's not an absolute stick-on. And the reason why I say that, Gigi, history. Remember Shevchenko, Falcao, Higuain, Torres, Morata. I could keep on going.
Are you putting Lukaku in the same bracket as all those players?
Well, they were all world-class strikers, weren't they? They were all strikers that were phenomenal, cost massive in their time. Were all players that were better than 1 and 2 goal scorers in their time. They came to Chelsea, and none of them really did it, did they? To that level. I think Torres was 1 and 6. So the hope is that it becomes a Drogba. If Lukaku becomes a Drogba, then it works. Suddenly Chelsea can be a team that can win the title. But to say that it's an absolute stick-on, it's going to happen now after 45 minutes. I think Chelsea fans have lived through enough to know you need to calm down a wee bit about that first.
OK, so Pat is not entirely convinced that Lukaku could be the difference. And John, it is worth reminding people how little Chelsea have actually got from Lukaku this season. He's only been able to make 7 league starts, and the last one was back in October.
Yeah, well, I look at it, Gigi, I look at Lukaku, beast of a player. He's an absolute animal when he plays. And I think when he came on yesterday, he had a point to prove to Tuchel, because I'm not sure Tuchel's really feeling him, to be honest with you. Just say for an example, a Harry Kane or a Son or a Salah or a Mane out with the team for 4 games, you can guarantee when they come back into play, they are putting straight back in. Lukaku hasn't been put straight back in. I mean, I know he missed with coronavirus as well, but he hasn't started any of them games since he's been back, and that's concerning for me. So I think when he came on yesterday, he had that point to prove, and by the way, he was absolutely devastating when he came on.
Absolutely devastating. And from a defensive point of view, what would it have been like to come up against Lukaku? Because he is a big physical guy. We can talk about how fit he can be, or he is, but he's a massive presence on the field of play.
Oh, he's a huge presence, and to be honest, when they signed him, I thought to myself, that could be the one for Chelsea that gets him over the line. But at half-time yesterday, they looked like being 9 points behind Man City in a blink of an eye. Lukaku comes on and changes the game, and now they're only 6 points behind. It's still difficult, but they're bringing Lukaku off the bench or even starting him. It's going to put, as a defender, you're going to be on your toes thinking, I've got a big game against this player today, because you know what he's like. But he hasn't really hit the ground running for me since he came back.
Jonathan, the thing I would add on top of it sounds as if I'm having a little bit of a downer in Lukaku, but the big thing for Chelsea, if they're going to do it and catch up with Manchester City, it's going to be more than him. They've still got Kai Havertz to come back. They've still got Timo Werner to come back. Yeah. Lukaku's in there as well. In a way, all 3 of them, if they're all available and all firing and all able to be changed and adapted and played in different positions, I think that would work for Chelsea, but they need them all together. It's not just Romelu Lukaku, and I think it's pushing. I don't want to put pressure on Lukaku all on his own, because they are very much a team, and when they win the Champions League, it was done as a team ethic and a team effort, and I think that's the way Tuchel works. And I hear what you're saying about Lukaku. He's not that type of player, but boy, you love having him in your squad if you want goals.
Oh, too right, you do. Well, you saw him last season when he was at Inter Milan, Conte. I mean, Conte's a pressing team, so he can press. It's just, where does Tuchel really see him and really want him to do? Is he not giving? Is he not working as hard as he can? Because in the games previous to when he was out injured, he started every game. He started every single game. But now he's on the periphery, he's making appearances here and there. I'm not having that. He can't have lost that much fitness being out for 4 weeks with an ankle injury. I was out for a long period of time, but I'd come back and play. I just don't think there's something not right with him at the minute.
Do you know, maybe sometimes it sounds very old-fashioned. sometimes big lads take a wee while to get going again.
That was a big lad, Pat. Not like you.
No, not like him. But I know what you mean. But some are, they don't necessarily hit the ground running. It takes them a wee while to get into it. And there are some guys, particularly strikers I've known over the years, where they almost have to be playing every week. If they're not playing every week, it's just not right for them. It doesn't work for them. The expectation is Tuchel, what he's done, he's got the best out of a lot of players so far. And I think he'll take his time with Lukaku. He might not actually start every game for next week, walk into the team and score every single week. If he does, I think Chelsea fans will be delighted with it. But I think it might be more stop-start than that. And that might not be the worst thing.
I don't know about you, I just think it was so important for him this season to come and stay fit and to get that full season, to stake a claim, because he was coming into a situation here that he's not really experienced before. He will feel that he had a lot to prove, and as we know from his personal history, he desperately wants to do it at Chelsea. And so to have gone through what he's had to go through this season is certainly not ideal from his point of view, is it?
Well, it certainly seems to be the key from what the three of you are saying is you have to keep Lukaku fit. He's very much a diesel engine, Pat, as you said. He needs time, he needs to get going. I remember watching pre-season in Washington under Jose Mourinho in his first spell at Chelsea, and he was doing a lot of work on his own. Mourinho separated him from the rest of the squad. It was fitness work, it was repetition, it was the same drill for up to an hour to get his fitness. But Pat, he's just that type of guy. You get those guys who are naturally fit, it doesn't matter how long they've been out for. Lukaku is just not that type of physique.
No, he doesn't seem to be, but there was a lot of chat while he was in Italy that he did get closer to that. As Jonathan said there, Conte got that much more out of him when he was doing that, but you can almost see with his, the way his physique is, it does change a little bit. And when he's got, he is, let's get this right, when he's scoring and when he's fit and when he's at his best, is there anybody that much better than him at the centre forward? I don't know if there is. You're talking, you're making a point that this guy can be absolutely brilliant. But you're right. By the way, I'm going to nick that diesel engine analogy. I love it.
Hey, Pat, the only thing I look at with Lukaku is how are you going to get him fit then? Because he needs to play games. So he needs to play games to get fit. You know what it's like as a player. You need to be match ready and match fitness. You can do everything you want on the training pitch, but when you cross that white line, it is totally different, and that's where you get your fitness.
Maybe he's the only one in the league just now who's watching all these games all at the same time.
Yeah.
So Chelsea trying to hunt down Manchester City. They are currently 6 points behind. When it comes to City, we've got 9 wins from 9. Raheem Sterling, he's got to say, is key to this run. 5 goals in his last 4 games. City have scored 7, 4 and 6 in their last 3 in the league. And Jonathan, it's pretty ominous to those sides chasing City. The clearance of 6 points, averaging a goal every 22 minutes with a squad that you feel could cope with some losses due to injury and possibly COVID.
It's like a blink of an eye. Man City have just gone 6 points clear of the table, and they look an incredible unit at the minute. It's the only game I went to when they only beat Wolves by 1 goal, and the rest of the games they've scored for fun. And now they've got a Kevin De Bruyne getting back to fully fit, and he's going to be another game changer for him. Raheem Sterling scoring goals, Bernardo Silva, and if you look at Sterling and Bernardo Silva, they're in the papers at the start of the season saying they weren't happy, but now look at them, probably one of the two main players in the team along with De Bruyne, and look how well they're playing. It just shows competition for places, and when you're playing well at City, Guardiola will give you that platform to play on.
Yeah, they do have the strength on the bench. We know that Foden and Grealish were punished for their night out. They're going to be hungry and they come back into the fray. And I know, Pat, that someone you've been keeping an eye on, you keep an eye on, is Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah, they were playing really well beforehand, and he's come back, and I think it's those last 3 games and that huge amount of goals you're talking about there. Is it 17? It's because he's been in the team, and he changes it. They're a fantastic team without him. But you stick Kevin De Bruyne at his very, very best on top of it, and I think he's absolutely extraordinary. No idea how to play him. Half the time you've no idea where he's playing. There have been periods recently where injuries have affected him and he's not been at his best, but I think people have known that has been purely injuries, nothing else, because his attitude towards the game is absolutely perfect every time. So having him back and keeping him fit, I think he's possibly, arguably, along with Mo Salah, two most important players in the league at the moment, because Man City would like to keep him. I think if Man City keep him fit, I really struggle to see anybody catching up and staying with Manchester City for the rest of the season.
In terms of hope for other teams, Jonathan, I don't know whether I'm just picking at straws here, I'm trying to find something, but they can still be vulnerable at the back. They were 4-0 up against Leicester, who scored 3. Now, you could put that up to complacency because of the scoreline, which shouldn't come into it anyway, but there is a possibility of being vulnerable at the back, and teams can get at them if they have the opportunity.
It's if you have the opportunities, and when you have the opportunities against a Man City side, you've got to take them. And if you look how devastating James Maddison was in the game, he had a hand in all 3 goals, really. They took their opportunities. You do get opportunities against Man City. It's whether you can take them in the big moments of the games. And okay, they got back to 4-3. Man City went 5-3, 6-3 in the end. But you can get them off. You pick the right moments and when to press them. You can get in behind the full-backs because the bomb on that much, Cancelo and Zinchenko, or if it's Walker. That's the only really place you can try and get them behind them. But they're that much of a good outfit now. They're going to be so difficult to catch. And what amazes me is they're not playing with an out-and-out number 9. They have De Bruyne up there, or Sterling, Bernardo Silva, Foden. Yeah, any of them just go and play there, and it's first class to what Pep Guardiola done. He's really revolutionised the game when he's come to this country. He's such a positive for us coaches to watch him.
Yeah, and it goes back, I remember at the start of the season we were saying how are they going to cope without an out-and-out number 9. I think the answer is they're coping pretty well. John Murray, let me ask you about squad size. It's something it's been a topic recently with the COVID losses. David Moyes has come out and said it's not fair I'm having to use young players as proper first-team players. And this is when a club like City, with their resources, are going to benefit because they have the strength and depth in the squad.
Well, this is part of the discussion about whether 5 substitutes should be... we should go back to the situation that we had during the behind closed doors matches, where we had 5 substitutions in the Premier League, and clearly there does seem to be a division on this, doesn't there? The managers, the coaches of the, in inverted commas, bigger clubs want it. There doesn't seem to be the same enthusiasm among the rest of them.
Can I make a little devil's advocate argument against that just now? It seems obvious, and I think it is quite obvious, that the bigger teams are helped by the 5 substitutes because they've got deeper squads and they can use them better. However, they have got the bigger squads, but they do tend to play more games, and a lot of their players do play more internationals and play them all the way through the summer to the latter stages of World Cups and Euros. So short term it looks like they've got a big advantage. They probably have got an advantage. It's maybe not as big, because if you look at, be it Liverpool, be it Man City, be it Chelsea, a lot of their players are playing for the biggest, they're playing in Champions League, they're playing long into the season, and they're playing international games, and they'll play all the way in the Euros as well. So there's 2 ways of looking at that. Yes, they're helped, but maybe not quite as much as people think.
It does seem odd to me that European club matches, international matches, most if not all of the big leagues are doing it, 5 substitutes, but the Premier League aren't.
Yeah, I think, John, with that situation now, it's a lot worse now than it has been. So why not take it back to 5 subs? I think that's what they've got to try and do, because before it was okay, it was bad, but now it's a lot worse than it was. So wouldn't that be the best thing to do for all parties?
Yeah, it wouldn't be for the Norwich and teams like that will complain about it, because if you're playing against whatever, Arsenal or Spurs or Chelsea or whatever, and they decide to bring 5 players on, you got half a team. Yeah. Norwich can't bring players up there, put that standard on, or throw their bench, because they'll not be anywhere near as good. Whereas with City, etc., it's almost like for like. So I think that's the argument against it, and I actually fully understand that argument.
Another line on Manchester City today. Striker Ferran Torres has arrived in Barcelona. That's for his medical, ahead of his €55 million move to the Spanish club. Now, we've been able to pair Arsenal and Tottenham together a lot over the past few seasons when talking about underachievement, managers leaving, and unhappy fan bases. There's not much of that negativity around for either club right now. They are 4th and 5th respectively after 5-0 and 3-0 wins yesterday. And remarkably, when Arsenal last faced Norwich, who they scored 5 against yesterday in September, it was a meeting of the bottom 2 teams. Mikel Arteta has just celebrated his 2-year anniversary. The last 2 Boxing Days for him, they've been 11th and 14th. So, Pat, would you say that Arsenal have turned the corner, or are they part way through turning the corner?
Well, they're at least turning, and it may take some time because, you know, a lot of those players are young players. They're working together brilliantly. Oddly, I think the Arsenal fans would put up with it, you know, for a period of time. If it's going to be young players that are desperate to, you know, put all their energy into the game, who are absolutely doing it for the club, for the love of the club, for the love of the team, they'll put up with it. So if they don't end up 4th, if they end up 6th or 7th, they'll say that's fine because they can see what they're building. What is good to see is it's really enjoyable football. It's players that you really like watching. It's the players that the fans love to watch. I mean, you go back to the Ozil situation where we all knew how brilliant a player he was, but we all knew the limitations of the work rate, and that would drive a lot of the Arsenal fans absolutely mad after a while because the amount of money he's been paid. And of course, similar things being said about a certain centre forward just now. Arsenal fans, the vast majority of them, would just say, get the kids, work with them, they're good enough and they're getting better. So it might not be this season, but it looks as if it will be soon after that.
Well, I know you didn't mention him by name there, Pat, but 5 wins from 5 since stripping Aubameyang of the captaincy. And Jonathan, while all the players, maybe they did, but maybe they didn't all agree with it, they have certainly respected what was a brave decision taken by Mikel Arteta from the results that we've seen.
Yeah, it showed strong leadership from Arteta. I mean, for the captain of the club and possibly one of the best players in Aubameyang, to be left out of the squad totally and no one knows when he's going to come back, it is a top bit of management in my opinion. And what I'm so pleased about Arsenal, they've stuck with the manager and they've let him make really tough calls, which he's done. And now they're having this young, exciting team with Saka, Smith Rowe, Martinelli and Nketiah. You've got all them type of players coming through. What a time to be an Arsenal fan. Just how they're playing, they have an identity to how they want to play. They're aggressive, winning the ball back. They play through the thirds of the pitch, they're playing the right way, and they're getting results. And full credit to the Arsenal hierarchy for sticking with Arteta, because he come under a lot of pressure at the start of the season, last season. They stuck with him and they stayed with the plan.
Well, one of the stats for Arsenal this season, 70% of Arsenal's goals have been scored by players aged 22 or under, the second highest percentage in Premier League history. Only the Leeds United team of 99-2000, which included the likes of Michael Bridges and Harry Kewell, were more reliant on young players finding the back of the net. Now, Jonathan, you were part of this team, you were part of that squad. Give us a feel for what it's like when you've got such a group of young players that, I don't know, the hunger, the energy, but also you've got to find within that group of young players a leader, because leadership is so important.
Yeah, we were lucky at that time because we had some outstanding senior pros in David Batty, Lucas Radebe, Nigel Martin, Gary Kelly, who could really nurture this talent and this real eagerness to want to do everything right and to want to win games and just do everything right. So we were lucky with that. But there's one thing in winning games. We used to win games and you're playing with your mates. That's the thing, we're winning games with our mates. We were brought up since we were 14-year-old together as a team, and then we started buying younger players as well, which made it even better. We all fit in together. It was good on the pitch and off the pitch also was good. So we had that camaraderie in and around the changing room, and the banter which you need, the team spirit is what you need. And at Arsenal now, it looks like they have got that.
People have been talking about the increasing influence of Martin Odegaard, and Pat, it's been rumoured that he's in the mix to get the captain's armband. Would he be a good fit for the job?
Yeah, well, you want somebody that's been going to be playing most weeks for a kick-off. It's all about the personalities, isn't it? You know, it's the right personality within the group, liked and respected within the group. We've known over the years that some young people, you know, just walk into it and grow within it. There's absolutely nothing wrong of giving various players a little chance at it, you know. I mean, clearly Kieran Tierney would be one that would come into that as well. But why not Odegaard? He's central, you know, a lot of play goes through him and around him. And if he's the right personality and he reacts well to it, it might be worth having a little bit of a go with him. But I think what Jonathan said there is intriguing. If it's a bunch of kids, mates, growing up together, I do think they feel, it doesn't matter which one of them it is, because they're all together, they're all working together. There was an old phrase, you don't win anything with kids. The thing about kids, they tend to grow up. It's good if they grow up together.
Mind you, they might have a lesson on Saturday because they're playing Manchester City on Saturday. So that'll be a test for them.
That's my only problem with the Arsenal team at the minute. How will they play against the big teams?
Yes.
That's the big thing, because when we used to play against the bigger teams, the Uniteds, the Liverpools, the Chelseas, it was always difficult because you've got players who have been on the block and who were top players as well, and they sometimes are a bit too savvy for you in the game with little things that they do. So that's my only problem with them at the minute. But a couple of years will start growing and growing and growing, and they look like they've got that plan.
Yeah, that's been Arsenal's Achilles heel in recent seasons, coming up against the big sides. But just to end our Arsenal chat, I thought a great quote from Mikel Arteta in a recent article. He, of course, came through the Barcelona Academy. He roomed with 8 other players, a number of which went on to win the World Cup with Spain. He said internally there was competition. Within that competition, you understand that you have to look after each other. And I think that's what we're seeing with this group of young Arsenal players right now. But as you rightly say, the big test with their Wolves match tomorrow postponed. Next up, it is Man City. Now, 10 minutes to go to kick off at St James's Park. Let's turn our attention back to our commentary game. Newcastle against Manchester United. And John, you're in position. I believe you've been keeping an eye on Ronaldo warming up. He's been getting a lovely warm reception from the home fans.
Well, I think you might have picked it up, Gigi, during the course of the last hour or so, because we've got some young Newcastle fans who've gathered just above and behind us, and they've been shouting the names of all of the Manchester United players. Ronaldo's been taking shots, free kicks, and they've been cheering, many of them in the end behind that goal every time he missed one.
Now, Jonathan, Newcastle have conceded. As a defender, you're going to be hanging your head or hitting it against something. 79 Premier League goals this year. Concede tonight, they will break the Premier League record. It's not a record you want to break for most goals shipped in a calendar year. So when it comes to the January transfer window that's about to swing open, they've got all the money in the world. Surely they have to look to strengthen in defence.
They do, but it's then getting them players out and getting new ones in, especially with this pandemic now. Who's gonna sell players when the squads are low, the squads are thin on the ground? I mean, if you look at the team tonight, you look at that team and you think to yourself, how is that going to keep a clean sheet tonight against a Man United team? I can't see it. I think Eddie Howe's he's got his hands full with this squad. He knew it when he was going in. It was never going to be easy, and it's proven really difficult. But that is an incredible stat. I know they've conceded 41 goals this season, but the 79 is on a different level, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not a good number, is it? And Pat, when it comes to getting the right people in, we know that January is notoriously difficult. They ask for big money, which they can afford to play in Newcastle, but do you get mercenaries? Do you get the right players? One person that has been mentioned a lot, and it seems like it would be a good fit, is Kieran Trippier. Atletico Madrid, he wants to leave, he wants to come back, he wants to, we've heard, be based up north. He's someone that brings an awful lot of experience because they're in a dogfight right now, and he seems like he'd be the perfect fit.
One of the perfect fits. There'll need to be more than just Kieran Trippier. If you're losing that amount of goals, you need maybe 2-3 players to get back in there. It's not a fluke when you're on 79 goals in a year. It's much deeper than that. What they have to do is think creatively. I think we all know they're not going to get exactly the players they want. There are too many difficulties in the way, and one of them being the threat of relegation. However, they need to think very, very intelligently. They're going to have to talk. They're going to have to buy maybe some players that are maybe at the wrong end of their career, but have got a bit left in them. They can do it for 3 or 4 months, because that's all you really need for this. Because it'll start again come June, July, August. But before that, you need to stay up, and that may well be older, intelligent players that they get.
But there'll be other clubs interested in someone like Kieran Trippier, won't there? I mean, what he's done, he's being nurtured under Diego Simeone at Atletico Madrid. Clearly, if he moves back to this country, there will be interest in him, and it comes back to this argument again about who is going to be that first big name signing that comes here and says, right, I've made the move, come with me.
Because, Jonathan, I think it's quite a tough sell. Yes, they've got all the money in the world and they can pay the wages, but normally you get all the money and you say, look, come to us, help us get a European place, and next season you'll be back on that bigger stage in the Champions League. They could be saying to this player, come, help us, but we might end in the Championship next season.
It's not a sell for me, to be honest with you. If I was a player looking at that, don't forget, Kieran Trippier, Atletico Madrid are playing Man United in the Champions League. Why would you want to give up Champions League football for, at the minute, is a relegation battle? All right, Newcastle's a fantastic club and the fan base there is brilliant, but there's a bigger picture here for players to go to Newcastle at the minute, and for me, I can't for the life of me see Kieran Trippier going to Newcastle at the minute, just because of the position he's in and the position Newcastle are in. They're in a relegation battle. Does Kieran Trippier want to have a relegation battle or a Champions League night with the nice music coming on?
Yeah, particularly late in his career, when you would think that opportunities to play in the Champions League are now becoming limited for him.
Exactly, and they always have a chance of winning it now and again. Atletico Madrid, they're always there or thereabouts, semi-finals, finals, you know, especially under Simeone. We know what he's like, his teams are like, they're difficult to play against, and I can't see it. And if he does go, there will be other teams interested in Kieran Trippier because he's an outstanding player.
5 minutes to go until kick-off at St James's Park. You can hear the atmosphere building in the background. Newcastle with just one win this season. They've got 10 points. You're looking normally at about a minimum of 35 to stave off relegation. And Jonathan, I was wondering about your time at Real Madrid in terms of when a transfer window opened, so many players linked. During your time there, you had the likes of Sergio Ramos, Robinho, Fabio Cannavaro and Ruud van Nistelrooy arrive. Michael Owen, Luis Figo, Walter Samuel Ronaldo, they left. What's it like as a player? So you're there doing your best, and yet every day new names, some linked in your position, are mentioned with taking your position.
That's what you get at the biggest clubs in the world. It's competition for places, and that's what all these big clubs need. You need that competition to push you on to the next level. I always thought to myself, when a new player signed, I always thought to myself, well, I want to show I'm better than him. I'm not going to let the manager put him ahead of me. I want to work even harder than I've been working. It was like at Leeds when they bought a Rio Ferdinand, for example. I thought to myself, this could put me onto a new level, trying to compete against a top centre-half. Other people have different mentalities. Other people can shrink and think that's my time, but some players have forgotten about themselves, rise to the challenge, and that's what I always like to try and do when bigger players are coming into a football club.
Jonathan, we really appreciate your time this evening. I probably know the answer to this question, but have you offered to cook for New Year's Eve?
That's gone out the window. Gigi, that is out the window. I can do a bacon egg sandwich, that's about it.
Well, we'll all need those on New Year's Day after the celebrations and New Year's Eve. Jonathan, thank you so much for your time and have a good rest of year.
Thank you, Gigi.
Jonathan Woodgate here with us this evening. The teams are out. Manchester United are out. Newcastle United are making their way out of the tunnel onto the pitch. You can hear the crowd welcoming their players. Full commentary to come here on 5 Live. We've got more cricket looking ahead to the third day at half-time. But for now, it is back to St James's Park and your commentary team this evening of Pat Nevin and John Murray.
Yes, thank you, Gigi. You might have heard a young man up behind us just shouting, "Come on," when Newcastle emerged from just down in front of us here on this misty night, dark, misty night on Tyneside, just up on the hill above the River Tyne, inside St James's Park with the lights on. Manchester United are already out there. Harry Maguire led them out. The whistles and jeers, and he turned and applauded up towards all of those thousands of Manchester United fans who have come here on a bank holiday Monday night, and Newcastle in their black and white striped tracksuit tops lining up as we look here to the right side of the halfway line, either side of that yellow and purple Premier League arch. So Newcastle, even under this new ownership, they look to have a right challenge on their hands to stay in the Premier League this season. And Manchester United, under their still new interim manager Ralph Rangnick, they're going for 3 Premier Leagues wins out of 3 since he took charge. And the players just peeling away and getting ready for the start of the match. Pat Nevin sitting alongside me, former Chelsea, Everton, Scotland winger. Clearly, Pat, Manchester United favourites to get the 3 points tonight.
Yeah, they are favourites to get the points, but they know they have to be not necessarily the best, they need to be up for it. They've shown the game against Norwich recently. they weren't absolutely brilliant that day. watched him against Crystal Palace. First 45 minutes, absolutely blinding. They were brilliant. Second 45 minutes, ran out of gas. Well, not all of them, but the vast majority of them. And they had to rely on Fred that day to score an absolute worldie. So, I don't think they're absolutely flying yet. We'll see how they do tonight when they've had, an inverted commas, rest. I don't think rest is what Ralph Rangnick wanted them to get. I think he wanted them to work.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. He wanted the time to work, and he's had time, but he perhaps hasn't been able to work in the way that he wanted to. Certainly numbers very restricted on certain days, training ground closed on certain days. But anyway, they're returning to action. Manchester United playing for the first time for a fortnight, and Newcastle are in action here for the first time since they lost to Manchester City 4-0. But remember the penalty that everyone in black and white, and many others as well, felt they should have had when City had the 2-0 lead. But Newcastle's players breaking away now. All of the war flags in the Gallowgate end to our right. We've had a right array of them, mainly black and white, obviously, and there's still many of them swirling around in there. Newcastle with Dubravka, Kraft, Lascelles and Cher, Manquillo and Fraser, Shelvey, Longstaff, St Maximin, Wilson and Joe Linton. And Manchester United with De Gea, Dalot, Varane, Maguire and Telles, Fred, McTominay, Bruno Fernandes, Greenwood, Rashford and Cristiano Ronaldo. So Newcastle, the team that has let in more goals than anyone else in the Premier League this season, have Rashford, Ronaldo and Greenwood to deal with this evening. The whistle is blown by Craig Pawson and the players all take a knee. Up they get and we're ready to go. Manchester United to kick off. Bruno Fernandes does that. The referee says no, hang on, I think Callum Wilson had just crossed the halfway line, so we'll have a restart. There it is. Bruno Fernandes playing it back to Harry Maguire. Long right-footed ball from him over the top of Rashford and out of play for a throw-in to Newcastle. So Newcastle in the broad black and white stripes that they're wearing this season, black shorts, black socks with the white tops, and Manchester United red shirts with the white trim, white shorts and white socks also with red trim. So Newcastle against Manchester United. This is BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds, and Newcastle taking the throw on the left-hand side, but Rashford has got it back now, driving down into the full-back position. John Joe Shelvey moves across in front of him and does well, actually. Shelvey returning to the team tonight and just is able to get in the way of Rashford, and the ball runs through for a goal kick.
A lot of players are really intrigued to see Varane back in. Be interesting to see how he does tonight. It's not exactly perfectly well for him the whole time, but he's back in now, and it's a big call for him. He's up against a very good player in Callum Wilson, and maybe Marcus Rashford. When he's at his best, he is the most fabulous player. And that game I was talking about earlier against Crystal Palace, I thought it was fantastic for about the first 60 minutes. So see if we get the same from Marcus again.
Just wondering, Newcastle back four, do we think? Kraft on the right-hand side, and Cher and Lascelles in the middle, Manquillo at left back.
Yeah. It's interesting to do that, because if you're going to play three at the back and you're only generally playing one up against you, that can leave you a little bit outnumbered in midfield.
Maguire loses out to Fraser with the cross, but Varane moves across. He smelt the danger there and puts the ball out of play. Another in this series of awkward moments for Harry Maguire. Throwing to Newcastle.
He was just like concentration there, didn't he? He was well favourite to get the ball, and then just lost his head a little bit there. He nearly made a terrible mistake.
Yeah, but Manchester United able to deal with that. Back it comes. Maguire inside the penalty area, under pressure. He clears that downfield, but Joe Linton gets his head to it. Here's St Maximin on the left-hand side, but Dalot was able just to take it away from St Maximin on the left wing for Newcastle. And Manchester United now break forward on the halfway line. The whistles and the jeers for Cristiano Ronaldo. Had an excellent record against Newcastle in his previous days with Manchester United, and indeed in these days. If you remember, it was Manchester United-Newcastle was the match when Cristiano Ronaldo made his debut second time around earlier in the season and scored 2 goals in the 4-1 win. Got a stoppage because Joe Linton has taken a bang and has sat down.
I didn't see it at all, and he's holding his chest, and it's whether he's just got a nudge in his chest there. He's got back up again.
Seems okay. Referee Pawson just checked with him, and he's all right. 3 minutes played. Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0. Lascelles, the Newcastle captain, heads it forward. Shelvey then heads it back into his own penalty area. Lascelles has a look over his shoulder. Greenwood is coming, so Lascelles, safety first, takes no risks, just left-footed, puts it out of play for a throw near the corner flag on the right-hand side. Rashford's going to leave this for Dalot to take the throw. Both Wan-Bissaka and Shaw on the substitutes bench again, so it's Dalot and Tellez, the full-backs, under Ralph Rangnick. Dalot takes the throw, gets it back, and then there's Joelinton to put in the challenge, and a little touch off Dalot. In fact, a tug, I think, is shown, indicated by the assistant down there, and it's a free kick to Newcastle in their own left-back position.
Yeah, a little drag back that he did there. Yeah, it's interesting to see how positive the team is there. You get Fraser a little bit further up front, and as I watch him just now, he's feeling his left hamstring early on in the game. But, you know, he's an attack-minded player, pushed a little bit further forward. We know how attack-minded Saint-Maximin is. We obviously know that Callum Wilson's a striker, and Joe Linton is a player who wants to attack more than he wants to defend. So a very positive outlook here from Eddie Howe.
Yep, Eddie Howe, there he is, just on the down in front of the dugout. Jason Tindall to his left. Manchester United with Ronaldo, little flick. Bruno Fernandes flicks it out to the far side. Manchester United go all the way back into central defence again. Yep, Eddie Howe's in charge for the 8th match, and early days as well for Ralph Rangnick. This only his 4th match in charge. Unbeaten so far, won the 2 Premier League matches that Manchester United have played by the 1-0. So 2 clean sheets in the league at least. The ball is fired forward for Manchester United, but just runs out of play for a throw-in that will be taken by Martin Dubravka. Incidentally, I mentioned the fact that Kieran Clark, Matt Ritchie are not involved, Joe Willock not involved tonight, sub-goalkeeper Carl Darlow. The reason for that is a mixture of injuries and COVID positive cases, we've been told, and Victor Lindelof not involved at all tonight. That's because he's tested positive for COVID, Ralph Rangnick said before the game. Newcastle take the goal kick. Shelvey in centre field, but he's in danger of losing out to Greenwood, and then he just trips Greenwood, who would have been away. It is a free kick forward and right of the centre circle. Craig Pawson has a look at Shelvey, but it's just a free kick.
I thought exactly the same as you there. It's one of those ones where maybe another yard further forward the referee would have produced a yellow card, because he was caught in the ball, he's gone away from him, and he's just taken him out.
Well, last time you and I were here together, Pat, Shelvey was sent off very carelessly in that first match after the takeover was completed. Fred, centre circle, left-footed ball, high out to the right-hand side here. Dalot, his cross into the 6-yard box, but too close to goalkeeper Dubravka, who's able to catch it.
Yeah, but the ball was actually on there, and it was really good movement, as you always do get from Greenwood. Got himself in a really good position, and he's generally playing up front as close as he possibly can get to Ronaldo at the moment, and Rashford's a little bit further to the right.
Yep. Greenwood coming back into the team for Manchester United, as well as Varane. Varane back, that's obviously important. Missed the last 8 matches for Manchester United with a thigh injury. Newcastle take the throw over the halfway line. Longstaff wins it back as well. Plays it here to the left to Saint-Maximin, just outside the area, trying to get the shot in. He scored! De Gea couldn't react. It just looked as it flew into the top corner. Whether it took a little deflection or not, there were Manchester United players in front of him, but it's an early goal for Newcastle United, and it's Alain Saint-Maximin, and it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
Well, if there's one playing in black and white you don't give the ball to in the last third, it's Alain Saint-Maximin. Gets the ball, he still has to go past 3 players. He goes past them. We all know he's quite capable of that, and that is a brilliant goal. I don't know if there was a deflection there, John. I think he just curled it into that back corner. But the man at fault on this occasion is Varane. He's too slow on the ball. He gets caught on it, he dilly-dallies, and he doesn't get back quick enough. I mean, it gets to Saint-Maximin there. He only had one thing in his mind. That is a magnificent finish in the far corner.
Yeah, it was Longstaff who took advantage of Varane's hesitation, and Longstaff coming into the starting lineup to Saint-Maximin, who seemed to move. He cut inside into the congestion, but he kind of slipped as he was shooting on the edge of the box. But maybe that slip actually helped the trajectory of the ball.
You're right. It didn't curl. That's the point. It didn't curl at all. If it curls in towards the goalkeeper, he can make a move. No curl at all. Straight into him. Now, if you're a retro, which to be honest, I don't think there's very many around us just now. That is exactly what you want at the start of this game, to make it lively. Probably Newcastle for a long time is the first 10 minutes in this place is usually amazing, and then it dies away. What might keep it going?
Well, I mentioned the first match under the new ownership. You and I were here for that. They made a rousing start, scored the early goal against Tottenham, and ended up losing really by a distance on that day. But you can hear the reaction that there's been inside St James's Park to Newcastle United taking the lead against Manchester United, and the current big favourite Alain Saint-Maximin scoring the goal, but Manchester United lose it on the halfway line. McTominay and Shelby came across, and now Saint-Maximin tries to find Wilson, but the ball played in at waist height, a little bit higher than that. Stretch of the left foot inside the area from Wilson, couldn't get there, couldn't bring it down. It's through for a goal kick.
Do you know what? It is the right ball to try and play there, because you know Wilson's always going to peel off his defender there. He got into good position, maybe could have gone with it with his head. A diving header was maybe on there, but even though it was the right ball, there's plenty of people in here that wanted some maximum. Forget that, just run at the defenders. It's already had an incredible effect, and already it is striking with fear into that Manchester United defence.
Yeah, Eddie Howe playing Saint-Maximin on the left, and Fraser out on the right hand side, and Joe Linton is one of the midfield three. And what a start that is. Saint-Maximin scoring his first goals for Newcastle since Eddie Howe's first match, the 3-3 draw with Brentford, when if you remember, Eddie Howe wasn't here. He was watching from afar, having tested positive for COVID. But Newcastle lead Manchester United by 1-0. Long way to go yet though. McTominay playing the ball out towards the left-hand side. Telles is there, then Bruno Fernandes. Back it goes towards the halfway line to Fred. Fred now with his white socks right over his knees, forward to McTominay. He's going to try a shot from distance. Joe Linton got in the way of that, and then it breaks down on the edge of the box with Rashford, and Newcastle will counter-attack, and here's Fraser now. Fraser on the halfway line, plays the ball to the left-hand side. Wilson makes his way out towards the left wing. Saint-Maximin wants it, and then finally the offside flag comes.
Took a long time to come there, but you know, the buzz around this place is incredible. We were having a chat before the game, you know, saying why would players come here? You know, the money, but there is another reason. When you hear this noise and this place is full, you know what could happen here. You know what will almost certainly happen in a period of time here. It's extraordinary noise, and the backing that they get from these fans. It is very, very special place. However, it can also go very quiet when things go wrong, which they often do.
They do, but they've made a good start. Telles and Fraser snapped in with a challenge on him, but Telles just skipped out of the way of it, played it back to Maguire. Maguire now to Dalot. Dalot infield to McTominay. McTominay, square from him, Fred, and Fred's given it away in centre field. And Joe Linton has a look, plays it down the left-hand side. Saint-Maximin is onto this. Saint-Maximin now cuts in field again. Two men with him. Fred comes across. Saint-Maximin plays a low square ball to the far side. Fraser, it's deflected, comes back. Curling shot from Joe Linton is narrowly wide of the foot of the right post.
I'm smiling just now because someone walked up to us before the game and said, I think something unusual will happen tonight, like Joe Linton will score from 25 yards in the corner. It was almost a premonition there. Comes to him, no lack of confidence there, gives it a little bit of a bend. I think De Gea had it covered, but it just shows you the confidence at this moment coursing through this Newcastle United team.
For a moment there, Joe Linton looked like Kevin De Bruyne.
A brief moment.
Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. And that's Pat Nevin. This is the sound of St James's Park. Newcastle lost their last 4 matches against Manchester United. Hasn't been much of a contest. 3 4-1s and a 3-1. But I well remember, I've got a feeling you and I might have been here when Matty Longstaff scored the goal. Yes, I thought it was us together. That's the last time that Newcastle beat Manchester United. Ronaldo, the cheers because he can't reach the ball down the left wing and it rolls out of play for a Newcastle throw in their own right back area.
The biggest worry right now for Ranieri, I would think, is, you know, when you build a team, you build it from the back and 2 centre backs, you know, and he's got Maguire and he's got Varane, and you think, yeah, top quality centre backs. They have both made pretty horrendous mistakes at the start of this game through lack of concentration, being just a little bit too slack in the ball. You can't do that, especially you can do it in the Premier League anywhere, but when Newcastle United are so up for it at the start of the game, that's the last thing you do, and both of them have been very guilty, and it could have been 2 goals, never mind 1.
Manchester United with the ball centre field. It's played forward by Bruno Fernandes for Fred, but Newcastle are quickly in there. 2 of them onto the ball. But it bounces back for United on the left-hand side for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes, low to the edge of the area. Greenwood, little chip to the Rashford, who jumps for it, heads it down, but that's cleared away on the edge of the box by Longstaff. Newcastle felt that Wilson might have been fouled. Newcastle, they'll continue to come forward, and then Dalot puts in a challenge on St Maximin. The ball runs for Rashford down the right-hand side, but the recovering challenge from Manquillo gets a touch that is favourable for him. Dubravka has to be careful, passes it to Shelby on the edge of the area. McTominay very nearly dispossessed him, and the ball actually runs right away to the far side, where Kraft is able to clear it towards the halfway line, where Manchester United take up possession again.
You know, some goalkeepers look really comfortable playing out for the back, and some don't. At that moment there, Dubravka was having kittens. He couldn't get his feet right. Definitely the wrong ball to play there. Lucky to get away with it.
Bruno Fernandes, low ball into the penalty area, looking for the run of Fred. It's a good run, actually, from midfield into the box, but it was read effectively by Cher, one of the 6 players who've come in for Newcastle. 6 changes from the starting lineup that Eddie Howe has made, but some of them, as I say, have been forced. No Isaac Hayden as well. Tonight he's suspended for accumulating the 5 yellow cards. Here's McTominay, middle of the half. McTominay chips it forward. Dalot takes it down. Low ball across, but it was straight into the path of Lascelles, who was able to clear on the half volley out for a throw.
Right, the possibility of putting the mockers on it. This doesn't feel like a 1-0 game. It's far too open at the moment.
Ronaldo away from St Maximin, then goes past Joe Linton, but went down very easily. Wanted the free kick. Referee Pawson is having none of that. Ronaldo stayed down. Newcastle counter-attack downfield. St Maximin and Joe Linton together. St Maximin taking on Varane, and this time Varane puts in the challenge and says, not this time, Alan.
Do you know what? Cristiano Ronaldo has been known now and again to go down easily. I don't think he did that time. I think it's a free kick. I think that's very, very harsh on him. I think he was taken out roughly about thigh level there. I think he agrees with me. He's still annoyed about it. I think it was quite a sore when he got across his left thigh.
He's looking at the assistant here, Ian Husson, and that was a glare. That was a Ronaldo glare. He's back on his feet though. Rashford with the ball. He had just down in front of us, but Manquillo puts in the challenge, out of play. Throw into Manchester United. So Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0. That goal, that St Maximin goal in the 7th minute, that's the first goal that Ralph Rangnick's Manchester United have conceded in the Premier League under his management. Did let one in against Young Boys in that final match in the Champions League group, but it won't be 3 clean sheets in a row in the league for the new interim manager. Manchester United coming forward again, ball played into the box. Ronaldo on the stretch, can't get there, and it bounces away past the great one and through for a goal kick. But he says thank you, raises his arm in acknowledgement to the ball that was played in from the left hand side.
I have no idea why he didn't go with his right foot. The ball's coming across and he sticks his left foot out in it. That's the right foot ball to go with. I think if he goes with his right foot, he gets it there. It's very, very unusual to see that. Just keeping an eye on him, because that's so unlike Ronaldo not to do what is clearly the right thing there. So we'll see if there's anything actually wrong with him. There's a reason why he didn't stretch with his foot, or his right leg.
Yep, keep an eye on him, most certainly. 1-0, Newcastle United lead. Rashford, he's away down the right-hand side. He's away from Manquillo. Joe Linton puts in the challenge, goes to ground. It had a look of the giraffe about the way that he went down there. And the referee says the final touch was off Joe Linton. It's a corner to Manchester United. Ronaldo on the edge of the area now goes across to Pawson, the referee, and pulls up the left side of his shorts and indicates that that was where Joe Linton challenged him when he felt he should have had a free kick. Point made, Pat.
Yeah, I'd agree with him. I think the referee got that one wrong. I thought it was a kind of obvious one as well.
Corner then, Manchester United. Tellez to take it. This is in front of the Gallagate end. Tellez, left-footed towards the back post. Newcastle, both goalkeeper and Lascelles, goalkeeper and captain, went for the same ball, but they were able to clear it. Bruno Fernandes now near the centre circle, plays the ball over the top, but that is through and bounces all the way for a Newcastle goal kick. And Joe Linton has just sat down again for the second time, and it was Joe Linton who just fell awkwardly in the conceding of that corner just now.
I just wonder if it was that previous injury of his. I'm kind of see where he's actually, because originally he was holding around about his chest sort of area, as if he'd had, a little dent in the ribs or something like that. Yep, he's holding on to his ribs on his right hand side again. It's a real shame. He's actually had an unusual, awkward but interesting start to the game, which is not like his general play, but I think one thing you'll never argue against Joe Linton, the effort is always there.
Yeah, I always enjoy watching Joe Linton with you, Pat. There's always something to say, isn't there? Well,
yeah, to be honest, he's actually now, funnily enough, in this game, playing in the best position for him. You know, he plays centre forward, I don't think he's a natural there. Almost when he's playing as a wing, he's not a winger, or a forward attacking player. He's a player who drives well from midfield. He's not the most creative, but he uses power and his pace driving from deep midfield. And when before he came to Newcastle, that was where he really showed up quite well. But he's not been able to play in that position often enough. This is the system that suits him best.
Well, St Maximin now is walking over to our side of the field, and Eddie Howe is there. A couple of the Newcastle medical staff as well. There's a little chat between them, and I think he's going to be okay to come back onto the field. Yes, he is. On he trots now. Newcastle's big number 7. So Newcastle leading Manchester United by 1-0. Alan St Maximin, his 4th goal of the season, and how the place erupted when it hit the back of the net. Manchester United with Rashford on the right-hand side. A little bit of space here. Rashford swings it in, but he swung it into the chest of Manquillo, and the ball bounces away straight behind for another corner.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of space down the right-hand side, Rashford, isn't he? Because both of the strikers are pulling away, leaving a big gap in there, and he's got the pace of a defender he's playing against, and if you know that, if you've got the pace of the defender you're playing against, you will keep on going. And Manquillo looks as if he's going to have a long evening.
I was amazed to read this morning that Manchester United apparently have not scored in the Premier League from a set piece since April 2018. Here's the corner into the near post. Newcastle deal with it, whole group of players in there, and it was volleyed away by Longstaff, and then Bruno Fernandes sends it back over the top, but it just bounces harmlessly through for a goal kick. So it's still 1-0 Newcastle. It's amazing that, isn't it? Manchester United, apart from penalties, of which they've scored 2 of their last 26 Premier League goals from set pieces, but both penalties.
It's incredible, and considering they've got one or two players who are quite noted for their free kicks, and
Harry Maguire.
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to attack them from there. I mean, Varane isn't too bad in there either. McTominay's decent, really decent there in the attacks, and obviously Ronaldo is superb when he gets a run on it.
Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. John Joe Shelby turning and playing the ball all the way back from near the halfway line to goalkeeper Dubravka in that sort of yellowy orangey outfit that he's wearing downfield for Newcastle, but Varane is there and passes it back to goalkeeper De Gea, straight out to Maguire. Now to the left back, Telles finds its way in field towards Fred just waits, thought about the long pass out to the right hand side. Dalot wanted it, but instead Manchester United hold it in the centre circle. Rashford, he's on the halfway line. He just rolls it forward to Greenwood, and Greenwood tries to find the run of McTominay, but overhits the pass through to the Newcastle goalkeeper.
I think they'd want that one the other way around, wouldn't they?
Yes.
With McTominay playing it through to Greenwood with his pace, and if you play it into feet, he's capable of getting a shot away from just about anywhere, Greenwood. But this period now, this often happens in Newcastle. They've had that 10, 15, 20 minutes. It means 20 minutes now because they've had the lift from the goal. But now reality kind of sets in a little bit. It maybe quietens down just a little bit, everything being relative.
Oh, and Joe Linton leans into McTominay as he passed the ball forward. That fair challenge, Shelvey, and then away from Cher, then Shelvey again, but he's given it away. Passed it straight to Telles on the halfway line. Now McTominay through the middle. Fred turns. Fred was unable to find the pass through to Cristiano Ronaldo, so Newcastle have got it back. Fraser for Longstaff, sliding challenge from McTominay. Shelvey gets there ahead of Fred. Now Newcastle come forward. They might have the advantage in numbers here. Shelvey's going to have a goal, but it's saved by a diving De Gea. Leaping to his left, pushes it away, out for a throw down the right hand side, but again Manchester United caught out in centre field.
All sorts of options as well. I mean, on the left hand side is St Maximin there. He was definitely on. He could go 1-on-1 with the defender. But it was a tackle in the midfield there from McTominay, who felt as if he should have had a foul from him, but the amount of times that when they break now, Newcastle, there's nobody in front of the back four. Absolutely not. It's just a gigantic big gap there. Either Fred or McTominay has to stick there. McTominay may well have done it, but he was injured in the tackle beforehand.
Yes, he was. So he's now receiving treatment. David De Gea has come all of the way out of his penalty area and is... Now, who's he talking to? Cristiano Ronaldo's there as well. And De Gea's going to go all the way back into his penalty area. What was that about?
A weird one. Anyway, it's just maybe he needs to talk to as many people as he can to say get a word around. It needs a little bit more protection. The amount of times that Newcastle will have put players out of the way, there wasn't a great deal in that tackle there. I think McTominay got most of it out of the way. It's one of those ones he could have left his leg in and it would have been a free kick, but he jumped out of the way of it, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was Longstaff went in there at some pace with that challenge. I think that's probably the point that De Gea was making.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And again, last season, that's a free kick, isn't it?
Oh, without question, free kick centre field. But thanks to McTominay evading it, no free kick even. Throw-in taken for Newcastle into the penalty area, and the referee says there was a foul in there on Alex Telles, so it's a free kick to Manchester United. So it's 1-0 Newcastle. We've got 20 minutes of the first half to play. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Listen as well via BBC Sounds. Remember, you can listen to the live radio on BBC Sounds, all the networks, all of the BBC radio offerings, and you can go back and rewind the live radio. But it's also where you'll find the podcasts, the 5 Live Football Daily every morning, and also Callum Wilson of Newcastle with Mikel Antonio in the Footballers Football podcast, as he branches out into broadcasting as well as being Newcastle's number 9. So that is all on BBC Sounds. 1-0 Newcastle and Manchester United. I wonder how Ralph Rangnick would play it tonight. So Jadon Sancho's not in the team, he's on the bench tonight. And when you and I saw them at Old Trafford, it was that 4-2-2-2. And actually Rashford is deeper.
Is it when they lose the ball, it goes to almost a 4-4-2, doesn't it? Rashford's almost a right winger. Greenwood's coming back a little bit. Cristiano will stay up the field. It's not a complex system that they're playing just now. At the moment, it's really working fabulously for them, is it?
Fred clearing away near the edge of his own box. Bruno Fernandes and Manchester United with Fred, overhead kick to get it away. Ronaldo comes in with a high challenge on Longstaff. Home supporters felt that that was potentially illegal. St Maximin now trying to find a way past McTominay and Dalot. That's not given us a free kick. A little bit of a tangle between the three players, two Manchester United men, and then it's downfield for Manchester United, and Cher will tap it back to Dubravka, who passes it forward to Shelby, who turns and plays it out to Kraft on the right hand side.
That's just a classic vision of what Manchester United, when they try and do a high press, it just doesn't work. They get passed around one pass and they're through the entire team within seconds.
Manchester United now, they're the ones who are playing it out from the back. Yep, that was one of the questions, wasn't it, about Ralph Rangnick, how he would improve the Manchester United press.
Well, at that time Bruno just chases in, and it's one of those ones, don't chase in if they do not get the rest of them behind you, because you just get passed by, and even though Dubravka's not the most comfortable on the ball, even he was able to play it through him.
Newcastle with Shelby, runs away from him, and the ball is played back by Cher to Dubravka. Cristiano Ronaldo not far away, so cleared long by Dubravka. Callum Wilson challenged from behind by Raphael Varane. It's a free kick in the centre circle. Home cheers.
Yeah, there's nothing that Wilson does there. He gets his body in front of the ball, so there's no way Varane can get through. There's no point in going through and giving a cheap free kick away, but it's not in a dangerous position. Well, not yet anyway.
So a free kick. The ball is just placed to the right of the centre circle, and it will be played forward by Cher. Alan St Maximin just speaking to referee Pawson as the Newcastle players group around the edge of the area. Free kick is fired forward, takes a little flick. Joe Linton keeps it in and then slips over again, but St Maximin now takes it up, tries to get it into the penalty area, bounces to Joe Linton, low ball across, that's cleared by Varane on the edge of the 6-yard area. And Newcastle take up possession again with Cher. Passes it to Manquillo. Joe Linton in field. Little heavy from Joe Linton, so Manchester United have got it back. Mason Greenwood running from deep. Greenwood playing the ball over the top for the run of Bruno Fernandes. Goalkeeper Dubravka has come out of his penalty area. He gets there first, and then with the ball from the initial touch rolling out towards the far side, he chases after it, the Newcastle goalkeeper, and whacks it out of play.
That's great goalkeeping. Really impressive. I thought they were in a lot of trouble there. The ball was at the top. They certainly weren't getting back in time. It needed Dubravka to come out there, and he did it very, very well.
1-0 Newcastle lead. Newcastle, who so far this season have won just one match in all competitions. So that is one win in 19 matches this season. That is why they are where they are. Joe Linton puts in a challenge to win the ball back again, wholehearted if nothing else. Saint-Maximin though is dispossessed. Bruno Fernandes back to Fred. Saint-Maximin just getting to his feet down on the halfway line. Manchester United still coming. Rashford to Greenwood. Greenwood then finds himself tackled by Manquillo, and the ball runs out of play for a throw-in. Level with the edge of the Newcastle United penalty area. All of those black and white flags have disappeared after they were waved with some gusto before the start of the game. A little bit of rain in the air. I can just feel it on my face here. Maguire, long right-footed ball out to the right-hand side. Rashford allowed it to bounce but keeps it in play. Manquillo just gives him a shove away, then takes him on, beats him. Rashford with a cross towards the penalty spot. Only half cleared, but it is cleared out of the penalty area. McTominay and Fred together. Now Greenwood having a look, having a shot. It's blocked by Lascelles. McTominay wasn't too far away as well. The final touch was a Newcastle one. It's out of play for a throw on the left-hand side. Bruno Fernandes. Now McTominay, 22 yards out. Greenwood back to Dalot. Dalot now to the right-hand side. Newcastle have got everyone back. It's all hands to the pump here. Rashford crossing left-footed, blocked by Wilson on the edge of the area. Rashford says might have been a handball. Referee Pawson says no, not having any of that. And then Dalot puts in the challenge, and the ball rolls out of play for a throw-in to the home team, who lead 1-0. Pat Nevin.
Yeah, and they probably deserving of it. You think about it, Manchester United, have they had any real chances yet? Nothing clear-cut that I can remember just now. And if you're looking at players that are really catching your eye just now, it's not just because he scored the goal. Saint-Maximin's been superb. He is one of those players that you just think there's no way you're going to take it easy at any point in this game, is there? Wherever he is in the pitch, if it's his own 18-yard line, he's going to chase, he's going to fight, he's going to then dribble. He has been fantastic to watch. Well, generally he's been fantastic to watch, but he's had a great start to this game.
Shelvey goes for a long downfield pass looking for Wilson, but Varane was able to come across and volley it out of play. Little ball boy down there, the blonde-haired lad with a yellow bib on, just waiting for Manquillo to come forward. But Newcastle are in no hurry here into the last 15 minutes of the first half. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sound. Newcastle 1 up since Alain Saint-Maximin's finish. David De Gea almost didn't move, did he, as the ball was struck by Saint-Maximin. Just looked at, watched it as it flew into the net, a little bit like Rinat Desayev many moons ago.
Good memory. Do you know, the odd thing about it is because, as you correctly said, he was slightly slipping when he hit the shot. Goalkeepers don't know how to set because they read the position of the player's body. If you're slipping, he doesn't know if you're going to curl it, you're going to pull it to the near post, but he just caught it perfectly. It just flew like an arrow into that corner.
One or two other goalkeeper doesn't move comes to mind. Alan Ruff is certainly one that comes back to me, not just the one goal as well.
I think you're talking Brazil, yeah.
Yes.
I know you are. Stabbed to the heart, that one.
Yeah, here's Dalot back towards Rashford. Rashford playing it through. Oh, stretch from Lascelles. Ball still in play. Bruno Fernandes chips from the right towards the back post. Kraft was there. So's Ronaldo. He gets it all wrong. Ronaldo trying to cross on the half volley on the twist, and he sliced it straight behind into the Gallagate end. Cue black and white cheers.
Wrong sport there. I think he was LBW. Completely got him mixed up, didn't he? He's tried to hit it in the half volley with his left foot. He's missed it completely. It's hit his backside and gone out.
Yeah, bounced up, hit him in the chest. I think it hit him in the knee, hit him in the chest, and bounced behind. And even Cristiano Ronaldo can be involved in moments like that.
Not his finest moment.
We're seeing it time and time again. He actually missed it completely, and it bounced up, hit his chest, and bounced behind for a goal kick. And if there was a match of the day tonight, that would be on Too Good, Too Bad. Match of the day tomorrow night. That's when you'll see the highlights of this match, and indeed the ones that have survived tomorrow. There's a 6:06 on air tomorrow afternoon, strangely, between 3 and 5 o'clock, with all of the live football mixed in with the calls. So Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton tomorrow afternoon from 3. Ball is played back to Dubravka, right-footed towards the halfway line. Maguire nods it down, and then Bruno Fernandes back into central defence to Varane. Manchester United with Varane, black gloves on, slides the pass forward towards tall, blonde-haired McTominay. Now Rashford through into the box. Manquillo with a touch. Greenwood is chasing after it. Lascelles has gone out there with him into the full-back position down in the strawberry corner, as they call it, closest to the famous strawberry pub outside the stadium. Throw in back towards Varane. Oh, that's a misplaced pass from Varane inside his own half. Newcastle are onto this. Longstaff plays it to Saint-Maximin on the left. Saint-Maximin now running at Varane. Wilson's there as well. Ball from Saint-Maximin into Wilson in the area, but Maguire read that one. It was rather telegraphed by Saint-Maximin, but Maguire's clearance has been won back by Newcastle, and then Wilson goes down. Harry Maguire, a little trip. He's not very happy, the Manchester United captain, but it's a free kick.
They're not having a good time, the two centre-backs from Manchester United. I mean, Varane's mistake there was dreadful. In a horrible position to give the ball away. Allows Newcastle to break again there. And Harry Maguire goes for the ball there, points at the ball as if to say, that's what I tried to get. I don't actually think he got the ball, and he certainly got plenty of Wilson there as he went in for it, but certainly they're having a tough time, and he doesn't get the ball. That ball's not really there to be won. I'm going to watch it again, see if he... No, he gets nothing of the ball. I don't know why he's pointing to it.
Maguire, yeah, it's a free kick for Newcastle, and this first half, 35 minutes of it has got definite airs of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's bad days about it. Free kick for Newcastle. Shelby runs over it. Fraser plays it high in towards the back post, and the head is Manchester United's. Alex Telles behind. It's a corner for Newcastle.
They really needed that, Newcastle. It was just a 4 or 5 minute period there. I mean, they weren't put under great pressure, but they were falling further and further back, and you just think, well, wait a minute, are they trying to survive till half-time? And that's not a great way for Newcastle to play. They're not good enough defensively to do that. They have to be slightly on the front foot, and that free kick's given them that little bit of hope.
So it's a corner. Newcastle United's first. That rain is just getting a little heavier. Fraser with the corner. It's an outswinger. Cristiano Ronaldo with the header. Saint-Maximin wanted it on the edge of the box. Fred nipped in. It's played back over the top for Newcastle. Away by Dalot, and then forward from Rashford, just in front of his own penalty area, but too much on it, and neither Cristiano Ronaldo nor Bruno Fernandes can catch it. And Ronaldo hops and skips in frustration as the ball bounces out of play for a Newcastle throw.
There's a wee bit of tension in Manchester United play. A lot of passes that you would normally think are, not high tariff. They're easy to play. Varane's had one there. Out wide there, you've got two players to find. And as I say that, Harry Maguire, he tries to control the ball, comes off his foot straight out for a throw-in. There is a little bit of tension around, uncertainty around that Manchester United team right now.
Yeah, Maguire arriving at pace there. Fraser was just 2 or 3 yards away, and Maguire miscontrolled it straight out of play. Throw in for Newcastle on the right wing. Newcastle take the throw. Bounces again out of play. Kraft allows it to roll out because the final touch was off a Manchester United man. Halfway inside the Manchester United half, on the far side, in front of the lowest of the 4 stands, the one on the far side of the ground from where we sit. Big attendance. I don't see many spare seats inside St James's Park. The number of matches I've been to recently, there have been spare seats, but not tonight. Joe Linton playing it square. Saint-Maximin now on his left foot, on the edge of the D, still going into the box, turns a shot goalwards. Wilson's there. Wilson turns. No, the goal's ruled out. The offside flag is up against Wilson, and it will remain 1-0. VAR will have a look.
They will have a look, but again, every time you give the ball to Saint-Maximin, he just runs. The ball's tied to his feet there. When it was played in originally, by the way, that is very tight. When it comes to him eventually, he's onside. But it's whether when the ball was initially played. They've obviously had a look at it and they're playing one.
Yeah, they've had a very quick look at that. the video assistant referee, who's Peter Banks tonight, and immediately confirmed that the decision on the far side by Darren Cann was correct. So Newcastle continue to lead by 1-0, and they are in contention for what would be only their second win of the season. Ball played towards Wilson, but Wilson wasn't able to get there. Varane plays it across the 6-yard box. De Gea passing it out to Maguire. Maguire being put under pressure by Longstaff, and then Bruno Fernandes is tackled by Kraft, and Newcastle have it again with Fraser on the right-hand side. Fraser challenged by Alex Telles, no free kick. Thought he had a case. Manchester United play a long one forward for Rashford, but he won't reach it. Advances through to Dubravka.
It's just a moment when Newcastle fans, when they're playing the ball there, it came to Harry Maguire. They're all winding him up, saying you're going to give the ball back to us, and it just shows you the type of game that Maguire and Varane are having just now. They're lifting the crowd when he's got the ball. They think they're going to get it back.
Pat, is what we've been saying this season with Harry Maguire? Is this just like one of those seasons? You can think about that, because here's Greenwood through the middle, rides the challenge from Joe Linton. Now Rashford centrally, Cher upends him. Down goes Rashford. That is a free kick in the middle of the Newcastle half.
The thing is, about Harry Maguire, he's perfectly capable of going up there and scoring with a header, and turning it completely. And the thing I like about him, no, he's not having a great day today, and he's not had a good 40 minutes or so at the start of the game. He won't hide. He won't say, I don't want the ball. There are others, who disappear. The thing about Harry Maguire, it's not in his nature to do that, and that's why, he is a player that managers, including the England manager, will stand by.
Yeah, we were talking to Gareth Southgate about it before the November World Cup qualifiers, and he launched, Gareth Southgate, a really impassioned defence of Harry Maguire. So it is 1-0, but Maguire not having the best of nights here. Free kick for Manchester United. Newcastle have got everyone back. Half-time just 5 minutes away. Bruno Fernandes dinks it into the penalty area. Dubravka comes, gets something to it. Greenwood was in there for Manchester United, and the ball, fortunately for Newcastle, fell free and was cleared. Saint-Maximin now on the halfway line. Fred plays it into the Newcastle man, and it's out for a throw.
He's had to go up a couple of times very quickly, hasn't he, Dubravka? Lovely little scoop there. The ball's not chipped, because if it's chipped it'll go straight through the keeper. I think he scooped it over the top of the wall there. It's a work move, something I was going to say they've done in training. Well, they've probably obviously done it over Zoom, because they've not been training.
Yeah, that's football in the pandemic.
Yes.
Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. Bruno Fernandes. Here's a high one from him. Lascelles on the stretch, heads it out, but heads it straight to Dalot. Joe Linton was in there, though, to put in the challenge. Lascelles says, come on, come back, give us some support, to the rest of the Newcastle players. Half-time approaching. Manchester United still 1-0 down. Dalot crossing from near the right corner of the box. It hits Joe Linton on the side of the head. Down he goes for the third time in the match. And because he was struck on the side of the head, the referee stops play.
He's been in the wars, hasn't he? It's one of those, again, he'll get up, no doubt, and have a dig at it. Real fear. If Manchester United were on their best game just now, there are so many spaces and so many gaps in that Newcastle back line. And time and again you think there's a ball chipped over the top. They're not lightning quick, the two centre-backs, are they? And you think, well, that's on there. If you've got De Bruyne or something like that playing that ball in there, it'll be played. But at the moment, Bruno Fernandes isn't able to do it.
Joe Linton's still on the ground, still receiving treatment. Scott McTominay has just run over and had a little chat with referee Pawson. So we've got a delay here. Joe Linton just getting up, rubbing the left side of his head. Half-time approaching. Our plan at half-time, incidentally, last I heard, was to speak to our cricket correspondent Jonathan Agnew, who is in Melbourne. And I'm just told that is still the plan, but as we know, I mean, everything, doesn't matter what sport you're talking about, is subject to change, and clearly they've been having problems. I know that all of the players involved in the test match have been taking tests, so we'll see what Jonathan has to say ahead of the start of the third day. Test match special on air at 11 o'clock tonight, so I'll be listening to that on the way back. It could be the day that Australia retain the Ashes if things continue as they have been. Joe Linton's okay. McTominay plays it through. Bruno Fernandes in with a chance. Saved by Dubravka in any case, who went down to his right, but the offside flag was up against Bruno Fernandes, who's saying he was being pushed, but it doesn't matter, the offside flag's up, as Fabian Schär is pointing out to him.
Yeah, just exactly what I was talking about just a minute before there. And by the way, I don't think he was offside. I think the assistant referee's got that one wrong, but there is a gap behind there, and if the ball's played right, and the quality of players that Manchester United have got, you've got the feeling at some point they're going to get through. Just having a look at it again here. Yes, it wasn't actually who I thought it was offside. It was coming back from, it was Ronaldo's coming back from the play. So well done, good decision, assistant referee.
Yes,
you're allowed to say that.
An early flag as well. It was. I was like you. I was thinking, well, if there's Bruno Fernandes, that was a tight one for an early flag, but it wasn't. It was a very clear one from Ronaldo.
Well, apart from anything else, he wasn't offside.
Yeah,
Ronaldo was.
Fred concedes a throw on the far side. More jeers from the Newcastle United supporters. St James's Park tonight, even in this season that Newcastle are having, is proving a difficult place for Manchester United. And the home side are 1-0 up. And Bruno Fernandes is tripped, and it's a free kick near the edge of his own penalty area. There's a little bit of tetchiness as well from Manchester United. They feel that decisions have gone against them. Cristiano Ronaldo early on, but they've given it away against centre field. Oh, lovely from Wilson, who's gone down as he turned away from Greenwood. It's obviously caught by Greenwood, and it is a free kick.
It's one of those, certain ways certain players go down, you don't like it. I really didn't like the way he went down there. It was he twisted his ankle to me when he went down. I think that happened actually after the kick. It's just when they go down in a certain way, I don't like the way they react, and I'm not surprised that the assistant, the physio is running on now. Just horrible the way he went down. I actually think he's done his own ankle. He's overdone his own ankle.
It was a rather ungainly fall, wasn't it? It sort of peeled and twisted away from Greenwood.
When you've fallen that way before yourself, you know the feeling. Your whole leg gives away, and there's a huge amount of pain that he's suffering there. I think it's a case, it's one of those ones where he's got 4 minutes to put up with. He'd rather make sure he was okay, got to half time and find out if he's okay when he gets in the dressing room. Didn't look good though, did it?
No, it did not. So Wilson, I mean, this is so worrying for Newcastle. Eddie Howe needs all hands on deck, and one of the most important players for them, if they're going to get out of this position. They've got 10 points, and tonight they'll have reached halfway through their Premier League season. They have to have Callum Wilson.
They do, and I mean, he's certainly done some damage to his ligament there in his ankle. Sometimes those ones can be incredibly painful for a very short period of time, and you can run them off, and then you'll feel it the next day. But it's a real question whether he can run that one off. We shall see. It's not one of those ones where he's going to get up and suddenly be 100% fit.
Well, he's up, he's on his feet, just leaning forward. He's limping. He's going to have to leave the field on the far side. That mizzle, I don't know whether this has just drifted in from the North Sea, but it's got a touch of the coastal mizzle about it.
It's been here all day, John.
It has.
It's been here all day.
I think it's been around the country all week. And Wilson just walking rather gingerly off the field on the far side. Free kick. Wilson coming back on for the final minutes of this first half. 4 minutes of added time. Saint-Maximin down in the Manchester United right back area. It's all flicks and tricks from Saint-Maximin, and he's found Joe Linton, and Joe Linton nutmegs Rashford, and Joe Linton plays it to Saint-Maximin in the box, who shoots, but it's blocked by Fred, who put a foot in the way of the shot, and Greenwood can't keep it in, just down to our left, throwing Newcastle.
He's just had two of the best pieces of play I've seen in his Newcastle career there within a minute. Ball was played to the back post, well outside the area, he caught it his chest fabulously, kept it in play, held it up, then when he got the ball back seconds later, an absolutely fantastic nutmeg down the line.
Take it all back, Pat.
Yeah, oh no, I mean to be hey, when someone does it right, you let people know he's been watching Saint-Maximin with that sort of skill.
I'm afraid Callum Wilson is not right. No. And he's pulled down his left sock, and I think his match is going to be over. He can hardly walk. He's going to have to leave the field. That is such a big blow for Newcastle. As Pat says, if it's some sort of ligament problem, I mean that's weeks.
They're basically telling him to try and stay on, but the movements is negligible at the moment. There's no way he can run at all.
Rashford does well to keep the ball in from a big crossfield pass. Heads it infield. Dalot. Back to Maguire. Newcastle are leading by 1-0. This is Newcastle, who've kept only 2 clean sheets all season, both against Burnley. But Manchester United really have barely had a clear chance.
But they've had chances to have a chance, if you know what I mean. But the final ball hasn't been good enough. I'd say one decent chance, from the free kick that was flicked over the top. But as we say that ball almost sums it up, doesn't it? What we're trying to explain. Overhit, there is a gap in behind. It needs a real quality ball for players running onto it. And to be honest, the space is there, the angle's there. The passing hasn't been up to it.
So Bruno Fernandes overhits that one. So they've had chances to have chances. That's a little bit like when the diplomats and the politicians talks about talks.
Or known unknowns. Let's not go there.
Yes. Goal kick then. Dubravka in front of the Gallagate end. Callum Wilson still hobbling around just down to our left.
He's looking over at Eddie Howe saying, how long is there? How long can I run about for? Is it worth staying on? I mean, he can't really even... he shouldn't chase this ball.
No,
he hasn't.
He hasn't. He allows Varane to head it forward. He will not be coming out for the second half unless they can work wonders. Telles over on the left-hand side. Telles to the halfway line, infield towards Fred. Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. McTominay now through the middle. Greenwood turns it. Telles allows it to run, and then Bruno Fernandes is challenged by Fraser, and Callum Wilson here is sat down inside the Newcastle half. Ball's out of play for a throw into Manchester United, and the referee's now spotted that Callum Wilson has sat down.
And he's not acting, and he's not. What he has to try to do is, kill the momentum of that move for a moment, so that he can come over and have a discussion with Eddie Howe. He needs to have that discussion because they've been trying to talk to each other for the past 2 or 3 minutes, and he's saying, should I stay on? Should I last this last minute or two? And I think he's trying to say he's nowhere near it. Well, he doesn't look anywhere near it, but no. He doesn't want to go off. He's been in such good form. He's had a very, very good game. He's made it so difficult for Varane and Maguire, but his race has run. Yeah, they're going to make the change. It's actually Murphy who's coming on, Jacob Murphy, who, as we know, is versatile, can play in a number of different positions. But that's there's a little sort of, it's almost concerned applause from the Newcastle supporters who do not like the look of this. Callum Wilson is off then, and Jacob Murphy comes on, so there'll have to be a Newcastle rejig. It's one of those ones where, if he kept on going there and ended up getting a tackle, he could do some massive damage to that ankle. Yeah, Newcastle, who, like everyone else, everyone who's able to play, will play again on Thursday against Everton. Manchester United fire the ball down the left-hand side, and there's a right tussle going on there. Fraser and Alex Telles, the throw-in is taken, but the referee says no, that's it, that's the end of the first half. Manchester United, there's frustration about their body language here. They feel that decisions have not gone their way. Alex Telles is complaining to referee Pawson now. The Manchester United players running off. Cristiano Ronaldo's got that look on his face like the proverbial bulldog chewing a wasp. He's shaking his head. And there are some stern faces from Manchester United's players as they disappear from our view under the perspex. Well, they can complain as long as they like, but the problems of their own making for the vast majority. They haven't played particularly well. They haven't created enough. If Bruno was having a right dig at the referee there, it was wrong to have a dig. The referee and the assistant referee got that right. And I think Newcastle can be totally delighted with the way they played this game. In particular, Saint-Maximin. It's an absolute cracker of a goal. At the end of every season that he's playing in England, he'll almost certainly be in the goal of the season argument. And once again, this is one of his absolute stonkers. Yeah, so a brilliant goal from him in the FA Cup at Oxford. I can't remember if that was the last season or the season before. But there we are, and Manchester United, it was their own shortcomings that Newcastle took advantage of in the build-up to that. Varane caught out on that occasion, and the finish, De Gea couldn't get near it. That was in the 7th minute, and at half-time it is Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0, and it's back to Gigi.
Well, Pat, you talked about the stonking goal from Alain Saint-Maximin, and I have to say, the monitor that we were watching showed a shot of the Newcastle director's box as he scored. They looked surprised as anyone when that ball fired in. But you've got to credit the start of the entire Newcastle's, they came out firing. They tried to take advantage of any rust in the United legs. And as you say, when you've got a player like they've got in that number 10, he can make things happen.
He absolutely can, and he often does. And by the way, the reason why the entirety of that director's box stood up is because they're on the line with us, and we're right behind that shot. See the perfect angle of it is that he laced it and put it into the far corner there. So now you're right about you starting off very, very quick. The thing is, it's difficult not to if you're Newcastle with the noise in here for the first 10 or 15 minutes of any game. The problem is keeping it up after that. But if they do get the early goal, which they have done tonight, then that gives them that extra second wind. The other sort of wins they're getting after that is the fact that Manchester United aren't playing brilliantly well, and the defenders are making some pretty poor mistakes. Maguire's made a couple of mistakes, Varane's made a couple of mistakes. You try to watch, what they're trying to do defensively. Dalot, I have no idea who he's supposed to be marking, but it certainly isn't Alison Maximin, because he's not getting near him. And he keeps on getting caught beyond him all the time. And it doesn't look to me, in the end he's been covered time and again by McTominay, but that's his job to be able to do that. So they're making mistakes. And then you look up front, we know how brilliant Bruno Fernandes is. But his passing today has been really, really average, apart from one chip over the wall. So there's a lot of players in that Manchester United team are underperforming. And as you suggest, Gigi, Newcastle, well, they're at least performing to their nearly the best, and some of them at their very best.
But how much of the United performance, the Manchester United performance, do you put down to the fact that they haven't played? We talked pre-match with Jonathan Woodgate. Nothing replicates playing matches. You can train on Zoom, you can train when you're back at the training ground, but they haven't played a match competitively since the 11th of December. Now, I'm not trying to find excuses for United's first half performance, but can we put some of it on the fact that they haven't played in a while?
I bet the manager doesn't, because there's no use giving people excuses. The phrase you used to say about footballers, don't give excuses to them, they'll make up enough for themselves. If you've had a rest, use it as a positive rest. You can train on your own if you have to, but that period of time out, it's not an eternity. It's a little bit of time out. They've still got enough quality players there. They don't look, maybe the touch is a little bit rusty, but that's not a good enough reason or a good enough excuse. They should be doing a lot better than that. And I absolutely suspect, Gigi, they will do better than the second half. I think Rangnick will go in there, he'll have noted one or two of the problems and he'll get on top of that. They've also got one other thing going for them, might be going for them. It looks to me that Alison Maximin will now play up front instead of running from deep. And that's a wee bit of a shame for Newcastle, because running from deep, he's looked unstoppable today, so that might work in their favour as well. But certainly the manager, well, he's got to earn his crust today.
Yeah, it was a big blow for Newcastle to lose Callum Wilson at the stroke of half-time. Pat and John, thank you very much. We'll be back at St James's Park for the second half, when Newcastle lead Manchester United by 1-0. And Drew's got in touch, 85058. I don't know whether I'm disappointed, angry or sad, but I thought Ralph would mix things up a bit. Instead, we have the same 11, some of whom are not good enough, others who are lazy, and still others who are so out of form. Do let us know what you think, and don't forget there'll be a 6:06 tomorrow between 3 and 5 o'clock. So there is a whole host of games taking place from Tuesday through Thursday. Right, now with the time at 8:57, here for you some news on 5 Live with Mike McCarthy.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, has confirmed that no new COVID restrictions will be introduced in England before 2022. Mr Javid said the government would not hesitate to act in the future if necessary. Ministers had been under pressure to respond to rising infection levels after the devolved administrations in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all implemented measures to stem the spread of the Omicron variant. Andrew Bridgen is one of the Conservative backbench MPs that recently opposed the introduction of vaccine passports in England.
Not just politicians, I think the public would take a lot of convincing, and that would require hard data, not some model dreamed up by Sage which is doom-mongering. Real data showing that Omicron was more virulent than Delta, or because its transmissibility was going to overwhelm our hospitals. That data's just not there.
The Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng has held talks with energy firms to discuss the crisis caused by record-high wholesale gas prices. It's understood representatives from the Treasury and Downing Street also attended the virtual discussions. Suppliers are calling on the government to take urgent action amid warnings that household bills are set to rise sharply next year. Rob Gross is the director of the UK Energy Research Centre.
There's various things that the government could do in the very short term. We've heard about the possibility of a VAT cut. But don't forget that we only pay 5% VAT on our energy bills anyway, so the impact of that is quite limited. They could look at emergency bailouts for some of these companies. All of these are political decisions. All of these things, will cost money.
UK authorities say they rescued 36 people who were trying to reach Britain when their boat got into difficulties in the Channel this morning. A further 40 people were rescued by French boats. And geologists in Iceland have warned that a series of tremors near the capital Reykjavik could indicate looming volcanic eruption. They're advising tourists to stay away, although it's not clear when any eruption might take place. The thousands of tremors, described as an earthquake storm, appear to have been caused by magma moving beneath the Earth's surface.
On BBC One. New Year's Eve 2021. Come on, there'll be a pie on somewhere. Doctor! Identify!
Deadliest killing machine in the universe.
Have you got something to do with that robot? No, and it's a Dalek.
Oh my goody aunt!
You know its name.
You are trapped, Doctor!
How do we get out of here?
Exterminate! You won't win. You never win.
Doctor Who. New Year's Day at 7 on BBC One and iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport with Gigi Salmon.
It's lovely to have your company this evening. We're at half-time in the Monday night match. It is Newcastle who lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. Newcastle looking for just their second win of the season. The goal came 7 minutes in from Alain Saint-Maximin. If they go on to get the 3 points, they will stay bottom, but they will be level on points, but behind on goal difference with Watford, and they need the wins if they're going to survive and stay in the Premier League. So second half commentary to come with John Murray and Pat Nevin. But for the next few minutes, we are talking cricket. And on what is just the 12th day of the series, Australia could well retain the Ashes. Play due to begin at 11:30pm our time on day 3 at the MCG. England resuming on 31 for 4, still trailing Australia by 51 runs. It is 8 o'clock exactly in the morning in Melbourne. Our correspondent Jonathan Ague joins us live. Jonathan, lovely to speak to you. Now, we spoke to Paul Farbrace a little bit earlier, and he said he's been waking up in the morning of the test thinking he's had a nightmare. But in fact, and unfortunately, it was real. And it seems, Jonathan, those nightmares, as far as England go, they keep on coming.
Well, they do keep on coming. As a rather weary correspondent of 30-odd years, I can tell you this is the way it usually goes. There's just that one tour, in my experience, seems a long time ago now, in which England actually won. But no, they're getting a pasting here. I keep trying to be fair to the players, which I think you do have to do, and explain all the issues going around it, not least the lack of practice and preparation. I know people are getting a bit fed up with me for saying that, but you've got to be honest. It's like expecting anyone to go out and do something with no practice at all. So there are things going on this tour that make it unique. But unfortunately, the fact is that England getting hammered by Australia in Australia is not unique. It happens too often. They actually had a very good day yesterday, or at least apart from 1 hour, in which they got themselves back in the game. It was a really strong and very heartening performance. The bowlers really working hard, and they got themselves back in the game. But for anyone who knows what the MCG is like, and it's only half full, but that's 50,000 yesterday, baying Australians and no England supporters there to try and cancel it out. That last hour was brutal, and the Australians bowled really well. England were like rabbits in headlights. The same batting issues that there have been, and they will lose today. They will lose very heavily, and they will lose the Ashes today.
It is an incredible venue which to watch sport, not if you're involved in England at the moment. You talked about things going on in the England camp, one of which is and was a COVID scare. It was this time yesterday. It delayed the start of play. I know you're only just waking up and it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, but have you had any developments overnight your time?
Oh, some of us never rest, Gigi. I've already got a statement this is good news in that all the Australian and England teams had tests, as we know, overnight. Now, they have just come back. All of them are negative. Now, there is an issue here. So that means, by the way, that play will start on time. So all the players are negative. Now, the issue for England is that there are 6 positive cases in the camp. Now, we've narrowed this down. That is 3 support staff and 3 family members as you know, the players and the sports, the coaches and physios and so on do have, some of them have their families here, not all, but some do. And I've clarified this, the family members are linked to two of the support staff and not to the players, in other words. So there's no direct link from the players to these positive cases that are in the England camp. But I mean, I've got to be honest, COVID is becoming a real issue now, and Australia have played such a hard ball with that particular, with the pandemic and the way they've done it. They've closed borders, closed the country. Well, they've now, not least because of the cricket, opened things up, and the cases are soaring. And so just from a working perspective, it's becoming clearly an issue. As you know, yesterday, various commentary boxes were cleaned out. We were cleaned out in Adelaide. We've still got people isolating in Adelaide. That test match, which is now, I think they're into day 11, sitting in their hotel rooms. They had Christmas by themselves in the hotel room. Yesterday, it was more Channel 7, who are the host broadcasters here on terrestrial. An empty commentary box was right next to ours, actually. And what was rather nice is that actually people stepped in. And I've never seen it before in cricket broadcasting. I mean, even those who were sort of competitors, if you like, with those broadcasters were stepping in to keep the broadcast going. Sort of like a war spirit, and that was really nice. But trouble is, I've done another test yet again this morning. Without those, you can't get in. And so you wonder, given that we go to Sydney next, where there are stricter, but not totally strict, but stricter rules than there are here in Melbourne, and cases are really spiking in Sydney. There's talk about what happens, what is going to happen, whereas everyone is here. Apart from those people in Adelaide, everyone is here. Does the show just continue here in Melbourne? There's obviously the last test is scheduled for Hobart in Tasmania. There's another whole set of rules there. They've got cases going up from Christmas as well. So there's a huge amount of uncertainty about this tour at the moment. And given that England are going to lose 3-0 today, the Ashes are gone and the series is finished, that there might be some pressure to say, look, we from the Australian government, we've played this COVID pandemic really hard. We simply cannot keep going shunting these. And there are hundreds of people attached to an Ashes series, moving them around like this, either without tightening everybody down and putting everybody into very strict bubbles again, or just saying, right, that's it, the series is done and we'll come back. But of course, money talks. There's a huge amount of money in an Ashes series, and they were very reluctant to do that. So apart from the result today, there's a lot of uncertainty about the trip.
Yeah, in Melbourne also very shortly we'll have thousands of tennis players and their support staff coming in from all over the world. The Australian Open due to start on the 17th of January. Jonathan, I wanted to end on a positive. I haven't got a positive. Give me a positive with which to end our conversation.
Yes. The sun's shining.
Marvellous. There we go. Thank you, Jonathan.
Sky.
That's two positives. Ball-by-ball commentary with Jonathan Agnew and the TMS team on Sports Extra and via the BBC Sounds app from 11:30 tonight. For us, it is straight back to St James's Park. The players are out. Changes are being made. Newcastle lead Manchester United by a goal to 0, taking you through the second half. Pat Nevin and John Murray.
Well, we've got a very interesting and competitive sporting contest here at St James's Park tonight, where it is 1-0 to Newcastle as the second half is being prepared to and Manchester United are actually making a double change at the start of the second half. We could clearly see that Sancho was coming on to take the place of Greenwood, but Edinson Cavani is on as well, so Fred is off. So this is quite the reshuffle from Manchester United and from Ralph Rangnick as the second half begins. As I say, Newcastle 1-0 up. That Alain Saint-Maximin goal in the 7th minute. But it's been an off-colour performance from Ralph Rangnick's Manchester United. He had lots of instructions and words of encouragement for Jadon Sancho before sending him on. But a double change, Pat Nevin.
Well, they had to do something. It just wasn't good enough, was it, in that first half? I think Cavani could make a big difference to Manchester United. His work rate is fantastic. His movement is brilliant as well. He's playing upside, up there alongside Ronaldo. And on the left-hand side, you've got Rashford and you'll have Sancho. I'll tell you what, this is seriously attack-minded Manchester United.
Isn't it just? And Newcastle are going to have a real test here if this Manchester United lineup can click But they created next to nothing in the first half. Here's McTominay playing it through to the edge of the area. Sancho is there. McTominay too, but a black and white wall. And it's played forward for Alan St-Maximin. It's St-Maximin against Varane and Maguire. Still going St-Maximin into the penalty area. Bruno Fernandes, as he cuts back, arrives on the scene and he wins the ball back from St-Maximin. But that's a poor ball forward from Bruno Fernandes as Newcastle attack towards the Gallowgate end in this second half. Longstaff's low ball into the edge of the penalty area. Varane comes across, takes charge and lifts it high, and it bounces out of play just down to our right.
He does look dangerous, St-Maximin. Problem is, he looks as if he's going to be left on his own up there quite a bit, and even though he's got two players to beat, he feels as if he can beat them, but he's no one else to drag defenders away from him, and that's why he ran out of traffic. But ultra positive from Manchester United. This is, as I say, very old school Man United. Attack, attack, attack. Well, that's what they're going to try and do, and they're just going to leave McTominay to do that job that, well, Fred and McTominay couldn't do.
Newcastle low coming forward. Kraft with the cross. St-Maximin is there. Oh, he couldn't finish, and De Gea was able to get down and get a hand to it. I mean, he was 2-3 yards out. He got contact on it, but it hit him as much as anything. The ball dropped down and De Gea flopped to the ground and pushed it away.
It sounds like a terrible miss because he's absolutely lashed it in. He's right in front of the goals. He's 3 yards out. There is no goalkeeper between him and the goal. But because of the pace of the ball, he cannot get it on target. He's just trying to redirect it. What a difference that may make to this game.
I have a feeling, Pat, we will be talking about that later. Bruno Fernandes now playing the ball through the middle to Sancho. Newcastle clear. Murphy came on for Newcastle at the end of the first half, by the way. He's playing out on the left-hand side. Jacob Murphy. I'll run you through the teams in full again in a moment or two, but there's been a bit of a rejig for Manchester United, certainly. Ronaldo playing it to the far side, to their right. Dalot is there. Bruno Fernandes as well. Bruno Fernandes comes infield, plays it square. But Newcastle supporters, some of them still coming back to their seats, they are thinking what might have been if Alan St-Maximin had been able to convert that in the 6-yard box.
It's a phenomenal chance. I mean, I do feel sorry for him. It's a bad miss, but if it had been played at any normal pace, but it was lashed at him and he just couldn't redirect it.
Manchester United, Bruno Fernandes swings it in to the back post. A stretch, not a clearance by Kraft. Cavani was there. He passes it back to Alex Telles, and then Rashford has come short on the Manchester United left. Back to Maguire near the halfway line. Manchester United, red shirts, white shorts, white socks. Rashford now, he's going to have a goal from distance, and that is pushed up and over the top. It was more or less straight at him, but it was dipping, it was swerving. We were pretty much behind the line of the shot, and Dubravka couldn't take any chances.
It is straight down his throat, but it's definitely worth it, as you say. The dip was incredible, the pace, plenty on it. It was good 35 yards out, but the keeper's done everything he should have done there. Put it over the top, but Manchester United look different. Pace is totally different in the second half here.
Yeah, they had to improve. Tell us then with the corner, it's a deep one to the back post, it's half-headed away, double deflection. Maguire got there first outside the box, plays it back. Now it's lifted in by Dalot, and Fraser's going to allow that to go, and it rolls out of play, and it's a throw into Newcastle inside their own half. 5 Live, BBC Sounds, live from St James's Park on a dampish night, and Newcastle lead by 1-0 in front of 52,178 people.
Yeah, and it sounds like it, a bit more as well. At the moment, just looking at the way it's playing, we said just before half-time, St-Maximin going up front, yeah, he's going to be dangerous up front, and he almost scored that goal already, and he will keep on running. But I don't know if you get the very best out of him in that position. It must have been a temptation. You may be able to bring someone like Gale or whatever on and leave St-Maximin coming from that deep area to cause problems from there.
Manchester United in possession inside the Newcastle half. Maguire rolls it square to Varane. It's Varane who was caught out by Sean Longstaff, actually, who ran through and played in St-Maximin, who had a lot to do in the 7th minute, but did it with a sort of shoveling shot as he slipped on the edge of the area that flew into the top right corner. Newcastle clear. Joe Linton, but across comes McTominay, who was able to get to the ball but was caught there by Joe Linton and is sent spiralling down, and that I think has been given as a free kick. It has, for Manchester United on the right.
I know, and that's maybe the question that you will have from Newcastle as we come in the rest of the game. Have they the energy levels to keep on going and not switch off?
They wanted to take a quick free kick, but referee Craig Pawson says, no, not ready for you yet. And so it's brought back. Free kick out towards the right, and they've moved it in field, and the crowd are onto this. And referee Pawson's reacted and said, no, take it away 3 or 4 yards to the right, which they have. Bruno Fernandes is there, Telles is there as well. Telles runs up, and Telles swings it into the back post, and it's headed across the edge of the 6-yard box by Maguire, but it's headed away. And now Cristiano Ronaldo tries a shot from best part of 25 yards, but it was wide, bounced wide, the volley, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle.
Didn't endanger the goalkeeper at all there, but once again, Maguire, as we mentioned before, not having a great night, but he won't switch off, and it was him that got on the end of that header there, caused all sorts of confusion in the Newcastle defence, and he'll be trying to drive that team on as much as they can. A decent start apart from that one chance that they gave up right at the start there, but United have to keep on putting the pressure on them. I say Manchester United have to do that, because if we've watched enough of Newcastle, they don't seem to be able to keep it going for 90. They do run out of gas, and I suspect the substitutions that Eddie Howe's going to have to make between now and the end of the game are going to be vital as well.
Yes, Newcastle missing players. Well, they're both missing players. Lindelof's tested positive for COVID for Manchester United. There's no Willock, Ritchie, Kieran Clark, substitute goalkeeper Darlow. That's a mixture of positive tests and injuries. Here's Rashford now on the left-hand side, skips away from Kraft with a ball that's passed forward by Ronaldo. In fact, the referee's brought it back for a foul. Newcastle, by the way, their team, I'll run you through the lineups. I know I haven't done it yet because there have been these this rejigging. Here's McTominay, who's playing it to Rashford. Rashford has Fraser in front of him, so Rashford goes back into the centre circle. Now Varane, an awkward touch from him. Murphy was all over him, but Varane was able to recover. And now Maguire spears a pass to the right-hand side to Sancho, who takes it down beautifully. Now crosses, but overhits it badly. By a distance, significantly. There were players in the middle, Cavani and Ronaldo, and Ronaldo's turned to the crowd. I think he was asking for the ball back, but the ball wasn't actually in that section of the crowd.
Yeah. Just a moment there.
Or has something been said?
I think Ronaldo just needs to nail the ball. The Newcastle fans are going to give him the bird. I mean, he just wants to get things moving as quickly as possible, and down at the corner there, one of his substitutes helping him.
Or was he complaining that the crowd had thrown the ball away?
Well, the thing, it's secondary anyway. What is more important is Sancho gets the ball on the right-hand side there. That was a terrible cross, wasn't it? You think about Sancho and the quality he's got. Look, we'll give him an excuse. He's just new on, probably just a little bit cold at the moment.
Cavani playing the ball across. Fraser's into that. The hope he almost before Telles could get there. Telles is suggesting that he took a knock from Fraser. Maguire's gone back to De Gea. The crowd expectation increases. You can hear it. It's played out by De Gea. Varane could be in trouble here. St. Maximin's all over the back of him, and Varane plays it out off St. Maximin for a throw. And listen to that noise. Listen to that for St. Maximin closing down Varane.
What it is the fans basically started it. It's supposed to be a centre forward, it's supposed to start it. It's actually the fans who are basically saying, look, they're going to give us the ball back. We said it in the first half. They were giving it to Maguire at the start when he was on the ball, not comfortable on it. Varane is supposed to be, he was the original Rolls-Royce centre-back, wasn't he? He looks like nervous as a kitten on the ball there.
Kraft for Newcastle plays it across. He's actually slightly behind Longstaff, so McTominay and Bruno Fernandes were able to get it away. Then share in with a challenge on Marcus Rashford. Bruno Fernandes now inside his own half. That's a long pass from him to Rashford, to Sancho, who again takes that down brilliantly into the penalty area, pulls it across. Cavani hits his shot. A real bobbler on the right foot in between the penalty spot and the edge of the area, and it was well wide.
Well, he's not caught it well, but the move there was much, much better for United. Lovely raking ball, as you say, to the right-hand side. Sancho does the right thing. Doesn't panic this time. He slows himself down and passes it to Cavani, who's pulled out, like a good striker does. There's no space between the goalkeeper and the centre-backs, so he pulls out. So unlike Cavani, he usually gets them on target, but that was a much better move.
So Newcastle, this is their team. Dubravka in goal, Kraft, Schär, Lascelles and Manquillo. And then in midfield, Longstaff, Shelby and Joe Linton, but Murphy on the left, Fraser on the right. It's essentially 4-5-1 with St. Maximin up front after Callum Wilson went off with, it was probably an ankle problem.
Yeah, I think he's probably done his ankle ligament. So there's a possibility it could be calf. but he bent his leg when he tried to turn. It wasn't a foul on him. He'd been fouled just before it, but that wasn't the problem.
Maguire for Manchester United. Oh, that's poor from Maguire. He's passed that way beyond anyone else in a red shirt, and it just runs away harmlessly for Newcastle, out of play for a throw next to the corner flag.
You can't believe how bad that is. I mean, that is really awful. I mean, that's somebody who's completely lacking in confidence there. I actually can't tell you who he was trying to pass the ball to there. I really can't. Sounds very, very harsh, but it's just the case.
Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. That's Pat Nevin. This is 5 Live. Murphy gets a touch. Murphy putting pressure on Maguire. Maguire did get there first, played it back to De Gea, and now Alex Telles skips away from Fraser, and then he tried to do a Zidane turn into Longstaff, got it wrong. And then Cristiano Ronaldo bowls into Fraser, and he came in at pace. There's a yellow card out very quickly for Cristiano Ronaldo, but the bouncing ball was bouncing away from Fraser. Ronaldo arrived on the scene and really took him out as the two arrived together.
I would say minimum yellow card, absolute minimum yellow card for Cristiano Ronaldo. I wouldn't be surprised if he looked at that again. Cristiano's saying that he's not hurt him. He was utterly out of control there. He got nowhere near the ball, and he wiped him out. He's going to be okay, he's going to get up. But it's being, I mean, other players do that, I think they get treated much worse than that. To be honest, I think he's unbelievably unlucky just to get a yellow for that.
Well, he's coming at pace, and he's swung a leg nowhere near the ball, and has caught Fraser on the side. Maybe his
Fraser's lucky there. I think he's very lucky indeed there that his foot wasn't planted. And I tell you what, Ronaldo's a bit lucky as well, because he didn't catch Fraser completely clean.
It was a glancing blow, wasn't it?
Had he caught him clean, he'd have been sitting in the dressing room by now.
Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. Yellow card for Cristiano Ronaldo. Free kick for Newcastle. Shelby takes it down the right. Cross from Fraser, who's got that all wrong. And that's drifted behind for a goal kick. And Manchester United, now this is how they're lining up in the second half. De Gea in goal. So it's the back four of Dalot, Varane, Maguire and Telles. But then Scott McTominay in the middle. Bruno Fernandes pushing forward from a central area. Rashford on the left. Sancho on the right. And Cavani and Ronaldo through the middle.
Well, anyhow, he's actually just kept with a back four, and he's basically playing against four up top. That's brave. That's very brave. But he's trying to stare out Ranjik, who's saying, I want you to bring another centre back on. I want you to go to a back five, so you cede the position.
Bruno Fernandes, long pass downfield, but Rashford won't reach that. And Dubravka has got it safely at his feet. So 1-0 Newcastle lead. Cavani, incidentally, this is his first appearance in 9 matches. He's not been involved in the last 8. He's another one who's had injury problems. I mean, he's barely played this season, Cavani. It's only his 9th in all competitions, 9th appearance. Dubravka clears from the ground. And then Saint-Maximin, who had that big chance early in the second half, if you've just switched on, to make it 2-0. But Saint-Maximin now slips as he takes the ball into the full-back position, and that meant that Dalot could come in and knock it out for a throw.
I mean, his work rate's been fantastic. It's great what he's tried to do in the second half, Saint-Maximin, but he's getting the ball with his back to goal. So by the time he gets under goal, turns round and then starts running towards players, there's 4 or 5 red shirts in front of him, and that makes it hard for him to break the lines.
Alain Saint-Maximin, the Gallagate end is singing. Such a favourite here. Manchester United clear. Lascelles heads it forward. Varane heads it back to the halfway line. Ronaldo is beaten to it by Joe Linton. And now Lascelles, rather daintily, plays the ball to the left-hand side. Murphy, back to Joe Linton again, who turns away from Cavani. And then throwing is won by... Well, I thought it had been won for Newcastle by Murphy off Sancho. It's been given the other way. Manchester United with a throw. Here's Cavani. Long, glistening black hair flying as he goes into the challenge. Newcastle man goes down. Manchester United with Maguire. That's a better pass from Maguire. Low to Rashford on the left-hand side. Rashford against Fraser. Takes it down into the full-back position. Oh, that's horrible from Rashford. Slices it straight behind for a goal kick. It's catching.
Sometimes you watch some players doing some things in this game. If you've seen a bunch of under-11s doing it, you'd be surprised. That was beyond dreadful. wasn't it? Because he tried to put a cross in with his left foot. He's almost completely missed the ball. It's not as if it was going fast or bobbling. It was just a complete and utter shanked miss hit. When you add that to Ronaldo's shanked miss hit in the first half, the couple of balls from the back, particularly from Harry Maguire, which have been to absolutely nobody, they have been some of the most ridiculous mistakes you'll ever see at this level, have been shown in this game by players in red.
Darren Fletcher is the Manchester United man who comes to the edge of the coaching area, just down to our left, and you could hear him shouting some instruction out there. Newcastle 1, Manchester United 0. But if this was an Ole Gunnar Solskjaer Manchester United team performance, I know what the reaction would be.
Well, I know the reaction would be way up to our left. They'd be absolutely fuming just now. I mean, just the lack of confidence that there is for all the players. You know, as you say, it is catching, but they keep on going. I still think they'll get chances before the end of this game, Manchester United.
Well, with Cavani and Ronaldo and Rashford and Sancho and Bruno Fernandes, you would have to think so, but still, there's over an hour played of this match, and really Manchester United, in terms of clear chances,
I give Cavani a clear chance, maybe. The one that was cut back from the start of the second half, and then there was one in the first half, a little dink over the top, which Ronaldo almost got to. Apart from that, not much.
Manchester United with it on the right hand side. Dalot with a cross into the box. That's a stretch and a clear by Newcastle. It's only half cleared. It bounced off Murphy. That was a mistake. Bruno Fernandes, he chips it in. That's headed away by Cher. Thought he might have let that go, but he cleared it. And now Shelvey finds Joe Linton, and Joe Linton running free and through the middle for Newcastle, and plays it to the right to Fraser, and Fraser on the right foot shoots, and it's saved by De Gea. It was close to him, and then Fraser challenged by Bruno Fernandes. He's gone down. They're howling for a penalty. Nothing doing from referee Pawson. I think he's got that right. Manchester United break forward. Rashford skips away from Shelvey. Still going Rashford, running from left to right. He's 23 yards out. He's into the penalty area, and he shoots into Lascelles, and the ball bounces away and out for a throw for Manchester United near the corner flag.
I wonder if the referee's going to have a word with Shelvey. He's just had a word with him there. He tried to take Rashford out, couldn't actually get near him, didn't manage to do that there. But if you think of the best two chances of the second half, they have been Newcastle, haven't they? And it's a little bit of a shame there. I mean, he gets the ball on the right hand side there, Fraser. He's got to go back post, doesn't he? He's got to go for the back post there.
1-0 Newcastle United. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Listen to the live radio on BBC Sounds. Here's Sancho moving infield, then back towards Telles. A rank of black and white shirts in front of Manchester United, attacking towards the Leazes end with their supporters up in the top tier on high. Bruno Fernandes down the right. Joe Linton puts in the challenge. Again, Manchester United feeling that might have been a free kick. Then Joe Linton, that's given us a free kick to Newcastle for Dalot's challenge on the big Brazilian.
What about the reaction of the fans to Joe Linton? He's been brilliant. He's had a couple of things at the end of the first half there. I keep on saying his work rate is never ever in question. And remember that chance that was made there for Fraser, that was Joe Linton breaking from really deep in his own half. And they're saying his best position is deep midfield, running and attacking from there. That's when he looks absolutely at his best. And there's been a couple of occasions in this game that he has looked very, very special doing that. And today, I think this is the best I've seen him playing in a Newcastle shirt.
Yeah, and this is him in this newish position of left central midfield.
And to be honest, it's his best. I mean, the times that I've seen him before he came to Newcastle, that was his position. And he looked so dangerous because he was always hammering from that area, because he's got lots of power and he's got lots of pace.
Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0. St Maximin is off and running again, and he's turned infield past Varane, and he shoots low, and De Gea had to go down and make that save, pushed it across the box. It's been charged back into the penalty area by Fraser as Telles cleared, and De Gea has come across and punched it away in front of Fraser. And I think the Newcastle man's going to be yellow carded for his challenge on the Manchester United goalkeeper.
That's a wee bit harsh now. Is it him or was it Bruno that got the yellow card? I'll just keep an eye on that. I think Bruno Fernandes said something to the referee there. We'll see.
We'll check on that. Rashford then gets his shirt pulled as he tried to break away, and that'll be a yellow card. Yellow card for Kraft. There's no doubt about that one. But as for the earlier one, You think that might have been a Manchester United
We'll
yellow?
keep an eye on that, because he was right beside Bruno Fernandes when he showed the yellow. It's as if Fernandes was demanding a yellow card.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe got it.
We'll see if we can check that. This ball's played forward towards Fraser, halfway inside his own half. Still just the one goal in this match, remarkably. Saint-Maximin now to Joe Linton. Joe Linton's away from Sancho. There's space on the left-hand side. There's two of them there for Newcastle. Murphy, and then Manquillo joining in as well from his left-back position. Back to Murphy again. He's going to try a shot across the face of goal, and that's gone a long way and beyond the far post. And Saint-Maximin was not far away from it in the 6-yard box at the back post.
I'm not convinced De Gea knew what was going on there. The ball zipped across there. It looked as if it might creep in at the back post. I think De Gea was expecting the ball to be cleared by, I think it was Varane there at the back post. De Gea knew nothing about that. Had that crept in at the back post, he wasn't even going for it. Again, a real half chance there. We'll try and find out who got that yellow card. I mean, certainly the referee wasn't clear about it when he did it.
Raining just a little harder now. Under the lights here. Longstaff gets the ball down and plays it to the right-hand side. Saint-Maximin is there. Maguire puts in the challenge. He missed the ball. It was played past him by Saint-Maximin. Maguire slid in. It's a free kick to Newcastle on the right. And Jamal Lascelles, the Newcastle captain, has run up to the referee. He's already got his yellow card out for Harry Maguire. Mistimed challenge by the captain. Free kick, yellow card.
And indeed not the first one in this game. When he's taken out wide, he just looks completely out of it. Do you know what's the strange thing, though? If that was a yellow card in Fraser for what he did with the goalkeeper, what was just done to him was 10 times worse.
And Ronaldo is in discussions with the referee, Jamal Lascelles as well. Ronaldo's still complaining, I think, about an earlier decision or decisions. And Cavani as well has joined in. There's a Newcastle man down on the halfway line. I think it is
Fraser. No, he's wiped out. He was utterly wiped out there. And I have to say, I would have been getting my yellow card out there if I was a referee. He didn't even give a free kick, did he?
Pat, you're right, it was a yellow for Bruno Fernandes.
I thought that. Fernandes came straight over to him and had a real dig at him. And that was, straight through the back there. I think it was Tellez maybe came straight through the back of Fraser there. Didn't get much of the ball and just took him completely out. Of course, Fraser, with his back to the ball, can't see him coming, so he can't protect himself.
That yellow card for Bruno Fernandes, by the way, means he is going to be suspended for the game on Thursday against Burnley at Old Trafford. One of the players who were on just one away from their 5th yellow card of the season coming into this match.
By the way, the reason why I'm upset for Fraser, because it happened to me so often in my career, when someone just wipes you out, you can't see it, and they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that's you, Pat, standing up for the little guys. Yeah. Shelby with this free kick for Newcastle to the back post. There's a Newcastle man gone down in the box. It was headed away by Cavani. Ball still bouncing in the Manchester United area. Lascelles heads it across the box, but Cavani was underneath it to clear it downfield. 20 minutes to go. Still just the one goal in this match. Manchester United winning a free kick. Varane, just a high foot from Joe Linton, who just...
Oh, nonsense.
It's a yellow card for Joe Linton.
Joe Linton pulled out of that. He went to go with his foot and then he pulled it away and didn't make the challenge. And the referee's getting a wee bit card happy at the moment.
1-0 Newcastle. If you weren't listening earlier, just remember, this is the Newcastle team that has conceded more goals than any other team in the Premier League this season. 41 goals conceded.
Dare I say, John, they haven't made their mistake yet, which is what tends to happen in Newcastle. They're really daft one, like a penalty, or go down to 10 men, or just completely switch off. So far, that hasn't happened yet.
You said that like the war campaigner in the bunker in Whitehall. Here's Bruno Fernandes, plays it down the right. And now the cross from Dalot. Cavani with a shot, come back to him, shoots again, it's deflected in. And Manchester United equalise, and it's Cavani who runs away, punching the air. He got a second go at it, and the second time he found the net, and it's Newcastle 1, Manchester United 1.
Well, the similarity to the chance that Cavani got before, giving them fair warning there, down the right-hand side. He doesn't go in, he just peels himself out there, and he waits for the ball to come back. Doesn't score first time, but you're right. He flicks it in, chances have been there, and you kind of got the feeling that would happen eventually for Manchester United. So many good forwards on here, And that is a real blow to Newcastle, considering they've had 2 great chances second half.
So the goal has finally come for Manchester United. It's Dallow's ball in from the right. The initial shot from Cavani was blocked. There were at least 2 Newcastle men on the edge of the 6-yard box, but it bounced very kindly straight back to Cavani, who shot into the bottom corner. Here's a Saint-Maximin running at the Manchester United defence onto his left foot, shooting, and it's saved down to his left by De Gea. He is causing them all sorts of difficulties. He turned away from Maguire onto his left foot on the edge of the area, just couldn't find the finish.
He is one-man forward line, isn't he? Just a one-man forward line. He gets the ball, he's got 3, and he thinks, oh, there's only 3 of them, that'll do. He managed to get a shot away yet again. I mean, he's got so much energy that he's lasted 70-odd minutes just now. He usually blows up a bit earlier than now, but he's kept on going. His fitness must have been growing.
1-1 then, 1-1 the score. There is a silence now around the home sections of St James's Park. Behind us, to our right, far side, lower section of the Leazes. It's the Manchester United fans that you can hear, thousands of them up on high, and they'll have been frustrated by this performance, no question. But Cavani, brought on by Ralph Rangnick, it's his first appearance under the new interim manager, and he scores his 2nd goal of the season. And when someone like that, the great Uruguayan, is in that sort of position, very often it does end up in the back of the opposition net.
And you know, sometimes you put so many attack-minded players up, they get inside each other's spaces, but they've kept it very, very wide. They've made sure that the 2 fullbacks have played really, really high. They've managed to get overloads time and again.
Manchester United play it long and forward. Bruno Fernandes heads it across. Cavani couldn't get to this one, and Telles can't keep it in play. It's out of play for a throw that is given Newcastle's way, and Miguel Almiron is going to come on next for Newcastle. Was left out of the starting lineup for this one, and Eddie Howe just standing with his arm around him. It's
just what they needed someday. You know, he's done a good job, Saint-Maximin, for holding the ball up. You know, he's done a really decent job, but he needs a little bit of help up around him, you know, now and again. I mean, his teammates have worked very, very hard in this game, but right at this point in time, it's getting harder and harder and harder for Newcastle to try and close down all those spaces, especially with the quality of forwards. They just need the odd chance. There will be more chances for Man United between now and the end of the game.
They're not making the change yet. Newcastle have taken the throw. Joe Linton centrally held off McTominay, and then Newcastle played out towards the left-hand side. And Manquillo goes back to Lascelles. Lascelles passes it back to Dubravka. Cavani bearing down on the Newcastle goalkeeper, who hits it long to the halfway line, where Murphy got his chest to it, and it bounces out of play for a throw-in for Newcastle.
He's taken a lot of time over making this change. He was waiting and waiting, and I noticed that obviously Fraser got a couple of hits, particularly that one near the end. But he's worked very, very hard tonight, Fraser, and he's really, really pushed it tonight. He's been a danger on the right-hand side, and maybe he'll think that opportunity he had, that he's laid in, he's had it straight, you know, from an angle. It has to be said to De Gea. He's got to head towards the back post there, low with power. The keeper saves it. There are players running in that could maybe have got the rebound.
So applause for Ryan Fraser as he leaves the pitch, and Miguel Almiron, the popular Paraguayan, is onto the field, and he is playing where Fraser was, on the right-hand side. Almiron, incidentally, has not scored in 29 appearances for Newcastle. Remember when he was waiting such a long time, he was the record signing for his first goal. Here's Rashford playing it through. Telles, low ball across the 6-yard box. Cavani is there, but couldn't get the shot cleanly on goal. He sort of sliced it. The goalkeeper went for it, didn't get there, and the ball bounced up and was cleared by Lascelles.
Well, Almiron comes on, and his first job is to make sure that the fullback he's up against doesn't do him, and it gets done within seconds, and it almost leads to a goal.
So Newcastle escape this time, and Manchester United have got their goal, and you can hear the Manchester United fans out singing the Newcastle fans for the first time during this match since that goal was scored. And now Nemanja Matic is stepping forward. That's going to be the third and final change, and I can see Scott McTominay's number up, so that's going to be a straight swap. Matic for McTominay. 15 minutes to go. Here's Maguire in the centre circle. Maguire lifts a high pass to the left to Tellez, swings it across, hits Kraft, bounces down and is cleared by Almiron, who did his job this time. Back to Maguire again for Manchester United. Knocks it across to Dalot, still in the centre circle, Manchester United. And then Maguire, Newcastle with Saint-Maximin and Murphy putting pressure on the two Manchester United central defenders. McTominay now to the bearded Bruno Fernandes, square from him to Tellez, but this is all a little slow, this build-up, a little ponderous from Manchester United. Ralph Rangnick appears down there. His glasses will be spotted with rain on this night of fine drizzle.
I'm just watching the Man United technical team beside us, and I'll tell you in a moment what they're trying to get done.
Newcastle clearing the ball in their own right back area. Kraft, and now Longstaff's crossfield pass. Murphy takes that down, keeps it in play. He's got Dalot to take on now. Murphy still going. Newcastle with men in the middle. Murphy takes on Dalot, beats him, crosses, but it's caught by De Gea at the near post.
Yeah, good pace there. But he's gone down that side. Well, stop for a moment.
A long one forward for Manchester United, but Kraft is able to get his head to it. And then Almiron gets there ahead of Cavani. And I think Kraft possibly struggling with a little bit of cramp. He's getting to his feet though. Saint-Maximin passes the ball beyond Longstaff and out of play. And McTominay has actually collapsed down to the ground.
I think there's quite a few players that would like a wee rest out there just now.
Yeah.
They're falling like flies at the moment. You're absolutely right. Kraft there, he's suffering a little bit, and it's definitely cramp that he's got just now. McTominay's gone down. He certainly will be coming off. He was coming off anyway. But just for a moment there, the chance that Manchester United was scored from, and also the one just before that, it was the same ball timing again. It's over the left back sort of area that Newcastle are leaving themselves really, really wide open. And the Manchester United technical staff beside us saying, play that ball again. Every time you play it, they're in trouble. And I suspect they will get that message across there, because time and again, especially from the left back area, when they go and try and overlap Newcastle, they leave a massive gap there.
So it is Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 1. And we are into, really, the closing stages now, just over 10 minutes to go. 5 Live Sport on air tonight till 10:30. Test match special will be on air at 11 o'clock tonight. We've already heard from Jonathan Agnew, so you'll be able to listen to that all the way through the night. If you prefer 5 Live Breakfast, we'll have all the news in the morning. Rashford playing the ball through to Sancho, but he overhits the ball through the inside left position, was looking for the run of Alex Tellez, but Sancho overhit it, and it's through for a goal kick.
And again, he's created one very good chance in the game already, but in that final ball, we know he's much, much better than that. That wasn't even close to being the through ball that it should have been there. But at the moment, you say there's only 10 or so minutes, maybe 11, 12 minutes plus injury time to go. That's a very long timer if you're a Newcastle fan right now.
Yeah.
And probably an even longer timer if you're a Newcastle player.
It is 1-1. 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes to play. There is a 6:06 on air tomorrow afternoon with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton, by the way, from 3 until 5 o'clock, so join in on that on 5 Live. Rashford playing the ball forward towards Ronaldo. Ronaldo now running at the Newcastle defence. Rashford makes a run to the right. He turns it back across the area, but he turned it into the path of Kraft, who was able to lift it away out of play for a throw down the right-hand side. Manchester United urgency now, take the throw in quickly. It comes back to Matic, newly onto the field. Varane is out there on the right-hand side, his first winter in English football. Varane playing it back to Bruno Fernandes, who knows the scene very well now. Across it comes to Maguire. It's been a tough test this against this Newcastle team, struggling. Maybe they're not going to get their second win of the season tonight with the score at 1-1, but they will certainly take heart from this performance. Newcastle go to Everton on Thursday, at least that's the plan. Manchester United forced back into their own half, all the way back to Matic, who's actually the furthest outfield player closest to his own penalty area. However, Maguire now is that man. Maguire, Bruno Fernandes drops deep to receive the ball, and he's approaching the halfway line. Bruno Fernandes pass up onto the chest of Cristiano Ronaldo, passes out to the right hand side. Ronaldo back to Sancho with a low ball into the near post. Cavani with a touch but couldn't flick it goalwards. He got a touch, but it flew across the 6-yard box, and Almiron in the opposite fullback position clears it to St Maximin, who couldn't get away from the 3 Manchester United men in the centre circle. Maguire, that's a good ball to Cristiano Ronaldo, edge of the area, cuts back on his right foot, now on his left, back it goes further to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes to Sancho, stretching for it inside the box on the right hand side, but loses out to Manquillo, and the offside flag is up against the Manchester United number 25 in any case, and St Maximin is now down on the pitch in the other half,
and he won't be getting up either. Well, I'll be amazed if he carries on there, because he looked to me as if he's another one who pulled a little bit of a hamstring. He's went chasing that ball there.
Oh, again, that's trouble.
Yeah, it's just, they don't have to seek their troubles today at the moment, Newcastle United. I mean, he's worked so hard, and I think Eddie Howe, if he'd have had a possibility, I thought of being able to take him off, he would have done, but it's such a big chance to take when he's the one guy that's able to hold the ball, give you a little bit of respite now and then, because can hold it in, he'll maybe dribble into a corner, have a shot away. But he really pulled up quickly there, so he got a fright.
Well, Newcastle, Eddie Howe will be desperately hoping this is only cramp. I mean, if they lose Wilson and St Maximin, despite everything, even if they get a point from this, that's a huge loss, double loss.
Well, he's not going to carry on, because there was nobody near him when it happened, so it's not a kick. It's something that's actually happened off. So when it happens like that, you generally don't carry on. So, and it's not worth taking a chance on him anyway. Definitely not worth taking a chance on him anyway, because he's so important. If it's a little tweak, you need to give him a rest and get him back as soon as possible, fully fit.
Right, well, he's received treatment. The change is being made, and it is Dwight Gale who's coming on for a rare appearance for him. This is going to be his first appearance under Eddie Howe, actually. So St Maximin is off. They lost Wilson before half-time. Now they've lost their goal scorer. Should have scored 2, really.
Definitely.
For all of the great things that he's done tonight.
And that'll be in his mind. And to be honest, I would say he's been the best player on the field anyway. Certainly the most exciting player by a distance. The amount of trouble he's caused that entire Manchester United defence has been incredible. But just leaving him up front on his own, chasing and chasing and chasing, he doesn't have anything other than full speed or stop. So he was going to keep on going. Just a pretty Eddie Howe's thinking now, I wish I'd have put Gale up front and put him a little bit further back to run onto the ball, and he would have been chasing in that way and led to the injury.
That's Pat Nevin with us, former Scotland international. We're watching Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 1, and Newcastle with a throw-in down deep inside Manchester United territory. Throw-in taken. Joe Linton tried to turn away, but Manchester United win it back. However, that's a poor ball from Matic, presented it to Almiron. Dwight Gale, he's not scored for over a year, Dwight Gale. Square from him, mind you, he's hardly played. Shelby's going to have a goal from distance, but easy one for De Gea to take. Skipped off the wet surface, but he caught it into his body.
Well, there's no doubt that's what Shelby was trying to do there. He was hoping to skip off the surface. Maybe Dwight Gale goes and follows it in, but De Gea followed it all the way. Absolutely certain about that, comfortable with it, but once again I think maybe a little bit of a tired shot from Shelby. And no wonder, he has put a real shift in tonight, Shelby. He hasn't controlled the game the way he does some other games, but he's worked really hard.
Manchester United with the ball inside their own half. I know we say it every festive period, but the way that the intensity of the games, the way that they come, the fact that it's midwinter, it asks a lot of the players, and clearly in the situation that we have at the moment, another record number of Premier League players testing positive. It was announced today, players and staff. The demands now are greater than they've ever been. Murphy with the ball on the left-hand side. Murphy, but Varane puts in the challenge. Then a second challenge into Manquillo. Comes out for Manchester United. Sancho, a little touch from Rashford. That was blocked. Rashford gets another chance. Sancho's pass short for Ronaldo. And Ronaldo could have been through if Sancho had been able to find the pass, but Newcastle have it. Almiron then overhits it down the right, and it's out for a throw.
It's again with Jadon Sancho there. That's not a difficult pass. That's not a pass that you should miss. I mean, if you're concentrating, that's an easy one. There's a play in front of you. There's plenty of space to find that ball. And again, it may well be that he's still settling into the game here in England, but he's with one good play and it's helped set up a goal. But apart from that, he's not been in great form tonight.
Still 1-1, and we are now into the last 5 minutes. It's been a very interesting match, hasn't it, with one thing and another. Dubravka clearing right-footed over the halfway line, bounces off Murphy. but Manchester United take possession. Varane playing the ball across the defence, and Telles was tripped by Almiron as he ran away with it. No, that's not given us a free kick. It's out for a throw for Newcastle.
Again, Telles was running out of gas there a little bit.
It's a risky pass from Varane, and Kraft can't keep it in.
I think risky pass has been unbelievably polite about that. It was absolutely awful, and he just got away with it. It's very, very strange to watch Varane, having watched him all the time with Madrid, and what a classy player he looks. It just shows you when you play for certain teams, you're not put under a lot of pressure a lot of the time. You can look fantastic.
Newcastle 1, Manchester United 1. Sancho deep inside his own half, passes it forward. Dalot now taking it down the right. He's gone for an early ball across to Rashford, who helped it on with a little touch on his right instep to Cavani on the left-hand side. Now Ronaldo just outside the box near the left corner. Rashford allows it to run back to Matic. Now Ronaldo again. Ronaldo on his right foot, square, back to Bruno Fernandes. Ronaldo with a touch, back to Bruno Fernandes. His pass into the area, attempted pass blocked by Joe Linton. And then it's won back. The pass from Varane was short, and that set Murphy away. Murphy has Dwight Gale there on the left-hand side. Shelby's making a run through the middle if Gale can find him. Instead, he goes back to Longstaff. Longstaff now back to Murphy on the left-hand side. Murphy's ball across, only half cleared by Matic. Murphy shoots, it hits the post, bounces out, comes back to... Oh, what an effort from Almiron, saved. And that seemed to be heading into the top corner, but De Gea pulled out a terrific save to one-handedly push it wide for a corner.
What a brilliant piece of action there. Phenomenal save by De Gea. We were right behind it. It's curling in. It couldn't have been hit any better. It couldn't have been closer to the corner. He's got a fingertip to it. But the shot, first of all, I think it was from Murphy off the post. So unlucky there. I knew it was doing. Wow, what a finish that would have been to the game.
That could easily have hit the post and spun into the net. Instead, it came out to Almiron, who must have thought that was heading in. That curling shot to the top corner. But no, De Gea. Corner then for Newcastle. 2 minutes to go, 1-1. The corner swung into the near post. Matic is underneath that for Manchester United. Headed back into the box. Then Cher sliding for it, tried to bicycle kick it back across the area, got it all wrong, went straight behind, goal kick Manchester United.
I didn't see that coming. The pressure that Newcastle have been under for the last 20 minutes or so, just thought they'd fall further and further back, but they've got there, they've broken into space there. Murphy did a really good job. There has been better energy levels from Newcastle this time than there had been earlier in the season, so that's maybe something that Eddie Howe's had been able to work on a bit. It's having an effect negatively on them because they're getting injuries as well, but yeah, they look good at the end of this game here. Just those 2 chances, so unlucky.
Yeah, whatever happens tonight, it has been costly for Newcastle. But Sancho is dispossessed. Newcastle come forward again. Here's Almiron, little bit of space into the area. Still going Almiron, taking on Maguire. Maguire got himself in the way of Almiron. Still Newcastle. Turned back across. Bruno Fernandes had to be there to get there ahead of Joe Linton near the penalty spot. Puts it out for a throw.
Again, the Manchester United defence, I have no idea what system they're playing just now. Both of the fullbacks have just been posted missing for the past 5 minutes or so. Masses of space up behind them.
This could come for Newcastle. They're finishing well. Joe Linton with a cross, but that's nowhere near Dwight Gale. In any case, Dwight Gale with Varane and Maguire towering over him either side, and it's through for a goal kick.
Well, you would say, the second half, Manchester United have had masses of possession, and maybe most of the possession. But see, when you look at chances in this second half, I would almost argue that the best chances have fallen to Newcastle. There's been 3 or 4 of them where they should have either been unlucky, brilliant saves, or a bad miss, particularly one from San Maximin.
So it is still 1-1, and we're in the 90th minute. Newcastle, agonisingly really, as Pat Nevin says. Chance early in the first half for St Maximin. De Gea's made saves. Fraser, St Maximin had another effort, and that one there, Murphy hitting the post, and then De Gea saving from.
And by the way, 6 minutes is a long time to survive for Newcastle. Or indeed Man United, the way it's going.
Well, you could say that. You can look at it either way. Manchester United, though, I don't know if you know this, Pat. This might come as a big shock to you. You may have not.
Well, you mean they score late goals?
Occasionally, Manchester United are known to score the odd late goal.
And
Cristiano Ronaldo sometimes gets one.
Yeah, and against Norwich earlier on this season.
Yeah. So it's 1-1, but it's Newcastle who are breaking away with McTominay hair drenched with drizzle and perspiration. Longstaff now centrally to Murphy. Joe Linton on his right foot shoots. It's blocked by the backside, I think, of Dalot. There are shouts for a hand. Whether that was a handball, whether it was blocked by an arm,
I have to say, I think there was a hand involved there. Whether it was far enough away, that's a real question. I think there was a hand up there.
And at a not terribly opportune moment, television might have gone on the blink.
Yeah.
But no, it's back on, we're all right.
I think it was, they may well have a look at it, but I think his arm was pretty close. Well, again, last season that's given. That's given last season.
It was Varane who actually was outside the box.
Or was he on the line?
I think he was just outside where it struck the arm.
Kind of doesn't matter now because he's playing on.
Yeah, well, VAR will have looked at it. Yeah, there's no question of that. And it's still 1-1, and the ball is sent forward from Cher on the halfway line, and it just bounces all the way through, high and behind, and it's a goal kick.
And
6 minutes of added time.
And by the way, the reason why Cher done that is because he's no leg left, his hamstring's just gone.
Another one
bites the dust.
Well, that is rough luck indeed. And actually, the way that Newcastle players are going down, you do have to wonder, and there are more COVID cases in the Newcastle camp, about that game on Thursday.
And of course, the first thing that happens, it goes straight to Cher,
who heads it out and is struggling. And
it's just cramp he's got. It's not a hamstring, it's just cramp.
Maguire now is challenged illegally by Dwight Gale. It's a free kick. We've already had 2.5 minutes of the 6. Maguire takes this free kick into the centre circle. Varane, who's certainly not had the most certain of nights of his career. Neither has Maguire at the back. It was one of the things as Fernandes, high ball swirled forward. Dubravka comes. Oh, he's dropped it in the area. Sancho, then back to Cavani, who chips it goalwards, and it's cleared away. There were defenders back. It's Cher actually who whacked it away on the edge of the 6-yard area. Ronaldo was imploring Cavani to find him. Then Newcastle fire it downfield, and Maguire under pressure from Gale heads it out for a throw to Newcastle on the left.
Remember that mistake I was telling you about? That was it. They got away with it.
Dubravka dropping it. He very nearly, well, he did. He dropped it at Sancho.
And he almost gave away a penalty kick trying to get it back.
Throw in for Newcastle. Newcastle who've lost their last 3. With their first point in 4 matches. They'd still be deep in the relegation zone. But there have been lots of positives, lots of encouragement, but those injuries that they've picked up tonight as well. However, it's not over yet. This throw-in is now taken. I thought it was going to be a long throw, but it wasn't terribly from Murphy. Joe Linton was beaten to it. Now it's back with Dubravka, who passes it out of play. Throw into Manchester United. Cavani's chasing after it. The ball's been picked up by Manquillo, who does throw it back to him eventually. We've already had 4 minutes of added time. Into the last 2 minutes, late on this bank holiday Monday night in the Tyneside drizzle. Manchester United with the throw that Dalot is looking to take long into the box. Here it is, delivered in. Takes a little glance, bounces down for Joe Linton. Joe Linton, the revitalised Joe Linton clears it into the Manchester United half. They will start again. Maguire, Harry Maguire. Low bouncing pass to Sancho. Sancho does well, beats 2 men. Then the low pass into Cavani on the edge of the area, who was challenged and fouled by Cher.
Offside.
Oh, Cavani offside. Free kick Newcastle.
Oh, that is a lucky one. You're talking 19 yards out, maybe slightly closer than Ronaldo would have liked it there, but he would love to have got a free kick there. Cavani had started offside there, and the assistant referee, I've just seen it again there. I think he's got that one right. That was a wee half chance there had he stayed on side.
5 Live Sport on air till 10:30 tonight. So we will be hopefully getting live interviews from pitch side for you. If you don't hear them there, you'll hear them on 5 Live Breakfast or on the 5 Live Football Daily podcast, which you can download for free. Subscribe on BBC Sounds. Free kick. Dubravka eventually takes it. Long, out towards the left-hand side, but It's over both players, both Dallow and Murphy, and it's a throw into Manchester United.
Do you know, as the game comes near the end here, if they manage to get a point out of this place will probably erupt, won't they? They need 3, but they would take the 1 just now because of the effort they've seen from their team.
Yeah, there'll be people listening who live near the ground, perhaps not even near the ground, who'll be thinking, oh, they've beaten Manchester United tonight, with the roar that there'll be if there's a point. As Kraft plays it forward for Newcastle down the left, but it bounces out of play for a throw into Manchester United. We're in the final minute now. And indeed, that is it. That is the end of the game. It's finished 1-1. Ralph Rangnick comes across. A quick handshake with Eddie Howe, a pat on the back. Manchester United have dropped points in the Premier League for the first time under Ralph Rangnick. It has not been a fluent performance by Manchester United by any means. But Newcastle, what a good point for them. They're first in 4 matches. St Maximin in the first half, Cavani equalising, and it's finished Newcastle 1, Manchester United 1.
John, Pat, thank you very much. Plenty more to come from St James's Park after 10 o'clock this evening, but following us at 10:30, it will be Colin Murray. Good evening, Colin.
Gigi!
How are you?
Good, very good. What a weird day the Monday is between Christmas and New Year.
It doesn't feel like a Monday, does it?
Well,
I keep reminding myself it is a Monday.
It's just like this lost part, isn't it? Just between Christmas and New Year. So tonight we just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Tonight we've got a 2-hour big bank holiday quiz from 11 to 1 o'clock. 8 rounds, 100 points up for grabs over the 2 hours. So come along and play along with a bunch of friends I've invited along to play, including former cricketer Graham Swan will be with me for the 2 hours, comedians Elf Lyons and Neil Delamere, and journalist and broadcaster Claire Lim. So going to be a good one. You can play along on the way home.
Looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Colin. And still to come between now and 10:30, more reaction from a cracker at St James's Park here on 5 Live.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid has insisted that the government will not hesitate to bring in more COVID restrictions if necessary. But he confirmed that no new rules will be introduced in England before the new year. Ministers had been under pressure to respond to rising infection levels after Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all implemented extra measures to stem the spread of the Omicron variant. Professor Andrew Hayward is director of UCL's Institute of Epidemiology. He says the situation is still unclear.
Over the Christmas holiday period, it's difficult to get good, accurate data on what's going on. You'll have noticed, for example, at weekends, we often have an apparent dip in hospitalisations and deaths because of these sort of interruptions of data flows, and I think we'll see even more. So broadly, I think although we're looking at the data carefully, it still is uncertain. What's certain is that the cases are going up still and going up at high levels.
France is the latest European country to tighten restrictions to curb the spread of the Omicron variant, but has stopped short of imposing a curfew. The French Prime Minister Jean Castex compared the pandemic to a film without an ending. A screening programme for prostate cancer could be possible within the next 5 years. Professor Ross Eales from the Institute of Cancer Research says it's down to advances in genetic and medical imaging. About 50,000 men are diagnosed with the disease in the UK each year, and nearly 12,000 die. NHS England's National Clinical Director of Cancer, Professor Peter Johnson, says an effective test has proved difficult so far.
One of the problems with prostate cancer is that it grows quite slowly and not very much material is shed from the cancer into the bloodstream at an early stage. And of course, it's also a stage when very few people have symptoms. It is very important that we keep looking, and there's a lot of research going into this area, of course, because it is such a common type of cancer.
The National Trust says landscapes and wildlife across the UK are increasingly suffering from the effects of extreme weather and natural disasters. A study found that seals and orchids had a good year, but butterflies and some birds did not. Ben McCarthy's from the Trust.
We had a good dry summer, which was good for some of our flowering plants. We saw grey seals establishing new colonies along the Suffolk coast. But we also saw some losers. So we had some devastating fires in the Mourne Mountains in Northern Ireland as well as West Yorkshire, which literally saw our conservation work go up in smoke.
And the Boxing Day Ashes test will continue as planned after both teams received a full round of negative COVID-19 results ahead of the third day in Melbourne. It gets underway in about an hour and a half's time. And the weather, cloud lingering with some spells of light rain overnight. Northern Scotland will remain clear. BBC News, it's 10:03.
BBC Sounds.
Listen live. Catch up on things you've missed. Find podcasts and explore to discover new things you might like. Stacey Dooley, Fresh Starts.
This is the podcast that shines a light on brand new beginnings.
The Ashes.
Richardson in and is taken. Gone. That's it. Anderson's gone and Australia have won the test match.
The Footballers Football Podcast.
1-0 down, then 1-1, managed to get a pen, then 2-1 down. Ones where you like, skip half-time, second half, anything can happen.
It's all on BBC Sounds. Listen live, pause, rewind and discover. Download the BBC Sounds app. This is 5 Live Sport with Gigi Salmon.
It was a battling performance from Newcastle at St James's Park tonight, but not enough in the end to take all 3 points from Manchester United, with Edison Cavani rescuing a point for United in the second half. Looking at the latest table, Newcastle stay 19th, so second bottom. The point takes them level with 18th place Burnley, but they have played 4 more games than Burnley, and they've played 3 more than Watford, who sits 17th with 13 points for Manchester United. They stay in 7th place, but that point takes them level on points with 6th place West Ham, but still away off Arsenal in 4th, but they do have a couple of games in hand. I'm Gigi Salmon and I'm joined by former Scotland international Pat Nevin and our commentator John Murray, who were both at the game. And John, the scoreline might not suggest it, but that was a cracker of a game.
Yeah, it was. It's certainly a welcome point for Newcastle, perhaps an unlikely point for Newcastle against a Manchester United side that dropped points in the Premier League for the first time under Ralph Rangnick, and at regular intervals displayed the kind of shortcomings that cost Ole Gunnar Solskjaer his job. And one of those saw Varane lose possession in the 7th minute, resulting in Alan Saint-Maximin shooting Newcastle in front. Newcastle had some chances first half, but also in the second. Saint-Maximin, a glorious opportunity in the 6-yard box early on in the piece. Other saves from De Gea, one in particular when he pushed an effort over from Almiron after Murphy had shot from an angle and seen his effort come back out off a post. Manchester United, Rangnick rejigged it in the second half, and they did find that equaliser. Cavani set up by Diego Dalot's ball in from the right-hand side. There was a questionable challenge by Cristiano Ronaldo on Ryan Fraser as well, which resulted in only a yellow card. I'm sure that many will feel that might have been more. But 1-1, it's finished, a point apiece.
So, Pat, it's a point for Newcastle, still way off safety, but you've got to think it's a point, but at what cost long-term going forward with the injuries that we saw?
Yeah, and we just don't know how bad they're going to be. I mean, certainly Callum Wilson was having a great game before he pulled up lame just before half-time. He's a massive player from not just the fact that he's a goal scorer. He holds the ball up so well. His physical play. He was giving both centre-backs for Manchester United a really tough time. But even that was probably not the worst thing. If Alan Saint-Maximin's injury is any more than a week or two, that's disastrous news for them. They need their best players, and that's the 2 best players they've got going forward. Although, having said that, Joe Linton today had the best game that I've seen him play for Newcastle United. I thought he was brilliant, coming from a position that suits him better. But you're right, the cost to them is absolutely immense, and don't be surprised if Eddie Howe very, very quickly mentions the fact that maybe it's time to get a few games called off between now and the next couple of weeks, because he needs time to get A, those players back, and B, other players in.
I think it's from a Newcastle point of view, Gigi, at the moment, because there are so many unknowns about the teams that they're playing and what the personnel of the teams that they're playing is going to be. They've got matches coming up where they're playing Everton away, due to play Everton away on Thursday. They've got Southampton away next weekend after that. Then they've got the FA Cup tie against Cambridge United here, but then Watford at home, Leeds away in the position that they're in at the moment. That's a run of games where Newcastle in their position, they just have to have Wilson and Saint-Maximin, and if they're ruled out for a period of weeks that perhaps covers those games, that is a massive loss for them tonight.
There are so many unknowns at the moment. We're also joined by Carl Anker, who covers Manchester United for The Athletic. Carl, lovely to have you with us. And for United, that was their first match since the 11th of December. And it's fair to say it was a pretty poor performance from them. From keeping an eye on social media, the messages that were coming in to us, the word lazy, it came up time and time again. These players are lazy. That is, from your point of view, and Pat, I want you to jump in on this. Were you seeing lazy players out there for Manchester United, or was it something else?
Good evening. I think one thing that really stood out was the poor body language. To play in a Ralf Rangnick style 4-2-2, 3-2s as it were, a lot of what you need to do is your work against the ball. If you look at the other team that uses the formation, Southampton, with Ralph Hasenhüttl, he once said there are 4 parts to how the system works. Your work against the ball, what you do in possession, what you do when you lose the ball, and how you win the ball back. So if you consider 3 out of the 4 central tenets to this system that Ralf Rangnick is trying to play at Manchester United are to do with what you do out of possession and your behaviours out of possession. And you saw a United team that were complaining to the referee, that were shrugged shoulders, sort of looking up to the gods defeated, as it were. It seemed as if they hadn't quite tuned into the counter-pressing system that Ralf Rangnick wants yet, which is concerning. Obviously, Manchester United haven't had enough time to train in the way that a number of other clubs have done, but you would have hoped they had spent the last 16 days doing classroom lessons at least to learn the sort of positional information. So, because what I saw from Manchester United was an awfully naive interpretation of the system Ralf Rangnick wants to bring about.
Do you know what? I've watched Manchester United a little bit recently, thinking, if you're going to even think of playing that, you cannot play Ronaldo on point, because he can't do that. And he won't do that. And he's not done it for years and years and years. So you've got him up there. There was one brilliant time in the first half where Bruno Fernandes went to try and close down the goalkeeper. And then he looked behind him. There wasn't a United player within 40 yards of him. And I'm thinking, you don't press as one. You either do or you don't as a group. And it was bordering on laughable, and as an attempt to do exactly what you're saying there, Alec. They just can't do it that way. So they need to find another way if they're going to play Ronaldo up there, if they're going to play the types of players. If you've got Cavani up there, it may well be that he could help do that, and then you press from the front, and then maybe everyone can get behind. But, see if you do it in dribs and drabs. That just doesn't work.
It was the kind of play that we've seen highlighted this season on Match of the Day and other TV football programmes, that when Ralf Rangnick came in, they said, that'll change now.
Yeah. And it didn't look as if it was going to change at any point, because everybody knows, if you ever play football, if you're going to play that way, don't do it in half measures. Don't do 2 or 3 doing it. Do everyone doing it, and everybody knows what they're doing. I think it goes back to your point there. They don't actually know the system that well. Apart from that, I don't think that's the biggest problem with Manchester United tonight. There honestly were some pieces of play that were bordering on funny. They were that bad. Some passes that I honestly didn't know who they were trying to pass the ball to. They were that poor. There was some mishits, and there seems a lack of belief in the team. Now, it seems as if I'm being rather coruscating on the team, but you have to see what you see ahead of you. Varane tonight, honestly, I have no idea. I have honestly no idea. If you were looking at him and you had to put a value on him, you would think that's a reserve player that might fit in now and again, as opposed to somebody who came from one of the top clubs in the world as a big signing. He's coming back after an injury, but he had a stinker tonight.
Pat, can I ask, how long should it take for Ralf Rangnick to be able to get a group of players of this quality to be able to play in the way that we're describing?
That's a really good question. I'm not like a lot of people that dive in there and make a decision right away. It takes a little while. He has to know who's capable and who wants to do it for him, who's incapable of doing it for him. And it's not helped that he's had a couple of weeks where he's not had an opportunity to do that, and he's not had anybody in at training for the last 2 weeks. So I'm not pointing a finger at Rangnick yet. You've got to give him time to be able to do that. But at the moment, in that game tonight, certainly they were out-battled for long periods. They were the better team in the second half, by the way, in possession. But they still didn't look as dangerous. And I still think over the piece, I would say Newcastle had the better chances.
It will take some time. Again, not to keep bringing it back to Southampton, but Ralf Hasenhüttl took maybe the better part of 40 Premier League games to get Southampton to use this formation. And I think Rangnick will probably be eyeing up the sort of FA Cup weekend or the faux winter break that we do a little bit after the new year to get Manchester United properly acclimatised to the system. It was interesting, Mr. Nevin, you brought up Bruno Fernandes pressing the goalkeeper and Ronaldo not giving chase. Because one of the most obvious pressing systems you'll see in this formation is, well, essentially your front two need to occupy the opposition centre-backs off every short goal kick. And then your wide two, the number 10s that Rangnick refers to them, are then told to disrupt the passing channels to the fullbacks. And then from that stage, your middle two, the McFred partnership, will then be trying to force turnovers. There was 2 or 3 moments where we saw Ronaldo sort of try and drop deep to try and dispossess a central midfielder from Newcastle when, in their blind space and whatnot. But it was really lacking any form of coherency or consistency, which is concerning because the counter-pressing system is integral, not just how the team Manchester United are supposed to be defending, but it's also meant to be integral to how this formation or how this shape creates chances as well. So this is also why United lacked a lot of fluency going forward, because they should be counter-pressing. They should be playing a lot closer to the goal. Bruno Fernandes, I think, isn't the most naturally suited to this shape. I think he probably shouldn't be playing wide left or in the deep central midfield positions, but if he is going to play, you probably want him in the front two, probably next to someone like Edison Cavani. But then you have the question of Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't seem to be someone who's going to come off the bench to win you games or try and get you a goal. I saw Marcus Rashford had one of his poorer games this season, perhaps even longer going back. He was running into a lot of tunnels. He was encountering 2 and 3 person double teams and whatnot. And his first touch seemed particularly rusty. United looked rusty and also looked like they didn't have particular conviction in this new system that they're being asked to play. And from the disorganisation there, you saw a Newcastle team that could have got some more.
Pat, was Ronaldo lucky to stay on? It was a rash challenge that was quite possibly born out of frustration.
Definitely born out of frustration, absolutely, definitely. But it was just the lack of control when it went in for it. Now, in actual fact, he caught a glancing blow on Ryan Fraser when he went in there, but he was off his feet, he completely missed the ball. And there are times when referees will say, like, no, you were completely out of control there, you could have really damaged the player. To be fair, Cristiano takes enough hits himself, and, you feel bad having a dig at him sometimes because he's had enough in his time. But when you're in a situation, your team's in trouble, don't take a risk like that. It was unnecessary. It wasn't even a particularly dangerous position. So, he's got a little bit lucky there. But to be honest, I'm not going to moan on about that. I certainly wouldn't moan on about that. The referees are letting it flow a little bit better this season. I prefer that. It leads to better games as long as it's not allowing really dangerous tackles to win. And at that point in time, that was right on the edge. I said it was yellow, but it's as strong a yellow as you get. And there was some referees that would have went further. Can I go back to just one last point, apart from being Mr. Nevin? I'm loving that. Yeah.
About time you received more respect.
Exactly. You can call me doctor. No, but the other thing you were talking about, them playing out for the back, let's be honest about it. Newcastle are not the best at playing out for the back, are they? So if you're going to be able to do it to anyone, Dubravka's not that comfortable on the ball, and you're talking to Schär, Lascelles and Kraft. If there's ever a team you're going to think, right, okay, we can actually get a little bit of joy out of that, they didn't look at any point as if they could. That's how far Manchester United are away from playing that system well.
And you can tell, Gigi, that what tells you what sort of performance it was from Manchester United without necessarily seeing the game is that the fact the first Manchester United player out to do the interviews down to our left on the pitch side is Harry Maguire, and that's very often the case when they've not played very well.
Yeah, you see that with teams, don't you? The captain is sent out to speak to the journalists because everyone else is saying, I'm not going out there. Now, Carl, I must ask you, as a football journalist covering the Premier League, do you like or loathe the January transfer window?
It's a unique challenge to cover, especially now in what we've now had, the better part of 1.5 seasons of COVID affected finances. So there's a lot of smoke and not nearly enough fire, or not nearly enough reason to call the fire brigade, shall we say.
Do you think it'll be bigger this year, though? I've really got a feeling that Newcastle have no choice. They must add. So they'll be out there and they'll have to play over the odds. So they're going to be in the market. Everton have somehow got to be in the market, even though finances are very, very tight for them as well.
West Ham,
Manchester United, let's be fair. Ralph's in here, he's going to try and do something. So, I agree. This January one is often the dampest of damp squibs. I'm hopeful about this one. Might be a wee bit more exciting for you.
It feels like a damp squib sitting here tonight.
It's been raining all day, hasn't it? Just drizzling. Carl, have you heard, I know your focus is on Manchester United, have you heard any names of any players being linked with Newcastle? Because I think we're wondering, are they going to do the big glamour signing, which is quite tough to do in January, but we know clubs who've done it in the past, and Man City and Robinho just want to get that player in. Have you heard any names that they are targeting? Because they need, 5, 6 players at least?
Unfortunately, nothing in terms of names so far. I think we're, as a footballing consensus, know the sorts of players Newcastle United rather are interested in. They probably are looking for reinforcements in central defence and in fullback, and they possibly could be looking at, essentially
another
an
striker.
entire regard.
Yeah,
revamp, but no name so far.
Yeah, they might need another striker, especially if they are long-term injuries to Callum Wilson and Alan St-Maximin. Wise words from Mr. Nevin. Now, as we speak, there are 4 games going ahead on Tuesday. Crystal Palace against Norwich, Southampton against Spurs, Watford against West Ham, Watford back in action, and Leicester against Liverpool, which we're going to touch on now. Kick-off is at 8 o'clock. Now, we'll be bringing you live updates on 5 Live Sport. Both managers have been speaking out today about the festive fixture list and easing the pressure on players. One thing that Jurgen Klopp would like to see is 5 substitutions, but it seems his fellow managers don't agree.
The decision about it is made by 14 clubs. So I think you need 14 votes to change it. And there's something wrong. As an example, Burnley, I'm not sure how many players of them play international football when our players have 3 games, they have no game. So they play 38 Premier League games, cup games, so makes it 42. So we talk about an issue what some clubs definitely have, some players definitely have, but it's decided by other teams. And because we make kind of a competition of it in this voting, it's like, well, no, they are better than us and stuff like this. And that's a real problem.
The voice of Jurgen Klopp. And Pat, you can see the pros and cons to the prospect of having 5 subs.
Yeah, we chatted about this earlier, and then I did say that precise comment that, a lot of those players, take, for example, Mo Salah, and have a look at the amount of games that he's played over the last number of years. When you take AFCON, you take, the Champions League games that he's playing in, and the amount of games that he's played for such a long time, it's absolutely extraordinary. Now, he's kept it going for a long time at such an incredible rate, but they just cannot keep on happening like that for a huge amount of time. So, yeah, I agree that, if you are Liverpool, Manchester City, Chelsea, all them ones, yeah, you've got a big squad. Yeah, you've got fantastic quality, a good bit further down that squad. But there also been a lot more asked of a lot of those players as well. So it is a little bit of swings and roundabouts, that one. It's not purely to do with the small clubs of find themselves in a big disadvantage if you go back to the 5 subs, because, you can't bring on 5 great players, whereas a lot of the top teams can.
Carl, Brendan Rodgers has said it's ridiculous that they've got to play within 48 hours, especially with their injuries mounting up. Is that, it's simply just the way it is, and it's just possibly bad luck with his injuries, or does he have a point?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think what we're seeing is, with Brendan Rodgers and with Jurgen Klopp, it are very particular crisis points or pressure points making themselves very, very apparent for certain clubs. I think the conversation is made difficult because everyone is operating a little bit out of self-interest, or a little bit more out of self-interest than they possibly intend to or necessarily let on. But I think it's a very unfortunate time right now to be Brendan Rodgers and the struggles that the City are going through. I think their season is, like we've mentioned before, ending up to be rather a bit of a damp squib.
What I could say, Gigi, on that is one suggestion. I feel there are a number of different vested interests who could benefit from this, and it is when you have a schedule like you do this year with Christmas at the weekend, and possibly even, this is the way to go, is for all of the Boxing Day matches in the Premier League to kick off at the same time at 3 o'clock and make that an event in the way that it is on the last day of the season when all of the matches kick off at the same time, and say that is what we're going to do. And that means that there is a little bit of extra slack. And okay, I know that the TV deals will will have to be tweaked in order for that to happen. But I think, of course, the other people that benefit from this are the football supporters themselves, because I mean, some of the kick-off times over Christmas have asked just too much of supporters. And I was listening last night to the Brighton-Brentford match when I was driving home from Christmas, and I was thinking, what is this match doing, being played at this time on Boxing Day night? It's just not fair for many, many people.
And sadly, Carl, it feels, and John just touched on it there, talking about tweaking TV deals, it comes back to money. Are we really thinking of putting the welfare of the players first, or are the board of directors of the clubs, the Premier League, are they thinking about the TV deals and the money they are getting in? If we had a circuit breaker, what money would they lose? It just feels that maybe the player welfare is going behind the amount of money they could possibly make.
This has been a long-standing concern in regards to player welfare since well before the pandemic. I remember in early 2020 being in Brussels and listening to Vincent Kompany talk with FIFPro, where Vincent Kompany essentially made the argument that top-level players cannot play 60 games a season year in, year out for the better part of 5 years without suffering some form of mental and physical burnout. And what you're seeing again is COVID-19's accelerating effects on pre-existing issues. I don't think you can have a great Premier League product that asks its players to play every single 48 hours that also is able to maintain its current broadcast commitments. So something has to give. And unfortunately, as is the way in a lot of workplaces or in a lot of big companies, the people that end up suffering most, unfortunately, ends up being the workers.
Can I make an argument I've not necessarily heard before, but I think that is worth it? Right, so part of it is people say the game is so fast now, right? You know, it's played at such a tempo and there's so much area covered by all the players, right? You don't need to play at that pace. You can actually slow it down. Do you know, if that's the reason why you're having to stop games, well, it's your own fault. You should play them another way. Manchester City don't always play at that pace. They slow it down. They kill the game. They manage a game. The old idea of managing a game, it's not evil, it's not wrong. There were reasons for doing that in the past. But because it became very, very stylish to go for the gegenpressing and this pressing, this method of playing, it is only one way of playing. And if your players and your staff cannot cope with that, it may well be that you need to go and look at something else. And we have been sort of sold a slight pup here, saying this is the only way to do it because it's a current modern thinking way. It may well be it's not the right way to do it, and others will come up with an idea of beating that. We don't often hear that now because you know Liverpool or whatever are quite successful in that. But I'll tell you what, you burn your players out.
Yeah, you certainly do.
To go back to Manchester City, Manchester City were not really anywhere near the title race until the latter part of 2021, potentially just before the Christmas break last season. Pep Guardiola essentially invented walking football, but he could do that because he has loads of central midfielders that are very, very good and comfortable and calm in possession. Manchester United right now can't really just play a slower game of football because their most effective attackers are all very, they're essentially catalysts.
But they're
accelerationists.
But that's their fault, isn't it?
It is. It's the. I mean, to bring it to the conversation about 5 substitutes, perhaps some of these managers need to get better at rotating their currently 3 substitutes instead of waiting until the 65th minute or the 75th minute to bring on a striker for another striker. There are potential options, and it does ask you to be inventive during times of difficulty. But I think every football manager has the right to essentially say this is particularly difficult right now because it is.
It is.
It's this time of the year, it's this time of the season when we start to talk about the realistic runners and riders for the title. We talk about the teams that are going to go down. If we stay at the top, Manchester City winning on Sunday takes them 6 points clear. Chelsea winning puts them level on points with Liverpool, which leads you, John, to thinking that this game for Liverpool away at Leicester is crucial for Jurgen Klopp and his men.
Do you know one thing I would say about this just now? Chelsea, I've kind of not really felt that they've been in it. You know, I know they were at the top, etc. But I've thought, you know, the way Man City have been playing, the way Liverpool have been playing, Chelsea maybe a season too early for them underneath Thomas Tuchel. However, when you look at Liverpool, just after January 2nd, they're going to lose half their forward line and 2 of their very, very best players for almost a month, if maybe a little bit more than that. And you look at Chelsea, they've got Werner, they've got Lukaku, and they've got Kai Havertz coming back. They're getting an entire forward line back, which makes me rethink, thinking, well, wait a minute. This is so incredibly important to Liverpool A, Leicester, and B, that game they've got against Chelsea on the 2nd of January, they could really be doing with getting a little bit of cushion against Chelsea before Sadio Mane and Mo Salah go.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to touch on Watford against West Ham. Now, Watford haven't played since the 10th of December when they were beaten 2-1 by Brentford. They had 3 games postponed due to COVID, and Claudio Ranieri has come out today and said, look, it's a bad moment for Watford. Here they had their first full day's training today, their first session in over 2 weeks. And Carl, something he highlighted, which is important, it's not just the fact that the players haven't trained properly. It can lead to injury. If you don't train properly, suddenly you're in a match situation, can lead to niggles and injuries of a squad that they cannot bear to lose players from at this stage.
Yes. Watford are in a very interesting spot, and they look as if they've got, at least in Emmanuel Dennis, my apologies for pronunciation, one quality forward who can necessarily shoot their way out of a possible relegation battle, I think. But as you've just seen in the game with Newcastle, when Sam Maximin went down and Callum Wilson went down, you can have a almost Pyrrhic victory or Pyrrhic draw, as it were. I think for Watford, the intention, I think, will get the 90 minutes done, see if they can get at least a point, and then move on from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And West Ham, Pat, they haven't won in 5 games. Should the fans be worrying? Was it a case they overachieved at the start, and this is where they should be? Because something we spoke about when it came to West Ham was how are they going to juggle throwing European competition into the mix?
Yeah, it was always going to be hard for them. I have to say I'm slightly surprised that they've had the dip they've had just now. I mean, obviously they need Antonio up there playing well. That's very, very important for them. But they look to me in a lot of areas in the field as if they had some decent cover. They've had real problems at centre back, haven't they, recently? And that's been a problem for them. And it kind of, considering what Davy Moyes kind of tends to build, because he was a centre back himself, but he builds from that sort of area. That's had an effect on them, but I have to say I'm slightly surprised that they've had this little bit of dip. But plenty of teams go through a dip. It's how they react to it when they come out of this, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were up there challenging to get towards the top 6 by the end of the season. I think they've got plenty of quality.
These are such strange times, aren't they? This game, Watford against West Ham, is effectively no training and no preparation against overplaying and injuries. There are just so many unknowns and matches being postponed left, right and centre. What we do know was that this evening, Newcastle against Manchester United was our final commentary game of the year. We're going to have updates, regular updates through Tuesday to Thursday of all the matches throughout the rest of this year in December. So, John and Pat, I've got to ask, as we come to the end of, do you have a favourite commentary moment or a game from 2021? Another very strange year that we've had.
Well, I mean, there's so many memories. It's been a remarkable year in so many ways, and I'm sure Pat will have his ideas. And there were many games that you and I were at together that were very, very memorable this year. But I'm going to pick out the FA Cup final because it was a real thriller the way that it boiled up to a climax. It was the FA Cup final. This is the 150th anniversary year of the FA Cup itself, and so to see Leicester win it for the first time and the reaction that you got from their supporters and what it meant to them, so I'm going to pick that one out.
Do you know what? I love watching Manchester City. I'll admit it right now, and when they play their beautiful best, it can be any of their games.
Mr. Pat Nevin, I've got to go with a Mr. from now, and I can't believe it. Mr. Pat Nevin, John Murray and Carl Anka, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Gigi.
Pleasure, Gigi.
Thank you very much.
So the year is coming to an end, and I was very conscious, Colin, because I know you get very annoyed if we run into your show, and I'm only...
Who told you that?
Well, I've been listening, and I hear you have a go at them when you run over.
No, it's different with each presenter, right? So with Mark Chapman, I like to keep him as long as possible, because Mark hates working when he's not getting paid. So as soon as... I've never known anyone to want to clock off exactly at the end of the show. Kelly Cates, she takes liberties. Now, she can go to like 37 minutes past, right?
Oh, wow.
She's writing her own rules. But, you and Steve Crossman are very well behaved.
40 seconds. That came in at 40 seconds into your show. Is that acceptable?
Well, I just, funny enough, said to my producer, I said, look, if Eddie Howe pops up now, that's fine. We'll go at 35. But he's obviously... I suppose it's taken longer to do interviews as well, isn't it? Because of the COVID restrictions and all that. So sometimes it takes a bit longer to come, doesn't it?
So people will have to download the Football Daily podcast to hear from the managers, you see.
Happy days.
There we go.
Well, listen, I know Pat will be listening to most of the big bank holiday quiz because he's got a long drive home. But I don't know how far you've got to go. But you can listen to the first couple of rounds anyway.
I'm looking forward to it.
It should be good. Between 11 and 1 tonight, because it is that weird week between Christmas and New Year, and I think company is what late night radio should definitely provide. So it's really nice because we got the sport, and then we got into weeknights with myself, and we're doing loads of fun stuff this week, starting with our big bank holiday quiz tonight between 11 and 1 o'clock, and we'll do a bit of news in the 15-20 minutes before that. So Gigi, safe home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin.
Let's get that news and sports headlines to kick us off then. Here's Mike McCarthy.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, has insisted the government won't hesitate to bring in further COVID restrictions if necessary, but he confirmed that no new rules will be introduced in England before the new year. Ministers had been under pressure to respond to rising infection levels after Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all implemented extra measures to stem the spread of the Omicron variant. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon said she expected cases to rise further over the next few days and urged people to limit socialising in person as much as possible. France is the latest European country to tighten restrictions, but has stopped short of imposing a curfew. The French maritime authorities say they've rescued 40 people who were trying to cross the English Channel when their boat got into difficulties. They were taken to the port of Calais. UK officials say they also rescued 36 migrants this morning. And flags in South Africa are at half-mast at the start of a week of mourning for the anti-apartheid campaigner Archbishop Desmond Tutu. The Nobel Prize winner died yesterday, aged 90. In sport, play is set to get back underway in just under an hour on day 3 of the third Ashes test after all players from both sides returned negative COVID tests. On the pitch, England in deep trouble. They'll resume their second innings 31 for 4, still trailing Australia by 51 runs in Melbourne. There's ball-by-ball commentary on Sports Extra. In the Premier League, an Edison Cavani equaliser denied Newcastle United all 3 points against Manchester United. Alan St-Maximin had given the home side a first-half lead. Meanwhile, there's been another record number of COVID cases in the top flight. 103 players and staff tested positive in the 7 days to Boxing Day. Bournemouth, the top of the Championship after a 1-0 win at QPR. Promotion-chasing West Brom lost 1-0 at bottom-of-the-table Derby County. And Harlequins are up to third in Rugby Union's Premiership. They beat Northampton 41-27 in front of over 70,000 fans. A double-header at Twickenham saw Quinn's women's side beat Wasps 29-5 to move up to second in the Premier 15s.
The Ashes on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra.
Richardson in and is taken. Gone. That's it. Anderson's gone and Australia have won the Test match. They take a 2-0 lead.
Hear every ball, every boundary and every wicket of the third Test. Live from Melbourne.
Needs to be a bit braver, get the ball up there a bit further, because when we do, we're going to make life difficult.
The Ashes. The third Test continues tonight at 11 on 5 Live Sports Extra. Plus, you can hear a roundup of every day's play with the TMS podcast. Listen on BBC Sounds. Colin Murray, Monday to Thursday, weeknights, BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello everybody, welcome to Weeknights on 5 Live. We are live, and it's that weird Monday between Christmas and before the New Year, isn't it? Like the crust of the festival calendar, the perineum of the festive period, which is why tonight from 11 to 1, I'm inviting you all round to mine for drinks, snacks and a good old quiz. Have to bring your own drinks and snacks, cannot provide them, but I will be Quizmaster tonight. It's 5 Live's big bank holiday quiz night, 8 rounds, over 2 hours, plenty of chat, loads of crack, and just a shot in the arm to a day that kind of just slumbers along, doesn't it, after Boxing Day? And then it's a Monday as well on top of that, which just makes it awful. So tonight for 2 hours, that's exactly what we're going to do, just all get around like people do. The subjects for the rounds, well, they're a mystery to everyone apart from me at the moment, which is probably a good thing. But what I would say is there will absolutely be at least one round that you'll ace, and at least one round that you'll hate, because they're all fairly different. Like, they're not all sport or they're not all music. So I've called them Soundbite Cinema, Sport is but a number, Order, Line Please, The Way We Were, Gimme 5, Say What You See, and It's All a Con. And they're very different. So listen, with me, I'm playing on air former England cricketer and party animal Graham Swan, if he's sober enough at 11 to come on air, comedians Neil Delamere and Elf Lyons, and journalist and broadcaster Claire Lim. of those four, I'm not sure who would back to win because there's 100 points up for grabs. No offence to the four of them, it's not exactly a university challenge, but we'll see how it goes. But the other player, of course, is you. You can play along with family, you can play along with friends or against them, or you can just play on your own. It doesn't matter. Everybody's invited. All you need is a pen and a bit of paper or your notes open on your phone, and you can just play along over the 2 hours, and a nice way to go to bed. The big bank holiday quiz live from 11 through until 1. And until then, it's not far away, 15 minutes or so. We're just going to chat through some of today's news stories.
From a relatively small number of departments who were able to get back to us in time, the most common figure is 20 to 25% of their nurses off sick with potentially with COVID-related reasons. One department had lost half its nurses last night for COVID-related reasons.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a Christmas period, so it's a bit scattergun in terms of figures that have been coming back over the last couple of days, but I thought it a good idea to just pull together and look through it all. In England, Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary, has said no new coronavirus restrictions will be introduced before the new year, but people should be cautious. Of course, it's different depending where you are. I'll get on to that in a second. Certainly not much dancing going on, is there, in the Celtic nations? Well, certainly not officially anyway. The partial COVID data that's been published for the Christmas period is cases are still high. There has been some reports that could be possibly starting to level out a bit. Hospitals haven't been swamped with cases in terms of they've went up incrementally slower than cases have for sure. But one of the problems is staff falling ill. Obviously, if you've got more cases and people are having to isolate, it's actually affecting staffing as much as anything else, which we've talked about on the show. So they reckon about 19,000 NHS staff were absent for COVID-related reasons on December 19th. That was up 54% on the previous week. So it's probably going to be affecting that in the same way as it's affecting football, it's affecting your local supermarket. So I just want to talk for a little while, nice and relaxed, with Dr. Julia Patterson, who's the Chief Executive of Every Doctor UK, which is a doctor-led campaign group pushing for a better NHS for both patients and staff. Julia, thank you for joining me in this weird day between Christmas and the New Year.
Thank you so much for having me.
Listen, I think that's one of the things that's really jumped out, that with all the intention in the world to carry on regardless, the amount of staff that are off across the board is quite staggering and really affects things. And of course, when it comes to the NHS, that's where it can really hurt.
Absolutely. It's really concerning, and as you say, the data that has come out over the Christmas period is not reliable, so it's difficult to draw too many conclusions from the number of hospitalisations at the moment. Certainly before Christmas, the last day of reliable data that we had showed that there were over 122,000 COVID cases in the UK in just one day, and so we're really on tenterhooks in terms of knowing what that's going to mean over the next few weeks in terms of hospitalisations and deaths, because of course when you contract COVID, you don't instantly need a hospital bed. It takes time for people to develop the illness and either get better or get really sick and need further treatment. So we're all waiting, watching and waiting, but the staff sickness is really concerning. Would it be helpful if I explain a little bit about what that means for
sure.
patients?
Yeah, because it's just numbers if you don't, in terms of like what happens when the numbers go down, what's sacrificed?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, one of the things that NHS staff are talking about a lot at the moment is the level of PPE that they're being provided with, because throughout the pandemic, a lot of healthcare staff have been given surgical masks and haven't been given the highest grade face masks available. It was thought that was a reasonable thing to do, but because Omicron is more transmissible than previous variants, guidance has now changed so that places can be reassessed to see if respirator masks are more effective. More appropriate in workplaces, and we're starting to hear that some hospitals are giving all staff the highest grade PPE, which is good, but there's some places still haven't done that. That's really important, because ultimately healthcare staff are more exposed to this virus than the general public, because they're looking after patients who have COVID in healthcare facilities. But just like any of us, there's so much COVID in the community at the moment that anyone is liable to catch this virus, unfortunately, and it's having big impacts in the health service I've been hearing about places with staff sickness so high that urgent operations are now being cancelled and postponed again. And that's devastating for people. And so what I hear a lot from doctors is that this isn't purely a situation with COVID. We can't just focus on, how many COVID cases are being hospitalised each day. It's also the impact on other patients with other conditions. And, the NHS waiting lists in England are the longest they have ever been on record. We're in a really bad situation for patients already. So we need staff to be at work.
Yeah.
We need support staff.
It obviously changes, doesn't it, Julia, depending on where we're in. This is the BBC, so we're obviously covering every single nation. So, for example, different in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England. What there seems to be, though, which is maybe, which is something that we don't often highlight and sort of give credit for, is a genuine common sense mentality from the vast majority of people. If you look, you see little stories pop up every day, Julia, that would support that theory. For example, footfalls dropped 32% in the Christmas shopping, and that's people going, right, I'm not going to put myself in that situation. Do you think there's a natural restriction that we all place on ourselves? Because I certainly know I have.
Well, I mean, anecdotally, from my own experience living in London myself, it was incredibly quiet in the week running up to Christmas. And I think you're right. I think particularly people were going to be seeing vulnerable loved ones, perhaps they were taking more precautions than were actually stipulated by the government. But I don't know how that, I don't actually know what the statistics are about that across the UK. I mean, I guess it does beg the question, why are the government not taking action if people are kind of doing it themselves anyway? But like I say, I don't have any sort of statistics in front of me showing how many people have been more cautious or less cautious, over the last week or so. I just can't really understand it, to be honest, because we are an organisation who pay quite a lot of attention to NHS statistics, and we recently did an MP briefing, so we set out the situation in the NHS at the moment, and things are really, really bad. I mean, even completely ignoring, what's happened in the last couple of weeks with Omicron, because we pulled these statistics about a month ago. A&E waiting times are really long. The ambulances are really struggling. There's already, 94,000 NHS staff vacancies, and we were already going to be coming into a winter where there was a huge amount of pressure and, patients losing out as a result. I cannot understand why the government aren't trying to preserve healthcare resource, because while we don't have reliable data from the last couple of days, the reality is that, patients are going to have a tough time. A lot of people are waiting too long to get treatment at the moment. It just doesn't seem to make any sense, really. They
I suppose, point to sort of balancing everything out in terms of economy, health, etc., etc. And it feels like, I don't know, it feels like this to you, but it feels almost unavoidable. I don't know any single group of friends, cautious or otherwise, or workplaces that doesn't have this Omicron variant. It feels almost unavoidable, Julia.
I think what's really difficult is obviously you've brought up people's financial situation in the economy. And what personally I think is really difficult about this is that a lot of businesses like restaurants or anywhere, relying on footfall have lost out in the weeks leading up to Christmas because people haven't, done their Christmas parties and everything. People have willingly cancelled things. And yet they're not being given financial support by the government because there's no official... Well,
they did give some financial support to hospitality, up to £6,000 per venue.
Sorry, you are right. You are right. But it doesn't feel like it's enough, I suppose. And it sort of feels like if these public health measures were put in place so that things were closed, like nightclubs had to close, for example, then the government might be forced into properly supporting those businesses, which I don't think they're really doing at the moment.
Well, we will keep updating it day in, day out, but key point, I think, Dr. Julia Patterson, is in terms of those NHS staff who are off at the moment, that's a concerning a figure that hopefully moves in a different direction soon. So thank you very much for coming on tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for speaking to me.
I want to double back a bit on nightclubs. I mentioned a little bit earlier, like a dance, so I'm going to keep a good look at this. Scotland and Northern Ireland have tightened rules for a second day, so in both nations, hospitality venues have returned to table service only. So it's very hard to sort of make any party out of New Year's Eve. Social distancing, reintroduced in different settings. So I do like the dancing tables, but it ain't going to work. Nightclubs have been closed in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales. So really the only place in the UK we can get to a nightclub on New Year's Eve is England. But how realistic is that based on the rules that are in place? Let's speak to Lorraine Woodgate, who's owner of the Grand nightclub, which I'm guessing by the name isn't that small, Lorraine?
Yes, it is. Good evening.
Good evening. So Felixstowe, we're going to the party. And what is the usual capacity of the Grand nightclub?
It's 500 people. I'm only a small nightclub, really, in comparison to a lot of big ones.
Still a good party. So what are the rules for you? What are the rules for you? People want to come to your club on New Year's Eve or
if they want to
before?
come, they have to either show the COVID pass to prove they've been double vaccinated or a lateral flow test done in the last 48 hours.
So definitely a bit.
Although we've found a lot of people haven't had those.
See, that's what I'm thinking, right? So in theory, way better, of course, than what you're facing if your nightclub was in Glasgow or Belfast or Pontypridd. But what's the reality? Or is it keeping people away from the nightclub? Or are they saying, right, okay, we'll go through all of that in order to have a party? Or are you finding numbers are down just by default of what's going on?
Numbers are definitely down. Christmas Eve, I was 50% down in numbers to what I was in 2019. We're finding people are turning up, their phones have run out of battery, they didn't know they've got to do a lateral flow. I mean, I have been stocking up on lateral flow tests so that they can do them on the door. But unfortunately, Christmas Eve, it was pouring with rain. Yeah, a lot of people were just turning up like, just going home.
We get back to the same question we asked last time. We were going through all this: is when is a nightclub? When is a nightclub a nightclub, and when is it a bar? Right?
Yeah, I had a environmental guy come and check me on the first Saturday. We had the COVID test in place, and the pub round the corner had a disco on, and it was full to the hilt. They were all dancing, but they didn't have to do the COVID check because they closed at 1 o'clock. Whereas I, because I'm closing at 3 o'clock, have to check everybody.
Well, look,
it's a little bit unfair in my eyes.
Yeah, it's definitely not a black and white situation.
No.
In terms of New Year's Eve, then, right? It's your busiest night of the year, right? You're going to be bummed.
Yep.
You could not make enough Vodka Jellies or enough Jaeger bombs. Is there any possibility that you will not reach capacity this New Year's Eve?
I don't think I will.
That's craziness, isn't it?
Going on the run up to Christmas, Christmas Eve. I mean, this evening, I'm open. I think I've got 20 people in at the moment.
Wow. You said there's not really a floor filler you can play for 20 people, is there?
No. And it's the extra staff, I have to put on extra security staff to check everybody as they're coming in.
So you're operating at a loss tonight then, for sure,
yes,
right? Well,
for sure, definitely.
Unless you got a few Irish people in, then you might be all right. If a few of my mates are in, the bar bills might be high enough. You might be okay. So it's in a weird way. Yes, if you're in a situation where you know you're closed, you're not paying staff, right, and that's terrible for them, especially in the hospitality industry. If you've got sort of part-time workers who you can just say, right, don't turn up tonight, don't turn up for the next week. It's terrible for them. But so it's all bad situation, obviously. But in a weird way, you'll lose more than a place that's closed in Wales.
Yes. Pretty much, yeah, because if I was closed, if I've been told to close, I think the government would be forced to give us realistic support. Yes, we're not saying we're ungrateful for that up to £6,000, but it doesn't scratch the surface of what we've lost.
It is, obviously, there's no right answer. We were talking about this about football the other day, and, should there have been a break? Should there have been a fire break? Should there not? And there isn't really a right answer to it, It is the situation that we're in at the moment. Are you positive about 2022 as a nightclub owner and after what the last 2 years have been like? Are you sort of buckling down for another year the same? Because I actually am. I'm glass half full at the moment.
I am thinking it might be another year the same.
Don't, Lorraine. Don't.
I mean, I've been in this industry for a very long time. I've been at these premises now 27 years, and I've never known anything like it.
You know, it's impossible to know. You know, we know that it can take a turn for the best or it can take a turn for the worst. But just looking at the bits and pieces, the reasons to be optimistic at the moment, I think the next 3-4 weeks are going to be tough. But I do feel we're going to get to a better place by March and April. I do sort of all of a sudden feel like buoyed a little bit, which doesn't help you right now. But I can see your club bulging. Bunged,
I hope so.
Packed to the rafters with the May balls and the freshers in September.
It'll be lovely
and all
to
that.
see again.
I think so. I think this is the last of the worst of it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Touch all wood.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Well, listen.
We will struggle on through.
If you're not too busy tonight, you can maybe listen to a big quiz from 11 to 1 that we're doing. You can just sit in the staff room, play along, you know. You might as well have some fun, Lorraine, if there's no customers to serve.
If there's no customers, we can all sit in the park. We can all sit downstairs and do the quiz.
Exactly. Well, listen, give my love to your DJ, because I know what it's like when there's 20 people in a big club and you're having to, and there's always one of the 20s just bothering you all night to play only songs they like when there's 20 people. So tell your DJ, tell him or her that my heart goes out to them. And
I will do.
Thanks for joining me tonight.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. There you go. That's Lorraine, who, like many nightclub owners, just because you're open doesn't actually mean you're in a better position than if you're in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. For some, maybe yes, but you heard there, operating at a big loss tonight. So there is kind of not a lockdown, but restrictions by stealth, right, isn't there? And I'm not saying that's a bad or a good thing, but as I was talking about with my guest before, you just kind of go, I'm not going to go and see Spider-Man. I'm not going to go out for a dance. I'm going to order in tonight rather than go to the supermarket or whatever. Right, let's head out to Australia, to Ellie Aldroyd, because once it gets to 11 o'clock, it's only big moments I'm going to be coming to you for, obviously, because the quiz is very important. How are you?
Of course it is. Do you know what, Colin? I am feeling very cheerful this morning. I woke up not feeling cheerful because England, are on the brink, let's face it, of losing the Ashes. Or Australia on the brink of retaining the Ashes. And yesterday was one of those days where it was good. It was so good until the final hour, and then the final hour it fell apart from an England point of view. But Colin, I know that you love sport. You love great moments and great occasions and great atmospheres. And the atmosphere at the MCG, which is one of the most extraordinary coliseums I've ever watched cricket in. I mean, it's the biggest ground I've ever watched cricket in. That final hour with Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc steaming in, with the crowd baying for blood, England just not being able to get anywhere near them at all.
No.
It was so memorable. But, at the end of it, England, they're 31 for 4. They need another 51 runs to even make Australia bat again in the second innings. So it will probably, at some point today, it might go to Australia. The Ashes will be retained. But do you believe in miracles?
No. Absolutely. It's just the way it is. And this is why you'll be grateful for the next close Ashes. You know, the one that goes to the fifth and final test. It's 2 each. And it's going to be sunny for 5 days, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is. Sport isn't theatre. You can't plan it. The Formula One is a good example of that. And when you do, you're going to come in for a lot of criticism. You just have to let it. You have to let it start and end the way it's meant to start and end in any particular year, Ellie. That's the integrity of it, and you can't knock the integrity of the Ashes, despite the fact it's been so one-sided. It's had integrity in bucket loads.
Well, we know how it started, Colin, because we were live on air when it did, when Rory Burns was bowled first ball by Mitchell Starc at the Gabba, first ball of the Ashes, and there've been ups and downs at that point. Since then there've been different. England have found different ways to disappoint us.
Yeah,
there've been some bad shots. There've been some points where they were getting on top and then just let it slide. So different grades of disappointment. But in the end, it's the most gorgeous day. I can't tell you what a beautiful blue sky day it is in Melbourne. It's been a bit grey for the last couple of days, but it's lovely here today. And I'm just going to try and be as positive for as long as I can, because I just feel, as you know, really lucky to be here.
Well, exactly, and that's the right attitude. But what would have to happen now? So England are 51 runs behind, 6 wickets. So you're looking at an heroic purring, basically.
Yeah, you are. And actually, it was quite interesting. So I was walking, you walk from the centre of Melbourne, you walk across the bridge over the Yarra River, you walk along the river, you walk across this big bridge which goes over the freeway, you approach the MCG from a distance, and you can see it all the way back, way down the river, because it is so massive. And I was walking with these four Aussie guys were walking just behind me, and they were kind of typical Aussie fans. They'd got their hats on, they got their Aussie shirts on,
polite, softly
and they were just
spoken.
being a bit, low key, polite, and they were talking about the fact, they're saying, oh well, you saw what Stark did to them, and Paddy's gonna blow them away today, and they said, yeah, but look, but you've got Root and you've got Stokesy in there, so we might see some sixes, we might see some entertainment, because they want a contest, they don't want it to be all over in half an hour. They want a bit of a battle.
Want a day out.
So it needs big partnerships. Yeah. They want a day out, exactly. They've paid good money, so we've got Root and Stokes who are in together. So if somehow what has not happened so far in this series can happen, and we can get 100 and 150 run partnership, then there's a possibility.
A slight glimmer, if nothing else. They'll put it this way: the candle is there's no wax left in the candle, and it's flickering, but it's not out yet. But it probably says a lot, Ellie, that on this night, where the Ashes, first balls at 11:30, that Graham Swan has chosen to do my big bank holiday quiz. That probably, Graham, speaks volumes for where the Ashes is right now, right?
I think it does, and to be honest, if one of the subject matters tonight is not Elliot Oldroyd's Aussie accent, I'll be deeply disappointed, because that was like Dick Van Dyke at its finest. Ellie, I love you to pieces.
Oh, Swanee, miss you so much. I was just kind of thinking about 4 years ago when we were together in Adelaide, weren't we? And you were positive every single morning. I just remember you just saying, it's not over yet. It's, they're going to do something. Something's going to happen here. And Graham is one of the most positive people, Colin, in the world, and I'm one of the most positive people in the world. So we're going to try and do our very best over the next half hour or so. If you'll let me be on with Swanee, then we'll try and lift your spirits.
Listen, you let me know everything that's going on, because the quiz is likely to be a disaster anyway, because I planned it, right? It's over 2 hours. I haven't exactly got the brains of Britain on to play it, no offence, Swanee. So, and it's...
I won Celebrity Mastermind.
Right, what was your specialist subject?
The original Star Wars films.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Fantastic. Did you get such an unassailable lead it didn't matter how badly you did at the general knowledge, or did you do well at the general knowledge?
I got 10 in both, in the general knowledge. I'll be honest, they're not exactly the same level of questions as normal Mastermind.
They do go a bit easier when you watch like Celebrity Mastermind or Celebrity Chase. You're like, really?
One of my questions was, which worldwide evil dictator was born in Austria? I mean, I think that was the trickiest one I had.
I love it. Well, listen, it's much more trickier for the big quiz. Ellie, you can play along in Australia as well. Let me know how you're getting on, but you'll have better things to do, I'm sure. But we'll talk to you throughout the next couple of hours, and of course, full coverage over in 5 Live Sports Extra of the Ashes on BBC Radio 5 Live. But Swanee's here, Elf Lyons, Neil Delamere and Claire Lim will join him, and they will play the big bank holiday quiz. First time we tried to do this, and that bit in between Christmas and New Year. If it works well tonight, we'll make it a tradition on weeknights on BBC Radio 5 Live, because this is what you do with your family, and you're our radio family. And in the Christmas period, you like to get round, do little family quizzes, and that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. So you just need a pen and a paper, the notes on your phone, and you can come and sit at the table with us. We'll have a proper Christmas night tonight.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. This is James Kelly. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid has confirmed there will be no further COVID restrictions in England this year, despite partial data revealing that record cases were reported over Christmas. Mr Javid said ministers would reassess whether more measures would be needed in 2022. He said people should remain cautious and celebrate New Year's Eve outside if possible. The head of the UK hospitality trade body, Kate Nichols, said the decision would make a huge difference to bars, restaurants and cafes.
It's a very cautious, pragmatic and balanced approach from the government. We very much welcome it. It means that our businesses will be able to trade without restrictions over the last big weekend of the year for them, and can go into January in a better position than their counterparts in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, where we are seeing a very devastating hit on revenues.
Official figures show that COVID cases in Scotland also hit record numbers over the Christmas weekend. Yesterday's daily total was 11,030, the highest since the pandemic began. A virtual meeting has taken place between the Business Secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, and representatives from the UK's leading energy firms to discuss the crisis caused by record-high wholesale gas prices. Suppliers are warning that household bills are set to rise dramatically next year. Dr. Craig Lowry from the energy consultancy firm Cornwall Insights says there's a number of things ministers could do.
There's essentially a number of different levers to pull, whether that's in the form of giving some form of direct financial support to customers to help them pay their bills, whether it's deferring things like the network charges, which form part of the bills, or deferring the low carbon levies that also form part of bills, or doing something with VAT on energy. There are a number of options which exist for government, but I don't think there's necessarily one silver bullet.
French officials say they've rescued 40 people who were trying to cross the Channel to England after their boat got into difficulty. UK authorities say they brought 36 others to shore yesterday. France is the latest European country to tighten restrictions to curb the spread of the Omicron coronavirus variant. The Prime Minister, Jean Castex, described the pandemic as feeling like a film without an ending. Our Paris correspondent Hugh Schofield explains what the new measures are.
New limits on the number of people at stadiums, 5,000 for football matches and so on. This new push on home working and the new rule about consuming drinks and food at bars and restaurants. You can only do that sitting down. So it's not a drastic change, but it is a change which will make people think twice about going out, think twice about their behaviour, where we've seen people beginning to think that it was all over, but it obviously isn't.
Sport play is set to get back underway in about half an hour on day 3 of the third Ashes test after all players from both sides returned negative COVID tests. England appear to be heading for defeat. They'll resume their second innings 31 for 4, still trailing Australia by 51 runs at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. That's the BBC News. It's 3 minutes past 11.
Arsenal, Tottenham and now the Premier League have all confirmed that the North London derby tomorrow is off. The Premier League statement is as follows. Following a request from Arsenal, the Premier League board met today and regrettably agreed to postpone the club's away fixture at Tottenham. With Arsenal having fewer than the required number of players available for the match, the board accepted the club's application. The decision is a result of a combination of COVID existing, recent injuries and players on international duty at the Africa Cup of Nations. All clubs are able to apply for a postponement if COVID infections are a factor in their request. The Premier League's postponement rules are designed to protect the well-being of players and staff while maintaining the sporting integrity of the competition. What an absolute shambles, Dion, this is becoming. And I'm not just saying the North London derby. There are others in the last couple of weeks. Managers are doubting each other. Clubs are being accused of self-interest. Nobody has a clue what is going on.
And that is it. We're in the media. We have no idea what's going on. Is it the same for everybody? What goes on? Can you just have a look around your squad and think, you know what? We could do with him playing. He's not... he's got COVID. He's got COVID. That's what it is. Yeah, he's got COVID. He's got a hamstring. We just don't know what's going on, And at the moment, it does... Well, from the outside looking in, because we don't have the facts, but it does look like, hold it a minute, we could do with a stronger squad playing ready for this game. Let's try and ask to get it postponed. And at the moment, there's been a few games that look that way.
It's pretty crazy. The Burnley one was an interesting one as well. If you look through their squad, it's a small squad. Yeah. There is youth players there can come in. Obviously, understand that it's a small squad, but they've just lost their their top scoring centre forward. It gives them extra time to go and get Seiko Fofana from Lens or something, a really good attacking midfielder that could do a really good job for a lot of Premier League sides. It does seem like we're waiting for the rub of the green. And is that right? I don't think so.
Interesting.
It's confusing. That's what it is. We just don't know. We just don't know, do we? What are the rules?
Interesting that no FA Cup games went last weekend.
Yes, very. That's very true. Actually,
just interesting.
Yes, they all went ahead.
Thank you both, Statman, Dion. Thank you. Have a good Saturday
afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Back to James Burridge. Wasps to lose.
and Wasps leading by 20 points to 15. They were 20-10 up, but in the last 2 minutes, Malvaka, the hooker, has just crashed over from short range, and Thomas Ramos, the fullback, is just steadying himself before he lines up this conversion. And a moment of controversy about 5 minutes ago when their back rower, Antti Jolange, was only shown a yellow card for a high hit on Alfie Barbary. Obviously, we had the Jacob Umunga sending off for Wasps in the first half, so the home crowd not happy that Geelong was only shown a yellow card. Consistency, the big watchword, not many here thought it was applied by the referee. 20 points to 15. Ramos has missed the conversion. It's going to be a tight last quarter. Wasps 20, Toulouse 15.
Georgia Stanway's second of the afternoon has given Manchester City a third at Aston Villa in the Women's Super League. Aston Villa 0, Manchester City 3, just shy of 20-3. This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Here's Joe Critcher.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, is urging the Conservative Party to get rid of Boris Johnson. Hundreds of constituents have written to their Tory MPs, angry about the reports of parties being held at Downing Street, one of which the Prime Minister attended. He says he thought it was a work event. Lawyers for Novak Djokovic are preparing to fight a decision by the Australian government to revoke his visa for a second time. The world number one, who's unvaccinated, is currently being detained ahead of a court hearing to decide whether he can stay in the country and compete in the Australian Open. The eruption of a giant underwater volcano near the island of Tonga has triggered tsunami waves across the southwestern Pacific. Videos on social media show waves more than a metre high flooding houses and streets. Plumes of ash have also been seen shooting into the air. An American fugitive who's believed to have faked his own death is facing extradition after being arrested in hospital in Glasgow. Nicholas Rossi was being treated there for COVID. The 34-year-old is wanted by Interpol and faces a charge of rape in Utah.
The Ashes on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra.
Smith comes in, bowls to Anderson, a quicker ball, and he just taps it away. Says thanks very much. And England save the match.
Hear every ball, every boundary, and every wicket of the 5th Test, live from Hobart.
We've had quite a lot thrown at us in this game, and guys have really stood up and shown a lot of character.
The Ashes. The 5th Test continues tomorrow morning at 3:45 on 5 Live Sports Extra. Plus, you can hear a roundup of every day's play with the TMS podcast. Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
If you're just tuning in to 5 Live Sport, Manchester City have beaten Chelsea by a goal to nil in the Premier League. They have a 13-point lead at the top of the table, and tomorrow's North London derby has been called off by the Premier League. So no Tottenham Arsenal tomorrow. Our base from 3 o'clock, St James's Park, Newcastle taking on Watford, and Kieran Trippier has been explaining his decision to leave Diego Simeone's Atletico Madrid and join a team struggling at the wrong end of the Premier League.
I've got many reasons why. I had a good conversation with Simeone and the president in the club at the start of the season. My reasons why I think it's important for me to go back to England, especially the north, for my family. But it didn't happen, so I got my head down, worked hard for my team, and then the opportunity came in January, so it was a perfect time, obviously, to work with the gaffer again. The whole club, what's happening here, how exciting everything's going, and for my family, and that's the most important thing for me. And now I'm here. It's a very exciting challenge. Of course, I know the position that Newcastle are in at the moment, but I'm one of them players, as you know. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid the position that they're in. And most important thing, I want to help, and I feel like with my experience on and off the field, and with the team that we've got here, it can be a massive boost for the team, and of course with Woody signing as well.
You mentioned there the manager, someone that you do know well. Tell us how big a role he played in your signing, and also what he's doing with the team, what you've seen with him on the training pitch. Because I think in these early days we've seen the impact that he's having, particularly on the style of play at Newcastle.
Yeah, from when he first took over, obviously I've watched a lot of Premier League games, and you can see the difference in the sense of on the front foot attacking. Obviously, I know how the manager wants to play from playing for him before, and what he demands in training, in games, and most importantly off the field as well. So, obviously he's a big reason why I came here, because he's a great manager. But yeah, like I said, in training, it's been very exciting, on the front foot, as I said. And he wants to just play good football, but most importantly, be strong at the back.
Newcastle is a city full of passionate football fans. We saw the reaction when you signed. It's safe to say I think they were pretty happy about it. Have you been out and about in the city and perhaps come across any of them yet?
Yeah, well, I went for dinner with a few of the lads the other night, and you know, there are quite a lot of supporters. Obviously, I've been around the place looking where to live and stuff, and you know, you can feel the excitement around the place, you know, around the city, how excited the fans are and the supporters are, and you know, they deserve it. And like I said, it's a progress, but the fans are buzzing, and rightly so. Yeah, and they've been perfect with me. And all we want to do is put on good performances for them and the club now.
I said your week had been eventful. The game against Cambridge won't have been the debut that you wanted with the way it ended up going. What's been the fallout from that? What have been the conversations that you've had in the dressing room? Every game you want to win, and you know that's for sure. But obviously we wanted to win the Cambridge game to build momentum, to get that winning mentality, the winning feeling. But obviously that didn't happen. So, like I said, that's in the past now. As I was speaking to the lads after the game, we've got to forget about this game now. Next week's huge. Take it one game at a time, and we all know, big game. We're all ready. It's been a good week in training. Yeah, the Watford game, it doesn't really get much bigger than that. The incentive is huge to go above them in the Premier League table. What sort of mentality will you and the team need going into that? It's a game. You need the same mentality in every single game. We know how important every single game is from now to the end of the season, but we don't want to look too far ahead of ourselves. We need to take it game at a time. Of course, the table's there. Watford are just in front of us. It's a massive game. We all know that. It's been a good week in training, preparing how we can hurt Watford. But most importantly, we need to be secure at the back and deal with their threats.
Kieran Trippier there, and we'll be at St James's Park shortly. That's our base from 3 o'clock. All the goals as they go in with Ian Dennis and Neil Lennon. Let's go into the Championship then and go round our 3 o'clocks there. Earlier, Blackburn won at Cardiff despite being down to 10 men. Luton got an injury time winner at home to Bournemouth. So Bournemouth have 49 and Blackburn have 49. Both have played 26. Fulham have 48 from 24. West Brom 42 from 25, QPR 41 from 24, Huddersfield 40 from 26. Fifth play fourth this afternoon. QPR at home to West Brom. Let's start with that one. Here's Lawrence Herdman.
And such a pivotal match in the Championship promotion race, Mark. QPR just a point and a place behind West Brom, a game in hand as well, and now Mark Warburton's in-form side looking for a third straight league win. But Rangers, they have lost their last two in front of their own fans, so maybe an opportunity for beleaguered West Brom. It's been a challenging couple of months for Albion, just 2 Championship wins in the last 9 matches, disappointing on the road as well, and that dip in forms let West Brom 6 points adrift now of the top 2. Ill discipline and a flurry of red cards recently and a lack of goals hasn't helped, so much expectation surrounding new £7 million signing Daryl Dike, a young striker who's forged a big reputation in the United States and a player whose goals fired Barnsley into the playoffs last season under Valerian Ismail. Dike's on the bench today. Also a tale of 2 goalkeepers, Mark. Scotland international David Marshall making his Queen's Park Rangers debut after signing from Derby, and David Button replacing the suspended Sam Johnston in goal for West Brom. So very much high stakes in West London.
So that's 5th against 4th. Fulham are in 3rd. If they win this afternoon at home to Bristol City, then they will go top of the table. We are at that game, but we can't get hold of our reporter at the moment, so when we can get hold of her, we will go to Craven Cottage. Huddersfield are in that final playoff place. They've won 3 of their last 4. They're hosting Swansea today, who are looking to avoid their 4th league defeat in a row. Katie Smith.
And the quietly whispered words around Huddersfield fans these past few weeks, is something special potentially happening here. They're now on a 7-match unbeaten run across all competitions in a playoff place, and perhaps most impressive was their come from behind win to knock out Premier League side Burnley in the FA Cup last week. They make 6 changes from that side, with Sorba Thomas starting after his 2 assists as a substitute in that game. It was Swansea who came away with the 3 points in the reverse fixture though in September, but Russell Martin's side have a tough task today on a 4-match losing streak, and they haven't played a Championship game for over a month. They make 5 changes after their 3-2 loss to Southampton in the FA Cup. New signing from Fulham, Cyrus Christie makes his debut.
Thank you very much. As we were saying earlier, Reading have had an awful week. Knocked out of the FA Cup by Kidderminster last Saturday. Midweek, they were beaten 7-0 by Fulham. Today they travel to Middlesbrough, who are in form and looking to make it 4 wins in a row. Andy Sixsmith.
Yeah, as far as bad weeks go, Reading takes the proverbial Palmore mark. First the FA Cup horror show before that record home defeat to Fulham, described as embarrassing by boss Veljko Paunovic. It leaves the Royals without a win since November, and the manager under a bit of pressure too. Probably not the best time then to face a Borough side running wild under Wilder. A 7-game unbeaten run has them just outside the playoffs, and they boast December's Manager and Player of the Month awards in Wilder and Isaiah Jones. Aaron Conley makes his debut, following Balogun on the bench in a team that hasn't conceded here in 2 months. Best of luck, Reading, and Andy Carroll. Today could be his last Royals appearance, but is it the day he scores a belter without it being disallowed?
Thank you, Andy. Elsewhere in the Championship today, we've got Derby against Sheffield United, Peterborough against Coventry, Preston are at home to Birmingham. It's also Millwall against Nottingham Forest, although, Mike Williams, your kick-off is delayed.
Yeah, we've just been told kick-off delayed here at the Den by just the 10 minutes so far. No reason given yet. Both teams are here. I can see them in front of me, but no reason given. But yes, as you say, at the moment, kick-off now scheduled for 3:10. Team news, I can tell you the man who came off the bench last Sunday to score the match-winning goal for Forest against Arsenal in the FA Cup, Lewis Graban, returns to the starting 11 today as captain Steve Cooper makes just the one change. Zinkernagel dropping to the bench. Forest are 9th, 6 points off the playoffs currently, with their hosts today Millwall just 2 places and 1 point behind them. But as you say, very up and down of Forest. 2 defeats in a row, in fact just 2 wins in their last 9.
Thank you. Let's go to that Derby-Sheffield United game. Derby unbeaten in their last 4. Sheffield United looking to make it 5 wins on the spin, although they're without their manager today, Lee Blakeman.
Yeah, Paul Heckingbottom not here after testing positive for COVID this week. What a last 24 hours it's been for Derby, though. Another transfer embargo. Phil Jagielka has left because his short-term deal couldn't be renewed. A preferred bidder, still not named by their administrators. All of this while trying to prepare for an actual game of football. Wayne Rooney continuing to fight fires on what is a year to the day, would you believe, since he took over here. They still sit bottom Derby, 11 from safety, and host a Sheffield United side who've won their last 4 in the league but haven't actually played a championship game since before Christmas.
Let's go back to the Rugby Union and James Burridge at Wasps.
This is such an impressive performance from Lee Blackett's side. They are leading Toulouse 27 points to 15. Real grit, character once again, just like against Leicester last week. And in Alfie Barbary, they have a force of nature. He has just driven over from 5 metres out. We have got 9 minutes to go. This is going to be one of the wins of the weekend, 27-15.
Let's go into League One. We're with the leaders Rotherham today. They're at Fleetwood. Shojo Saka.
Hi, Mark. Well, Fleetwood might be hovering just above the League One drop zone, but they've really improved since Stephen Craney took over as manager 7 weeks ago. 10 of Fleetwood's 25 points in the league this season have come in the last 5 games. Ellis Harrison scored on his debut last week. He starts again today, as does new signing Zach Jules. Rotherham boss Paul Warne says he's really not enjoying this transfer window, with several of his players out of contract in June. Striker Freddie Ladapo already has said he wants to leave. But leaders Rotherham have lost just once in 25 games across all competitions, and they will expect nothing but a win here.
Thank you very much. Sunderland level on points with Rotherham at the top. They're at Accrington this afternoon, who are 11th. Wickham are in 3rd. They're just a point behind the top 2. They're taking on 6th place Oxford this afternoon. Oxford, who suffered their first away defeat in 7 last weekend. Charlotte Harper's watching this one.
Afternoon, chappers. Yeah, Wickham could go top of League One if they win and Rotherham and Sunderland slip up this afternoon. They're undefeated so far this year. I'll be hoping to repeat that 2020 playoff victory over local rivals Oxford. They're without top scorer Sam Vokes, however, due to a suspected positive COVID result. That's a big blow. Adebayo Akinfenwa returns to the bench for Wickham. Could he be the one to get Adam Parks wrecking? Oxford won't roll over easily, though. They have a point to prove after a disappointing 2-0 defeat to Lincoln last weekend, and are still looking for their first win of the new year. Wickham Oxford coming up.
Into League 2, game of the day here. Leaders Forest Green Rovers, unbeaten in their last 12. At Northampton, who are 3rd in the table, 11 points behind Mark Webber.
And the difference between these two sides, chap, is that Forest Green have been able to control games that could have slipped out of their hands. Remember that 5-5 thriller with Oldham, the less memorable, perhaps 0-0 draw with Exeter. Rovers' run punctuated with draws, and that will probably be the USP that's likely to send this Gloucestershire side up. One change, Dan Sweeney returns to the starting 11, Regan Hendry drops to the bench. The Cobblers have lost a bit of soul since being COVID hit over Christmas. No games in 3 weeks, and they lost the last 2 to lower opposition. Dylan Connolly returned in the starting 11. That's their only change.
Back to Rugby Union's Champions Cup with Wasps still leading Toulouse at 3-15. It's Leicester who lost their perfect record in the Premiership last weekend away to Connaught. Austin Halewood's watching this one.
Yeah, Leicester looking to make it 3 wins from 3 mark in this competition. Do that and they're into the last 16. But there will be a bit of a strange feeling around the Tigers camp coming into the game. It's the first time they've had to prepare for a match on the back of a defeat since June. As you say, that run of 15 straight wins came to an end against Wasps last week. They've made 8 changes from that team. No Ben Youngs, no George Ford. And it's a huge game for the home side as well. Win and Connaught are almost guaranteed a spot in the last 16, and that would be for the very first time.
Let's go back to the Premier League then. 3 games at 3 o'clock. Let's start at Carrow Road. Norwich aiming to avoid their 7th successive defeat. They've lost their last 6 by an aggregate of 16-0. So we've sent John Southall.
It's not very clever, is it? Welcome, Mark. Yep, these are the division's 2 out-of-form teams. Both will have circled this one as a very winnable fixture. But let's look for some positives here. Reasons to be hopeful for Norwich City. Their manager, Dean Smith, is unbeaten in all 5 of his league games against Everton. Norwich are unbeaten in their last 5 Saturday 3 o'clock kickoffs. Timu Puki's had a nice new sharp haircut, and that probably is about it. The bottom line is they have to start winning. As you say, 6 defeats on the trot in the league, no goals in 551 minutes. Sorensen and Sargent come in today for Poeta and McLean, who is ill. Reasons to be hopeful for Everton. Well, Mikolenko makes his league debut, Richarlison and Mina back on the bench, as are new signings Anwar El Ghazi and Nathan Patterson. Rafa Benitez needs a win here this afternoon. A defeat and the pressure on him will be significant. It is 1 win in their last 12 league games. 3 changes today. Mikolenko, Gomez and Rondon come in for Holgate, Allen and Kenny. So let's see what we get. Mark, this is my 3rd Norwich game in the space of 6 days, and as a regular Norwich watcher said to me, who have you upset? Anyway, I did see them winning the FA Cup, and we might even get a league goal today.
Thank you, John. Only 5 goals in Wolves' last 8 league matches. Their opponents today are Southampton. They've scored as many in their last 5 as they had in their previous 15. John Akers.
Such a difficult one to call this, isn't it? Because of those stats. Hardly any goals in Wolves games lately. 3-0 nils, 5-1 nils in those 8 games. But Southampton on a good little run of finding the back of the net. They go into the top half with a win, and despite being the 2nd lowest scorers in the league, Wolves will go level on points with Manchester United in 7th if they could grind out another 1-0. Bruno Lage makes 3 changes for Wolves from the win at Manchester United. Saiss is at AFCON. 22-year-old Portuguese Toti Gomez is probably not one you will have heard of, but he's been recalled from his loan spell at Grasshoppers to make his debut at the back for Wolves. Meant to be quick. Great reports from his time on loan there. Marsal's injured again. Aït-Nouri comes in. Neves has got COVID. Dendoncker starts. And Adama Traoré is on the bench, while Southampton are unchanged from the 4-1 win over Brentford on Tuesday. Not expecting a goal vest, but would be delighted to be wrong.
Thank you very much, John. The games in the Africa Cup of Nations today. Nigeria, Sudan, that's a 4 o'clock kickoff, and then Guinea-Bissau against Egypt gets underway at 7. In the Women's Super League, Manchester United beat Birmingham by 5-0. Manchester City won 3-0 at Aston Villa. As far as Manchester City's men are concerned, they beat Chelsea by 1-0. They've gone 13 points clear at the top of the table. Kevin De Bruyne got the winner, and here he is with Kai Mowbray.
Well, Kevin, first of all, congratulations. Any win is pleasing in the Premier League. Beating the 2nd place team, how does that feel?
Well, it feels like always when you play a big game and you win that one. We knew a win today would make the gap bigger, but obviously I think the way we had to play. The pressing, the patience was very important, and I think the team did very well.
Tell us about the goal. We saw you with your head looking up to the right, looking to see if there was a pass on. How late do you make your mind up to go for goal yourself?
Very difficult question. I think the moment I can just slip past Conte, I'm trying to get the picture as quick as possible. But to be fair, the fullbacks were coming inside and they were dropping back. So I didn't see any pass, but then I saw a little gap in between them to bend it around. And today it worked.
A 13-point gap on Chelsea, that they will find it very hard to claw those points back. Is the league table and the way it stands something that bothers you City players just at the moment?
I think you just have to close the noise from outside. I think we've been in this situation where we've been like 8-10 points ahead, but also like 8-10 points behind. So we know it can change very quickly. The only thing we really can do is work hard and go try to win the game next weekend. And we know the gap is big for the moment. But Liverpool are not too far if they win their game. So it's game on.
Liverpool play tomorrow, of course. Only 2 games tomorrow. The North London derby has been called off. The Premier League accepted Arsenal's request to have that game postponed, so there's no North London derby tomorrow. Time for our usual 3 o'clock goal service. All the goals as they go in up and down the leagues in both England and Scotland. Championship, League 1, League 2 in Scotland. No Scottish Premiership at the moment. It's on the winter break, of course. And as you can tell from the music in the background, our base is St James's Park. Newcastle against Watford. If you were listening this time last week, exactly this time last week, you will be aware that Ian Dennis pointed out a banner at Newcastle selling a BMX for 42 quid. And I'm told the banner is still there, Ian.
It's still there, yeah. The flags have been flying as they're still flying in the Gallowgate end away towards the right side.
Have they dropped the price?
No,
Wow.
It clearly didn't get any offers, which is surprising given a crowd of 52,000. So he's brought the banner back, and the BMX, if you're interested, is still available.
Still Quid, spelt Kwid.
Yep.
Good.
Yep, very much so. I thought you were going to chip in there, Neil.
I thought it was Chris Sutton, he spelled it that way. I didn't know he was at Newcastle today.
You'd have thought that the nearest offer, someone would have bought it, but anyway, not to be.
I might make him an offer on the way out, Daniel, you never know.
Well, in terms of the price on this game, you can't put your finger on it in terms of Premier League survival, can you?
Oh, it's pivotal, you know, in the relegation fight. You know, both teams aren't in great form, and you know, Watford are on a terrible run at the minute, but it's going to be tense, Daniel. It's going to be really tense and dramatic. It's all how well, for me, on the day, Watford defend. If they defend well and counter-attack, the game could get anxious for Newcastle, but I think they'll have plenty of the ball today, Newcastle.
Well, the team news is this. Dubravka is in goal for Newcastle United. It's a back four of Kieran Trippier making his league debut. Cher, Lascelles and Dummett making his first appearance of the season. Fraser Shelvey, Sean Longstaff and Joel Linton are the midfield, and Chris Wood making his debut after that 2.5-year deal that he signed for £25 million from Burnley with Alan Saint-Maximin. Newcastle get us underway. Black and white striped shirts, black shorts and black socks, and they're playing from left to right, so they're attacking the Gallowgate end against a Watford side all in red and just outside the relegation zone. And they have made 7 changes from their FA Cup defeat. Ben Foster is back in goal, and Ngakia right back. Cathcart and Samir, he makes his debut, the Brazilian defender who they signed from Udinese. Hassan Kamara at left back, also making his debut, as is Kayembe ahead of him in midfield. Kuchka and Sissoko, King, Dennis and Pedro. Newcastle have been awarded an early free kick. Far side, the left. Fraser to take it. Punched away by Foster. Shelvey on the volley, right-footed edge of the area. And it's off target and a goal kick.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Eddie Howe would have wanted, you know, an attempt on goal in the first minute or two. Good ball in, Foster dealt with very well with a punch. Shelvey just off target with a volley, he's worth a goal. But look, you see already Newcastle are here to get in Watford's faces. They're going to press very high by the looks of things.
Going to be a goal kick, which Foster plays a flat ball out. He was trying to ping it out to Hassan Kamara, the left back on this near side, who they've signed from Nice, an Ivory Coast international, £4 million that they paid for him. A lot of the focus has been on Newcastle's acquisitions in Trippier and Chris Wood, but Watford have brought in 3 new players already. Fulham Bristol City is now going to be a 3:15 kickoff after a power cut, and remember Millwall Nottingham Forest, that is a delayed kickoff as well, also in the Championship. Championship is where these two sides are trying to avoid slipping into. And the last time that Newcastle were out of the relegation zone was when they played at Vicarage Road in a 1-1 draw in late September, and they have the opportunity to climb out of the bottom 3 here today. And Eddie Howe, I'm sure, will be hoping to see a response after that embarrassing defeat against Cambridge, Neil.
Yeah, a massive blow psychologically, but it's all about the Premier League for Newcastle now. And this is a huge game with both teams, in the bottom 4. It's interesting watching Watford. They've gone, sort of very defensive midfield. Oh, here's a counter-attack.
Fraser back with Trippier, playing the ball forward, taking it in his stride is Sean Longstaff, right-hand side, and the cross turned behind by KMB.
That's good work from Newcastle. Pressing Watford in their third. They've won a corner. Very good start, nice and bright. But what we expected then, anyway, with this crowd behind them.
So corner kick in front of the Gallagate end. Trippier to take it. It'll be an outswinger. In it comes now from the England international, only to the edge of the area. I thought that Dummett was going to strike it then. Instead it goes out to Sam Maximan, left corner of the area, low ball into the penalty area, couple of deflections, and in the end it was Foster making a save to his left at the far post to gather the ball safely in for Watford. And now he throws it out to King, able to turn. He's got Pedro ahead of him on this left-hand side, goes down far too easily. Oh, he gets the free kick.
You know what? I'm going to keep my eye on the referee today, because this is a big game for him as well. I've not been overly impressed with Paul Tierney over the past few games that I've watched him referee. That was not a foul. Trippier was just too strong for Pedro there, but referees deemed it a foul, much to the angst of the Newcastle fans.
Tranmere, who've only scored, well, until today, they'd scored only 25 goals, one of the fewest amounts in the top teams in League Two, but they are riding high. Mickey Mellon's side, second in the table, and they've got an early goal at Prenton Park. Tranmere 1, Rochdale 0, and Gillingham are leading Burton by 1-0. Steve Lovell is now in caretaker charge for that game at Priestfield. Gillingham without a win in 13 and parting company with Steve Evans. Yeah, you talk about Paul Tierney, the referee, and he certainly came in for a lot of scrutiny for that game. It was Tottenham against Liverpool, wasn't it, when he sent off Andrew Robertson? But only Anthony Taylor has shown more yellow cards than Paul Tierney this season. Ooh, that was a loose back pass. Foster was alert to it. We welcome listeners to the BBC World Service here to the northeast of England, St James's Park, the home, of course, of Newcastle United. So wherever you are in the world, as always, it's a pleasure to have your company, as this is a vital game down at the bottom of the table, still 0-0 between Newcastle and Watford. But yeah, Tierney, 59 yellow cards, and I, like you, didn't think that was a foul.
No, so I'm going to keep an eye on, because this is such an important game for both teams. He may have a bearing on this game. I hope he doesn't, but he may do.
Well, the one good thing I can tell you is that I will not be repeating that poor joke that I cracked on social media with Neil ahead of the game. As the ball, nice interplay, Kuchka, Pedro coming forward, opens it up towards that far side. Dennis cuts it back, Kuchka might get there, Shelby makes the challenge, and the referee gives a direct free kick just outside the penalty area, and he's shown a yellow card. We'll be going around the grounds in a moment, but that was very, very close from Shelby.
That is tight, Dano. It was a great move from Watford between João Pedro and Kuchka. The ball's cut back again, Kuchka's coming up to it on the edge of the box, and he just gets there before Shelby. He goes to the ground, he doesn't really need to, I don't think. And it's very early on in the game, Deno, to be getting a yellow card for a centre midfield player.
There's no sign at the moment saying that it was just outside the area. VAR, of course, not called for on that occasion, but it was very, very tight to the markings of the penalty area. Another 6 inches, it'd have easily been inside the box, but this is a direct free kick for Watford. I cracked a joke on social media about the lack of clean sheets between these two. Neil certainly didn't approve, but...
Do you call that is that your description of a joke? Must be a right laugh in your house then.
Well, they haven't had much to laugh about in the defensive departments for either Newcastle or Watford. Watford haven't kept a clean sheet in any of the last 28, and Newcastle have only kept 3 clean sheets in the last 30 in the Premier League. And they've got to try and keep this free kick out. So it's left of centre. KMB is there, and we've also got Emmanuel Dennis. So it'll be the left foot of KMB. It is Dennis. Takes the top of the wall from Joe Linton, comes back out to Dennis, and his left-footed volley is off target. So we'll go around some of the other grounds. We'll start in the Premier League, and we'll go to Molineux. Wolverhampton Wanderers against Southampton, and John Akers.
8 minutes gone. Wolves 0, Southampton 0, but it's Southampton who have made the best start here. Bednarek has had a chance to flick home, but Sarr was there. Wolves 0, Southampton 0.
King with a shot right-footed, edge of the area, dragged it well wide. Norwich Everton, John Southall.
It's 0-0, not much flow to the game at the moment. Norwich have made the brighter start, and they have got a free kick here just on the left-hand side, 25 yards out. Rashica is probably going to take this one with his right foot. Might just want to stick with this for a moment here. He's going to flick it in with his right foot. Not a bad ball in, but headed clear by Everton, 0-0.
We'll get an update now. In fact, it's full time from the Rugby Union. Wasps against Toulouse. James Burridge.
And Wasps have beaten the defending champions 30 points to 22. They went behind in the first minute, but they wrestled back momentum and possession. Alfie Barbary, sensational. His try was defining. Jimmy Gopperth, deadly from the kicking tee. And all this with 14 players after Umunga was sent off in the first half.
BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service in the Premier League. Newcastle United 0, Watford 0. Manchester City beating Chelsea earlier by 1-0. Cardiff 0, Blackburn Rovers 1. They move second as Bournemouth, the leaders who are still top, lost to a last-minute goal at Kenilworth Road. Luton Town 3, Bournemouth 2. And Newport County beating Harrogate in the early kick-off in League 2 by 4-0. Good support from Watford. They've got 3 sections of that top tier. High up away towards left-hand side as the ball is hit long. KMB, though, heads it down for Watford. Off the knee it goes from João Pedro. Brought under control by Trippier. Played forward by Shelvey. Sean Longstaff intercepted by KMB. And it goes out of play for a throw. Neil.
He started well, KMB. Looks nice and comfortable and compact. You know, good little spell there previously for Watford with the free kick, and then, you know, they won the ball off Joe Linton, and King sort of slashed at a shot, much to the dismay of Ranieri. We need maybe a little bit more time and composure to make something happen, but it's been a decent start from Watford.
Watford, who on a real losing run, 7 straight defeats in all competitions, 6 on the spin that they've suffered in the top flight. They've actually equalled a club record of 6 successive top flight defeats. As Trippier with a floated ball forward, Sean Longstaff might try to get on the end of it. Loose ball drops down to Fraser, then to Trippier, near side, back to Fraser once again, doesn't deliver the ball. Now he does. Actually comes off a Watford player. Joe Linton off the crossbar. Outstretched left foot, just dangling 6 yards out. Foster was beaten, and the crossbar saves Watford. Break on that far side by the former Newcastle player Sissoko. Newcastle United very close to getting a breakthrough after 10 minutes. And Saint-Maximin is down on that far side.
Well, what a moment that was. You know, Chris Wood made something of a nothing ball, really. It fell to Fraser. A couple of exchanges of passes between him and Trippier, and the cross came in. It got a deflection, Deno. And Joe Linton reacts a lot quicker than Nagaki at the back post and gets a flick on it, and it smashes off the crossbar. But that now might spark the crowd into life and give Newcastle a lift. First really intense action at the Watford end, and almost culminates in a goal.
The cross from Fraser, after it took a deflection on its way through, that then provided the elevation, didn't it?
It did. It hung up in the air, and Ngaki is waiting on it coming down, and Joe Linton reacts, pokes out the left leg, and it's very unfortunate not to score.
Still 0-0. Neil Lennon, the former Leicester City and Celtic midfielder, with us here at St James's Park. No other goals to tell you about elsewhere. Foster back in the side. He's missed the last 7 for Watford with a groin injury, but they've made a number of changes today of Watford. Claudio Ranieri in a desperate attempt to stop the rot. Shelby, Sam Maximan giving chase. Foster to the front edge of his penalty area, catches it and then rolls the ball out. Ball played forward on that far side. Stopped. Dummett back in the team. Left back. First appearance of the season. Had a calf injury which has hampered his progress. He finished ever so well last year. 12 successive appearances towards the end of last season for the Welsh international. A welcome return to offer some reinforcement for Eddie Howe in what has been a problem area for Newcastle United. 12.5 minutes played, still 0-0. Cher getting a regular run in the side under Eddie Howe, plays the ball out, Dummett, and goes out of play for a throw.
There was a little spell where Watford have given the ball away cheaply. Dennis trying to flick it. Dummett comes in and, as you rightly said, intercepts. He's a solid citizen at this level. He played a bit of his career up in Scotland. I remember him very well at St Mirren. And you're right, he will be a welcome addition back into the team because they've been going with Ritchie for a while there, and he's not exactly an out-and-out fullback.
Yeah, that impressive loan spell at St Mirren. I remember Peter Beardsley talking very, very highly of Paul Dummett whilst he was still on the periphery, if you like, before he'd broken through. Doncaster Rovers 0, Wigan Athletic 1 is a latest score in League One. Doncaster Rovers struggling, bottom of the table. Wigan, who actually have 5 games in hand in the top of League One, and Max Power has scored there. Ball forward. That was cut out by Samir. Another one of the debutants for Watford. Claudio Ranieri patrolling his technical area. Eddie Howe with Jason Tindall just alongside him. He's busy scribbling away, making notes as Trippier on this near side. Ball in towards Wood. Wood loses out in the air. Downward header from Kuchka. Brought under control. Kayembe is the player who brings it away. Out it goes to Dennis. Comes on the inside, central position away from Joel Linton. Camera holding off Fraser. And Fraser being applauded by Eddie Howe for his work ethic. You know, Ryan Fraser, he's actually not featured on a winning side for Newcastle United for nearly a year now.
What are you trying to say, Denham?
23 Newcastle appearances since the last time he tasted victory for Newcastle.
Wasn't that a record Gareth Bale had at Spurs for a while?
Was
the same sort of record, or was it when he scored? I don't know. It was something like that. He'd been playing a winning team for a long time. Turned out all right for him, though, Denham.
It did, yeah. It did.
Oh, break
on for Watford. João Pedro holds it up. King joining the attack. King shoots left-footed. Doesn't even hit the side netting. It went on a straight, flat trajectory off his left foot and out for a goal.
That's exactly what Ranieri's looking for. You know, win the ball in the middle third and then break quickly. Good pace from João Pedro. Slips the ball into King. He should hit the target. He should work the goalkeeper. But that was an opportunity for Watford. A decent opportunity. Should do better. But promising signs for Watford.
Peterborough 0, Coventry City 1 is the latest score in the Championship at London Road. Peterborough just 1 win in 9. Coventry a little bit out of form without a win in 6. As we'll stay in the Championship. There's now a goal at Huddersfield. Katie Smith.
And it's Huddersfield 1, Swansea 0. The move starting down the left-hand side. Karoma bringing the ball into the box. Had a shot on the left. It bounced out. Found the feet of Danel Sinani for his 4th of the season. It's Huddersfield 1, Swansea 0.
Swansea have lost their last 4 behind there in West Yorkshire. Ball up towards King. King right-hand side. Kuchka's making a storming run through the middle. Ball played inside towards Sissoko. He wins a corner kick. There's been a goal now at Norwich. John Southall.
Norwich City have the lead. Norwich 1, Everton 0. It came from the right-hand side, a Sargent cross, and the outstretched boot of Michael Keane put it into his own goal at the near post. They have a goal, Norwich. It's an own goal. They won't care. Norwich 1, Everton 0.
As it stands, it means that Newcastle United in the live league table, if you like, are now bottom of the table with that scoreline from Carrow Road. Watford have a corner kick. Still 0-0, BBC Radio 5 Live, far side, the right, crowded penalty area, Shelvey won't get there, instead it's Dennis who reacts first, onto his right foot, Cathcart plays the ball back, Kayembe with a left-footed shot, that was blocked by Cher. Newcastle United had everybody back, and in the end they go all the way back to Ben Foster, who's just outside the centre circle, and he launches the ball long, and out of play it goes for a throw, and we will nip to Craven Cottage and Flo Pollock.
Yep, still goalless here. It was actually a delayed kick-off after a power cut, so we're just underway. And a chance for Fulham to go top of the table if they can draw or win here today. It's Fulham 0, Bristol City 0.
Tranmere 2, Rochdale 0, and another goal at Norwich, John Southall.
They wait for months for a goal, and Norwich now have 2. Norwich City 2, Everton 0, and it was just a poke finish by Eder, his first ever goal at Carrow Road. He poked it past the goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford, and Norwich City lead Everton by 2-0.
Newcastle are attacking. That will certainly ramp up the pressure on Rafa Benitez. Just one win in 12 Premier League games for Everton. And it certainly ramps up the pressure on these two as it intensifies down at the bottom of the table. Still 0-0. Newcastle go back. Lascelles on the halfway line. Don't think many people would have expected that, would they, Neil? That scoreline at Carrow Road?
No, definitely not. Although Everton have got their own problems to concern themselves with at the minute. It's a long way back for Everton, so early in the game already.
Fraser, ball inside, goes astray. We'll go back to the Championship. Queen's Park Rangers, West Bromwich Albion. Lawrence Herdman.
It's 0-0 dead over. West Brom are the better side. Just one win in the last 8 away league matches. They forced a couple of corners. A stoppage in play a few minutes ago. Clash of heads between Matt Clark of West Brom and Lyndon Dykes. Matt Clark's continuing with a huge lump on his head the size of an egg. 0-0.
Here, Newcastle United almost prospered from a loose ball at the back. Wood was there. Cathcart it was who nicked it away, but Foster was off his goal line, and in the end the ball's run behind for a corner kick.
Yeah, it was needless. It was Sissoko. Tried a first time pass to Cathcart, totally misdirected it. Wood was almost in. Cathcart recovered very well. In a spell where Watford were looking actually the better team, Deno, and look more composed. Everything's in front of Watford at the minute from Newcastle point of view. They're not cutting Watford open at all.
Corner on that left-hand side has been rolled short. Back it goes to Fraser. In it goes now! Joel Linton arriving 6 yards out of the far post. And it's left Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe hopping in frustration as he puts it wide.
Kembe did brilliant. It's a beautiful ball in, a little short corner, back to Fraser. Just floated beautifully to the back post, and Joe Linton looks all the world to score, but Kayembe did enough to put him off.
It's his appearance last week against Cambridge United was his 100th for the club. He scored 7 in 87 in the league, and in the cup competitions he's scored 4 in 13. You're tempted to say with that better ratio in the cup competitions, just tell him it's an FA Cup tie. Although it didn't necessarily work out that well against Cambridge last week. But the thought process. 0-0 it remains. We've been playing now for nearly 20 minutes here on 5 Live and the World Service. Millwall, Nottingham Forest in the Championship. Mike Williams.
We've been playing 10 minutes here, Zeno, due to a delayed kick-off by 10 minutes here at the Den. Main bit of action to tell you about an early glove stinger for the Forest keeper, Bryce Samba, from Millwall's Benica Phobe, who tricked his way into the box, tested the keeper from close range at his near post, who pushed it round for a corner. Millwall 0, Forest 0.
So Manchester City are 13 points clear at the top of the table after a 12th successive win in the league. 1-0 they beat Chelsea. Norwich City are currently leading Everton 2-0. It's Wolves 0, Southampton 0, and here at Newcastle it's goalless too between Newcastle and Watford.
Also another slick move from Watford, going from Kuchka into King, wide to Dennis. Cross comes in, Joe Pedro couldn't get on the end of it. He was offside, Dennis, but they look slick on the counter-attack. And Ranieri's team are set up very well at the minute. They're They're not under massive pressure, although Newcastle have been unlucky not to score off the Joe Linton one.
That's Neil Lennon with us here at St James's Park. Chris Wood on his debut, getting there first, playing the ball back to Shelvey on the halfway line, hanging on to the ball. Shelvey, Share, out then to Joel Linton on the left-hand side. Fraser's now actually on the right, whether that's just a temporary switch, but Joel Linton looks up and passes the ball out with a crossfield ball to Fraser, right corner of the area, into Wood, looping header 6 yards out onto the roof of the net and behind for a goal kick.
That's well played, good switch of play from Joe Linton. Touch and cross in from Fraser, and Woods, he couldn't get the header down, but he got enough purchase on it just to go over the bars. Joe Linton started the game very well again, Daniel. Maybe that is his position. Eddie seems to be playing him in a deeper role in midfield, but what I've seen in the last couple of games, he's played very well.
Let's go to Derby County against Sheffield United. Lee Blakeman.
0-0. Martin Atkinson, the referee, not popular at the moment. Max Bird's just had a clean shot on goal for Derby. Atkinson got in the way. Otherwise, not much to report. Still goalless.
Fulham 0, Bristol City 1, Port Vale 0, Swindon 1, and Sheffield Wednesday lead Plymouth by a 1-0. A flurry of goals on the video printer on BBC Radio 5 Live to keep you up to date. We'll try and bring you news of that goal at Craven Cottage, but Fulham, had they were to win that game, they'd actually go top with Bournemouth and Blackburn locked together on 49 points. What a job that Tony Mowbray is doing at Blackburn.
Absolutely magnificent season they're having, and long may it continue.
That victory at Cardiff means that Rovers are unbeaten in 10 now, level on 49 points with Bournemouth at the top of the Championship. Joel Linton holds onto the ball for Newcastle United, then he passes it back to the bald-headed Shelvey, out to Fraser, near side, at the right, pops it forward to Sean Longstaff, and Sean Longstaff, does he win a corner kick? Yes, he does for Newcastle. Trying to put pressure on this Watford side, all in red. We'll get news of that goal at Craven Cottage in a moment. Portsmouth 0, MK Dons 1 is a latest score in League One. Pompey unbeaten in 10, but behind at Fratton Park. Corner kick to Newcastle, still goalless, and 23 minutes played. Trippier again to take it near side the right. It should be an outswinger. In it comes now from Trippier. Lascelles heads it on. Wood inside the 6-yard area heads it over and to Craven Cottage. Flo.
Yep, Fulham trail a rapid counter-attack after a Fulham corner, and Bristol City's Anton Semenyon finished it off beautifully. It's Fulham 0, Bristol City 1.
They beat Reading Fulham 7-0 in midweek. Did you see the 2 disallowed goals from Andy Carroll?
Oh my word. Still got it.
Oh, the second one. Well, they were both crackers, but the second one
is that the one he tasted and volleyed it?
Yeah.
Oh my word, it was magnificent.
He's been strongly linked with a move to Burnley. Watford are actually meant to be playing away at Burnley on Tuesday, but that is in doubt. And I think I might be surprised if that game actually goes ahead. And then they're due to play Norwich then at home on Friday. So they were scheduled to have 2 more important games on the back of this one that probably could easily make or break their survival bid to stay in the Premier League. 0-0 though here at St James's Park. We'll have to wait and see on that, but of course it is in doubt after the Burnley game was postponed, and of course another postponement today. If you hadn't heard, the North London derby tomorrow has been postponed. I think that's the 21st game to be postponed due to COVID. Trippier for Newcastle United, right hand side, lifting the ball into the penalty area. Wood can't get there, and Gakio was tucked in to clear the ball away. Newcastle United having a good spell of possession here. Joel Linton inside, Sean Longstaff, Kamara just tucked in, headed away by Samir, and a late challenge as he was barged over by Chris Wood, and Paul Tierney, the referee, gives a free kick. So let's get an update from Molineux with John Akers.
Wolves 0, Southampton 0, but chances are plenty. Pedenza's just gone close with a left foot effort, saved by Forster at the near post. Nouri's cross, Lianco over his own crossbar, Dendonka from 30 yards wild, and Perot for Southampton, saved by Sarr. Decent game, Wolves 0, Southampton 0.
Coventry City have got a second goal at London Road in the Championship. Peterborough 0, Coventry City 2. Carlisle 0, Crawley 1. Both sides have shown good form of late. They've both won their last 3, and it's Crawley who've taken the lead at Brunton Park in League 2. That was a good spell, though, for the home side, Neil.
It was, and I think he started the game very well, Trippier. And there's embryonic signs of a good little relationship here down this right-hand side, Daniel, with Fraser. Although I like the look of Kembe at left back, but he's not getting much support from João Pedro at the minute. They're doubling up on him on this right-hand side, and all the good things at the minute predominantly are coming down Newcastle's right.
Neil Lennon here on 5 Live as the ball goes out of play, and it's a Newcastle throw. They go back. We'll get an update in the Rugby Union, the Champions Cup. Connaught against Leicester. Austin Halewood.
No signs of a hangover for Leicester after their first defeat of the season last week. The Tigers have flown out of the blocks. 2 tries in the first 10 minutes. Harry Wells with the first from a short line out, and a beautiful crossfield kick from Freddie Burns found Kini Murimuravalu in for an easy score. It's Leicester 10, Connaught 0.
Here is Sean Longstaff. Back then with Lascelles. We're approaching the half hour on BBC Radio 5 Live, and it's still Newcastle United 0, Watford 0. Dummett to Sam Maximan, left-hand side, just in from the touchline. Back with Dummett once more. There, of the one side who's controlling it, very much the home side.
In terms of possession?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Ranieri would have expected that. I think he's come with a game plan to, soak up the possession. They're not really getting hurt with on the counter-attack because they've got good pace in the final third with Dennis King and João Pedro. But Newcastle just slowly but surely starting to get a real grip on this game now without really hurting Watford. I don't know what's happened there, Daniel.
Pedro has gone down. It looked innocuous. There didn't appear to be any challenge whatsoever. Newcastle were ready to take a free kick, and then all of a sudden he's just dropped to the floor as João Pedro. It's left the referee Paul Tierney smiling, but there was nobody around him. Port Vale have equalised. Port Vale 1, Swindon 1 in League 2. Free kick which Trippier will take. And he's making sure, as it's quite a high line from Watford, as he launches the ball long downfield. Good head out by Cathcart. Sean Longstaff heads it out towards Sam Maximan, holding off Ngakia, the Watford right back. The ball then is played by Joel Linton. Inside, Cher and Shelvey exchange passes. Dummett, just over the halfway line, goes down that left touch line to Sam Maximan midway through the Watford half. Being patient, the home team. Dummett hits it forward. Fraser pulling the ball back, looking for the run of Wood, joining the attack. Trippier now does so on this right-hand side. Goes short forward. Back heel from Fraser to Trippier. Didn't quite come off, but the idea, nevertheless, is being applauded.
Just watching the two Watford wingers. They're not really helping out the fullbacks. They're cheating a little bit, and they're hoping that the midfield three will take care of the work. And then obviously cheating, what I mean by cheating is not getting involved too much on the defensive side of it, and when they win the ball then really hope to hurt Newcastle on the counter, because they do have the pace in the final third. But at the minute Newcastle are dominating the game, like I said, functionally, without much creativity.
Well, they've been awarded a free kick. We'll go back to Carrow Road after this free kick, but it's about 6 yards in from the touchline on the right-hand side. They're attacking the Gallagate end, and we've been playing for nearly half an hour. Every red shirt back for Watford. The Newcastle supporters, you sense, feel that this could be an opportunity from a set piece. Trippier, we know about his delivery. Lascelles, Sean Longstaff, Wood, Joel Linton. Cher's also up there. Trippier now delivers it, in it comes, and in the end it came off the head of Cher, and behind it goes and out for a goal kick. So to Carrow Road, Norwich, Everton, John Southall.
Norwich 2, Everton 0 as the Norwich corner comes in. Everton trying to clear it away. Just had a pitch invader from the Everton section of the crowd here who's been escorted off. The home fans are singing "Sacked in the Morning" to Rafa Benitez. A Rafa out banner has emerged in the away end as well. And I have to say, Everton are all over the place at the back at the moment. Norwich 2, Everton 0.
Well, there was a banner last week at Hull City in the FA Cup from the travelling support. in thrilling FA Cup time. What was a thrilling day all round on BBC Radio 5 Live as we covered those FA Cup third round ties. But a growing sense of dissatisfaction from the Everton supporters, and certainly that's a disappointing result. Norwich City 2, Everton 0 if you are an Everton fan. As Kuchka out to that far side for King, crosses into the penalty area. Trippier tucked in on this right hand side to clear the ball away. Up to Sam Maximin. Sam Maximin with his dancing feet. We haven't seen too much of Sam Maximin so far, but he held on to the ball. Sean Longstaff is urged to get the ball forward, but Watford now have got plenty of red shirts back as Sean Longstaff held on to it, as Trippier now has it to Fraser. Sam Maximin has drifted out towards this near side. He plays the ball back to Trippier, to Shelvey. 3 weight on the edge of the area for Newcastle. 14 minutes to go to half time. I think one of the first words you said today is that it's going to be tense, and you can certainly feel the tension.
It's just starting to crank up a little bit, you know. I think the fans are on Longstaff's back, but I'm not sure he had a quick ball on the counter-attack, and they just, you know, he took the sting out of things a little bit, kept possession, but the fans weren't happy with that.
Ball played forward, Samir cuts it out. You could see that Camera was caught in two minds there, because they were quite narrow, the back four of Watford, and Fraser was staying out wide on this right-hand side as Sam Maximin has been caught in possession, and the ball will be brought away now for Watford by Camera. And now it's with Dennis operating now on the left-hand side as they attack the Leesy's end. Links up, João Pedro tries to create the shooting opportunity, gets the shot away. I think it lacked the direction, and eventually it was blocked, and it comes out towards our commentary position and out for a throw.
They're slick though, aren't they, Daniel? You know, they move the ball well. I got my K's mixed up. It's Kamara who's playing at left back. I think he's having an excellent game, and Kayembe's doing a very good job in central midfield. But going forward, they're slick, and at times they're quick and pass the ball very, very well.
Well, the two left-footed players as well. Kayembe signed from Cas Eupen in Belgium, DR Congo international. 4.5-year deal and highly rated. And also, of course, they've got Samir as well, who was brought in from Udinese, where he spent the last 6 years in Italy. Obviously, the link-up between Watford and Udinese. João Pedro out towards King. Pedro and Dennis wait in the penalty area. And Watford win a corner. We'll quickly get an update from Connacht. Austin Halewood.
Well, after Leicester barely gave the ball away for the first 15 minutes, Connacht have scored with their first attack of the game. Lovely running rugby through the hands, and Tiernan O'Halloran was under the post unopposed. Leicester 10, Connacht 7.
BBC Radio 5 Live, 11 minutes to go to half-time, still 0-0. Norwich are leading Everton 2-0, Wolves 0, Southampton 0. Corner kick to Watford, far side the right. Right-footed, outswinger, over the head of Kuchka. Headed forward and then takes a deflection, and it's another Watford corner kick on that right-hand side. So another opportunity here for Ngakia to deliver the ball. It'll be another outswinger. Ngakia with the corner. Attacked by Lascelles, who's gone down with a bit of a head injury there. There might be a stoppage in play. Stevenage 1, Sutton 0. They got their first win under Paul Tisdale last week in League 2 at Broadhall Way, and they're leading Sutton by 1-0 now. And Preston, who've won both actually under Ryan Lowe since he went there to Deepdale, are leading Birmingham by 1-0 in the Championship. Preston North End 1, Birmingham City 0. Neil Lennon.
Yeah, for a 0-0 this has been alright, Daniel. You know, it's not been stodgy. You know, there's a definite sort of pattern of play from both teams. Newcastle trying to dominate the ball, get it away, get it into the areas for Wood and Joe Linton to go and attack. Watford trying to be, you know, defensively well set up but slick on the counter attack, and it's making out for a decent game. It needs a goal just to get the neutrals going, if you want to call it that, but yeah, there's not much between the teams at the minute.
Here is Sean Longstaff winning the ball in the midfield, up towards Wood, takes it off his chest. Wood trying to get away from Ngakia. I thought he was being pulled back a little bit there by the Watford right back. Referee Paul Tierney, though, let's play continue. It's a shame for Wood, because I think he had a sight of goal if he could have wriggled free. Joel Linton, left-hand side. Sam Maximin now back out on that far side. John Joe Shelvey dropping back towards the halfway line. 10 minutes to go to half-time, and it's still goalless. Kieran Trippier playing the ball forward. Here is Sean Longstaff with a cross, takes a deflection, loops in the air, and Watford should clear this. And a penalty now at Molineux. John Akers.
For Wolverhampton Wanderers. Long VAR check, not given on field by Michael Salisbury. Bednarek it was on Ait-Nouri. I think he got a touch on the ball. They clattered into each other, and Raul Jimenez has put the ball on the spot after Michael Salisbury went across to the screen and gave the penalty after watching the replay. Jimenez is on the edge of the penalty area, inside the D, with his headband on. Forster, all in blue, is bouncing on his line. 36 minutes gone. Here comes Jimenez. Stutter step. Right foot, and scores Raul Jimenez. 5-5 against Southampton for Raul, and it's 1-0 Wolves against Southampton.
Bradford City 0, Salford 1. Gary Bowyer, a happy return for him to Valley Parade as it stands, leading by 1-0. And we'll get news of a Fulham equaliser at home to Bristol City in a moment, but it's gone out of play on this near side for Watford. Still 0-0 at St James's Park in this first half on 5 Live in the World Service. Headed forward by Kamara. Was that handball from King? No. Does Dennis keep the ball in play? No, it's a Newcastle throw. So that Fulham equaliser, Flo Pollock.
Yeah, Fulham have levelled, and it's an Alexander Mitrovic header from a Harry Wilson cross. That's 25 goals for him this season. It's Fulham 1, Bristol City 1.
Now, Emmanuel Dennis is down, and then João Pedro runs over to get involved and goes eyeball to eyeball with Kieran Trippier.
Do you know what, Dennis? Was a complete piece of nonsense. There's nothing wrong with Dennis. There was no contact. Trippier is angry and he's leaned over to him, give him a few verbals, and then João Pedro decides to run over 30 yards and give it the big token hard man. There's just nothing in it at all, really. Much ado about nothing. So the referee's chastising a few of them, and hopefully we'll get on with play in the next 30 seconds and get on with it. But I don't like to see that from players.
But he's still down on his knees, is Dennis, and yet the physios aren't.
I bet he gets up in a minute, Daniel.
Paul Tierney's just watching and just looking down at him. Peterborough have got a goal back. Peterborough 1, Coventry City 2. Let's go to Carrow Road, John Southall.
38 minutes played, Norwich 2, Everton 0. Everton just trying to find some response at the moment. Corner on the left-hand side, to a little flick of the near post. Krul did well to get down and save. Norwich 2, Everton 0.
Well, Kieran Trippier is now, as Dennis is back on his feet, he's saying you've got to leave the field of play. If you're injured, you leave the field of play. To which Dennis is protesting about, but he's ready to come back on, and Kieran Trippier waits to take the throw. And as you say, it was all a bit of nonsense.
Yeah, I don't like to see that. There's no need for it. The game's good, it's competitive, it's good quality on the pitch, and that sort of play acting's totally out of sync with the game. And I can see why Kieran Trippier is upset. By the way, I think he's been excellent so far. Trippier has passed him, in his position has been superb. Although he did get nutmegged a couple of minutes ago, which he wasn't pleased about.
Wycombe leading Oxford United by 1-0 in League One. Wycombe third. Oxford in playoff contention. Sam Maximan bursting forward, left-hand side, darting into the penalty area. The cutback is behind Wood. It comes to Sean Longstaff, and he hits it left-footed just outside the D, and he couldn't keep it down. Goal kick, 0-0.
It's the first time Sam Maximan's got away from the Gaka. Brilliant burst of pace. Gets it into the box, cuts it back. And Sean Longstaff's in acres, on the edge of the box. It falls lovely for him on his left foot. And he's got to work the goalkeeper there, Dan. That's a big chance.
Told you about that goal for Wycombe at home to Oxford. News of it from Charlotte Harper.
Yes, Curtis Thompson struck it beautifully. It was Wycombe's first real chance of the goal, his second league goal of the season. Wycombe 1, Oxford 0.
Still 0-0 here. Norwich 2, Everton 0. Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Southampton 0. You heard that live on BBC Radio 5 Live as Shelvey sends a ball forward. Joel Linton brings it under control, left-hand side, in towards Wood. Challenge from behind was from Samir. It was certainly firm. Whether he got the ball first, he seemed to take out Wood. It's a corner kick that's been awarded.
That's a super ball from Shelvey to Joe Linton, and he flashes it across the near post. There's a little bit of follow through on that. Sometimes they're given. Chris Wood's having a good look at Tierney. Tierney's not buying it.
Corner kick to Newcastle United. 5 minutes to go at half time, still 0-0. Stevenage now got a second at home to Sutton, 2-0 at Broadhall Way. Fraser, high corner coming in. Lascelles with a header. repelled by the head of Sissoko, the former Newcastle player. And out it goes for a throw on this near side to Newcastle United, which Trippier again will come forward at every opportunity. He will get forward on this right-hand side. He looked for Saint-Maximin. Kamara wrapped his leg around him to manage to get the ball away. And now it's up with Pedro. Dennis to the left, King to the right. It's left Ranieri apoplectic as Fraser to Saint-Maximin as Watford give the ball away, and it's now with Saint-Maximin 30 yards out from goal on this right-hand side. Newcastle work it infield. Sean Longstaff goes back to the centre circle. Cher out towards that left touchline in front of the east stand as they attack the Gallowgate end. 4 minutes to go to half-time, still goalless. Cher now swings it out towards Fraser, beaten in the air by Camara and out for a throw. Trippier wants to take it quickly. It's thrown down from the stands here in the main stand at St James's Park on a dry afternoon as Fraser running in field hits it right-footed, edge of the area, and it was well off target.
Lovely little bit of movement there from Fraser from the throw-in. Trippier again, they're linking up very well down this right-hand side. Opened up for him on his left foot, but he that's what Newcastle's missing at the minute, just a lack of quality in front of the goal. It's been a good game, Daniel, so far for me. I know it's 0-0, but you can see the contrast in styles. And Watford are right in this game, although I would be looking more from the two wingers and Pedro and Dennis.
So it's still 0-0 here. Norwich 2, Everton 0. What about Wolves, Southampton? John Akers.
Wolves 1, Southampton 0. Jimenez with the controversial penalty. Southampton have hit straight back with two great chances. Salisu with a header, superb save by Sarr, and then Teller 3 yards out over the crossbar with a little half volley. Wolves 1, Southampton 0.
Joel Linton dispossessing Kuchka, now feeding the ball towards Saint-Maximin as he cuts inside off that left touchline. He's stopped by Cathcart. Sheffield Wednesday are now leading Plymouth 2-0 at Hillsborough. And Cheltenham in League One, without a win in 8, are leading Charlton Athletic by 1-0. Shelby forward for Newcastle, looking for the breakthrough goal. Kieran Trippier with the cross into the penalty area, and Gakia doesn't get it away properly. And then Kuchka stopped on the edge of the area, back with Saint-Maximin for Newcastle, left-hand side of the box. Dummett, time to control the ball, delivers it. Sissoko back there helping out, leaping to head the ball away. Shelby with a cushion ball back towards the left. Joel Linton plays it forward. Saint-Maximin crosses right-footed into the area, caught by Foster.
Yeah, it's a poor cross. Kuchka for Watford's just had a brain freeze for a minute there. He gave the ball away 3 times in a row, so he just needs to compose himself again. But Newcastle haven't made the most of their opportunities so far. Not that they're absolutely dominating the game in terms of quality chances, but Trippier does brilliant again. Look at that, Daniel.
Just stepping forward and taking it off the toes of King, but King responds and gets a foot in and actually wins the ball back for Watford. Chris Wood then was pulling at the shirt of Kayembe, and that will be a free kick. Salford might be leading at Valley Parade by 1-0, but Gary Bowyer's side are now down to 10 men. Another goal at Craven Cottage in the Championship. Flo Pollock.
Yeah, Bristol City have taken the lead, and Anton Semenyon picked up the ball on the halfway line, shrugged off 2 Fulham defenders and slotted it into the bottom corner. It's Fulham 1, Bristol City 2.
Second time then that they're back in front at Craven Cottage. João Pedro forward for Watford. Watford all in red, playing from right to left, attacking the Leesy's end. Pedro waiting, twisting and turning. Support from Camara, 10 yards up from the corner flag. As the ball is played inside, Kayembe back with Pedro, rolls it out first of all, then strikes it right-footed, blocked from Sean Longstaff. Shelby on the edge of his penalty area, charged down by Pedro. Longstaff then hits an early ball towards Saint-Maximin, cushion header forward by Cathcart, and then the ball played out by Emmanuel Dennis. Kuchka, was he caught by Joel Linton? Paul Tierney says yes.
I'm not sure about that, although again, nice little bit of play from Kamara and Pedro down this left-hand side. He's a mercurial talent, Pedro, but I need to give him a good shake at half-time because I want more out of him. There's no doubt he's got talent and there's no doubt he's a danger, but he's just playing on the periphery of the game at the minute, as is Saint-Maximin for Newcastle. He's been pretty quiet in first half.
Yes, he has. Somebody who they would want to look for, the talisman, if you like. 2 minutes of added on time that we're into. Norwich 2, Everton 0, Wolves 1, Southampton 0. Goalless here, but another goal on the banks of the River Thames. Flo Pollock.
Yeah, that's right. Cabano has scored for Fulham. He's levelled things up now. It's Fulham 2, Bristol City 2, and this is an absolutely great game.
Thank you, Flo. Fulham 2, Bristol City 2. Earlier Luton 3, Bournemouth 2, Cardiff City 0, Blackburn Rovers 1. So Blackburn joining Bournemouth on 49 points, and in fact Fulham with that point would also move on to 49. We're in stoppage time then, a minimum of 2 minutes here at St James's Park on a dry, clear afternoon on Tyneside, and Watford have been awarded a free kick, which is quite central, but it's a long way out from goal. It's must be approaching 35 yards out from goal. Kuchka is eyeing it up, and Gakia is also there. Sissoko's having a word but walking away from the ball. Newcastle have every black and white striped shirt on the edge of their penalty area. It is Kuchka, he hits it and it was travelling, strikes the body of Sam Maximin, comes out to Kuchka on that far side, plays it short, down the line, and Gakia, the Watford right back, level with the penalty area, can't deliver the ball just yet. Now in comes the cross, and the header in the end from Samir, who was up from the back, was saved by Dubravka, and he releases it, and Joel Linton on this near side the right, in front of the touchline, the dugout area on this near side, to Wood, tries to spin away from Kayembe, brought down by Kamara, free kick to Newcastle United. Will there be time to take it as the half-time scores and the whistles are being blown up and down the country? We'll be going around all of our featured games with Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live, but still 0-0, and those Newcastle supporters who are making their way up the stairways for a half-time cup of Bovril or whatever it is that takes their fancy on this Saturday afternoon, just stop, loiter and watch on, because Trippier places the ball down. Watford with a line of red shirts just inside their penalty area. There's the whistle from Paul Tierney. Trippier delivers it now right-footed in towards the near post, comes off the outstretched leg of Kayembe, and there is the half-time whistle. 0-0. There have been chances for both sides though, Neil Lennon.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the game so far, but there doesn't seem to be too much tension on the pitch. I think both teams are playing reasonably well. I think Ranieri will be more the happier the way things have panned out so far. First half, a little bit more quality in the final thirds required from Newcastle to win this game, but they've got to be careful. Watford looked very slick on the counter-attack, but in terms of possession, Newcastle have had the better of it, and they've obviously had the best chance with the one Joe Linton hit the crossbar with, but nothing between the sides so far.
Closest we've had to a goal was when Joel Linton hit the crossbar after 10 minutes, but that latest score from Carrow Road has just received a groan here at St James's Park with Norwich leading. But here, Newcastle 0, Watford 0.
Thank you very much. Second half on the way with Ian and Neil. Yes, Norwich hadn't scored in their last 6 in the Premier League. Step forward Everton, John Southall.
Absolutely, 30th of November, the last league goal for Norwich. It's Norwich 2, Everton 0 at half-time. It's an 8-hour plus round trip, this for Everton fans, and so far it has been miserable once again from their side. 2 goals in 2 minutes for Norwich. The first, Michael Keane diverted into his own net at the near post. The second, no one picked up the run of Adam Eder. He took the ball just inside the area. First touch a bit heavy, but still managed to poke it past Jordan Pickford, his first ever goal at Carrow Road. We then had a 5 to 10 minute period. Everton looked stunned. They were all over the place. They've created very few clear-cut chances. Damari Gray, who's been their one shining light, forced a save from Krul, who also reacted well at his near post from a corner. But at the moment, this could be very damaging for Rafa Benitez. He needs to use his bench. He needs a reaction from his side. Surely Richarlison has to come on, and possibly El Ghazi as well, because at half-time, it's Norwich 2, Everton 0.
Fair to say that Evertonians are fuming at half-time. Let's go to Molineux next. Wolves against Southampton. A very strange penalty, the difference between the sides here. John Akers.
Yeah, I've not managed to talk to anyone about it yet, but when I watched the replay...
Talk to me, John. Yeah. Talk to me. I'm here for you.
I don't think it's a penalty. There's 3 challenges in the box, and I think in each challenge, a Southampton defender wins the ball, including the one which I think was the middle one of the 3. The challenge on Ain't Nouri by Bednarek,
I think
where he gets a touch.
I think he touches the ball. I then think he goes into the man. I've watched several replays of it. I don't think it's clear and obvious either way, and yet VAR chose to intervene.
That is the odd thing about it. So the on-field decision from Michael Salisbury is no penalty. I watched the replay. The VAR's having a look at it. It's Robert Jones.
and he tells Michael Salisbury to go and have a look at his own decision, which was no penalty, and he overrides his own decision of no penalty with a decision of penalty because of what he's told in his ear, despite the fact that most of the people seem to think, well, me and you actually, think it's not a penalty. Wolves 1, Southampton 0. Penalty put away beautifully by Raul. But I tell you what, Jose Sarr has had some game in the Wolves goal. He's made 5 saves. There's been a miss from 3 yards from Teller. Salazu's had an effort tipped over the bar right at the end of the half as well. Southampton have looked good going forward, but again, a rare first half goal for Wolves. It's 1-0 Wolves, and they rarely give away a 1-0 lead. We'll see what happens in the second half. Wolves 1, Southampton 0.
In the early game, it finished Manchester City 1, Chelsea 0. City 13 points clear at the top of the table. Championship is the place to be. Earlier, Blackburn won with 10 men at Cardiff, finished Luton 3, Bournemouth 2, and they've already been 5 goals at Craven Cottage, and they're not at half-time yet. Flo Pollock.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. Fulham have taken the lead for the first time today, and it was Fabio Carvalho. He picked up the ball, just drove right through the Bristol City defence. No one challenged him, and he smashed it into the back of the net. We've only played 38 minutes. And it's Fulham 3, Bristol City 2.
Let's go to Loftus Road next. QPR against West Brom. Lawrence Herdman.
QPR 0, West Brom 0. QPR will leapfrog West Brom with a win, but Albion have been the better side for long periods in the first half. They played some delightful attacking football, but goals have been a problem of late, particularly on the road. And midway through the half, West Brom spurned another glorious chance. Lovely run and cross from the left from Carlon Grant, and then Matt Phillips running in 6 yards out somehow failed to get a meaningful touch. Adam Reach has had a pile driver deflected wide as Albion control proceedings. QPR haven't really threatened until first half stoppage time. Captain Stefan Johansson unleashing a fierce left foot shot that was palmed away by David Button in the Albion goal. QPR 0, West Brom 0.
Swindon aren't in great form in League 2. They've won just one of their last 6, but they've scored a penalty at Vale Park in the 5th minute of first half stoppage time, and they lead by 2 goals to 1. Huddersfield won't be ruling out a promotion push. Katie Smith.
Yes, Huddersfield 1, Swansea 0, and Huddersfield, they really look like they're enjoying their football today. Still on track to go unbeaten in 8 across all competitions. They're leading thanks to a close range effort from Danel Sinani, and they've also had a really great shot from O'Brien inside the area, saved by former Terrier Ben Hamer in goal. Swansea, though, they don't look rattled, and to be fair, the last 10 minutes have seen them with more of the forward pressure. Manning should have put them level with a lovely curling shot, but Nichols dived to tip it wide. There's been some really good goalkeeping in this first half, but as it stands, Huddersfield lead by a goal to 0.
Goalless at the Riverside, Andy Sixsmith.
Yeah, Borough veteran have had all the chances, Mark. Johnny Howson's 20-yard shot deflected just wide before somehow Luke Southwood's save ricocheted off Josh Laurent onto the post and not the back of the net. Borough will be boosted by the fact Reading haven't kept a clean sheet since October, but the Royals are digging in. 5 hours away from home for them and their stalwart supporters. This would count as a blooming good result after the week they've had. Borough 0, Reading 0.
Struggling a bit for goals here, Lee Blakeman.
Yeah, not a classic this one either. Derby 0, Sheffield United 0. Billy Sharp with the game's best chance. Free header, 6 yards out, straight at the keeper. Lawrence has had a half chance for Derby, who have looked solid enough at the back, despite losing Phil Jagielka earlier this week. In the league, Sheffield United winning their last 4. Derby unbeaten in their last 4. Nothing between them at half-time. Derby 0, Sheffield United 0.
Elsewhere in the Championship, Peterborough 1, Coventry 2. Coventry had gone 2-0 up there through Gustavo Hamer and Matt Godden's 9th of the season. George Grant pulled one back for Darren Ferguson's side just before half-time. Preston lead Birmingham by a goal to 0. They've won both their games in the Championship under Ryan Lowe, have Preston. Alan Brown's goal, the difference between the two sides at Deepdale. Goalless at the Den, still playing though there, Mike Williams.
Yeah, and we've just had Forest's best chance of the game by far. Captain Lewis Grabban pulled it back. Ryan Yates fired it straight at Bielakowski. Either side of the Millwall keeper, it would have been 1-0 to the visitors. But as it is, with just 30 seconds left of the first 45 here in South East London, it's Millwall 0, Forest 0.
Goals in short supply in League One as well. Let's start with the leaders, Rotherham, who are at Fleetwood. Shojo Saka.
Yeah, I can't help you here either, Mark. Fleetwood 0, Rotherham 0. It is goalless, but very lively actually. The ball's hit the crossbar at both ends. Will Grigg and Chio Ogbene have gone close for high-flying Rotherham. Fleetwood had a brilliant chance after just 2 minutes. Callan Camp's through, but Rotherham keeper Josh Vickers saved really well with his legs. Half-time, Fleetwood 0, Rotherham 0.
Sunderland second in League One, level on points with Rotherham, and they are goalless as well at Accrington this afternoon. Also, AFC Wimbledon 0, Morecambe 0, Bolton 0, Ipswich 0, Cheltenham on this awful run of form at the moment. No win in their last 8 in all competitions. They're in mid-table, but they lead Johnny Jackson's Charlton by a 0-0. It's goalless between Crewe and Shrewsbury. Max Power's goal, the difference between the two sides. Doncaster bottom of the table. Doncaster 0, Wigan 1. Gillingham, who have Steve Lovell in caretaker charge, lead Burton by a 0-0. Robbie McKenzie's third of the season there. Goalless between Lincoln and Cambridge. MK Dons are unbeaten in their last 4, lead Portsmouth by 2-0 at Fratton Park, also 2-0 at Hillsborough, where Sheffield Wednesday lead Plymouth, and Wickham lead Oxford by a 0-0 at half-time. We'll go there shortly and get the details of that first 45 minutes, but back to Craven Cottage, another goal for Flo.
Yeah, there's no goals anywhere else because they're all here at Craven Cottage, Mark, and it's Alexander Mitrovic's 4th goal for Fulham today. So it's Fulham 2, Fulham 4, Bristol City 2, 3 minutes to half-time.
Let's get details of that first half at Adams Park then. Charlotte Harper.
Yeah, Wickham 1, Oxford 0. As it stands, Wickham are going top of League One thanks to a brilliant goal from Curtis Thompson. He picked his spot and curled the ball beautifully into the bottom corner. Oxford had the best chance of the game though. Nathan Holland's shot was cleared off the line. Really tasty game this, chappers. It's Wickham 1, Oxford 0.
The early game in League 2 went the way of Newport. They beat Harrogate by 4-0. It's Bradford 0, Salford 1. Brandon Thomas Assant got his 8th of the season for Salford. He then was sent off, so they have to play 10 men in the second half of Gary Bowyer's side. Bristol Rovers 0, Hartlepool 0, Carlisle 0, Crawley 1. They're looking to win 4 straight at John Yem's side. Colchester 0, Barrow 0, Exeter 0, Scunthorpe 0, Mansfield 0, Walsall 0. It's Port Vale 1, Swindon 2, and Port Vale are down to 10 in that game as well. Stevenage leads Sutton by 2-0. They won last Saturday, did Stevenage. That's their first win under Paul Tisdale, on course for their second win under him. Luke Norris is 6th of the season and Jamie Reid's 5th of the season, the goal scorers there. And Charlie Jolly has got both for Tranmere this afternoon. They lead Rochdale 2-0 at half-time and they're on course to win 7 of their last 8. Details of the leaders, Forest Green Rovers at Northampton, from Mark Webber.
Where it's Northampton Town 0, Forest Green Rovers 0. Exciting and end-to-end, but both sides cancelling each other out. The first quarter seeing Northampton with the best chance. Mitch Pinnock hitting from the left, hitting the left post, and it bobbling the wrong side of the line. Then came Forest Green in the final 20 minutes of the first half. Both Jamil Matt and Dan Sweeney unusually missing chances that they normally dispatch. Northampton Town 0, Forest Green Rovers 0.
3 games in the National League today. Goalless between Barnet and Chesterfield, and Grimsby and Altrincham and Dover, who are bottom of the table, are 1-0 up at half-time at Wealdstone. No Scottish Premiership at the moment. They're on a winter break. In the Championship, Ayr 0, Morton 1. Dunfermline 1, Hamilton 0. Inverness 0, Queen of the South 1. And Wraith are 1-0 up against Arbroath at half-time, which will close the gap at the top. It would mean Arbroath and Wraith are level on points at the end of the day. In League 1, Airdrieonians 2, Falkirk 0, Alloa 0, Queen's Park 1. Cove Rangers lead Montrose by a 0-0. Goalless between Dumbarton and East 5. It's Peterhead 0, Clyde 1. And in League 2, Annan 1, Forfar 2, Elgin 1, Albion Rovers 1. Kelty Hearts lead Edinburgh City by a 0-0. Stenhousemuir 0, Cowden Beath 0, Stranraer 1, Stirling 1. Earlier in the Women's Super League, Manchester United beat Birmingham 5-0. Manchester City won 3-0 at Aston Villa. Let's go to the snooker next. Jamie Broughton watching the semi-finals at the Masters.
And Mark Williams is closing in on a place in the final. He now leads Neil Robertson by 5 frames to 4. And we saw Williams was 4-1 up at one stage in this match, but Robertson is still fighting. He's just taken frame 9 with a 95 break. 6 required to get to the final.
Half-time at the Den, Mike Williams.
Millwall 0, Forest 0. The home side had the better of the visitors for the first 40 minutes through chances from Afobe and Ojo. But then in the last 5 minutes of the first half, Forest finally woke up. Grab and pulled one back for Ryan Yates, who fired straight at the keeper. Brennan Johnson then had a long-range effort saved. And McNamara for Millwall cleared an aerial ball off the line to deny a goal for Steve Cooper either side. At the break, it's Millwall 0, Forest 0.
In Rugby Union's Champions Cup, Wasps, despite being down to 14 men for some of the first half and all of the second, beat Toulouse by 30 points to 22. Half-time, and Ospreys lead Racing 92 by 10 points to 8. Also, just gone half-time at Connacht Leicester, Austin Halewood.
Yeah, Leicester behind at the break, 10 points to 14 they trail Connacht. Now Leicester fans haven't been able to make the trip to Galway because of COVID rules in Ireland, and they'll be gutted because they're missing a cracker of a game. The Tigers started like a train, 2 tries in the first 10 minutes. Wells with a short burrow over before an inch-perfect crossfield kick from Freddie Burns put Kini Murmuravalo in for their second. Connacht looked pretty shell-shocked, but they got themselves back in it. Tiernan O'Halloran and Cian Prendergast with their 2 tries. The last 16 pretty much awaits for the winner. Connacht 14, Leicester 10.
In the Challenge Cup, half-time, Benetton 8, Dragons 9, and London Irish 7, Edinburgh 14. Another goal at Craven Cottage, Flo Pollock.
Yep, it's Fulham 5, Bristol City 2, and it's a hat-trick for Mitrovic. He picked the ball up and smashed it into the top corner. He's got that goal-scoring record in sight, and Fulham are heading to the top of the Championship. It's nearly half-time here, and it's Fulham 5, Bristol City 2.
Just to tidy everything up for you, Australia 37 for 3 in their second innings. England bowled out for 188 on day 2 of the final test. Australia lead by 152 going into day 3, which you'll hear on Sports Extra from 3:15. And the big cricket story, Virat Kohli has resigned as the Test captain of India. Teams are coming back out for our 3 o'clock games. We'll be back at St James's Park after Joe Critcher in the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Boris Johnson is coming under increasing pressure from within his own Conservative Party following the reports of parties being held at Downing Street while COVID restrictions were in place. The senior Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood is calling for the Prime Minister to lead or step aside. Australian authorities have detained Novak Djokovic after his visa was cancelled for a second time. The country's government says the 34-year-old, who's unvaccinated, is a threat to public health. His lawyers are appealing against the decision, which they say is irrational. A hearing scheduled for tomorrow. The Duke of York's lawyers want to question a psychologist who treated Virginia Giuffre, the woman accusing him of sexual assault, claiming she may suffer from false memories. Prince Andrew has repeatedly denied the allegations. A civil court case will be heard later in the year.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
Nigeria have taken an early lead in the Africa Cup of Nations against Sudan. Only 3 minutes gone, they lead by 1-0 underway at St James's Park. Ian?
Yes, we are, but only by a matter of seconds. Newcastle United 0, Watford 0 for our commentary game this Saturday afternoon, and the usual goal service. And half-time at Fulham, a delayed kick-off, remember, at Craven Cottage. Goals aplenty for Flo Pollock.
Yeah, half-time, it's Fulham 5, Bristol City 2. A first-half hat-trick for Alexandra Mitrovic, capped off a brilliant first-half performance for Fulham. They're heading to the top of the Championship. Half-time, Fulham 5, Bristol City 2.
12 goals and counting for the week so far after their 7-0 drubbing of Reading in midweek. I'll run through the 2 teams for you. Dubravka is in goal for Newcastle. Back 4 of Trippier, Cher, Lascelles and Dummett. Fraser, Shelvey, Sean Longstaff and Joel Linton, Sam Maximan and Chris Wood. For Watford, all in red. Foster is in goal, and Ngakia, Cathcart, Samir and Camara the defence. The midfield of Sissoko, Kuchka and Kayembe, with King, Dennis and Pedro the 3 up front. Ball is launched long. Newcastle in this second half, with the blue sky now starting to disappear above St James's Park, playing from right to left as we look, attacking the Leazes end. For those of you who've ever been to St James's Park, as Foster clears it away downfield. A joke's outside to a couple of colleagues that today was going to finish goalless, knowing that both sides can't keep a clean sheet. I said it in jest. I'm thinking I should have maybe had a little wager on it, Neil. Or do you still think there'll be a goal?
There's goals in this, long way to go. Both teams have had opportunities, more so Newcastle, but nothing really clear-cut at the minute. I'm not too sure, remember either goalkeeper having a save to make in the game so far, but it's still been an enjoyable watch so far. It's fascinating tactical battle.
Well, the last time that Watford, they've lost 6 on the spin in the top flight, said in the first half that they'd equalled a club top flight record. It's happened 2 times previously, 2017 and 2019. Incidentally, in 2019 that run ended with a 1-1 draw here at Newcastle, but the last time that they lost 7 successive league matches was in the 3rd tier, December 72 to February 73 under George Kirby. It was Graham Taylor who took over and masterminded their rise from 1977, promoted then into the old First Division in 1982, and this week, can you believe, Mark, 5 years since Graham's death.
So 5 years.
5 years, and still fondly remembered by all at 5 Live Sport and BBC Radio 5 Live.
He had an amazing record, you know what he achieved here, and with Watford, also at Aston Villa, he did a very good job there, and obviously he went on to be good enough to manage England.
Yeah, a lovely man. As Shelby clears for Newcastle United, and Saint-Maximin looked like he'd nicked it away from Ngakia. He did it the second attempt into the penalty area. Saint-Maximin with a shot, brilliant from Saint-Maximin, absolutely brilliant. That's the breakthrough goal. Newcastle United lead Watford by 1-0. That could give Newcastle survival hopes a real lift. 1-0, Saint-Maximin.
Well, we talked about him at first half being very quiet. He has just exploded into the game. He is a wonderful talent, Ian. So he's capitalised on a mistake by Ngakia. He's pushed into the box, feinted the shoot, took another touch and then lashed it into the near post. Ben Foster, absolutely no chance. It's a wonderful goal from, you have to say, a wonderful player.
Sheffield Wednesday 2, Plymouth 1. And no other goals to tell you about. But that goal here at St James's Park, you can hear what it's done to the majority of this crowd inside St James's Park, and for those travelling supporters of Watford high up in the gods, they are silent, because Newcastle United, as it stands, will be going out of the bottom 3 for the first time since the end of September, and all of a sudden it gives them something to protect. Also down at the bottom, Carrow Road, Norwich City, Everton, John Southall.
Norwich City 2, Everton 0. It should be 3-0 though. Mikolenko, the back pass, inexplicably gave it straight to Adamida, unmarked, 8 yards out, tried to go around the keeper, and it was cleared away, but should have scored. Yerry Mina's coming on. Rafa has seen enough at the back. Norwich 2, Everton 0.
Could be double trouble here for Newcastle, because Joel Linton and Saint-Maximin for a time were down. Joel Linton is now back on his feet, but the goal scorer Saint-Maximin, as that challenge came in, I think it was from Sissoko, he has stayed down.
I was just about to say it should be a booking, and Paul Tierney's just shown him the yellow card. It's a cynical foul, and he looks in a bit of pain here, Saint-Maximin, which would be a hammer blow after the impact he's just had on this game. And I did say there would be goals in the game, Ian, didn't I?
You did.
Thank you.
You did. You're always right. I've learnt that over the years. Saint-Maximin is still down and still getting treatment. Newcastle United, though, lead by 1-0. Great noise inside St James's Park. Where will we go next then on 5 Live? We've been to Carrow Road, so we'll go to Molineux. Wolves, Southampton, John Akers.
Wolves 1, Southampton 0. Raul Jimenez with a penalty in the first half, controversially given after a VAR check. Familiar scoreline this one, 1-0, but Southampton have had plenty of chances. James Ward-Prowse at the start of this second half with the latest, 30 yards out, straight down Sarr's throat. That's his 6th save. Wolves 1, Southampton 0.
Saint-Maximin doesn't look in a good shape at all. Meanwhile, a double change I'm hearing at Carrow Road for Everton. John Southall.
Yeah, well, I said Yerry Mina's coming on. He's just entered the fray now, but also Richarlison, his last game, the 12th of December. Well, he needs a big impact now for Everton. Norwich 2, Everton 0.
Sunderland, who suffered a surprising defeat to Lincoln City in midweek, have taken the lead at Accrington in League One. Accrington 0, Sunderland 1. Sunderland at the start of play level on 50 points with Rotherham. Saint-Maximin is on his feet, but he's wincing a lot, Neil.
Yeah, he was down in a bit of pain, but I think, looking at his body language, he's ready to come back on. They don't look too sort of concerned there. The medical, the team and the 4th officials just waiting for him to get back on the pitch.
There is a A pinky purple haze that hangs over St James's Park. Is it a sign of brightening skies as far as Newcastle United's hopes to avoid the drop? They lead by 1-0. Now all of a sudden the tempo is picked up. Fraser diving into the challenge, and he's going to get a yellow card from Paul Tierney here. Meanwhile, Loris Herdman is watching Queen's Park Rangers, West Bromwich Albion.
Still 0-0, Deno, but QPR have come out on fire in this second half. They've had a disallowed goal, slide rule pass through from Chris Willock to Andre Gray, who finished explosively past David Button, but adjudged to have pulled the shirt of Connor Townsend, and Lyndon Dykes has just gone close. He's skied over the bar from 4 yards out.
You said before that a goal for the neutral might spark things. It certainly lifted the tension. I mean, you could see that Fraser's determination, ultimately it ended in a yellow card for him, was to win that ball as they're desperate to try and protect the lead that they have.
It's really sparked into life now. It's really tasty, the game now. This is really a crucial part of the game, Daniel. Newcastle have just scored, so all the questions are now on Watford. What sort of reaction are they going to have? Or can Newcastle go on and win the game comfortably 2 or 3-0?
And Ngakia forward at right back. Dennis stopped by Dummett, breaks forward to Sam Maximan, running a lot more freely now, the goal scorer for Newcastle. He holds off on Ngakia. Cathcart comes across towards him. Left side of the area, delivers the cross, headed away by Kuchka, and Ngakia rides up his body as he's first tried to control it. Sissoko comes under pressure from Joel Linton, and then Ngakia has got time to clear the Watford defender. Headed by Lascelles, climbed over Josh King, who is 30 today. Dubravka is also celebrating his birthday, 33 today. You all know what he wants as his ideal birthday present, and that's 3 points to match the 33 for his age for the Slovakian. 9 minutes into the second half, 5 live. Newcastle United, 5 without a win since they beat Burnley. In fact, their last 3 wins have all been against sides in the relegation zone. The last team that they beat outside the relegation zone was Leicester in May. Watford only 2 points outside the bottom 3. Would change that statistic, as Newcastle United equally would move out of the drop zone. Gillingham 1, Burton 1 is the latest score in League One. You're up to date. Kayembe here for Watford. Bit more urgency maybe required from the home side, but a strong crunching challenge by Trippier, who was then caught by Pedro off the ball. Trippier has stayed down. Cross meanwhile is just over the head of Wood. Sam Maximan will keep the ball in play. Down by the corner flag left-hand side, attacking the Leesy's end. He delivers the cross, headed out by Cathcart. Brought under control by Dummett. Chips over the cross, long in the penalty area. Kuchka rises in the air, plays the ball inside. Kayembe up towards King. King challenged forward by Lascelles. Hopping away in frustration. Joe Linton's done well. And then he runs into Samir, the new central defender, and the clearance goes out of play for a throw. And Colchester United, who've lost their last 4, are behind at home to Barrow in League 2.
Lascelles is having a word with the referee. He thought that João Pedro, after Trippier had won the ball off João Pedro, followed through and caught Trippier. It's a good spell now for Newcastle. They're looking physically strong, and it's a real test for Watford now, with this atmosphere, the crowd on the backs. Can they show a bit of character and get back into the game?
The fact that the throw-in hasn't been allowed to be taken suggests that they must have been having a look at that through VAR. Now Paul Tierney has said that Trippier can take the throw, because we were unaware until half-time. But actually there was a VAR check for that penalty incident when Samir went through
on Chris Wood
on the follow-through. But again, as the paying supporter, you're left very much in the dark. And yet if you were watching at home, you'd be informed about VAR. It's something that eventually, hopefully, will change.
It's a secret, Daniel. It's a secret.
1-0 to Newcastle United. Cleared by Samir. Headed forward by Trippier. Breaks back, and Shelby takes no chances with Sissoko behind him all the way to Dubravka. 12 minutes into the second half. Jason Tindall hoping that Newcastle's defence will just push out. I think he thinks that Cher is just sitting a little bit too deep at the moment. He's hardly left Eddie Howe's side down in front of us here. Watford on the attack. Sissoko touching the ball towards João Pedro. Shelby back there helping out. He was booked early on in the game, wasn't he, John Joe Shelby? Has had to remain disciplined in the centre of midfield. Cathcart, tacking header. Dennis to Sissoko. Well, I don't know how fast Dennis is, but he'd need to be like Roadrunner to get that ball from Sissoko, as it was easily dealt with by Newcastle's defence. It must have been a good 12 yards ahead of Emmanuel Dennis.
They just rattled a bit, Watford. I think there's no real cohesion about their play at the minute. They're just trying to, I think, ride this period out. I'm just wondering, coming up to almost 60 minutes, will Ranieri make a change to sort of force the issue a little bit more for them?
Well, that is the question for Claudio Ranieri, who watches on down below. A 70-year-old Italian coach who was brought in as there's been another goal at Carrow Road. John Southall.
Well, we said Richarlison had to have an impact, and he has, and what an impact. Norwich 2, Everton 1. The goalkeeper came out, Krullen punched it, and it fell to Richarlison 8 yards out, and with the overhead kick, he has put Everton back in it. Great finish. Norwich 2, Everton 1, game on.
Norwich City 8 without a win in the Premier League, 6 successive defeats in the top flight, leading 2-0, now pegged back a little bit by Everton. So that could be a rather nerve-wracking finish at Carrow Road, just as it may well be here at St James's Park. Such is the slender scoreline, with Newcastle leading one of their relegation rivals, Watford, by a 0-0. And then they play Leeds away next Saturday before Everton actually visit St James's Park in early February. Mansfield lead Walsall by a 0-0. Mansfield have won 8 of their last 9 in League Two, and they're 1-0 up there at Field Mill. Newcastle, though, have a free kick just outside the centre circle in the Watford half, playing from right to left. Cher, right-footed, ball spinning through the air. Sissoko climbs on the edge of his penalty area. The header forward is then headed back by João Pedro, and then Kayembe manages to get the ball forward to Dennis, but he's taken off his toes by Joe Linton.
Oh,
that's a soft free kick.
Oh, referee. That was so poor. He was just too strong for him. He's been poor today, Dennis, for me. He's been a passenger out there, and I know he's got a good record for Watford, but yeah, he's been very disappointing.
Can I just clarify, you're talking about Emmanuel?
Well,
Josh King running forward. King, strong run into the penalty area, held up by Lascelles. He manages to prod it back. João Pedro gets the shot away, and it's patted down as he stretched high by Dubravka. I noticed you never answered that question.
Yeah, I know. It was nearly one of them, Dano, where he sort of mishit it, and it's almost sort of, deceived the goalkeeper. He had to really stretch for it. Dubravka, in the end, is comfortable, but it could have ended up in the back. And that good break from Josh King. He's looked the best of the front three for Watford today.
He certainly wouldn't have wanted to have been caught out there, Dubravka, like that. Doncaster 0, Wigan 2 is the latest score in League One. Stevenage 2, Sutton 1. Sutton have a goal back in League 2. Lascelles, time to clear for Newcastle United, still having a 1-0 lead here, provided from Sam Maximan early in the second half. Kayembe, good forward ball, and King has latched onto it, and he's in the penalty area. Dubravka off his goal line very quickly. Smothering save, last touch off King.
He's got to score, Dano. He's got to score. It's brilliant play from Watford. Kuchka into Kimpembe, who I think's been outstanding. A slide route ball, he runs off the back of Trippier, and he's in. But his first touch runs away from him, and it gives Dubravka the chance to close the gap. What's he given here? Is that not a corner?
Well, no, the last touch came off King. He did signal a goal kick.
Oh, really?
The Watford players all thought it was a corner kick. Everybody went forward. If Newcastle actually had been a little bit more alert,
it could have been away.
There was a real chance for a counter-attack.
What a chance that is for Josh King, who, like I say, has been the most productive forward. But his first touch has let him down, and Dubravka's done brilliantly to come out and smother him, but it could have been a lot cleaner for him.
Goal at Molineux, John Akers.
Wolves 2, Southampton 0. It's a collector's item from the captain, Connor Cody. It was a free kick on the right. They've hit the post with the initial header of Wolves, and there was Cody on the goal line to nod it in, beating the offside trap, and it's 2-0 Wolves.
That'll extend their unbeaten run to 5 and bring to an end Southampton's undefeated run of 5 in all competitions. 2-0 Wolves, Norwich 2, Everton 1. Manchester City earlier beat Chelsea by a 0-0. Latest here at St James's Park is Newcastle United 1, Watford 0. And Claudio Ranieri, he took over from Xisco Munoz, who only had 7 points from 7 games before he was sacked. Claudio Ranieri, 6 points from 11 before today.
you have to question sometimes the wisdom of these managerial changes, you know. I think the previous manager did a great job getting them up, and 7 from 7 was not drastic, like, you know. He had a couple of wins in that, didn't he?
Well, given that the average points for survival over the last 10 seasons has been 35 points, a point a game. Yes, it would be tight, but you'd expect that going back into the top flight. As Ngakia's forward ball, Trippier on the cover, gets there before King. If you had contenders to stand out for Newcastle United, would Trippier and Joel Linton be high on your list?
Well, Trippier first half was really, really good. Josh King's just pulled out onto the left wing, though, Dano, and he's given him a few problems running in behind. But, you know, over the first 45 minutes, him and Fraser were excellent down the right-hand side. But it's that man Saint-Maximin we'll be talking about if it ends up like this, because he has made the difference so far.
He has, and here he is again, working his magic, still going Saint-Maximin. Ball stuck to his feet. He was quiet in the first half. He's made an impact in the second. Cross comes in from Trippier, headed out by Cathcart before it reaches Wood. Sean Longstaff gets it out to Joel Linton, left-hand side. Done it. Back to Joel Linton. Just in from the left touchline, level of the area. Low cross from the left. Kayembe to Emmanuel Dennis. Almost got caught by Joel Linton. Working so hard, Joel Linton, absolutely covering everything and chasing everything. Here he is again, but Emmanuel Dennis managing to get away. Referees played the advantage, because I think Emmanuel Dennis might have just been caught there. Kuchka, they switch play out towards that far side, and Camara joins the attack, and he'll go it alone, and he's pushed the ball past Trippier. Camara now for Watford. Back to King, left corner of the area, chance to look up, chips the ball in towards the penalty area, and the glancing header from João Pedro is saved low down by Dubravka, and Joel Linton, not surprisingly, might be suffering with a touch of cramp, which means we can get an update from the Rugby Union. Connaught Leicester in the Champions Cup, Austin Halewood.
Second half just 5 minutes old in Galway in, and just like Leicester did in the first, Connaught have flown out of the blocks. A line out 5 metres out, no look through the forwards, but Ireland scrum half Kieran Marmion managed to weave his way over. A yellow card for Leicester flanker Tommy Reffell too. The Tigers with a bit of a task on their hands now. Connaught 19, Leicester 10.
Bradford City have equalised against the 10 men of Salford. Bradford 1, Salford 1, and Exeter, without a win in 6, have just taken the lead at home to Scunthorpe United by a goal to nil, and it's now Wycombe 2, Oxford United 0. QPR West Bromwich Albion, Lawrence Herdman.
Oh, but a significant substitution by West Brom. £7 million signing Daryl DK, the 21-year-old American, off the bench to make a full debut. He moved here on New Year's Day with a big expectation about him. He's on. Charlie Austin also on now for QPR. 0-0 absorbing match.
Portsmouth have got a goal back. Portsmouth 1, MK Dons 2. Let's get news of that goal from Wycombe with Charlotte Harper.
Yeah, Wycombe hit Oxford on the counter-attack, and Brandon Hanlon has doubled Wycombe's lead. He didn't make any mistake. Wycombe 2, Oxford 0.
Kiko Femenia is going to be coming on, and the player who's gone off is Ngakia. Joel Linton looks like he's all right to continue, Neil.
Yeah, he had a wee injury scare earlier on where he was feeling his groin, but I think this time he was just feeling tightness in his calf, but he's back on the pitch now. It was another good break from Watford. Kamara here, I think, has been terrific down that left-hand side for them with a great break, and the cross came in and João Pedro couldn't get enough purchase on the header, but still in the game, Watford. Newcastle need that second goal in.
Yeah, it's a slender lead. Sean Longstaff scooping the ball forward, Fraser giving chase. Kamara tidying it up, back to Foster, slice clearance, out of play, it goes for a throw. That goal from Saint-Maximin means that the club record in the top flight for Watford has been extended now. 29 Premier League matches without a clean sheet since February 2020. The actual record is held by West Brom, 34. So they're creeping towards it, are Watford. Stevenage 3, Sutton 1. The latest score in League 2. Now, mistake by Lascelles. Onto it is Emmanuel Dennis, who gets away from the sliding challenge from Lascelles. This is dangerous. Ball played to Sissoko, and he's put it wide. The former Newcastle player making a supporting run to the right of Emmanuel Dennis, and on the run right-footed. We were right behind it. It was always going wide, but by a matter of centimetres.
Jamal Lascelles is the luckiest man in St James's Park. He has made an absolute boo-boo trying to play a square pass, miskicked it straight to Dennis, who broke brilliantly. First time he's really come to life in the game. Lascelles tries to foul him, he can't. He gets away from the tackle, slips into Sissoko. He's got the whole goal to aim at, and he misses. What an opportunity for Watford. They have had 3 really good opportunities now in the last 10 minutes, and all of a sudden there's tension creeping into the stadium again.
He's yet to score since he arrived. Newcastle bought him for just under £2 million and then sold him to Tottenham for 30 million. 133 appearances in his 3 years at Newcastle, 12 goals. He could have put one at the Gallowgate end there to silence St James's Park, but it went wide. What an opportunity that was for Watford. And in fact, you think about the chance before.
Yeah,
they've created 2 now in the space of 6 minutes.
Glorious chances, Ian. You know, like since Newcastle have scored. You know, Josh King and now Sissoko, but he's got the hit. See, as a manager, there's nothing you can do about that.
No.
You know, and you're thinking, yeah, it's working. We're doing well on the counter-attack. We've created 2 great opportunities. We should be level at least.
Stevenage 3, Sutton 2. Doncaster have a goal back at home to Wigan Athletic. It's Doncaster 1, Wigan 2, and a surprising scoreline, and certainly a happy return to the northeast for the former Newcastle striker Andy Carroll, because Middlesbrough 0, Reading 1 is a latest scoreline in the Championship from the Riverside. Middlesbrough, who've won 6 of their last 7, as the applause in the background is in memory of Newcastle supporter David Harrison, warmly applauded here at St James's Park. Let's get an update from the Rugby Union, the Champions Cup. Connaught Leicester, Austin Hailwood. Can't get to Austin just at the moment. Newcastle United, though, leading by a 1-0 on the attack. Saint-Maximin, his pass out towards Fraser, didn't have the legs. It was intercepted by camera. Temperature dropping here at St James's Park, but maybe rising out on the pitch, because Watford certainly, you sense, believe that they can get something from this game. Kayembe wins the ball from Joe Linton in the midfield. On the halfway line, out to Emmanuel Dennis. Firmino on the overlap right-hand side, down towards the byline, cuts it back to Dennis, and running back was Shelby to toe end the ball behind for a corner kick.
They're knocking on the door again here. Kimpembe, I think he's been outstanding in midfield for Watford. Really strong, shrugs off Joe Linton and springs that attack again. There's a corner here now for Watford where they could be a handful with the height that they've got.
Newcastle United have dropped 19 points from winning positions this season. They only have a slender lead. Corner kick. Firmino in towards the near post, comes out to Kuchka, pulls it back, and it's Kayembe who hits it on the edge of the area, left-footed. He was closed down very quickly and he screwed it wide. Let's get news of that goal from the Riverside. Andy Sixsmith.
Middlesbrough 0, Reading 1. Textbook Andy Carroll cross-floated in from a left-hand side, and there was Carroll on possibly his last appearance for Reading to loop a header over Joe Lumley in the Middlesbrough goal. It's Middlesbrough 0, Reading 1.
Top of the table clash in League 2, third against first, and it's the leaders Forest Green who lead at Sixfields. Northampton Town 0, Forest Green 1, looking to extend their unbeaten run to 13. Eddie Howe suggesting that the Newcastle players need to talk a little bit more. He's just been doing the old what is it, like the beaky sign with the hands.
Beaky sign?
Yeah, you get your thumb underneath your 4 fingers.
Emu?
Yeah, that's it.
Beaky?
Yeah, beaky, emu. You knew what I meant, didn't you?
Must spend childhood there.
Lee Blakeman will rescue me. There's been a goal at Derby.
And what a goal as well. Derby 1, Sheffield United 0. Tom Lawrence burst into the area after beating 3 Sheffield United defenders, slotted it past Wes Fodringham. Look out for that later. What a goal. Derby 1, Sheffield United 0.
18 minutes remain of normal time. Newcastle have to defend a free kick. Watford with Firmino, towering header away by Lascelles, volleyed away by Sean Longstaff. There's nobody there inside that centre circle as the ball bounces over the halfway line. The ball is played to João Pedro. It's a heavy first touch. Joe Linton is there to stop him and then brings the ball away. In fact, João Pedro was checked off the ball there by Shelby as Newcastle play the ball to the left, and Saint-Maximin. Fraser makes the run on the overlap, level with the penalty area. And then they give the ball away, and João Pedro picks it up and runs forward. He's got Emmanuel Dennis to his right. He finds him back inside to João Pedro, slowed down a little bit. Saint-Maximin back goal side. João Pedro trotting infield. Kayembe joining the attack, passes the ball to Firmino. Watford looking for an equaliser here. 18 minutes remaining. Newcastle, I think, are toying of a change. Kayembe spreads the ball out wide. Murphy's going to be coming on. In comes the cross from the left, aimed towards King. It might reach Emmanuel Dennis, down by the byline, inside the penalty area, right-hand side. Back to Femenia. Femenia with the cross, attacked by Cher at his near post. Saint-Maximin picks it up, holds off Femenia, but everybody was back for Newcastle United. And now it's with Shelby, who'll pass the ball out. It's going to be intercepted by Camera. Push, I think, there from Lascelles on the back of the Watford player, but not spotted by referee Paul Tierney. But it's Watford who are knocking on the door, as you say, Neil.
This is fascinating stage of the game. Newcastle are starting to really wobble here, and I can understand why Eddie Howe wants to make a change. It's been a good reaction from Watford, but they haven't got the quality yet to score a goal.
King pulls it back. The referee's blown his whistle. So we will get news of that goal at Northampton, Mark Webber.
And it was Matthew Stevens who scored for Forest Green Rovers on the left post. Controversially, it claimed that he actually hit the goalkeeper and it wasn't going in. The Northampton Town fans weren't happy, but it stood. It's Northampton Town 0, Forest Green Rovers 1.
Let's get team news from Villa Park. Sahel Sahi.
Managers make changes from the cup tie 5 days ago. Luca Digne will make his debut straight into the side, replacing Matt Targett. John McGinn is suspended, so in comes Morgan Sanson. Philip Coutinho, he's on the bench. 3 changes for Man United. Suspended as Shaw and McTominay, with Rashford not in the matchday squad. Tellis, Matic and Elanga all start, with Ronaldo not involved either.
Ryan Fraser might well be part of a Newcastle winning side for the first time in almost 12 months, but he won't see out the full game. He makes way for Jacob Murphy, who was very unlucky last week not to score. He was denied by the Cambridge United goalkeeper Mitov on a number of occasions, so he comes on to replace him. Fresh pair of legs with 16 minutes remaining. Fulham have got a 6th goal. Fulham 6, Bristol City 2, and they are going to the top of the Championship in some style after twice falling behind at Craven Cottage. 1-0 here, Newcastle United lead. Let's get an update from the Rugby Union, Austin Halewood.
52 minutes gone and it's another try for Connacht. Ian, the Irish side have been all over Leicester this half. Tiernan O'Halloran with his 2nd try. All it was a simple hands move through the backs. The Leicester defence all at sea. The Tigers still in the changing rooms. Connacht 28 now, Leicester 10.
Norwich 2, Everton 1. Wolverhampton Wanderers 2, Southampton 0. The 2 are the latest scores in the Premier League. We'll only have one commentary for you tomorrow on 5 Live's Premier League Sunday, after the North London derby was postponed earlier today. Liverpool-Brentford at 2 o'clock. But further live football to look forward to next week. Brighton-Chelsea Tuesday. We've got Arsenal-Manchester United in the Women's League Cup quarter-final on Wednesday, and Arsenal-Liverpool in the second leg of that League Cup tie, you would hope, COVID permitting, on Thursday night, and then Watford-Norwich on Friday. Cleverley's going to be coming on. Watford are going to be making another change as they look for an equaliser, but Saint-Maximin, whose goal separates the two sides on this left-hand side, passes the ball back to Dummett, and now to Shelby. Shelby all the way back, and Cher. And we'll go to Craven Cottage and Flo Pollock.
Fulham are scoring for fun here. Nissan Cabano with the 6th, and it was a superb volley from inside the box. Fulham fans chanting, "We want 7." As it stands, it's Fulham 6, Bristol City 2.
They're a greedy bunch. They had 7 in midweek at Reading.
Spoiled rotten.
Here is Dubravka with 15 minutes, under 15 minutes remaining now. What's your assessment on the game, Neil?
It's great because it's finely poised. And all of a sudden it's rule reversal from the first half, where I think Watford are now the dominant team in, and Newcastle looking to counter-attack on them. Subconsciously, when you're in a situation like this, you go into your shell a little bit when you get the goal, and I think that's what's happened. Newcastle all of a sudden have gone a little bit deeper. Watford are trying to force the issue now, and it's set up for a fascinating finish.
Cleverley waits to come on. There's a stoppage in play. It means we can go to Carrow Road. John Southall.
Stoppage here as well, Ian. It's Norwich 2, Everton 1. Max Aaron's down at the moment, just on the touchline after a challenge with Richarlison. And Norwich have themselves 11 minutes to try and hold on for what would be a crucial victory for them. Everton, few chances in the second half. They've been better. Cruel save to the feet of Calvert-Lewin, but they're looking for the equaliser. Can Norwich hold on? Norwich 2, Everton 1.
It would mean, actually, as it stands with the results, that Burnley would drop to the bottom of the table. Port Vale 1, Swindon 3. The other game in the Premier League is at Molineux. John Akers.
16 minutes. plus added time remaining. Wolves 2, Southampton 0. Jimenez with the first goal and Connor Cody with the second. Southampton are having a go, as you'd expect. Armstrong and Adams are on, and Brozier has just had a header saved by Sarr and make that 7 saves to the Wolves keeper in the game. Wolves 2, Southampton 0.
As it stands at the bottom of the table, Burnley 11 points, although they have a number of games in hand. Norwich 13, Watford 13. Newcastle could be climbing out of the bottom 3 for the first time since the end of September on 14 points. And then you've got to go another 5 points before Leeds United. Many believe it's going to be 3 from those bottom 4, unless there is a capitulation from one of the sides above them in the second half of the campaign. Watford trailing by a goal to 0. Dummett makes the challenge on Emmanuel Dennis, who might well have just picked up an injury in the process. He's still off the field of play as Sissoko now passes the ball back. Bolton 1, Ipswich 0. Exeter have got a second goal at home to Scunthorpe. Exeter 2, Scunthorpe 0. And here is Samir, the central defender, Brazilian. Firmino, Dennis to João Pedro, working it then to Firmino on this right-hand side, back with Emmanuel Dennis, tries to slide it forward, stopped by Joel Linton, but then climbs all over Emmanuel Dennis, and you're thinking, how is that not a foul, referee? I mean, it's the equivalent of something you'd see in a wrestling match. He was all over him. Here is Sam Maximan to break forward. Sam Maximan into the inside left channel of the penalty area. You know when you said you were going to assess the referee's performance?
By the way, that's a shocking decision. You know, some of the Watford staff here to the right of me, and they're incandescent. You know, if Newcastle had a score there, that would have been a real talking point. I mean, he just needed a saddle, Joel Linton.
Newcastle supporters are trying to do their bit. They know the significance of the scoreline, and they know with 10 minutes remaining their support is needed now like no other here inside St James's Park, because these could be 3 precious points that their side are edging towards. Note the word edging, because it's still very, very tight. Derby, Sheffield United in the Championship. Lee Blakeman.
Another brilliant goal from Tom Lawrence. Derby 2, Sheffield United 0. Curled from the edge of the area into the top corner. Pride Park's come alive, and so too has Derby's survival fight. Derby 2, Sheffield United 0.
That's a side who's certainly not going down without a fight after the 21 points they've had deducted. Emmanuel Dennis for Watford. He wins a corner. It was a Dummett who came across. And Newcastle United, with 10 nervous minutes remaining, have got to deal with this set piece.
It's good play again from Watford, but he should have crossed it earlier. Josh King made a great run to the near post. Dummett got back, good defending. He's been solid, Dummett, today, you know. Good inclusion into the team, but like you said, it's really tense here now.
Corner kick for Watford. Sissoko actually has his right arm aloft. He says, wait, before I make my way into the penalty area for what is a crowded penalty area. In it comes. Joel Linton actually gets the header away. Drops to Feminier. Header down into the ground it goes. Headed out by Lascelles. Picked up by Camara to Kayembe, who floats it over. Comes off the head of Cher, and then Kieran Trippier must be the coolest man inside the penalty area. Under pressure, opens up his arms and chests the ball back to Dubravka.
That's a touch of class from Trippier. You know, under immense pressure, it's just to show that composure at this stage of the game is wonderful.
Ross Sykes has been sent off, but it's for Accrington. So Ross Sykes has been sent off in that game against Sunderland. As Sunderland lead by a goal to 0, Accrington are down to 10 men. Sam Maximan forward, held up by Feminier. Attacking the Leesy's end. Joe Linton wanted the ball played back. He goes inside to Shelby. Cries of shoot. He obliges. Right-footed. Little bit of curl on it. Out it goes for a goal kick. Goal at Huddersfield. Katie Smith.
Yeah, it is equaliser for Swansea. Huddersfield won. Swansea won it. It's certainly been coming. It was played in from the right. A really good finish from Flynn Downs on his right foot across the face of goal into the left-hand corner. Carlos Corbrand fuming with his Huddersfield side. We just had a pause as well while flares went off. Play back underway though. It's Huddersfield 1, Swansea 1.
Sheffield Wednesday 3, Plymouth 1 is the latest score in League One. We'll run through the leagues and give you all the latest scores as Almiron is warming up for Newcastle United. as is Willock. Let's get another update from Connaught. Austin Hellwood in the rugby.
Leicester starting to find a way back into this. Their big Fijian winger Kini Murumuravalu with his second try of the game. He's been covering the back row because of injuries over the last few weeks, but back in his favoured position. He's been Leicester's best player today, but it's still Connaught 28, Leicester 17.
Newcastle headed forward from Shelvey. I think that Sean Longstaff was coming back from an offside position, so he didn't bother going for the ball, instead leaving it for the substitute Murphy. Watford see it back to Foster, and then Camara at left back clears for the away side, who still trail. So the result in League Two earlier was Newport County 4, Harrogate Town 0. Give you the latest scores as the ball is played up towards King. Lascelles getting there with a commanding header. Out it goes for a throw to Watford. Bradford 1, the 10 men of Salford City 1. Bristol Rovers 0, Hartlepool United 0. Carlisle 0, Crawley Town 1. They're looking for a fourth straight win. Colchester 0, Barrow 1. Exeter could be a first win in 7. They lead Scunthorpe 2-0. Mansfield 1, Walsall 0. Northampton 0. The leaders Forest Green 1. Could be going 13 unbeaten. Port Vale 1, Swindon 3, Stevenage 3, Sutton United 2, Tranmere Rovers, who were second, Mickey Mellon's side lead Rochdale by 2-0. Watford clear, Cathcart forward, out of defence, over the head of Dennis, headed away by Dummett. Sissoko holding off Joel Linton to head it forward. Dummett's done well, bearing in mind it's his first appearance of the season to last as long as he has.
Yeah, and he's been rock solid as well. You know, he's kept Dennis the minimum in terms of, you know, a threat and chances. Apart from, well, it wasn't even his fault. Lascelles gave the ball away and Dennis broke. He's come off now, he's seen him off. Now he's got another challenge with Hernandez coming on for Dennis. But Dummett's been very, very good considering he hasn't played for a long time.
He's just taken on a little bit of liquid refreshment. He also got a slap on the back of the head in appreciation from Eddie Howe. Kuchko Hernandez is on, Emmanuel Dennis is off. Peterborough 1, Coventry 3 is the latest score in the Championship. Watford then making a change as they look for a late equaliser with 6 minutes remaining. Hernandez with his first touch, then the ball stroked back, Cathcart. From Claudio Ranieri's point of view, do you feel that they would deserve an equaliser second half?
Yes, you know, they've had the better chances, they've had far more of the ball, they've sort of kept the chances from Newcastle to a minimum, really. You know, apart from the goal and that, you know, shot from John Joe Shelvey, Newcastle have done relatively very little going forward. But have they asked enough questions to the Newcastle defence? Well, certainly on the counter attack they have, but they've not worked the Bradka enough.
1 goal in it here, 1 goal in it at Carrow Road. John Southall.
Great noise inside here. Norwich 2, Everton 1, but a chance for Everton. Anthony Gordon 10 yards out on the right. Brilliant block by Giannoulis, but Everton are pressing. We have got 2 minutes to play. Norwich 2, Everton 1.
We've got a good 5 minutes yet. Gillingham 1, Burton 2, Bolton 2, Ipswich Town 0. 2 latest scores in League One. Almiron's going to be coming on. He's a real live wire. He'll provide lots of energy in the closing stages for Newcastle United. Middlesbrough have equalised at home to Reading. Middlesbrough 1, Reading 1 is a latest score just down the A19 on Teesside. And the player who's going to be coming off is Alan Saint-Maximin, the goal scorer. And he could well be the match winner, Neil Lennon.
Well, he is at the minute. You know, that individual brilliance. We haven't seen it all today from him, but when his team needed him, he came up with a moment of magic, capitalising on a mistake, and he was ruthless with the finish. But there's still a bit of football in this, Ian, and I think this is a sensible change. He looks tired. Almiron will give him freshness, but there's still, I think, a good 8 minutes to go here.
Reaction to come in Sports Report on its way with Mark Chapman. Not just here from St James's Park, Carrow Road and also Molineux. John Akers.
Wolves 2, Southampton 0. Wolves going level on points with Manchester United, but Southampton have won a free kick. James Ward-Prowse is over it, drills it. Oh my word! That is top draw. Incredible strike, knuckleball from James Ward-Prowse. Just hit through it. Sarr was rooted. Contender for free kick of the season. Wow! They're back in it. It's Wolves 2, Southampton 1.
Same scoreline as it is with Norwich leading Everton 2-1 at Carrow Road. Sissoko's cross on the run from the right-hand side. Dubravka claims it. Latest scores in League One then. Accrington 0, down to 10 men. But Sunderland leading 1-0. Accrington are the ones down to 10 men there, just to be clear. Wimbledon 0, Morecambe 0, Bolton 2, Ipswich 0, Cheltenham 1, Charlton 0, Crewe 0, Shrewsbury 0, Doncaster 1, Wigan 2, Fleetwood 0, Rotherham 0, Gillingham 1, Burton 2, goalless at Sincil-Bank, Lincoln City and Cambridge United, Portsmouth 1, MK Dons 2. Could be the end of Pompey's 10-match unbeaten run. Sheffield Wednesday 4, Plymouth 2, Wickham lead Oxford United by 2-0. Championship latest scores to come, but here in the Premier League, João Pedro about 10 yards in from the left touchline. Watford all in red, playing from left to right. Ball played out then by Cathcart. Ball inside now to Hernandez, back to Femenia, looking to close him down is Dummett, still releases the cross, and the header is in. And what a header it was from João Pedro, arriving past the outstretched Dubravka. It's a late goal, and more drop points from Newcastle United from a winning position. And what a goal, down at the bottom of the table. It's one apiece.
That is magnificent. That is absolutely magnificent. I have to say, Kiko works a miracle down this right-hand side. Almiron's just come on to bring on fresh legs. Plays a 1-2. Hernandez, I thought he'd overhit the pass, but Kiko gets there and he pulls out an unbelievable cross. And Pedro comes in and smashes the header into the far corner. You have to say, it was always in the balance, Ian. You know, and Watford have knocked on the door and they've showed resilience, character today, and a brilliant goal to bring them back into this game. We've seen two wonderful goals today for different reasons.
Sheffield Wednesday 4, Plymouth 2, and João Pedro with a terrific header. Nothing Dubravka could do about that, and Watford are level. And for Newcastle United, it's very much a story of their season. Up until today, 1 win in 9 when scoring first, drawing 5 and losing 3. And it couldn't be more dropped points with that goal in the 88th minute. Birmingham just equalised at Preston. Preston 1, Birmingham 1. We told you that Middlesbrough had equalised. News of it, Andy Sixsmith.
Yeah, the tale of two towering headers here at the Riverside. Middlesbrough 1, Reading 1. Ball in from the right-hand side by Marcus Tavernier, and Matt Crooks rose highest to not beyond the Reading goalkeeper Luke Southwood. 1-1.
You can see with that pained expression on the face of Eddie Howe how much that goal hurt the Newcastle United manager.
Well, I did ask the question, Dano, when Newcastle scored, could they go on and win the game 2 or 3, or would Watford show the character to come back into the game? Well, that question's been answered. It's definitely Watford, and they've been the better team by far second half.
Accrington, despite being to 10 men, have equalised at home to Sunderland. 1-1 in League One, and Mansfield 2, Walsall 0 is the latest score. Cathcart challenges Joe Linton. Now is the time for any of these two sides threatened by relegation to try and get a winner. Chris Wood is being held, and he's actually being fouled, and that was by Samir, who was shown the yellow card, the Watford debutant. So he gets a yellow, but we're about to find out how much added on time there will be, and we're going to go in to stoppage time. But how much will the fourth official down below, Robert Jones, actually show here? The Watford fans are jubilant, high up in the gods at St James's Park. The Newcastle supporters extremely subdued. Free kick. The electronic board is out down below. Trippier plays it forward, comes off the head of Cathcart, headed on by Lascelles, still inside the penalty area. 4 minutes of added on time, which we're now into. Bradford City against the 10 men lead Salford City by 2-1 at Valley Parade. Meanwhile, Watford are breaking. King to Pedro. Pedro, edge of the area. Pedro shot charged down by Trippier. It's going to spin behind and go behind for a Watford corner. And Queen's Park Rangers are leading West Bromwich Albion by 1-0 in the Championship.
Superb counter-attack again from Watford. Lovely interplay to Josh King. Slips out to Pedro, gets a shot off. It's blocked. Corner Watford.
All of a sudden it's the Watford supporters who will have a bird's eye view at the other end of the field, with an opportunity from a distance to watch the corner kick. Cleverly to take it, delivered deep, good take by Dubravka. but there's nobody out there. There's nobody to release the ball to. News of that goal at Queen's Park Rangers, Lawrence.
Absolute bedlam here. Queen's Park Rangers 1, West Bromwich Albion 0. The goal scorer, substitute Charlie Austin, getting onto the end of a Chris Willett cross with a lovely diving header beyond David Button. And at this stage, QPR are leapfrogging West Bromwich Albion in the race for promotion.
Bristol Rovers 1, Hartlepool 0, a latest score in League 2. Joe Ironside, hero for Cambridge here at St James's Park last week, has scored in injury time. Lincoln 0, Cambridge 1. Will nip to Molineux, John Akers.
It's Wolves 2-1 up against Southampton as Silva goes close. Surely Traore over the crossbar for Wolves. Just after at the other end, Southampton had hit the crossbar. Cross from the right, Perot's unmarked. 8 yards out, header smashes off the bar. It's all happening here. 2 minutes plus added time. Wolves 2, Southampton 1.
We still have another 2 minutes to play, but there's a stoppage because Samir has been struggling, I think, with a touch of cramp, much to the annoyance of the Newcastle supporters.
Yeah, he also got a bit of a whack from big Chris Wood there, you know, so not what Newcastle needed, because it gives Watford a bit of respite just to take the sting out of things. But yeah, been very, very good Watford second half. Showed a lot of character today, which they haven't shown for a while.
Ball back underway and cleared downfield by Almiron. So 2-1 to Wolverhampton Wanderers against Southampton. 1-1 here at St James's Park, which means that Watford, who for a time had dropped inside the bottom three, but the pressing, the little flick by King to Sissoko, passes the ball to Camara. Watford into the penalty area. Hernandez can't get there. It might reach King. He waits, the referee's blown his whistle, so it means Watford, as it stands, would only be a point clear of Norwich, who could be the big winners down at the bottom today, John Southall.
They could be. They lead Everton by 2-1. We've played almost 50 minutes now in this second half. 5 minutes of added time. Adam Ida's shot has just been deflected away. Everton are pushing forward now. This could be their last chance. Norwich 2, Everton 1.
And Everton, incidentally, with that would be 1 win in 13 Premier League games, would only be 6 points off the bottom three. There's a bit of an arguing who's going to take this throw. It's actually been awarded to Watford. It's on the halfway line. It's in a safe area. A late goal, though, at Molineux. John Akers.
Wolves have got the 3 points. It's Adama Traore who scores at last. Racing through, springing the offside trap, left foot. For once there was composure, and he slotted it past Forster in the Southampton goal. 6 minutes of added time. Wolves 3, Southampton 1.
João Pedro, who got the equaliser, doesn't get the throw. The minimum of 4 we're about to see actually elapse, and then it's now at the discretion of the referee. Gillingham 1, Burton 3, Colchester 0, Barrow 2, Peterborough 1, Coventry 4. All latest scores in the Football League here on 5 Live and the World Service. And Watford. Newcastle haven't beaten Watford in 5 previous games in all competitions, going back now since November 2018, and it could be a point to stop the rot, and indeed it is. Watford stopped the rot with a precious point at St James's Park, and a significant scoreline down at the bottom of the table with João Pedro's dramatic equaliser 2 minutes from time to cancel out Alan Saint-Maximin's effort after 49 minutes. Newcastle United 1, Watford 1.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2.
Thanks for your continued company with me, your host Dan Windle, this afternoon. Next live and exclusive here on Game Day on TalkSport 2. Well, time, it never stops ticking down. It never stops ticking away. While they continue to flex their financial muscles, just how many more points can Newcastle United afford to drop in their search for top-flight salvation?
Here at St James Park, Watford have drawn level. I said the goal was coming, and just after the goal scorer Saint-Maximin was taken off, Almiron came on. Newcastle have only gone and conceded. It's all square, Mark Wilson.
It is Newcastle 1, Watford 1. The goal has been coming, and it comes with just 3 minutes remaining.
If he doesn't get the signs that he needs, he feels the squad's good enough to stay up. Well, clearly not, because they sit second from bottom. So clearly it shows you the squad's not good enough. So I'm astounded that there's not been more signings, the likes of really going out to get someone like a Dele Alli or Jesse Lingard.
It's been a slightly frustrating week for us in the transfer market. I think we obviously know we're against the deadline, and we're desperately trying, everyone connected with the club, desperately trying to improve the squad, working very hard behind the scenes, but it's been no, it's been a fruitless search this week.
If Newcastle were to get to the end of this window with only the 2 they've already got in, which is unlikely, I know, then I would still have them to go down. I think they need 2 or 3 more at least to give them a better chance than those around them.
Here now is Wilson, edge of the area, and he fires it into the net. Callum Wilson.
I think when you look at the situation in terms of injury, Callum Wilson, their talisman, he's injured. I'm not obviously. It looked like a calf or Achilles injury. The signing's a good signing because, like I said, it's someone that score goals, and I think the way they play and how Eddie focuses on set pieces as well, which obviously is good in the air. You've got someone like a John Joe Shelby, whose range of passing for me is one of the best in the Premier League. He deserves more credit. So it's a good signing and someone that knows the league.
Now Chris Wood inside the penalty area, steps away from Cody, and he scores a brilliant goal for Burnley. Classic centre-forward play from Chris Wood.
I think he's very mobile, his hold-up play is great, he scores goals. He is a good footballer, he's a good striker, and he's proven in the Premier League.
Scores the goals that keep them in the top flight, it's not a lot.
West Ham 2, Leeds 3. The goal was scored by Jack Harrison. It's his hat-trick.
It's a really important game for both teams, and everyone knows this. And I'm confident that we go out with a win there. Of course, it's good for us that we have our fans in the stadium and a home game. So I'm looking forward to it.
There's a lot to admire about Leeds' out of possession work. I think is really intriguing. I think they play with a really high intensity, and we have to match that. And with the ball, they've got their set patterns and ways of playing, and it's very, very effective. So this is a totally unique game. I think there's no other game like Leeds in the Premier League.
Desperate to stay in touch with those clubs above them, including Leeds United. Newcastle look in rather desperate need of the right result. Desperate to stay alive. Discontent, concern, showing no sign of dissipating on Tyneside. Norwich's win last night has done little to improve moods in the North East either. This afternoon, Eddie Howe's side met the trip to Ellen Road, an always lively experience, always enjoyable for us. Leeds United seem to have broken free of their 6-month hangover, as recent back-to-back wins have dragged them clear of the mucky stuff below. Actually, some Newcastle fans in the last few days, seen their comments, have gone as far as calling this afternoon win or bust for the Magpies. It certainly feels momentous. Thanks for your company on Game Day exclusive with me, your host Dan Windle. Let's bring you the all-important team news details again. Very good afternoon to our TalkSport 2 match commentator at Ellen Road, Ian Danter.
Afternoon to you, Dan. Well, Leeds United make 2 changes from that 3-2 win at West Ham last weekend. There's a return from suspension for Diego Llorente at the back. Rodrigo is also recalled by Marcelo Bielsa. That's due to the injuries to both Adam Forshaw and Junior Firpo, who drop out of the starting lineup. And it looks as though Leeds are going to go back to a 4-1-4-1 formation. They did play 3 at the back in recent times, but Ilan Meslier is the Leeds goalkeeper. A back 4 of Luke Ayling, Robin Koch, Diego Llorente and Stuart Dallas. Pascal Strike in front of the back 4. That could be the other way round, Dan. It could be Koch playing as the defensive midfielder and Strike at centre-half, but we'll wait and see. Rafinha, Rodrigo, Click and Jack Harrison are the 4 in front of that, supporting Daniel James, the lone striker. And again, a very young, you might say inexperienced bench that Bielsa has at his disposal. Christopher Claessens, the sub-keeper. Tyler Roberts is back fit and on the bench. Lewis Bate, who got on at the London Stadium last time, is also on the bench. Joe Gelhardt, who scored at Chelsea. Leo Hjelde, Stuart McKinstry, Liam McCarron, and 2 of the youngsters, not even 20 yet, who might make their Premier League debuts today in Chris Moore and Noan Kenne. As for Newcastle United, that late goal from Watford, meaning a 1-1 draw at St James's Park. Just the 1 win for Eddie Howe in charge of Newcastle. He makes 1 change to the starting lineup from that game against the Hornets. Joe Willock is preferred to Sean Longstaff in midfield. Otherwise, they are unchanged, with Martin Dubravka in goal. Kieran Trippier, Jamal Lascelles, Fabian Schär and Paul Dummett in a back 4. Joe Willock, John Joe Shelby and Joe Linton are the 3 in midfield. Ryan Fraser, Chris Wood, the former Leeds United striker who had a 1-2 record here, and Alain Saint-Maximin are their front 3. On the bench for Newcastle, Carl Darlow is the sub-keeper. Kieran Clark, Jamal Lewis back fit again. Jeff Hendrick also back in training now. Javier Manquillo, Jacob Murphy, Miguel Almiron, Dwight Gale and Sean Longstaff.
Dance, thank you. Alongside Dance again for our exclusive TalkSport 2 top flight action this afternoon. Our summarise of the former Arsenal title winner Perry Groves. Perry, bit of Bee Gees to get us started this afternoon. For Newcastle United, they're trying to stay alive. Time is running out, and Norwich went and turned the screw last night as well, didn't they?
Yeah, Norwich just hit that little bit of form. Dance myself saw him last week dancing with Norwich, and it was a very good against a really poor Everton side. So at this stage of the season, it's the points that are key. Obviously, Newcastle have got 2 games in hand over Norwich and 4 points behind them, but they're must-win games. You're under more pressure, when you haven't got the points on the board. And I was reading Malcolm McDonald's article, actually in the Chronicle, the local Newcastle paper, and he's been absolutely scathing of Newcastle's their senior players and their more experienced players, especially Lascelles and John Joe Selvey. And he said that actually they've gone missing. When
They'd probably be reading that as well, wouldn't they, Perry?
I'm not sure if John Joe Selvey could be particularly bothered to read what other people say.
I thought you could say he might not be able to read there.
But no, I wouldn't go that far. But obviously with Lascelles being the captain, maybe he'll be more aware of everything that's going on sort of around him. Yeah. So even the Newcastle sort of legends and the Newcastle fans are seeing that their senior players aren't taking responsibility, and that's what's got to happen today.
I touched on it already. Newcastle United want to flash the cash available. Persuading players to the North East continues to be a challenge, though, it seems, for Eddie Howe. With the club's current position, Perry, in the Premier League table, that's been obvious this week. Eddie said it himself, it's been a very fruitless week.
Well, he can't rely on so he's got to work with what he's got here. And from what I've seen, Newcastle under Eddie Howe haven't really improved because they keep conceding goals. In the 10 games under him, they've conceded in 9 of Eddie Howe's games. And at Bournemouth, Dance, Eddie Howe, when they went down, he wasn't known as a manager that bases his philosophy and his structure on getting his team set up right defensively. They were always expansive, weren't they? The centre half was always split, they played through the lines. So on that, it didn't seem sort of the right fit when you've got to stop leaking goals.
Well, the problem that Newcastle have had, and it's not just an Eddie Howe problem, Dan. You look at the centre halves, you look at Cher, Lascelles, Kieran Clark, Federico Fernandez. I don't think, in all the time that those 4 defenders have been at Newcastle, I don't think any manager's been able to perm a decent 2 out of those 4. And I think in actual fact, the times when Newcastle looked a bit better equipped at times was when Rafa Benitez and Steve Bruce both went with 3 at the back at times, and it seemed to serve them a little better. But of course, playing 3 at the back can limit your ability to then attack at the other end.
Most managers go 3 at the back when they know that they've got 2 that aren't good enough to play as in a back 4. So that's why you have that little bit more security.
You have to mention again, I don't know if you boys fancy some warm weather training off to the Red Sea.
Not for gingers, Dan. No,
near
not
Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. They leave tomorrow, Perry. They leave tomorrow, Dance. They desperately need to leave with something in their back pocket collected today from Ellen Rose. Actually, reading reports, I don't know if you boys have seen the same. Reading reports, they are due to play a friendly next Friday. That would be a few days before Newcastle's next game against Everton on the 8th of February.
Yeah, but Eddie Howe would have done that anyway if it wasn't, Saudi Arabian owners. He would have gone to Saudi. I feel sorry for him. Because obviously you're employed by your Saudi Arabian owners, and they will tell you where they want you to go and what you've got, and he has to front up and try and justify it. And there'll be no way in the world. Most teams now are giving their players sort of 3, 4, 5 days off, aren't they, because of the heavy sort of Christmas and New Year schedule, and obviously the COVID situation we've had. So most clubs won't be going anywhere. And if he was going to do warm weather training, he would have gone somewhere like Spain or Portugal, where it's just a little jet across. So his hands are tied in that respect. He just has to do it, and he has to try and justify it.
To justify it, and as I've said, hopefully, certainly Newcastle fans will be feeling they make that trip, hoping they make that trip with at least something collected from their trip to Ellen Road this afternoon. Let's hear from Eddie Howe, the Newcastle boss, talking to TalkSport 2 this week, saying he'd like to sign more players this month, but he'll do his utmost to keep the side up with his current group.
I think from my perspective, as we sit here now, ideally we are able to bring in more, but if it is the 2, then it is the 2. There's not a lot that anyone can do about it if you can't get the deals over the line that you're seeking to do. So we have to deal with facts and reality. And in my position, if that was the case, then I'd move forward with the squad and believe we have enough to stay in the division. But ideally, I think we are looking to do more business in January. I've said that all through the month. People at the club are working tirelessly. Everybody within those departments are actively seeking players that are going to make the difference to the team to keep us in the division. And I think that's the key thing, Jim. It's finding players that are going to make a difference, that are obtainable and that want to come. And that combination is not easy in January.
The Newcastle boss Eddie Howe talking with Jim White for TalkSport and TalkSport 2 this week. We'll bring you more on Leeds, our host this afternoon, in a set. Did want to mention now, actually, was Patrick Bamford. Another setback for him, Perry. He's not started for Leeds since injuring his ankle against Newcastle back in September. And we're hearing in the last few days more delays for Bamford on his return.
Yeah, it's obviously he's been a real miss for them. He's been pivotal up front. Obviously the goals that he scored last year. I think, did he get injured when he actually his goal
celebrating? Yes.
Then he slid down the line. He slid down the line, didn't he, and did his ankle. So I don't think Bielsa will be too happy with that. But Leeds have actually got their mojo back. They've got their energy back. We just heard over the Tannoy Batter Hell played by Meatloaf, and obviously in honour of the great man who passed away on Thursday. And I think Batter Hell actually describes Leeds. That's what they're like. They are bats out of hell when they're on it, when they're on their game. And Eddie Howe said there, about their unique team to play against. You know that they're going to be marauding all over the pitch. Dance myself saw him at Southampton where they were lifeless. Dance, so they had no energy at all. But then we saw them at Chelsea where they looked like they was getting themselves back when they end up losing 3-2 to an unfortunate sort of last-minute Jorginho penalty. And looking at them at West Ham last week, you could tell that was the old Leeds, where they've got over there a few injury problems on the fitness side rather than just on the sort of the ankle injuries and the muscle injuries. They all just looked a lot fitter away at West Ham, and if you don't match Leeds man for man, which they will do, then Newcastle here could get steamrolled.
Right, we'll continue to build up to kick off at Ellen Road next on Game Day Exclusive. How Newcastle United need a boost in their fight to stay up. Can they garner it today? We'll find out from 3.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Game Day Exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports membership. The only way to watch Southampton versus Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Listen up, listener. So you want to try something exciting and tasty and different? No problems. Get McDonald's new McPlant, KFC's vegan burger, Subway's new TLC Tikka Sub, Pret's meatless meatball hot wrap, Coco de Mama's vegan lentil ragu on Just Eat. We got tasties for all tastes. McDonald's, KFC, Subway, Pret, Coco de Mama. So whether you're a herbivore, omnivore, not sure, we got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
And he's given it. What on earth is that for?
We can't tell you what the referee was thinking when he made that decision. But with Capital One's Quick Check, we can tell you if you'll be accepted for a credit card before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Quick Check from Capital One. That's credit done right.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In January, we've got 15 litres of Leyland Trade, Magnolia or Brilliant White Super Latex Emulsion for only £20.99 ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside. We've got goals. Sweet goals pull out. Blah, blah, blah.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts, and more in the Sun's free Goals Pullout. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Don't part exchange, get money off your next car.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Points to save here, it's Leeds 3, Burnley 1 in stoppage time, and Dan James has got it, and that is 3 points, 3 much needed points for Leeds United.
West Ham 2, Leeds 3. The goal was scored by Jack Harrison. It's his hat-trick. Leeds have been absolutely brilliant this afternoon, and may I point out to any football team in any land who have injuries and might not be able to get an 11 together, Leeds are absolutely ravaged by injuries, and they are giving as good as they've got, if not better, here this afternoon.
Well, Marcelo Bielsa seems to be winning the Leeds United fans over again. Back-to-back wins always make a big difference, don't they? Bielsa's methods worked wonders. You heard it there at the London Stadium last time out. And now Leeds seek 3 consecutive top-flight wins for the first time this season. A win today that would sink another dagger deep into Newcastle United and their efforts to stay up in the Premier League. Kick-off is under 10 minutes away on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with me, your host, Dan Windle, plus our commentary team up at Ellen Road with Ian Danter and Perry Groves. Perry, the positivity felt the momentum obvious from that performance and win for Leeds at West Ham, and they've had touched on huge injury issues at Leeds to contend with of late. An influx of kids, teenagers on the Leeds bench can be seen again today, but we've heard no complaints.
No, Bielsa, he doesn't complain. He just knows that he gets on with the cards that he's dealt with. I think they've had 8 teenagers make their debuts. It's the most in Premier League history this season. So that tells you how deep their injury list has gone. And the thing with Leeds, Dan, in the beginning of the season, middle of the season, if they have 3 or 4 of their main players that are out injured, like most teams sort of mid-table to bottom, you can't cope with that because the young players that are coming in obviously aren't as experienced, and it's a very unique style that Leeds play. But Bielsa hasn't moaned, as mentioned before, at London Stadium. They look back something to their best. They've gone with Dan James up front today on his own. He'll be looking to obviously get him behind the Newcastle
Jack Harrison,
back four.
really impressive.
Jack Harrison, he's got 4 in his last 2 Premier League games. They only have 3 in his previous 32 in all competitions. And there was a good article with Jack Harrison again in the paper today saying that he was playing out in New York, wasn't he, with Frank Lampard and David Silva.
Yeah.
And he was going, David Villa, sorry, and he was going to them and asking them for sort of advice and information on if they lost their confidence, how did they get it back? And it was just not having that sort of self-doubt and thinking about the positive stuff, thinking about the good things that you're at. It's exactly what Jack Harrison's done. I think he goes and sees a sports psychologist as well, just to get over those negative thoughts. Cheap performance against West Ham last week, he was back to his best.
Rafinha, so often outstanding for Leeds as well, Dan. Set to give, well, you'd imagine Paul Dummett a pretty testing afternoon, yes?
Yes, absolutely. Dummett's a good solid left back, but Rafinha's a tricky customer because he doesn't just play as a right winger. He ducks inside, makes himself awkward, kind of goes missing from those obvious areas, and then will suddenly crop up at the edge of the D where you might least expect him. That's where he scored his goal here that we saw Perry and I against Everton in what was a thrilling 2-2 draw. So much to recommend about the way Rafinha and Harrison go about their business. My concern with Harrison about 12-18 months ago was the quality of his crossing and the quality of his final ball. That's improved, as well, of course, as we saw last week at West Ham as his finishing. But Rafinha's he's the little ingredient X. He's just got that little bit something different, like Sang Maximin has for Newcastle. Those are the 2 players who are likely to create something extraordinary that nobody else on the pitch can this afternoon.
Perry Groves, I guess this is the key question. Are Newcastle capable right now of staying watertight? Are they capable this afternoon of taking the sting out of Leeds United?
Well, the previous game would say they're not, so they have to sort of start afresh because they've gone in front and in 10 Premier League games this season and only won 1 of them. So that tells a story as well, Dan, where they haven't got a default position where they can be nice and solid and difficult to break down. So I think Eddie Howe then should go the other way. If this group of players can't do that, then he should be actually more positive. When they're going 1-0 up, actually go for the second goal and go and try and attack the opposition. So then you've got a positive mindset. So I'd be interested to see what he does today, because if they do sit too deep and they go too passive, Leeds United will just steamroll all over you. So Newcastle have got to be brave. We're in possession when they're going forward and get players around Chris Wood up front. We've got Ryan Fraser, Prov on the right hand side, Sam Maxim on the left, and Joe Willock will probably be the one from midfield looking to go and join him. So it's difficult when you're lacking in confidence, but the only way you get your confidence back is work your way through it, and that's what Newcastle have to do today.
A rich noise reverberating from Ellen Road once more. Wonderful. We can bring it to you this afternoon, live and exclusive on TalkSport 2, over on TalkSport from 5:30. Don't forget Southampton, Manchester City live from the Premier League, exclusive on TalkSport with Clive Tilsley and David Connolly, your commentary team. Jordan Jarrett Bryan will be here with the Game Day phone-in from 5 on TalkSport 2. From 7, live exclusive commentary. The first T20 match cricket between England and the West Indies. Can't wait for that. The TalkSport app, the best way to swipe between both TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Download that from all your normal providers. A win this afternoon will see Leeds United move 11 points clear of the Premier League drop zone, a result that could well see them safe and clear. Well, there's nothing safe and sure about Newcastle United right now. With just 18 top flight games to go, it doesn't matter how the win comes. Eddie Howe and his group know they need it. They badly need a boost. We're ready for an Ellen Road roar. It's time for kick-off on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. A commentary team once more, the former Arsenal title winner Perry Groves. But first, take it away, Ian Danter.
Thank you, Dan. I'll let the Leeds fans take it away because, as usual, they're making a right old racket in here as the Newcastle players emerge from the tunnel down to our right. The Leeds players already waiting by the Premier League logo in the centre of the pitch for the pre-match traditionals. 2 wins out of 2 in 22 for Marcelo Bielsa and Leeds United. That's the sort of statistic that Eddie Howe would not want to be hearing as he pitches up here in West Yorkshire, desperate to get a second win as manager of Newcastle United. What a noise, Perry Groves.
He said the atmosphere was going to be electric. Obviously, Leeds fans say buoyed by those 2 wins on the spin, especially the away performance against West Ham. So, and if you're a Newcastle player, this is a fantastic arena to come play your football. If you can't get yourself up to play a game like this, you shouldn't be playing football.
That's what Eddie Howe needs. He needs his players to step up because there's teams winning around them. Norwich won last night. That's 2 wins in a row in the Premier League for Norwich as they climbed out of the bottom 3, admittedly having played more games than those around them. But Newcastle are up against it. Let's bring you the team news. 2 changes for Leeds. Adam Forshaw and Junior Firpo both out from the side that started the 3-2 win at West Ham. So in their place come Diego Llorente back from suspension and Rodrigo. So it's a slight shift in formation as well, we think. Be a 4-1-4-1 for Leeds. Ilan Meslier is the goalkeeper. Luke Ayling, Robin Koch, Diego Llorente and Stuart Dallas in a back 4. Pascal Struijk may well be the holding midfielder, although that could be Robin Koch switching with Struijk. Certainly in front of that it'll be Rafinha, Rodrigo, Click and Harrison. Dan James is the front man. Still no Patrick Bamford. He picked up a foot injury just when it looked like he was coming back to something like full fitness. For Newcastle, just 1 change from the 1-1 draw with Watford, and that sees Joe Willock preferred to Sean Longstaff in midfield. So it's Martin Dubravka in goal, Kieran Trippier, Jamal Lascelles, Fabian Schär and Paul Dummett in the back 4. Joe Willock, John Joe Shelby and Joe Linton 3 in midfield, although it could be a 4-2-3-1. Alan Saint-Maximin and Ryan Fraser in support of former Leeds United striker Chris Wood. Straight away it would appear that Newcastle United have won the coin toss because they're asking Leeds to attack the Revie end in this first half. You might have heard a few boos around us here because the Leeds fans don't like that. They want to leave it till the second half, so they head for the to the Revie end away to our left.
You've seen the Newcastle players having their customary huddle in the centre circle. It's all very well having a huddle and having sort of these team talks and sort of trying to rev each other up. But talking's cheap. Just get on with it. Just get on with the game. You should all know your jobs by now.
Chris Kavanagh, our referee this afternoon. So Leeds will be kicking towards the Revie end in this first half, which is away to our left. Perry and myself sat in the John Charles main stand, the east stand opposite us, now known as the Jack Charlton stand, and the Norman Hunter stand, which backs onto Ellen Road away to our right. Leeds in all white get us underway here on Talk Sport 2. Newcastle in their change strip of all black shirts, shorts and socks for this trip to West Yorkshire. And straight away, Leeds come away with it. Rodrigo finds James, turns it down the right-hand side for Rafinha. Right-hand corner of the box, taking on Cher, gets into the area, and then he's brilliantly challenged by John Joe Shelby, who puts in two excellent challenges to get the ball out of harm's way. But it is a throw to Leeds United on the far side. 0-0, breathless start.
Really good play from John Joe Shelby, because Rafinha's got the ball out on the right-hand side, cuts in on his left foot when he's 1v1 against Fabian Schär, tries to go inside him, and John Joe Shelby tracks back, makes sure he just gets the timing of his tackle right and just sort of alleviates the danger. Just looking at Leeds' dance, then we wondered who was going to play in that holding midfield player. It looks like it's going to be Robin Koch in front of the back four, so they will be like a 4-1-4-1. And for Newcastle, as we thought, it would be Willock alongside John Joe Shelby and Joe Linton sort of in midfield, so Maximan out on the left-hand side and Ryan Fraser out on this right-hand side. So it'll be a 4-5-1 when they're out of possession.
Ball's gone out of play. So Perry Groves wins a jelly baby for correctly guessing who was playing where at.
I didn't like mentioning Dance
and Robin Koch. Ball's cleared downfield by Llorente, but it will just drift out of play, and Jason Tyndall, Eddie Howe's assistant, just controls it on his instep and gives it back to Kieran Trippier, of course, now firmly installed as the first big money signing at Newcastle United. Chris Wood up there too, of course. They're trying to get more in, but the price keeps going up. Whoever they look at, Diego Carlos, the Spanish centre-half, has been very much targeted. There's also been talk of Jesse Lingard and Dele Alli being linked with moves to St James's Park. Whether they're interested or not, we'll have to wait and see. Leeds in possession. He played 2 minutes on Talk Sport 2, goalless. Now here's Dan James trying to turn away from Lascelles, who tried to barge him out of the way, but James is speeding down the left, tried to feed Harrison, and then a crunching challenge from James on Trippier. Won the ball back for Leeds United. Fans in front of us in the stand here loved that challenge from Dan James, and it's out of play for a throw to Newcastle. 0-0.
Exactly, want to see if you lose possession. Initially did really well, because Jamal Lascelles just he came sort of crashing in, Dan, didn't he? And he had no chance of getting the ball off Dan James, where he should just be holding off for him for half a yard. Then Dan James lost it, and you said he went crashing into Kieran Trippier, and you've got a massive round of applause. All the Leeds fans to our left-hand side all stood up to a man and a woman, went, "Yay, fantastic, get yourself in there."
0-0 here at Ellen Road. Earlier today, Aston Villa won at Everton, live on Talk Sport by 1-0. Bristol City beat Cardiff by 3-2 in the Seven-side derby, and in the East Midlands derby, you heard it here on Talk Sport 2. Nottingham Forest got all 3 points, beating Derby County by 2-1. And in League 2, Swindon won, Bristol Rovers won is how it finished in another local derby. And the first goals have gone in the afternoon in League 2 in the 3 o'clock kickoff. Barrow 0, Mansfield 1. Research for Mansfield, who were looking for 7 straight league wins, the Stags. Throw in for Newcastle into the centre circle for Alain Saint-Maximin. He didn't miss any of the action because the Leeds fans were holding on to the ball on this near touchline. But Saint-Maximin driving down the right hand side, taking Ayling with him, crosses to the edge of the box, might drop for Willock here. Puts it across to the left-hand side. Chance for Joe Linton to get a shot away, and he lifts it harmlessly over the crossbar for a goal kick to Leeds United. But suddenly, Newcastle had numbers forward and in space, Perry Groves.
Yeah, it's just a strange throw, really, because it's defensive throwing position for Newcastle. Kieran Trippier threw it inside into the centre circle. Saint-Maximin had come over from the left-hand side. Luke Ayling had followed him all the way in. Brilliant run from Saint-Maximin down the right, just squared it to Joe Willock. He should have got his shot away a little bit earlier, because he had 2 or 3 yards of space, tried to feed it to Joe Linton, tried to bend it in Melié's top left-hand corner, just went high and wide.
Stoke 1, Fulham 0 in the Championship. DiMaggio, Wright Phillips gets the goal for the Potters, and then Fulham go and equalise within seconds through Rodrigo Muniz. It's 1-1 at the Bet365, and Wickham lead at Morecambe. Beast mode on. Bayo Akinfenwa gets the goal for the League 1 leaders. And Kilmarnock 0, Dundee United 1 up in Scotland. Here on Talk Sport 2, it's 0-0 between Leeds United and Newcastle United. Llorente floating the ball out to the right hand side, asking Rafinha to give chase. He'll get there, down by the dead ball line, faced up by Dummett, flicks the ball infield, and it's driven wide for a corner kick. Came off Joe Linton. Dan James popped up right hand side of the box and wins a corner for Leeds at the Revienne. 0-0.
Yeah, great ball from Llorente, just switching play. over to the right hand side. It's Rafinha trying to get it onto his left foot. Dan James on the little underlap there, couldn't get his cross in. Corner for Leeds over on their right hand side.
5 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Ian Dancer and Perry Groves with you at Ellen Road. So a Leeds corner, their first of the game, where the Jack Charlton stand meets the Revy end on the far side of the field from us, and it'll be Rafinha with a left-footed in-swinging corner. Goes deep to the far post, beyond everybody. Harrison sort of slipped as he tried to get away from Ryan Fraser, and the ball just drifts out of play for a Newcastle throw right down by the corner flag in front of us, 0-0.
Yeah, poor corner from Rafinha. Just want to keep the pressure on, just make sure that you help it along the 6-yard box, make Martin Dubravka come and make a decision. In the end, he overhits it. The ball goes out for a try for Newcastle in their right back position.
Bristling atmosphere here at Ellen Road, as always, particularly in the Bielsa era. They were selling out this ground before promotion had been achieved to the Premier League. Such was the love that the Leeds fans had for what Marcelo Bielsa was doing. Under pressure, Reading lead against Huddersfield Town at the Select Car Leasing. Lucas João makes it 1-0 there. 0-0 here, 6 gone.
It'll be an interesting little battle between Luke Ayling and Alan Saint-Maximin, because Saint-Maximin, he likes to drift inside, and the way that Bielsa wants his team to play, that means that Luke Ayling is going to follow him all the way through, and there could be a big gap over that right back position for Leeds.
Throw in for Dummett from the left hand side, flicked on by Joe Linton, but the ball's gone out of play for a corner kick. Wood tried to hook it goalwards, but a Leeds defender just got a toe in. But Newcastle have a corner at the Norman Hunter stand end away to our right, 0-0.
Yeah, good chance. Newcastle are a big side. Obviously you've got Joe Linton, Chris Wood, Lascelles coming up from the back with Fabian Schär.
Let's see what they can conjure up from this corner kick that Ryan Fraser is preparing to take. On the far side, clips it into the near post, it's punched away, two-fisted by Meslier. Came right out to the edge of his 6-yard box. He could have caught it in truth, but elected to punch.
Yeah, it was at chest height for Meslier, but at least he made a positive decision. Just looking at that corner kick for Newcastle, they didn't have anybody in the 6-yard box. They had everybody on the edge of the 18-yard box. And put someone in front of Meslier to stop him coming to punch it.
0-0, TalkSport 2. Coventry 0, QPR 1. Andre Gray, what a run QPR are on, 4 unbeaten, and they lead at the Coventry Building Society Arena. Oh, slightly loose ball from Stuart Dallas, who hits it against Ryan Fraser, but the ball ricochets back into the goalkeeper Ilan Mellier's path inside his own 18-yard box. Llorente sends it up to Rafinha, turns it round the corner, trying to find either Dan James or Rodrigo. Couldn't find either, but Strike will head it back towards halfway. Newcastle now have possession, but it's given away. Poor pass cut out by Rodrigo, and now Jack Harrison picks it up just over the halfway line. Tries to play a 1-2 with Rodrigo. He's giving chase down the left-hand side, Harrison, but he's not that quick. Out of play for a goal kick, 0-0.
That was the world's longest 1-2, I think, with Rodrigo just trying to play a 1-2, which was like 40 yards, where he asked him to go and get on the end of his sort of return pass. In the end, Jack Harrison sort of clapped him, so that was the right idea. We say, no, just take a little bit off, a little bit weight off. I've got half a chance.
8 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Leeds 0, Newcastle 0. Earlier today, Villa beat Everton by 1-0. You heard it live on TalkSport. And police, I can tell you, have arrested a supporter at Goodison Park for throwing a missile onto the pitch during today's game. That was in the aftermath of the goal that Villa scored right on half-time. So a man has been arrested at Goodison Park.
Good. We did say beforehand, when Dan Windle told us what happened, Dan, simply that if he was out on the street and did that, you would be arrested. It wouldn't just be a ban.
Now down the left-hand side, Harrison gets away. It's into the box, left-hand side, tries to square it across, and it goes out off Lascelles. But there was a challenge on Stuart Dallas on halfway that was allowed to continue play-wise by the referee. Nothing wrong with that as far as the referee Chris Cavan is concerned, but they wanted retribution, the Leeds fans, for the challenge on Stuart Dallas by Kieran Trippier.
Yeah, he did come in a little bit late. To be fair to Stuart Dallas, he knew what was coming, so he just managed to get the ball first and then ride the challenge. At any other time, that would probably be a booking. I love the fact that Chris Kavanagh has allowed play to continue when the ball got to Jack Harrison.
Now Dallas continuing down the left-hand side, looks for Harrison again, down to the dead ball line. Lovely cross to the far post, headed up in the air by Dummett. It's only half clear. Shelvey helps it outside the penalty area. Now Shelvey finds Joe Willett, claims for a foul on Rodrigo, not given, but then Willett gives the ball back to Leeds United. Dallas just inside the Newcastle half, finds Click on this near side of the Leeds left. Poor touch from James allows Lascelles to get a foot in, and now it's brought away by Joe Linton and Shelvey. Joe Linton in the centre circle has got Dummett moving up on his left hand side. Oxford 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Barry Bannon gets the goal for Sheffield Wednesday at the Kazaman. Huddersfield equalise at Reading. Daniel Sinani 2-2 for him in Huddersfield colours. Played 10 minutes here at Ellen Road. And here come Leeds again with Rodrigo skipping around the challenge of Lascelles, playing a ball through into the area, just gets away from James. Here comes Rafinha, looks for James, brilliant save by Dubravka, fantastic save right at his near post, sweeping move from Leeds, and when the shot came in from Daniel James, it was brilliantly stopped at his near post by the Czech goalkeeper, but James is down, and so too is Fabian Schär, who needs treatment. 0-0.
Yeah, Dan James has got a score there, but to be fair to Martin Dubravka, he's come out Peter Schmeichel-esque, just made sure he stayed nice and big with the star shape at his near post. In the end, the ball hit his right arm, but you said Leeds should have gone 1-0 up. Sweeping move down the left hand side. Jamal Lascelles diving in again unnecessarily. Excellent save with his strong right palm at his near post from Martin Dubravka.
Well, they didn't give it up, Leeds. It looked like the pass had gone beyond Daniel James, and it had, but Rafinha was onto it in a flash to pull it back from the right-hand side for James, who just held his run for a second, but there was a tangle of legs between James and Schär. James is back up and hobbling out of the penalty area. He's going to be okay, but as for Fabian Schär, who's still lying flat on his back inside his own 6-yard box, it's not quite the same.
As you said there, I think it was just like a coming together. Don't think, hopefully for Leeds' sake and Newcastle's sake, the injuries aren't going to be too bad. Dan James has got himself up straight away, sort of just hobbled away. He said Fabian Schär is just receiving treatment in the 6-yard box.
Yeah, he's flat on his back, not moving too much either. Gives me a chance to remind you that our live coverage of the 5-match T20 series England against West Indies starts tonight exclusively here on TalkSport 2. Every ball live and exclusive. 7 o'clock our coverage gets underway with former England bowlers Steve Harmison and Gareth Batty joining Andrew McKenna and Barry Wilkinson on commentary. That's here on TalkSport 2 straight after the full-time phone-in. Our coverage starts at 7. And we've got a bit of NFL action. At midnight, the NFL playoffs reaches the divisional round. Teams just 2 wins away from the Super Bowl in LA. Exclusive coverage later tonight. So Will Gavin, Ollie Hunter and Phoebe Schechter, former NFL coach, the Cincinnati Bengals at the Titans closing stages of that. And then from 1 a.m. we have exclusive commentary as the San Francisco 49ers face the mighty Green Bay Packers in minus 18 degree weather in Wisconsin. Not for the faint-hearted. Perry Groves will play in all weather. He's happy when it's colder rather than when it's hotter.
Got to go out in t-shirt, short-sleeved. Got to go short-sleeved.
Yeah, show them you mean business.
Exactly. Go all Stuart Pearce.
Wigan 1, Gillingham 0. Will Keane got the goal for Wigan. He'll not missed any of the action because Schär has only just been helped to his feet. He's walking over to the far side. I think he's going to be okay to continue, but that's a good 2-3 minutes of treatment that he's had. 0-0 between Leeds United and Newcastle United here on TalkSport 2 in our exclusive Premier League commentary. Perry Groves.
Yeah, I think he was just a little bit stunned on the follow for it. It looked like that he might have been just caught either on the back of the head, you know, or just on the neck. It just looked like a sort of a little bit stunned.
Yeah.
Obviously the Newcastle physios have gone and gone through all the protocols, and obviously he's okay to continue.
Yeah, he's back out there, so back to 11 against 11. Saint-Maximin looks for Ryan Fraser, trying to bustle into the edge of the area. Finds Saint-Maximin, left-hand corner of the box. He tried to clip it to the far post, but it sailed over the head of Joe Willock, who was the furthest forward, and out of play for a Leeds goal kick away to our right. 0-0.
Yeah, Eddie Howe will be quite pleased that Newcastle have managed to just weather this initial storm from Leeds coming up to a quarter of an hour played. And Newcastle's problem at the moment is that they can't string any passes together. They can't alleviate any pressure because they can't keep the ball. They just keep giving it back to Leeds.
Leeds cleared downfield, but Rodrigo's ball in field is intercepted by Newcastle. Wood in the centre of the half. Plays it up to the edge of the area. Willock, right hand side, teases it infield to Sam Maximin, trying to turn and get it onto his left or his right foot for a shot. And he does get a right footed shot away, but it scuffs wide of the right hand post of Ilan Meslier. And that's the first attempted effort on goal from Newcastle United from Sam Maximin. Goal kick 0-0.
Yeah, I think it's in the end it's because he ran out of options. Again, coming in from that left hand side. This time it's Stuart Dallas who goes to engage him. Dallas actually does quite well there, Dan. He doesn't dive in, because Sam Maximin wants you to dive in, see if he can nick it past you. Just sort of held him up, so he ran out of options and just scuffed his shot wide.
Ball played forward, asking Daniel James to give chase, but Jamal Lascelles is there first and stylishly brings it away. Sent it up to the halfway line, but it's intercepted by Dallas. Now Harrison, the hat-trick hero from last weekend, gives the ball back to Dallas on the halfway line. He can bring it into the Newcastle half. Long ball over the top looking for Rodrigo, and it just skips away from Rodrigo and bounces once and through to Dubravka. 0-0.
Yeah, a bit too straight there from Stuart Dallas. The pass that was on was really to sweep it out to right hand side where Rafinha was in sort of 10 yards of space.
Ball played through the centre of midfield by Cher, but it was well away from Ryan Fraser. Leeds thump it downfield, and it's headed back by Joe Linton to his keeper Dubravka. Huddersfield have turned it around at Reading. It was Reading 1, Huddersfield 0. It's now 2-1 to Huddersfield. Danny Ward gets the second, and the leaders of League 2, Forest Green, are ahead against Carlisle. Morgan Feeney with an own goal, hopefully because he can see, because when I went to Forest Green on Tuesday it was a bit foggy. Match abandoned after 3 minutes.
Do you want my meaningless stat of the day?
Oh, give it.
Forest Green are leading Carlisle United 1-0, you said?
Yes.
They've won their last 6 games on the spin against United teams, and that was 11 out of 13 as well.
That is particularly useless, isn't it?
Thanks very much.
That's great. Meanwhile, Harrogate Town lead Oldham Athletic. I do hope they played Jack Muldoon has given them the lead against Oldham. Crossfield ball, looking to pick out Jack Harrison. Great first touch, puts it into the area just beyond Daniel James, and Cher touches it behind. Oh no, it hits the corner flag. It's going to be a corner, and then it's a throw to Leeds United out on the far side. Everyone just stopped for a moment as Harrison sent that cross into the box.
Yeah, Leeds didn't have enough bodies in the 18-yard box. I've got to say, Llorente in this first 7.5 minutes, his range of passing has been outstanding from the centre half position, just switching play.
Back heel from Ayling, gets Click in, fires it across the face of goal, and actually goes out for a throw-in on this near touchline. Lovely work from Luke Ayling on the right, and a flashed shot from the pole Matthias Click that wasn't on target. 0-0, 17 minutes gone.
Yeah, he's had a clever little back heel from Luke Ayling, just receiving the ball from Rafinha, then Click doing the right thing, trying to go across Dubravka, maybe keep it a little bit lower, see if he can nestle it in the far post.
Barrow equalise against Mansfield Town, 1-1 there. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Leeds United against Newcastle United on TalkSport 2 with Now. Don't forget, with the Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Southampton versus Manchester City, live today for just £9.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports. Ipswich 0, Accrington Stanley 1 in League 1 at Portman Road. Ethan Hamilton for Stanley. 0-0 here with 18.5 minutes gone at Ellen Road. And forward come Newcastle over the halfway line with Dummett into the feet of Sam Maximin. Lays it off for Joe Linton just ahead of the centre circle. Now he finds Joe Willock just to his right. Gives it back to Joe Linton, who's reinvented, of course, under Eddie Howe as this midfield player rather than the rather luckless striker that we saw under Steve Bruce.
I think it's just relieved the pressure on him. You know, when he looked like he couldn't handle it because he playing up front, because the expectation that, you know, you should be scoring goals and creating goals. So just dropping that little bit deeper, I think he's thrived. And obviously Graham Courtney, our esteemed colleague at TalkSport, would have seen that player in Joe Linton.
Yeah, of course he would. Ball forward from Trippier. He's easily picked up by Llorente. And Stuart Dallas steaming forward again, looking for Harrison down the Leeds left towards the Revienne. First time cross from Harrison. James brings it down with his bat to goal, tried to turn and shoot, and Cher got a foot in and poked it clear. Sam Maximin trying to keep the ball alive. He does brilliant, but then he runs into Dallas, who's won it back. Harrison 25 yards out, just to the left of centre, rolls it to the edge of the box, plays a 1-2 with James, gets to the dead ball line and wins a corner kick off Kieran Trippier, and Leeds have their tails up again. 0-0, they've got a corner.
Jack Harrison and Stuart Dallas have been relentless down Leeds' left-hand side. I think it's probably about the 5th cross that Jack Harrison's got in. When it came in, maybe Dan James should be looking to volley it first time with his left foot, tries to take a touch, and then Fabian Schär just nips it off his toes. Corner for Leeds on their left-hand side.
Stuart Dallas, who could be playing left back, right back, centre back, up front, could be the tea lady, could do any job at Ellen Road. It's his job with the corner. Right-footed in-swinger, deep to the far post, flapped away by Dubravka, comes out to Harrison, lays it off to the edge of the area for Rafinha. Rafinha tries a left-footed effort to curl towards the top corner, but he's got right underneath it, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle United, who can breathe again. 0-0.
Well, that's the only chance at the moment that Newcastle have of relieving any pressure, is if Leeds have a shot on target and he goes out for a goal kick, because they can't keep the ball. Newcastle, they keep giving the ball away. You spoke about Stuart Dallas there. I wonder if he's a qualified physio as well.
You wouldn't be surprised, would you?
He can do every position. He said he can play right back, left back. He can play holding midfield player, kind of wide left, wide right. We've seen him play in a 3 centre halves.
Just all purpose. Now here comes Joe Willett for Newcastle, trying to get beyond Dallas into the area. Dallas sticks with him, and Willett takes the ball out of the box, and then a foot in from Matthias Klick puts it out for a Newcastle throw. But they do have a good position here for this throw, Newcastle. It's about 10 yards from the corner flag, right in front of the travelling Newcastle support down beneath us in this John Charles main stand. 0-0. It's going to be Kieran Trippier to take it. Willock and Fraser are the nearest to him. He's looking for Willock, trying to turn, click inside the area. Saint-Maximin takes over, tries to jink towards the dead ball line, trying to trick strike, doing a few step overs, still keeps it, then lofts it towards goal, but it's a comfortable catch underneath this crossbar for Ilan Meslier. 21 minutes gone, 0-0.
Again, it's when Meslier just plucks the ball out of the air, the first thing he's got is he runs to the edge of his 18-yard box and makes sure he releases Luke Ayling to get Leeds again on their front foot. Just looking at that throw in there was too much space in front of, from Leeds' point of view, in front of Joe Willett, because it's deep in their half and sort of right wing position, and Kieran Trippier could just throw it into his feet, and he's 10 yards inside the 18-yard box, and Saint-Maximin just comes across him.
Here's Rodrigo for Leeds, just ahead of the centre circle. Plays it in for Harrison, left-hand side of the box. Lovely ball across the face of goal. Rafinha tried to head it goalwards. Claims for handball against Jamal Lascelles. In fact, it's handball by Rafinha, and a free kick to Newcastle United inside their own penalty area. 0-0.
Just looking at Fabian Schär there. The ball sort of hit his left arm, and he moved his left arm away from it really quickly to say, no referee, it didn't hit me. Again, it's down this left-hand side for Leeds. Jack Harrison getting the cross in, and then Rafinha coming in from that right-hand side, tried to get a diving header, didn't quite get hold of it properly. And to be fair, Schär's far too close to him for that even to be looked at by VAR.
Well, his arms were down by his side as well, not in an unnatural position as the law states. Wigan 2, Gillingham 0. Stephen Humphreys for Wigan, starting the day in second place in League One, 16 unbeaten, Wigan Athletic. And they play Arsenal's under-21s in the EFL Trophy on Tuesday night. We'll be up in the northeast, Harrogate Town against Charlton Athletic. Hartlepool Town against Hartlepool United. Go get it right, Danta. Hartlepool United against Charlton Athletic.
Did I tell you my stat about Forest Green playing against teams ending?
Funnily enough, I think I remember it. Yeah, it was something like wins against teams with United in the name.
6 on the trot.
It was lovely.
Just making sure you.
I don't know whether it bears repeating. Well, we have repeated it. 0-0 on TalkSport 2 between Leeds and Newcastle. Ian Danter and Perry Groves with you at Ellen Road. Here comes Luke Ayling steaming down the right-hand side for Leeds. Diagonal ball into the box, looking for Harrison. Headed away by Trippier. Fraser tries to help it further, Clip. It gets underneath the header, and Harrison has it back, level with the edge of the box. Plays it infield to Daniel James. He lays it off to Dallas. Dallas puts his foot on the ball and rolls it back out to Matthias Klick on this left wing. Finds Dan James, left-hand corner of the box. Now he's driving for the byline. Can't get away from Trippier, and Willock thumps it downfield. Nobody in a black shirt anywhere near halfway. Leeds will have it back.
Well, it just shows the pressure under. The furthest player forward for Newcastle at that particular time was Chris Wood, and he was 10 yards off his own 18-yard box.
Reading 2, Huddersfield 2. What a game in Berkshire. George Puskás equalises for Reading in the Championship. Diagonal ball from Strike, trying to find Daniel James. They're trying to hit the angles all the time, aren't they, Leeds United, Perry Groves? They're trying to find ways to get quickly in behind Newcastle.
Yeah, just especially from the two centre halves. if it's strike sort of the left side of centre half, he's trying to just ping it out to the right side into Rafinha, and on the other way round, as I mentioned before, Llorente's passing range has been fantastic. He's going from the right side centre half out to this left hand side to Jack Harrison.
Now again, he'd missed none of the action because Joe Linton is down this time for Newcastle, inside his own half, flat on his back. A reminder, there's more live football to come on TalkSport at tea time. Southampton against Manchester City. Clyde Tilsley and David Connolly will be your commentary team for that one at St Mary's, and following that, of course, game day your verdict with Faye Carruthers and Gabby Agbonlahor. Oh, imagine what Gabby's going to be like tonight. He's going to be insufferable, isn't he, after a win against Everton for Villa?
Well, everyone was saying with Buendia, was he going to be under pressure because of Coutinho? And obviously Stephen Gerrard's gone, no, I'll play them both in the same team.
That's from 7:30, game day your verdict, where you can get your calls into Faye and Gabby, and then fight night with Adam Cattrall and Gareth A. Davis. That's at 10 o'clock tonight through to 1. Plenty of great stuff to come on TalkSport over the next few days. I mentioned the NFL exclusive coverage tonight, and the cricket, of course, at 7 o'clock onwards on TalkSport 2. England against West Indies, and the second T20 is actually tomorrow night as well. There's 2 games in successive days that will bring you live and exclusive here on TalkSport 2. Ipswich equalise against Accrington Stanley. Wes Burns. And Barrow 1, Mansfield 2. Stags back in front through Stephen McLaughlin. Reading 2, Huddersfield 3 now. Danny Ward has a second. 5 goals inside half an hour at the Select Car Leasing Stadium. Back underway here on TalkSport 2 at Ellen Road. Leeds 0, Newcastle 0. We played 26 minutes, but there'll be a good 3 or 4 minutes, I reckon, Perry Groves, to add on at the end of this first period.
Yeah, we had the injury to Cher, didn't we, early in the first half.
Ball flicked on by Wood, looking for Fraser inside the area, but Diego Llorente classily across to just stride away in possession into the left back area. But then Harrison gives it away. Joe Linton back on his feet, finds Sam Maximan at the edge of the D, trying to get away from Ayling, maybe trying to find a teammate. Fraser tries to get a shot away. It's a weak effort, but Meslier can only turn it behind for a corner kick to Newcastle away to our right, 0-0.
Yeah, Llorente just overplaying there, trying to play this little short ball into Dallas. Joe Linton recovers the ball, gets it out to Sam Maximan. There's a little sort of 5-yard pass to Ryan Fraser, couldn't really get any purchase on his shot, but gets it a little deflection, and Meslier spills it at his near post for a corner for Newcastle over on their left hand side.
It's where the Jack Charlton stand meets the Norman Hunter end, away to our right hand side. It's Ryan Fraser again to take it for Newcastle. Clutch of players around the edge of the area.
This time they've put Chris Woods in the 6-yard box to stop Meslier coming.
Here comes the corner from Fraser. Headed back across the face of goal by Lesens, held it out. Shelvey! Brilliant drive and brilliant save by Meslier, driven back across the face of goal by Fraser and out by Leeds, but Sam Maximan recovers possession. What a hit from John Joe Shelvey from outside the box, and he can't believe it didn't go in the back of the net. Meslier equal to it, 0-0.
Fantastic controlled volley from John Joe Shelvey on his unfavoured left foot, just made sure he watches the ball onto his laces. I think he thinks it's going to nest in the back of the net, but excellent save from Meslier. Decent height in the end for Meslier off to his right hand side, but really good technique from John Joe Shelvey.
Super shot on the volley, but Meslier equal to it. Newcastle coming forward again. Sam Maximan finds Wood with his back to goal, lays it off to Jolinton with a shot. Wood again tries to get the shot away, it's blocked by Click, and away comes Rodrigo for Leeds United as they try and counter. Rodrigo bundled over by Jolinton, and Leeds United have a free kick. And just for the first time this afternoon on TalkSport 2, Leeds looking a little nervy at the back.
Yeah, just Newcastle making sure they're first to the knockdowns on the edge of Leeds' 18-yard box. But to be fair to Leeds, they had 4 or 5 players and they just converge on the ball to make sure that they blocked the shot. And Joe Linton did really well there because Leeds had a 3v2 situation. He thought, right, I'm just going to have a little knock-cross foul, make sure it looks like I didn't mean it, and just completely stop the momentum of Leeds' attack.
You're listening to TalkSport 2, 0-0 between Leeds and Newcastle. A rough and tumble here at Ellen Road this Saturday afternoon. plenty going on. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. Leeds coming forward down their left, near side to us. Lovely cross from Rodrigo, but straight into the grateful arms of Martin Dubravka. Bowls it out underarm straight to Joe Linton, who's almost at the halfway line, and then gets an amble in his boot and thumps it downfield when Saint-Maximin returns short. 0-0.
There wasn't a lot of synchronicity there between Joe Linton and Saint-Maximin, because what happened was Saint-Maximin had gone long to come short to get to feet. Joe Linton had his head down, and all he saw was Saint-Maximin's backside initially. He thought, right, I'll just put it in behind Luke Ayling, and Saint-Maximin come short, so there just wasn't that understanding.
Salford 0, Colchester 1. Luke Chambers for the U's at the Peninsula, and Rotherham lead Cheltenham by a goal to 0. Michael Smith. Rotherham just losing their form a little, lost 2 of their last 5. They hadn't lost since mid-September up until recently, but they lead at the New York Stadium. Here at Ellen Road it's 0-0. We played half an hour on TalkSport 2 between Leeds United and a Newcastle United side desperate to get 3 points. They've been waiting a long time to get Eddie Howe's second victory as Newcastle manager. It's not happening quite yet. 0-0 here.
Tell that Newcastle have been doing some work on the training ground out of possession. So they go into that 4-5-1. You've got the 3 Joes obviously in the centre midfield for Newcastle. Joe Willock, John Joe Shelby and Joe Linton will try and stay nice and narrow.
Leeds give the ball away, and Willock tries to bring it clear, but intercepted by Stuart Dallas, centre of the Leeds half, laid off by Rodrigo for Koch, who sends it out to the right hand side. It's kept in play, brilliant by Rafinha, down by the corner flag. He's got Dummett watching his every move, but then he does a Cruyff turn to get away from Dummett, goes into the box, still going Rafinha, pulls it back in front of goal, and no one there to tuck it away, and Newcastle will bring it clear. Brilliant run from Rafinha, absolutely skinned Dummett, but the pull back didn't find a white shirt in front of goal.
Can someone give Paul Dummett a ticket there to get himself back into Ellen Road, because he actually was sold. Me and you actually swerved to our right hand side, Dan. It's a brilliant turn from Rafinha, and he couldn't quite pick out his pass, just put it across the 6-yard box. It's a tap-in. If you've got a natural centre forward there, that's a tap-in.
Certainly pulled it into space. He's there again down the right hand side for Leeds, gets to the dead ball line, Click's calling for it at the edge of the box. He can't find him. It will come to Click. Rise the challenge of Dummett, now finds Luke Ayling, urged to shoot at the edge of the box. There's no room to get the shot away, but he finds Rafinha on the overlap, pulls it across, and it's put behind by Cher for another Leeds United corner. It's got louder, if anything, somehow inside Ellen Road. 0-0.
Yeah, Newcastle on the ropes at the moment. It's whether Leeds can administer that knockout punch. Again, it's Rafinha down that right hand side, and they just can't find that final pass. It's relentless pressure at the moment from Leeds United.
It's Rodrigo to take this latest corner where the Revier meets the Jack Charlton stand. Played short to the right hand corner of the box, and Dan James drifts away from Saint-Maximin, puts the cross into the 6-yard line, headed away by Lascelles. Saint-Maximin can't bring it further clear, so Click lobs it back out to the right hand side, but then Rodrigo slips, and then Click dispossesses Saint-Maximin as he tried to bring it away. They love that, the locals. Now here is, it almost came through for Pascal Strike at the edge of the area. Desperate defending from Newcastle to get it out of harm's way. Throw into Leeds on halfway, 0-0.
Just looking at the two teams, Leeds United just looked a lot fitter than Newcastle danced, and they look a lot sharper. Just a few of the Newcastle players are breathing heavier. I know that Leeds are relentless in the way that they play, and the problem that Newcastle have, because they've dropped into that 4-5-1 sort of formation, and then Chris Wood comes very deep. If they do win it back, Newcastle have got nothing to play off of up front. They actually they can't get out.
Here's Strike looking for Jack Harrison. Harrison again finds Pascal Strike, just gets away from Willock. Good skill from Harrison to evade the challenge of Shelby. Might deflect into the path of Click, but no, comes away for Newcastle United, and there's plenty of green grass for Joe Willock to run into. Saint-Maximin to his left, he's still ploughing through over the centre circle, plays it right to Ryan Fraser. Fraser looks for Willock again, who's continued his run down the right, lays it off to Kieran Trippier. Trippier down by the corner flag on this near side. Oh, lovely ball, finds Willock in space at the dead ball line, across the face of goal and headed away by Llorente, only as far as Shelby, who handled it 30 yards out, right in front of Chris Kavanagh. He spotted it, blew the whistle, free kick.
Newcastle's best passing move of the game started with Joe Willock in the centre of pitch, just working his way out to Newcastle's right hand side. Great little reverse flick from Kieran Trippier. It's released Joe Willock. He couldn't quite whip the ball along the 6-yard box where Joe Linton had come in to make the centre forward position. Just a little bit more encouraging from Newcastle.
Just over 10 minutes to half-time. It's flown by this. Leeds United 0, Newcastle 0. Plymouth 1, Lincoln 0 in League One. Luke Jeffcott and Colchester 2-0 up at Salford now. Miles Kenlock. And Birmingham City 1, Barnsley 0. Onel Hernandez, his first goal on loan. Here's Rodrigo getting down the left-hand side into the box. He's got a chance to shoot for goal, and it's blocked behind by Jamal Lascelles for a corner kick. It all opened up for Rodrigo there, but he couldn't get the shot on target. Corner kick at the Riviera, 0-0.
Should be shooting just a little bit earlier, and it should be shooting with his right foot as well, because with his left foot he narrows his own angle down. Great block from Jamal Lascelles at the near post. Another corner for Leeds on their left-hand side.
To be taken on this near side by Dallas into the near post. Linton heads out, comes out to Rafinha on his own at the edge of the box. It's only half clear. Click sends it back into the area. Forest of legs block it. It's lobbed away by Joelinton. Poor touch from Dallas, and they tried to get Sam Maximan away, but their back defending was Daniel James to bail out Leeds United. And now the white shirts come forward again,
and he just got a standing ovation from the Leeds United faithful, because there was a 2v2 situation and Stuart Dallas under massive pressure.
As Rafinha tries to go outside Dummett, who stuck to his task well. Paul Dummett just rolls it forward to John Joe Shelby. Rafinha felt he was fouled, and the referee is just bringing a halt to proceedings so he can check on the Brazilian's fitness or otherwise. Might have been caught in the face by a flailing arm.
To be fair to Paul Dummett, he did really well, use his body. He got his arm and his shoulder across Rafinha. His elbow sort of just caught him in the chin. You'd actually think Rafinha had been hit on the head with a lift, or the way he's gone down. And Chris Kavanagh can tell that there's really nothing in that sort of little confrontation. He can play on.
Well, it's not a head. Well, it is a head injury, but if he doesn't think it's that consequential, then. But he's bound by the laws, though, to stop the game.
Yeah, exactly. But he screamed, didn't he? Rafinha screamed.
Yeah.
So full well, one, you're not hurt that bad, and he's sort of holding his face and sort of rolling around and kicking his legs a bit. You think, well, if you can do that, then you must be right.
Leeds 0, Newcastle United 0 on TalkSport 2 with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange, get money off your next car and go to WeBuyAnyCar.com. Stoke 1, Fulham 2. The young English wonder kid Fabio Carvalho puts Fulham ahead at the Bet365.
Is it the last? Has they won 2 away games 7-0 this season, Fulham?
Yeah, 20 goals in their last 4 games. It's not bad, is it? Meantime, throw for Newcastle United, 10 yards from the corner flag as they attack the Norman Hunter stand end away to our right-hand side. Thrown in by Trippier for Fraser. Trippier gets it back into the area. Willett just trying to turn away from the challenge of Koch, who steps in and clears it right-footed, Robin Koch, but only out of play for another Newcastle throw. And players been halted at Brentford, their game against Wolves, due to a drone above the stadium. The teams are heading back into the tunnel at the Brentford Community Stadium. Meantime, Joe Willett coming forward for Newcastle, up to the edge of the box looking for Fraser. It's poked away from danger by Robin Koch, but back comes Joe Linton to the edge of the area, tries to get a left-footed drive away, blocked by Strike, comes out to Joe Willock at the edge of the D. He tries to thread it through, it's deflected into the path of Fraser. Now Joe Linton out to Shelby. Shelby crosses into the box looking for Wood, headed away by Strike. Now Joe Linton brings it down, pressure from Newcastle continues. Sam Maximan down the right-hand side, whips the ball across the face of goal. It won't make its way through to Chris Wood. Leeds get it half clear, but now Fraser to the dead ball line right-hand side. Cross to the near post, headed out by Strike, further cleared by Rodrigo. It's retrieved by Shelby. Shelby's got options to his left. One is Dummett in plenty of space. Paul Dummett puts the cross into the box over the head of Wood. Dallas heads clear, and now he finds Rafinha. Maybe Leeds can counter. Over the top, looking for Daniel James in a race with Lascelles. He gets there first, Daniel James. Right-hand corner of the box. Still Lascelles jockeying him for space, tries to play it across the face of goal, and he finds only Fabian Schär, who can coolly take the ball outside of his box. End-to-end stuff, 0-0.
It's absolutely relentless. Newcastle just had a good 3 or 4 minutes of pressure, couldn't quite get the right delivery in. Ryan Fraser getting himself to the byline. Looked like Chris Wood was going to get the head up really well, cleared by Struijk at the near post, and then just a 1v1 situation with Daniel James and Jamal Lascelles. To be fair to Lascelles, he did really well. He made sure he didn't go and sort of commit himself too early, and the problem that Daniel James had was he was so far in front of all of his Leeds teammates. He was about 40-50 yards in front, so his lead teammate couldn't get up and support him quick enough.
Joe Linton's down again, the Brazilian, and it looks like Sean Longstaff is already being prepared to come on and take his place, because this is the second time that Joe Linton has gone down injured in the space of 4 or 5 minutes.
I think it looks like it's a groin injury, and they probably said, you know, if it was a bit of stiffness, would he be able to run it off exactly, and loosen it up a little bit, but it looks like he's struggling.
In League 2 still Barrow 1, Mansfield 2, but Mansfield down to 10 men. Ferenc Rawson gets a second yellow card. 2 Lemons Maker,
Strawberry,
and he's gone. And Joe Linton is now back on his feet, but being led very, very slowly from the field. And Sean Longstaff is going to be on in the next few seconds as a direct replacement for Joe Linton. And we were talking about him in a bit more glowing terms, weren't we, earlier in the game, Perry Groves? But his race is run, and Eddie Howe will hope that that's not too serious an injury for the Newcastle number 7. Meanwhile, Sunderland take the lead against Portsmouth. That's a big game in League 1, 3rd against 9th, and Elliot Embleton's given Sunderland the lead. And Morecambe equalise against the leaders Wickham. That's 1-1. Anthony O'Connor up from the back to equalise for the Shrimps. Longstaff is on, and Joe Linton walks dejectedly to the bench just down beneath us. And we'll get an ice pack on. I think it's already been prepared for him.
To be fair, he's walking like he's got a pebble in his shoe, and he's over-emphasised the limp just to make sure the Newcastle fans know that he's got a bona fide injury. He gave him a little round of applause. He got a decent reception because, as you said, Dance, in the last sort of month, 2 months or so, his performance levels have risen quite remarkably.
I'm looking forward to hearing that in the next, injury update. How's Joe Linton? Oh, he's still got a pebble in his shoe. 0-0 on TalkSport 2. We've got 3 minutes of the first half remaining, plus there'll be a good chunk of added time that Chris Kavanagh will surely add on because of 3 stoppages, all for Newcastle players being injured. 1 for Fabian Schär and 2 for Joe Linton, who's now gone off to be replaced by Sean Longstaff. Here's Llorente for Leeds United. Plays it to his left to Struijk on halfway, who puts it out to the left-hand side, this near side to Weston Harrison, being assisted by Rodrigo. Backheels it to Dallas, who keeps it in play tight to this near touchline and works it back 10 yards or so to Pascal Struijk. Struijk hits a lovely ball into out, finds Ayling right-hand side, early cross from Ayling, heads go up, and Rafinha and Dan James, neither of them could get the connection. They were both so close to connecting. Wicked cross from Luke Ayling, but it didn't find its target. Throw in to Newcastle, 0-0.
Dance, we said it's been a feature of Leeds' players, isn't it? From the centre half switching play, it was Struijk again that time from the left side of centre half out to Luke Ayling. Brilliant ball into the 6-yard box. Then it's Rafinha trying to get himself over Dan James, couldn't quite get any connection.
Cambridge United 1, Crewe 0 in League 1. And it's Adam May who's given Cambridge the lead. Here's Struijk on halfway again for Leeds United, into the feet of Robin Koch. Gives it back to Struijk. Struijk under a bit of pressure from Willock. Turns inside and looks back for his young goalkeeper Ilan Meslier. And he'll play a little 1-2 with Diego Llorente, who looks like he's given Leeds a bit more balance at the back now he's back from suspension.
Yeah, you've got obviously the left-footed striker on the left side of the centre half, say, and Llorente on that right side, and say their passing range has been particularly impressive.
Now Ayling looks long downfield, trying to get Rafinha away. Out goes Fabian Schär, gets a good foot to it, but it is out of play for a Leeds throw, level with the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, right-hand side. Taken quickly by Rafinha, who's going to get it back now from Luke Ayling. Look to tease it in field for Matthias Klick. It's brought away instead by John Joe Shelby. So the triumvirate of Joes has been split up through that injury to Joe Linton.
The Joes are a no-go.
Up it goes to halfway. Kieran Trippier back for Joe Willock. Now Ryan Fraser looking to spin away from Dallas, who brought him down. Free kick, says Chris Kavanagh. Fairly easy decision for the referee to make. 0-0. MK Dons 0, Doncaster Rovers 1. Doncaster Rovers lost their last 5, but Joe Dodu has put them in front at Stadium MK. Gary McSheffrey needs a win, big style. Free kick to Newcastle United, just over the halfway line, on the right-hand side, and Trippier, diagonal ball up to the edge of the box, headed away by Leeds, but it might drop for Chris Wood, who's offside. Or would he handball it? He handballed it as the ball came off Jamal Lascelles and through to him. We're into 5 minutes of minimum stoppage time at the end of this first half. It's goalless, but it certainly isn't chanceless, Perry Groves.
No, it's been Leeds who dominated possession. Newcastle just come into the game in the last sort of 10 minutes. Jamal Lascelles winning a towering header there, but I think when he landed, it looked like he just landed awkwardly. Looked like it had fallen to Chris Wood. But Chris Kavanagh, to be fair, the referee saw there was just a little nudge from Chris Wood and rightly gave the foul.
Reading 3, Huddersfield 3 now. Michael Morrison, just back from injury for Reading, equalises right on half-time there. Manchester United West Ham is still 0-0. We'll update you on what's happening at Brentford. Players were taken off a little while back because of a drone on the pitch, or a drone above the pitch. Cross into the area from Newcastle, and Click forced to head it behind for a corner. Again, nervy moments at the back for the team all in white. Newcastle have a corner at 0-0.
Yeah, excellent play from Ryan Fraser. Just make sure he goes on the outside of Struijk, gets his cross in. As he gets up, he actually puts his both hands up and say, someone's got to be on the end of that. Someone's got to be in the 6-yard box. That's why you're paying, obviously, the big money for Chris Wood. He's got to make sure he's in the centre of the 6-yard box. He gets a simple headed goal.
Trippier to take the corner kick on this near side to us, where the main stand, the John Charles stand, meets the Norman Hunter end. Right-footed out swinging from Trippier, looking for Cher at the near post. It drops on the 6-yard line. Wood! Brilliant save! Comes out to Saint-Maximin, blocked by Ayling, but the whistle had already gone. But Ilan Meslier wasn't to know that Chris Wood didn't need to have to score there. The whistle had gone, but a brilliant save by Meslier to deny Chris Wood a goal against his old club.
Yeah, Leeds couldn't quite relieve the danger. You said of Chris Wood just getting the ball from out under his feet, swivels, hits it with his left foot. Fantastic reflex save from Meslier. But again, I think that Chris Kavanagh thinks that Chris Wood had a little nudge before the ball got to him.
Played 2 minutes of the 5 being added on. 0-0 on TalkSport 2. And a foul as Saint-Maximin tried to play the ball through. The referee's ball play back for an earlier infringement, much to the dismay of the locals. And Newcastle have a free kick about maybe 20 yards inside the Leeds United half of the pitch, away on the left.
It was a foul by Click on Sean Longstaff, just give him a little nudge in the back. I think Chris Kavanagh was just trying to play the advantage, but Newcastle couldn't recycle the ball.
Walsall 0, Exeter 1. Late on in the first half at the Banks's Stadium, Timothy Dieng gives the Grecians the lead. Now, what can Newcastle do with this free kick? We've got 2 minutes of added time at the end of this first half remaining on TalkSport 2. It's goalless. It's Fraser to hit the diagonal ball up to the edge of the area. Free header for Cher to knock it down, trying to find Wood on the stretch, but it bounced through to Meslier. 0-0.
They've been really dangerous with their corners and free kicks. Newcastle United, again, it was just a free header from Fabian Cher. Couldn't quite redirect it into the path of Chris Wood, went through to Meslier.
But it was, as you say, a free header. No one within 2 yards of him. Now Click looks for Rafinha on the Leeds right, up against Dummett. Level with the edge of the area now, Rafinha. Strokes it across to the edge of the box. It almost made its way through to Rodrigo. Koch picks it up. Out to the right-hand side for Ayling. Slides it down the right side of the box for Rafinha. Can keep it in play. Drives it across, looking for James. Headed away, and then Koch tried to improvise a header. Couldn't keep it down. It loops over the crossbar for a Newcastle goal kick away to our left-hand side. 0-0.
Again, Leeds United looking very, very dangerous in the wide areas. And looking at the Newcastle formation, what's happened is Ryan Fraser and Saint-Maximin are in the wide positions. They're not actually tracking their runners. They're just letting their runners go. That's why there's an overload in the white. Rafinha's got in counter-sign times down the right-hand side. Jack Harrison's got in counter-signs down the left-hand side. But they haven't quite been able to just pick out that quality final ball.
So it's a goal kick for Martin Dubravka. We're into the last minute of the minimum 5 that have been added on by Chris Kavanagh on TalkSport 2. Fraser clattered into by Stuart Dallas, who appears to have come off worse from that challenge. Stuart Dallas on the far side. So it is going to be at least a throw-in, I think. I don't think it's a free kick for for Newcastle, but it is a throw-in on the left-hand side, which Paul Dummett's going to take. Dallas is okay.
Yeah, I think it was just a knee-on-knee with Fraser and Dallas, just like an impact injury. He's a tough boy.
Left-hand side, midway point of the Leeds half. The Newcastle throw from Dummett into the edge of the area, laid off to Sam Maximan, running along the line at the edge of the box. Finds Fraser, look to tease it out to the right-hand side, expecting the run of Trippier. Leeds trying to clear their lines as they win it back. Right on the dead ball line as the referee signals the end of the first half. Well, there have been 30 goals in the last 6 Leeds United Premier League games. And whilst we haven't had a goal in this first 45, we've been right royally entertained with a breathless first half of football. Chances at either end, arguably the best of all, came the way of Newcastle, so desperate for a win, with teams winning around them at the bottom. And it was a volley from John Joe Shelvey, superbly kept out by Ilan Meslier, flying to his right-hand side. Certainly Leeds had their moments, getting Newcastle's nerves jangling at the back. But Martin Dubravka only had 1 or 2 saves to make in that first half, but was set up for a rip-roaring second half here, Ellen Road. Still all to play for in West Yorkshire. It's Leeds United 0, Newcastle United 0.
Dance, thank you. I can confirm that the players are back out at the Brentford Community Stadium. Brentford Wolves players back out after a significant halt to the action while we live in drone stop play. There you go. But they're back out. I don't know if somebody shot it down or something, but the drone has been removed and players are back out in West London.
Might have been a delivery that's gone wrong.
Couldn't you have sorted someone, to send up to your luxury penthouse apartment?
I don't live there anymore. I don't live there anymore. Dad,
don't get him on the removals, please. he's all right now. He's had a bit of therapy. You're right, Dad.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't live there anymore, but I could have got contacts in the area to sort it out anyway. Really good fast start from Leeds United. Actually, Perry, I go as far as saying there's just a really good energy to Marcelo Bielsa's side, and we saw that first half particularly.
Yeah, very much so. We said before that against West Ham last week, we thought they got their mojo back, and you could tell today that they have. They're full of energy, they're full of spirit, full of running, and in the first 15, 20 minutes especially, Newcastle just hanging on. Newcastle couldn't get hold of the ball. If they did, they were all far too deep. Chris Woods was too deep. They had nothing to play off of. And the thing with Leeds United, Dan, you know what you're going to get from them. And especially in the wide areas, they've had a lot of quality. The 2 centre halves passing, which you mentioned, Struijk and Llorente, the switcher play's been brilliant out to flanks. But you don't need to have done your coaching badges to realise that Leeds United miss a centre forward. That's what they're missing. If there was a decent, a proper centre forward, I'm not having a go at Dan James, but he's not. He doesn't think like a centre forward. He's very energetic. He runs in the channels, but when the ball's in the wide areas, he doesn't get himself in between the posts. He doesn't get himself in the 6-yard box. And the amount of times that there've been balls across the 6-yard box or balls cut back, just waiting for that poacher just to side foot it in. But to be fair to Newcastle, they've hung on. They've got themselves back into it. They've had actually more shots than what Leeds have had. Yeah. Obviously not clear-cut chances. So Eddie Howe will be pleased that his team has shown a little bit of resilience.
Yeah. Well, I think the save from Martin Dubravka to deny Dan James is about as good a save as you'll see all day, Perry. It was outstanding, wasn't it?
Yeah, I said it was sort of Peter Schmeichel-esque when he made sure he stayed nice and big, got strong forearms. And Dan James, again, if you're a centre forward who's a natural for you, maybe you dink it, but he side-footed it, and to be fair to Dubravka, he got a big strong left hand that has sort of nullified the danger.
Meslier saved to deny. John Joe Shelvey also equally excellent. I mean, both keepers have been involved, haven't they, to keep it at 0-0?
Yeah, John Joe Shelvey, ball dropped to the edge of the 18-yard box. It was a real controlled volley where he just watched the ball onto his laces, and I think he thought he'd scored, and it was a decent height. It was sort of waist height, Dan, wasn't it? So it was a decent height for Meslier, but he moved his feet really well, got over to his right hand side and palmed it round the post. So we're just very privileged, aren't we, Dan? We come here, we always look forward to coming to Ellen Road, and Leeds have never ever disappointed us, and Newcastle have just sort of grown into the game probably in that last 10 minutes of the first half. So this is still like sort of well balanced.
Brentford and Wolves are into 19 minutes of added on time at the end of the first half at the Brentford Community Stadium. Gives us Perry, maybe you can tell us that Forest Green Rovers stat again if you want.
Against teams that are united, obviously not so united because Forest Green have been battering them. They've won the last 6 on the trot. 11 out of 13.
Good stat.
Thank you very much.
Could you just tell me the Birmingham score again, please, Dan?
I'm just going to get it in front of me. Birmingham, how are they getting on at half-time in the Championship? They're 1 up.
Hey.
I'll go through the classifier.
All the Birmingham fans are, we'll put these banners away then, shall we?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Only until something else goes wrong. Boys, thank you very much. We'll be back shortly. Second half Ellen Road to come here on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Up next, also take you through the half-time classified scores as well.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 115,000 reviews.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In January, we've got 12mm V-Groove Boulder Oak Laminate flooring for only £7.99 per square metre ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside. We've got goals. Sweet goals pull out. Blah, blah, blah.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts, and more in the Sun's free Goals Pullout. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
Oh, now that's a lovely touch.
We can't tell you if it's going to be a 7-goal thriller or a 0-0 bore draw today. But with Capital One's balanced transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply for a credit card, without affecting your credit score.
Oh, nicely done.
Balanced transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Did somebody say just eat?
Me, get delivery like a G. See, hungry dogs gotta eat. I get mines every day, every week. Chicken wings to the crib, I'm sitting in. Burger in the low-low. Hope they put the pickle in. Wonton on a catamaran. Oodles and noodles, thank you, my man. J-U-S-T-E-A-T.
Somebody say just eat.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports membership. The only way to watch Southampton versus Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
This is Game Day.
Half-time classifieds. Premier League.
Earlier on Game Day on TalkSport, it finished Everton 0, Aston Villa 1. Into 19 minutes of added on time at the end of the first half between Brentford and Wolves. A drone had halted play at the Brentford Community Stadium. It's 0-0 between Brentford and Wolves. Half-time, Leeds 0, Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0, West Ham 0. Live on TalkSport from 5:30. Southampton against Manchester City.
Sky Bet Championship.
Full-time, Bristol City 3, Cardiff 2. Earlier on TalkSport 2 on your home, the EFL. Nottingham Forest 2, Derby County 1. Half-times, Birmingham 1, Barnsley 0, Blackpool 0, Millwall 0, Bournemouth 0, Hull City 0, Coventry 0, QPR 1. 3-3 between Reading and Huddersfield at half-time. 0-0 between Sheffield United and Luton. Stoke 1, Fulham 2, Swansea 0, Preston 0, West Bromwich Albion 0, Peterborough 0.
Sky Bet League One.
All half-times, Burton Albion 0, FC Wimbledon 0, Cambridge 1, Crewe 0, Charlton 0, Fleetwood 0, Ipswich Town 1, Accrington Stanley 1, MK Dons 0, Doncaster Rovers 1, Morecambe 1, Wickham 1, Oxford United 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1, Plymouth Argyle 1, Lincoln City 0, Rotherham 1, Cheltenham Town 0, Shrewsbury 0, Bolton Wanderers 0, Sunderland 1, Portsmouth 0, Wigan Athletic 2, Gillingham 0.
Sky Bet League 2. 2.
Full-time in League 2, Swindon Town 1, Bristol Rovers 1, half-times elsewhere, Barrow 1, Mansfield Town 2, Crawley 0, Tranmere Rovers 0, Forest Green Rovers 1, Carlisle United 0, Harrogate Town 1, Oldham Athletic 0, Hartlepool 0, Stevenage 0, Leyton Orient 0, Port Vale 0, Rochdale 0, Bradford 0, Salford City 0, Colchester United 2, Scunthorpe United 0, Newport County 0, Sutton United 0, Northampton Town 0, finally Walsall 0, Exeter City 1.
The Vanarama National League.
Altrincham 1, Torquay United 1, Borehamwood 1, Weymouth 1, Chesterfield 0, Aldershot Town 0, Grimsby Town 1, Bromley 1, Maidenhead United 1, Halifax Town 0, Solihull Moors 4, Dover Athletic 0, Woking 1, Wildston 0, Yeovil Town 1, Wrexham 0. It's a 5:20 start between Dagenham and Redbridge and Stockport County. We can also look ahead now to tonight's Premier League action with Now.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Southampton versus Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
So after 12 successive league wins, Manchester City head south to take on Southampton this tea time, exclusively live over on TalkSport. Our summaриser for the action, the former Southampton and Republic of Ireland international striker David Connolly. Afternoon, Dave.
How are you doing, Dan?
Very well, thank you. Southampton have to be supremely well disciplined, don't they? And organised to deny Manchester City live later on TalkSport. I guess they did well up at the Etihad earlier this season, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they did. I mean, they were fantastic. I think the important thing is, like at the Etihad, we'll be here getting half-time 0-0. And, you know, I've just spoken to, you know, some of the staff I know from my time here. And basically the week, as you'd imagine, has been all about what they do without the ball. You know, they've got to be so disciplined in how they play, their usual shape, the energy, the tempo, how they close down. They've got to be the best team, the best pressing team in the league, which, you know, they've often been called that, but they're going to have to be that today.
They've got a break after today's City, haven't they, until the 5th of February in FA Cup fourth round weekend. So would you expect little rotation from Pep?
I think it's a really good point because, you know, they've, I guess, had the benefit, the luxury of not having any games called off due to COVID or anything, so they've kept playing City. He's managed his squad really well, even the likes of Gundogan, you know, he's been left out an awful lot, a player like that. I imagine Rodri will come in. I think he'll come in today, and I think he will go pretty strong because obviously he's got that break, and then after that break they've got Fulham in the Cup, so, and then after that they've got a pretty nice run in the league, you know, Brentford, Norwich. So I think Pep knows, and you know, he's got the respect as well of his opposite number, Ralph Hasenhüttl. He will know this will be the toughest game that they've got probably of the next 4 or 5, you know, so I think they can really go for it here, but knowing that they've got to be at it as well.
New ownership taking over at Southampton in recent weeks, Dave. Talk of long-term investment at St Mary's, but in the short term probably shouts of work with what you've got, it seems, for Ralph Hasenhüttl.
Yes, I mean, the new owner, Dragan Savak, was here for the Brentford game. They were brilliant in that one. I thought they got off to a really good start, and that set the tempo. I think the model is pretty much how it's been for a number of years. I know the fans might like to see a bit more investment. However, some of the recruitment I've got to praise of late. You know, Livramento has been outstanding signing for them. He's one I think that will just kick on and get better and better. I know they're trying to sign Broja permanently, but that's been a really good addition on loan. So I think some of their recruitment has been excellent. You know, they've had to lose players, as you'd expect. You know, Danny Ings, and that is a loss, that quality that you'll miss in and around the box. However, you know, they'll be at it today, and if they can put on a performance like they were last time here against Brentford, you know, they'll have a chance.
Live from 5:30 on TalkSport, Dave Connolly will be alongside Clive Tilsley. Dave, thank you.
Cheers, take care.
That was a look ahead to tonight's Premier League action. Don't forget, with the Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Southampton against Manchester City, live today for just $9.99. Without a contract, search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Southampton versus Man City live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Second half about to get back off and underway at Ellen Road. Sides returning. Leeds Newcastle still in the first half between Brentford and Wolves after a drone halted play in the first half at the Brentford Community Stadium. Perry Crozier and Dancer in place for us in West Yorkshire. Thinking, boys, about the strangest, most obscure reasons that games have been halted before. Remember the chicken? I remember the chicken running out.
There was the fox in a Celtic Rangers game.
The chicken between
Park.
Blackburn, Wigan, a protest against the Venkies, the Blackburn owners. Actually, looking in Greece when the PAOK president ran out with a gun. That was a reason the game was halted.
Oh my goodness!
I was at Highbury when it was halted for a squirrel.
Because of a squirrel?
Oh, it was a red squirrel as well.
Run off with the ball?
Exactly, you see.
Protected by the Queen, though.
No, he was making good runs. He was making great runs. It's arcing his runs, into the left-hand channel,
Were you able to match his energy up and down the right-hand side, Perry?
They actually said he made better runs than me, to be fair. They had the wrong ginger.
What's Eddie Howe thinking, Perry, at half-time, but ahead of the second half? Will he be pretty content?
No, he'll be positive because he'll be pleased that his team has stayed in the game at 0-0 because they were under siege, weren't they, Dads, for about 15-20 minutes.
And they rode that well.
They rode it and they were sort of getting their second wind. He probably would want them to start the second half the way they finished the first, where it became more even for the last 10 minutes, where they did get bodies forward. Then the right hand side, Trippier and Fraser were linking up quite well. Sam Maximan keeps drifting in, obviously from the left, essentially. Chris Wood will probably be a bit frustrated because he looks at times an isolated figure where they can't get the ball into him, but they've been very, very dangerous from set piece as well, from corners and free kicks. So Eddie Howe, even if he doesn't believe it, he has to sort of portray that confident figure to his players. That then rubs off on them. So he'll be very, very positive.
We wait for the deadlock to be broken. It certainly did earlier in our game on TalkSport to East Midlands Derby in the Championship. Second half blew wide open between Forest and Derby. Will it be the same on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2? Perry Groves with Ian Danter.
Back underway here at Ellen Road with Leeds in their all-white kit. Now kicking from left to right as we sit at the back of the John Charles stand. So Leeds heading for the Norman Hunter stand that backs onto Ellen Road away to our right. Newcastle in their change strip of all black shirt, shorts and socks. They're heading for the Revy end away to our left-hand side. Only Norwich before today conceded more in the Premier League rather than Leeds and Newcastle. 39 goals in 20 Premier League games for Leeds, 43 for Newcastle, Norwich on 45. So surely the prospect of a goalless draw is not the strongest, even though we've had 45 minutes without the back of the net being hit. Let me run you through the lineups quickly. Leeds United, Meslier in goal, Ayling, Llorente, Strike and Dallas in the back four, Koch in front of the back four, Rafinha, Rodrigo, Click and Harrison behind James up front. And for Newcastle, Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Lascelles, Scher and Dummett in the back four. A rejig midfield three because of Joe Linton going off injured. It's now Willett, Shelvey and Sean Longstaff, Fraser, Wood and Sam Maximan up front. And Llorente finds Pascal Strike, who's really grown in confidence. Saw him come through as a championship player with Leeds United and was very cleverly handled, I think, from Marcelo Bielsa, just drip feeding him appearances. And the Leeds fans are really warming to the former Ajax kid, who's on possession now. Strokes it out to the left-hand side for Stuart Dallas. Left-footed centre-halves, of course, appears to me to be priceless to Premier League clubs these days. Here's Llorente, just shy of the halfway line. Newcastle all inside their own half, and Llorente tried to float it out to this near touchline to Rafinha, but it just drifted out of play for a Newcastle throw as Lincoln equalise at Plymouth Argyle early in the second half. John Marquis just arrived from Portsmouth. He's put them ahead. Sheffield United 1, Luton Town 0. Ryan Brewster for the Blades at Bramall Lane. And Newcastle try and win possession on the halfway line with Sam Maximan, but Ayling brings it away. He's fouled by Longstaff. He went over the leg of Longstaff. Easy decision for our referee Chris Kavanagh to make. 2.5 gone in the second half, still 0-0.
Good feet there from Luke Ayling. It's in a little tight spot, just played a little 1-2 of himself, right foot to left foot, back again, and then Longstaff overcommit himself, just an innocuous foul. Quite rightly Chris Kavanagh just said foul, get on with it, which Leeds have done.
Llorente steps away from Chris Wood and plays it to the right hand side, and Ayling infield it goes to Koch. Swansea 1, Preston 0. Ryan Manning for the Swans, and now Matthias Click for Leeds, out to the left hand side for the dangerous Harrison. Stepping in field, finds Robin Koch at the edge of the area. Might break again for Harrison down the left-hand side of the box, but a clearance from Ryan Fraser put it out of play for a Leeds throw down there left. 0-0.
Dan, you said about Strike there, and how impressed you have been with him, and he's been very good today. That all started there when he's got the ball on the halfway line and he just pings the ball into Click. It's a straight ball, like 25-30 yards, but it pierces the Newcastle midfield. That allows Click to get turned. How many times do you see centre halves, when they get it, they come back out, they go across, they go back across again? So Leeds, both centre halves, look to play forward as quick as they can do.
Leeds United hit a crossfield pass. Ayling looking to pick out Harrison on the far side, but the ball sailed over his head. Oh, Birmingham 2, Barnsley 0. Scott Hogan, goodness me, where's
Hogan's
that come
a hero.
from? We couldn't win a corner the other week. Got walloped 6-2 by Fulham in midweek. Apologies to any Barnsley listeners, but mind you, 2-0 up means nothing to us.
You know,
it's still be any score you like.
You know it's coming 2-2. You know that.
Yeah, I don't, thank you. Yeah,
95th
you don't need to remind me. That's exactly how it could play out. Here at Ellen Road, we played 4 minutes to the second half. It's still 0-0 in the Premier League between Leeds United and Newcastle United. And the ball's back with Ilamelier. Seems like an awfully long time ago. There was the time when he took Kiko Casillas' place. He's made the number 1 jersey at Leeds United his own. The French youngster. Well done to him.
John, I think that's with Melia. Bielsa knows that he comes for crosses, and he makes decisions. And I think even when he's made a couple of mistakes, he just sticks with him. You think, okay, like when Bruce Grobler used to play for Liverpool, when you come for so many crosses and make so many decisions, you're going to make the odd mistake here and there.
Coventry equalise out to QPR. Jordan Shipley making it 1-1, and Sheffield United double their lead against Luton. 2-0, Jack Robinson. Now Newcastle coming forward at 0-0 with Joe Willock. Runs straight into Diego Llorente, who slides the ball up to Rodrigo on halfway. Immediately looks for Rafinha on this near side, facing up Paul Dummett. Goes back infield to Rodrigo, tries to play a reverse pass to pick out Rafinha. Brilliant sliding interception by Paul Dummett, and he had to make that. Saint-Maximin runs into Llorente, who wins it back. Leeds on the front foot again. Daniel James in the right wing position, Ayling on the overlap, but James goes into the box himself, across to the far post, and nobody there to tuck it home. Again, the final ball just eludes Leeds United, 0-0.
That's the problem that you have. Dan James comes out from that centre forward position to the right hand side, does really well, it's 1v1 against Dummett, and then he just rolls the ball across the 6 yards box where a centre forward should be. Jack Harrison has come in from the left hand side, can't quite get himself there, so that is the problem obviously that Leeds have got.
Goal kick to Newcastle United. I was talking to you half time about Martin Dubravka, that brilliant save he made from Daniel James. I remember watching his debut for Talk Sport at St James's Park against Manchester United some years ago, when he was on loan initially from Sparta Prague, and he was so brilliant that day. It prompted me to say to Ray Houghton alongside me, what's the number 1 goalkeeper at Sparta Prague like?
I can remember
this guy's extraordinary.
I can remember he was like an octopus, wasn't he? He was tipping balls over the bar, and he smothering shots at near posts, taking crosses out of the air.
And they have missed him when he's been out injured, because of course he was out injured at the start of this season. Carl Darlow went between nets for a while. Now Fraser's been dispossessed by Jack Harrison. Leeds coming forward. Harrison clips the ball to the right hand corner of the box. Rafinha brings it down, gets it onto his left, thinks about a shot, lays it back to Robin Koch. Now Ayling looks to lob the ball into the box, heading out, and then Shelby just volleys it straight up in the air. It's a proper Gary Owen. Where's that going to land? Goes out on the far side for a throw to Leeds United, 0-0.
I think John Joe Shelby needs to chalk his boot, just skewed off his sort of right little toe.
Throw in, finds Robin Koch, just to his left is Strike. Out to the left hand side. Oh, a strong run from Dallas into the box, forcing Fabian Schär to put it behind for a corner kick to Leeds United at the Norman Hunter end, 0-0.
Yeah,
7 minutes gone.
Good defending from Fabian Schär, just making sure that he stands in that area to stop the marauding Stuart Dallas getting on the end of the give and go that he played.
Huge ovation for Rafinha as he went across to that far side to take this left wing corner, left footed out swinger from Rafinha, headed up and out by Lascelles. Good defending from the Newcastle number 6, but it's retrieved on this near side, the Leeds right by Matthias Klick. Rolls his foot on the ball. He's got support from Jack Harrison, who's come out to the Leeds right. He's up against Kieran Trippier. Lovely ball into the near post. It might drop for Robin Koch to drive it across the face of goal, but it's straight into the grasp of Martin Dubravka. 0-0. They're still knocking on the door, Leeds United.
Yeah, two good pieces of defending there from Jamal Lascelles. The first one was from Rafinha's corner when he's outswing with his left foot. Lascelles makes sure that he gets to the ball first in the 6-yard box, and then he makes sure then his positional play is good at the near post where he can stop the cross coming in.
Still 0-0 at Brentford. They're still playing at 0-0. Here's Saint-Maximin going into the area, running straight into Stuart Dallas, who calmly won the ball back and brought it clear. Rafinha totally does Paul Dummett, and he's scampering away for Leeds down the right-hand side. Faced up by Fabian Schär, pokes the ball into the box, but again nobody there. But a hurried clearance only finds Luke Ayling. Ayling for Leeds, finds Rodrigo, level the edge of the area right-hand side, tries to play a 1-2 with Ayling, and Newcastle are there again to clear the danger. One back though, as Saint-Maximin can't hold on to it. Dallas out to the left-hand side, it's deafening inside Ellen Road. Jack Harrison now skips infield from the far touchline. Left-hand corner of the box, he's got support from Click out there. Dallas looking for the ball inside the box, but again Newcastle get there. It's Williker retrieves it and looks for Chris Wood, who's had very little possession in this match, the former Leeds United striker, but he does well to hold it and lay it off to Shelvey. Longstaff just controls the ball on the halfway line and looks for an option as Leeds get back into position at 0-0.
Yeah, just slowed the attack down there, the momentum. Shelby just giving it to Joe Willock because Chris Wood had held the ball on the halfway line. So Maximin tried to make a run from left to right. Unfortunately, Joe Willock couldn't spot him, and that enabled Leeds to get their whole team back goal side.
Just been told by my producer that the first half at the Brentford Community Stadium, because of that drone that suspended play, the first half lasted over 70 minutes and still no goals. Lots of goals elsewhere. Morecambe 1, Wickham 2, Jack Grimmer for Wickham. Wigan 2, Gillingham 1. Gillingham get a goal back through Ben Reeves. Charlton lead Fleetwood. The youngster Mason Burstow, who I saw in the Football League Trophy, gives Charlton the lead at the Valley. Reading 3, Huddersfield 4. Danny Ward has gone crazy at the Select Car Leasing. Free kick from Newcastle into the box and a comfortable claim for Meslier. He bowls it out overarm for Ayling, who tries to get the better of Shelby, but Shelby does well, shows good strength to win it back. And now Alan Saint-Maximin attacking the Leeds penalty area, gets inside Llorente, but then claims he was fouled. Saint-Maximin, he's giving Chris Kavanagh what for as the ball's cleared downfield. Did you think he was being fouled there, Perry Groves?
He actually was having his shirt pulled. It was quite clever from Cock, because he was obviously on the blind side with Chris Kavanagh refereeing it, and Saint-Maximin did have a point because it completely stopped.
Dubravka's been caught late there by Daniel James as Dubravka cleared the ball. That you can hear the Leeds fans urging James to close the ball down, and it will be a yellow card for the young Welshman for going in late on Dubravka after the ball had gone. 0-0.
A bit of over exuberance. Dubravka just getting onto his right foot, and just actually Daniel James knew exactly what he was doing there, because he could have stopped his momentum, just carried on, put his left knee into the thigh of Dubravka. Quite rightly, Chris Kavanagh gets out his yellow card. So just looking again with Llorente, as Saint-Maximin skips past him, Llorente just pulls his shirt to stop him in his track, so you can understand why he's a bit frustrated. But just looking at Saint-Maximin,
Saint-Maximin's getting a yellow card as well for his dissent to the referee when he didn't get a free kick that he wanted.
Yeah, I think he just went probably just a tad over the top, because he was waving his arms around, wasn't he, like sort of punching the air. I can understand his frustration, because it was fair. Eddie Howe was actually screaming at Saint-Maximin to calm himself down, because the last thing that Newcastle need is he picks up another silly yellow card and gets sent off. So he just wants him to calm himself down a little bit.
12 gone in the second half. Ian Danter and Perry Groves with you at Ellen Road. 0-0 between Leeds and Newcastle. Blackpool lead Millwall by a goal to nil. Shane Lavery. Newport lead at Scunthorpe through Courtney Baker-Richardson. And it's still absolutely blisteringly loud here as Dubravka clears the ball downfield. Finally his play restarts, flicked on by Chris Wood, thwacked away by Stuart Dallas for Leeds, but Newcastle win the fight for the ball in the centre circle. Longstaff finds Dummett on this near touchline, keeps the ball away from Rafinha. Good layoff from Wood down the left hand side for Dummett, helped out by Longstaff on this near side. Saint-Maximin, who's going to be the pantomime villain now, looking to jink his way towards the edge of the area. Chips the ball into the box, looking for Willock. It's only half cleared. Might break for Longstaff. And Leeds toe gets the ball clear. And now a counter-attack. Rafinha's on his bike, steaming over the halfway line. Showed too much of it to Fabian Schär. What a challenge, though, from the Newcastle centre-half.
Yeah, he stayed on his feet. Fabian Schär showed good balance.
Now down the left-hand side of the box, it's Alassane Maximin up against Llorente. Left-hand side trying to wriggle clear, make room for a shot. He's inside the D, gets the shot away, it's blocked by Strike and comes out to Rodrigo. Another chance for a Leeds counter. Rodrigo looking for Rafinha. What a ball to pick out Rafinha right-hand side. He steps inside Dummett. He's got to the edge of the area, tried to roll it across to Harrison, but the pass was too weak and Fraser intercepted. And here come Newcastle.
Just turned it's like a basketball game. You attack, we attack. Neither team can quite find the right pass, the right quality. Rafinha there, just skipping inside Fabian Schär. And then he should be trying to bend it down. He's on his left foot. He should be trying to bend it past Dubravka on his right-hand post. Just tries to pick out
Chris Wood does brilliantly to find Fraser, right-hand side of the area, but he runs into Luke Ayling, who'd come across from right to left to win the ball back. Players are all over the place here. Nobody's in their natural position, apart from Jack Harrison, steaming down the Leeds left. Early cross, just evades Daniel James and knocked back by Dummett to his keeper. They wanted a pass back. He volleyed it back to his keeper, but I'm not sure he meant it, Paul Dummett.
No chance, Dan. The ball was actually behind him and the cross in from Jack Harrison, and Dummett, it was a flick, wasn't it? Sort of with the outside of his left foot, and then he didn't know it was going to go back to Dubravka. Ball could have gone absolutely anywhere, and in the end it went straight to Dubravka. Chris Kavanagh quite rightly said no, it's not intentional, but just that little sort of 6-7 minute sort of snapshot we had there, Dance, was how the game's been. It's been end to end, apart from obviously the first half of 20 minutes, but Newcastle have started just to release a few more players, but every time both teams get round the 18-yard box, they can't pick that final pass.
Well, now Paul Dummett's gone down wanting some treatment, and the Leeds bench are very unhappy that he's just plonked himself down on the deck. He could have walked to the touchline, but he wanted play to stop so he could get some treatment, and the Leeds bench are decidedly unhappy. Marcelo Bielsa doesn't get involved with that. He leaves that to his lieutenants. You're listening to Leeds 0, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport 2 with Now. Don't forget, with a Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Southampton, Manchester City, live today for just £9.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports.
If Bielsa gets involved, he has to take his translator with him. So he took his ear on, the translator goes, the manager is.
I'm pretty sure there are lots
happy.
of things that don't need translation in the heat of battle.
There's certain words that travel, I think, in every language.
Dummett's back on his feet. Luton Town are down to 10 men at Sheffield United. Now what's going on? Yellow card for Dummett. For what? For hoodwinking the referee, or trying to work out what that was for, Perry Groves?
Is it ungentlemanly conduct?
Could be. In fact, has he been sent off? It's a second yellow card. No, he's just been substituted, is he? No, he's just been substituted, forgive me. They're bringing on Javier Manquillo, but it's the time he took to get off the field that's led to his yellow card from Chris Kavanagh. We didn't see Manquillo until the very last second there. I wonder what on earth was going on. Now the board's going up.
So did David Coote, the fourth official. We had no idea what was going on. He just ran across Manquillo and said, not going on yet, I haven't got me board.
0-0. We will be back to 11 against 11 in a minute. Manquillo's got to wait to be entered into the action. Stoke 2, Fulham 2. Lewis Baker will equalises for Stoke at the Bet365. Mentioned Luton down to 10 men. Reece Burke sent off at Sheffield United. So here comes Javier Manquillo. Straight swap for Paul Dummett. No change to the system for Newcastle. He'll happily slot in at left back Perry Groves.
I think Paul Dummett might have injured himself when he had that sort of ungainly back pass, didn't he, when the ball was behind him?
Yeah, maybe.
When he was stretching, he might have just tweaked his ankle.
Just over an hour gone on TalkSport 2. Leeds United 0, Newcastle 0. We still await the breakthrough. Leeds on the left-hand side with Jack Harrison. Wins a throw out on that far side. Don't forget the cricket tonight. After the full-time phone-in with Jordan Jarrett Bryan at 5. We're off to the West Indies for the first T20 International from 7 o'clock. Steve Harmison and Gareth Batty joining Andrew McKenna and Barry Wilkinson on commentary. for that first T20 international. And then NFL going into the wee small hours this morning, including San Francisco at the Green Bay Packers, live and exclusive at 1 a.m.
Dan, you talked about the atmosphere at Ellen Road.
Yeah.
The old Slade record, Come On Feel the Noise, right? You think that's a great record, but I didn't really know the meaning behind it. You come to Ellen Road and you can feel the noise.
Yeah. It just envelops you when you're here. I do hope it's coming across to you wherever you're listening to TalkSport 2 right now. It's just incessant noise.
Just looking at Bielsa, obviously his team have played okay. They're relentless in the first 20-25 minutes. The game's evened itself out a bit. Now we're coming into like the 64th minute. Surely he's got to be looking to make a change. He's got Joe Gelhardt, the young centre forward we saw score at Stamford Bridge.
Oh, Rodrigo turning the ball round the corner for Matthias Klick down the left-hand side of the box. Willett holding him up, gives it back to Rodrigo. Really heavy cross, but Rafinha will keep it in play. But then he loses out to Manquillo, and that's a push by Rafinha on Manquillo. Newcastle free kick, 0-0.
There's no need for Rafinha there to get Manquillo out of trouble. Manquillo was actually thinking, please put your hand in my back and I can go down and sort of relieve the pressure.
Cole, the goal, puts Morecambe in front against Wickham. Cole Stockton, Morecambe 3, Wickham 2. Crawley 0, Tranmere 1 in League 2. Tranmere 4 unbeaten, and they lead through Jay Spearing, vastly experienced midfielder. And Josh Windass has put Sheffield Wednesday back in front at Oxford United. Oxford 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2 at the Kazam here at Ellen Road on TalkSport 2. Nearly 20 minutes gone in the second half. It's still goalless between these two sides. Biting, snapping, snarling, trying to get the advantage at this incredibly noisy Ellen Road Stadium. Now down the left-hand side, it might break for Stuart Dallas. It does in the left-back position. Stevenage lead at Hartlepool by a goal to 0. A penalty from Luke Norris puts Stevenage ahead in that game. First goal in 6 away games for Stevenage. 0-0 Ellen Road. Strike playing on the right-hand side of the centre half for a moment, and a poor pass straight out of play past Luke Ayling, and Newcastle have a throw on halfway. We still wait for further changes to be made. There's substitutes warming up, like Tyler Roberts and Joe Gelhardt down beneath us in Leeds United colours, and Jeff Hendricks out there warming up, I can see, for Newcastle United, just back from injury. As in steps Matthias Klick to win the ball back and find Rodrigo on the Leeds right. Early ball looking for Rafinha, who's in behind and onside, plays it across the face of goal. It's off for Harrison at the edge of the area, steps away from Shelby, steps away from another, and the drive is blocked. Comes to James and he hits it straight at the keeper from a tight angle, and Newcastle survive.
Yeah, Daniel James on the far post couldn't quite get his feet sorted out. What a ball from Rodrigo, the outside of his left foot to release Rafinha down Leeds' right hand side. And maybe being overcritical of Rafinha, maybe he could have just picked out Jack Harrison at the far post initially, where he just took his time, and again that enabled Newcastle to get their defenders back in position. But fantastic pass of the day there from Rodrigo, the outside of his left foot.
Meanwhile, Ryan Fraser was caught by Stuart Dallas. Yellow card for the Northern Irishman for leaving one on Ryan Fraser. Oxford 2, Sheffield Wednesday 2 now. Oxford back level through Matty Taylor. And there's another Newcastle player down now. Fraser's back on his feet. Jamal Lascelles is having some running repairs inside his own penalty area. It's like mash out there, Perry Groves.
Seeing that a platoon, isn't it? Just like people on the floor all over the place.
Yeah.
I think it was just a bit of a retribution there from Dallas, because Ryan Fraser caught Dallas early in the first half, so he knew he was just going to be a little bit late.
Don't forget live football to come on TalkSport. Whilst the full-time phone-in is on here on TalkSport 2 with Jordan Jarrett Bryan. Southampton against Manchester City. From St Mary's with Clyde Tilsley and David Connolly. And Jamal Lascelles is taking an eternity to get off the field before he comes back on again, and that's why you can hear the natives getting all restless. And Kieran Clark's going to come on to replace him very shortly. Another straight swap for Newcastle for an injured player.
The thing is, I don't think it's a big warm weather training, is it? If they fly off to Saudi, it's big warm weather rehabilitation it for all the Newcastle
so
players.
That's Joelinton, Dummett and Lascelles all off injured in this game, as Ipswich take the lead against Accrington Stanley. Connor Chaplin for Ipswich. They've come from behind at Portman Road. So Clark on to partner Shares. So Clark's gone to the left-hand side of the centre halves, and Shares moved across to the right. Into the last quarter of the game on TalkSport 2. Leeds United 0, Newcastle United 0. No goals yet, but it's not for the want of trying.
Yeah, it looks like Tyler Roberts is going to be the first substitute for Leeds United. Joe Gelhardt is still warming up in front of us.
Wigan Athletic 2, Gillingham 2, so struggling Gillingham level. Stuart O'Keefe making it 2-2 at the DW Stadium. And Burton 0, AFC Wimbledon 1. No wins in 6 for AFC Wimbledon, but they lead through Ollie Palmer. And Barrow 1, Mansfield 3. Jordan Bowery, the former Villa man, looks to have put the result beyond doubt for Nigel Clough's men for 7 straight league wins. Now Alan Saint-Maximin for Newcastle United receives possession down the right-hand side. Ayling's gone with him. He's won a corner off Ayling at the Revienne for Newcastle United, and the big guns will come up from the back as Tyler Roberts prepares to come on for Leeds at 0-0.
Yeah, Newcastle have been very dangerous from set pieces, but the main protagonist was Jamal Lascelles in the first half. Obviously he's come off injured. Saint-Maximin again coming from this left-hand side, trying to get himself involved in the game. Find himself on the right wing, 1v1 with Ayling. We followed him all the way across, tried to get his cross in. Ayling blocked it. Corner for Newcastle on their right hand side.
Trippier is going to take the corner kick at the Revienne, where it meets the Jack Charlton stand on the far side of the field from us as we sit at the back of the John Charles stand. In it comes from Trippier to about the penalty spot, just flicks off the head of Chris Wood, who couldn't get any purchase on the header. Saint-Maximin retrieves it, left hand corner, puts a lovely ball back into the box, but it's claimed at the far post by Leeds keeper Meslier. Bowls it out underarm for Rodrigo. He looked to play it long downfield, but it went out of play, skimmed off the outside of his boot actually, went straight out of play for a Newcastle throw. 0-0, it stays, and here comes the change, and it's Daniel James being withdrawn. He's run himself into the ground this afternoon, and he's now walking off the far side of the field so that Tyler Roberts can get on that little bit quicker for Leeds United to replace him. Just back from injury, Roberts.
Yeah, he worked, as you said, worked really hard. Daniel James in first half, and obviously the time that he's been on the pitch in the second half, but he just doesn't get into those centre forward positions because he works so hard and he sort of runs in the channels, you know, and he makes himself available. His natural instinct doesn't get himself in between the goalposts.
Rodrigo almost released Tyler Roberts as soon as he come on down the left hand side. 20 minutes to go, all to play for on TalkSport 2. Leeds United 0, Newcastle United 0, in front of this baying crowd at Ellen Road, making more noise than I think I've ever heard at this stadium. It really matters, and the Newcastle fans are contributing to that just as much. Down to our right hand side, Ayling clips the ball up to the edge of the box, cleared by Kieran Clark just on the field. Ayling tries to pick it up again, runs into Manquillo, breaks into the centre of the Newcastle half, and a lovely ball over the top from Willock, sets Ryan Fraser away. Early ball for Chris Wood, it just evades him. It was played in for the right, and Wood just couldn't take it in his path, but he's retrieved it anyway. Finds Longstaff for the drive, and it's wide, and it's a goal kick for Leeds United, but nervy moments at the back for the Yorkshire side as Newcastle suddenly flooded forward. 0-0.
Brilliant counter-attack from Newcastle. Joe Willock releasing Ryan Fraser on the right-hand side, does exactly the right thing, plays it first time. To be fair, Chris Wood has to do better. He has to make sure that he gets his first touch with the outside of his right foot. Then he's one-on-one with Meslier, just recycles it, comes out to Longstaff, tries to give Meslier the yards with his right foot, low down to Mellier's right-hand side, ball goes past the post. Opportunity missed there for Newcastle.
Cox slides it up to Rodrigo, making good tracks towards the edge of the area. Might have a go for goal, and it deflects into the arms of the goalkeeper Dubravka. It was actually an important sliding challenge from Longstaff that took the sting out of that shot from Rodrigo. So it's in the arms of Dubravka. Let's get team news from St Mary's. 5:30 live on TalkSport. Southampton, Man City. What are the teams? Clive Tilsley.
Shea Adams has got a spectacular winner against Manchester City from 40 yards here 18 months ago. Is recalled to the starting 11 for the first time since early December, and for only the third time paired with Armando Broja in attack. It looks like a reversion to a back four. Kyle Walker-Peters and Stuart Armstrong are also back in the team. Manchester City, one change from last Saturday. Ruben Dias for John Stones, full strength.
Roberts is trying to burst his way past Javier Manquillo, and Newcastle win the ball back, and Manquillo's now making strides into the Leeds half. Great run from the substitute. Gets towards the left-hand corner of the box, and he's pulled back by Diego Llorente at the edge of the area, and that is going to be a yellow card for Diego Llorente, who's shouting at his teammates further up the field for allowing Manquillo to make the run that he did. Free kick right at the edge of the box to Leeds United, to Newcastle United at 0-0.
Llorente's actually berating Tyler Roberts because he gave the ball away twice on the trot, which Luke Ayling was then out of position, so Llorente finds himself in the right back position, 1v1 with Manquillo. Manquillo does exactly the right thing, tries to go on the outside of him. Llorente's 2 square on, ends up pulling back. Real dangerous position here for Newcastle on the edge of Leeds' 18-yard box.
So this free kick for Leeds is out towards the left-hand corner of the area as Wolves take the lead at Brentford early in the second half. Remember, that was a delayed end to the first half. Jean Moutinho puts Wolves ahead at the Brentford Community Stadium. Trippier and Shelvey standing over this free kick. There's a 4-man Leeds wall on this near side. Mellier's really exposing his right-hand post.
He looks a little bit a yard further to his left. He looks a little bit too far over from the angle we're at, Dan.
Is Shelvey going to try and take advantage of this as he stands over this free kick? Shelvey around the wall and in! John Joe Shelvey gives Newcastle hope of salvation. They lead at Ellen Road, and the Newcastle fans down beneath us are ecstatic. And John Joe Shelvey faked to go one side of the wall, went to the other side of the wall, it went through Mellier's gloves and into the net, and with just over a quarter of an hour to go, John Joe Shelvey gives Newcastle a precious lead. Leeds 0, Newcastle 1.
Dance, that could be a huge goal for Newcastle United season. We thought that John Joe Shelvey was going to go over the top of the wall to Mellier's right hand side. As you said, Dance, he kept it low, went to the left of the wall. You have to say it's a really, really bad mistake for Meslier. He has a lot of time to see it. He can actually see the ball coming round the wall. Ball bounces once and it goes through his hands like chocolate wrist, through his hands. Nelson's in the far left-hand corner. John Joe Shelvey peels away, runs the full length of the pitch up to the Newcastle fans, are letting some smoke bombs off. That could be a massive goal for Newcastle this season. Newcastle 1-0 up.
John Joe Shelvey with his second goal of the season. 15 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. We knew a goal was coming, and it's come for Eddie Howe's Newcastle United, but Newcastle fans will know how many points Newcastle have dropped from winning positions. Here's Click looking at the edge of the area, Shelvey back defending. It's put out of play by Kieran Clark for a throw. They dropped 21 points from winning positions this season, Newcastle United.
I think they've scored the first goal in 10 games before this, Dance, 1-1. It's the worst record ever for a team that's gone in front in a Premier League season with only 10% win rate from being in front.
Leeds take a throw. It's back with Diego Llorente. I can smell the pyrotechnic smoke in my nostrils from the smoke bombs let off by the Newcastle fans down to our right-hand side. Out on the Leeds left, attacking the Norman Hunter end, it's Stuart Dallas. Dallas whips in a right-footed ball deep to the far post, looking for Ayling to rise, head it back across goal, but straight to the arms of Dubravka, who just drops to the floor. Bournemouth 0, Hull 1. Ryan Longman for Hull. New ownership and a new spring in the step of the Tigers as they lead at the Vitality. And Wigan 3, Gillingham 2. Will Keane gets another for Wigan, and Joe Gelhart's coming on shortly for Leeds United here at 1-0 to Newcastle.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping he puts a spring in Leeds United step, because they've just gone a little bit flat. That's just that John Joe Shelvey free kick. It's just knocked the wind out of their sails.
Here's Joe Willett scheming down the right-hand side for Newcastle, hits the ball against Dallas and wins a corner at the Revy end, and those fans in that corner don't like the decision.
That's exactly what you want when you've gone 1-0 up. You want to make sure that you win the ball back early, which Newcastle have, then get it into the opposition's half, got it deep down in Leeds' right corner flag. Newcastle's right-hand side, just to alleviate that pressure.
Stoke 2, Fulham 3. Bobby De Cordova-Reid puts Fulham back in front. West Brom lead Peterborough by 0-0. Cedric Kipre, and now Newcastle have a corner at the Revy end. They lead by 0-0. Trippier with this corner. Willock in the 6-yard box, heads toward the edge of the 6-yard box. It's hooked away by Ayling, headed further clear by Click, but Shelvey, the goal scorer, retrieves it, and back it goes to Dubravka, who's standing just outside his 18-yard box. Manquillo lets the ball run across his body. Good hold-up play from Sam Maximan. Now Wood tries to turn it around the corner, ricochets back into his path, so the former Leeds man hares in field. Finds Joe Willett. Willett clips it out to the right-hand side. It misses out Fraser and picks out Trippier. Now Fraser's gone down the right-hand side, and that's who Trippier looks for with a little dink pass. Fraser to the byline, pulled across to the near post. Oh, it's spilled by Meslier, but he was rescued by Llorente right in front of the goal line.
Chris Wood has to follow the ball in. Ryan Fraser gets himself to the byline. Great little chip from Trippier, and it's gone through Meslier again, and the ball's just nestled a yard out from goal. If Chris Wood actually follows it in, he taps it in. He's on his heels on the edge of the 6-yard box.
Now long ball forward looking for Sam Maximan, who's in behind, and he nodded it down looking for Wood, and what an interception from Llorente, who turned it behind for another Newcastle corner away to our left. Newcastle 1 up.
Yeah, Leeds look a little bit stunned at the moment after conceding that John Joe Shelby free kick. Great little header down from Sam Maximan. Looked like Chris Wood was going to unleash a volley, and he said there Llorente just slides in, gets the ball off his toes. That's Newcastle look like they've had a massive injection of confidence. It's just settled them down a bit. They look better in possession. They're going forward a bit more, and I think maybe Eddie Howe has said to his team, look, if we go and get the first goal, we're not sitting back. We've got to go and look for the second.
Trippier with another corner there at the Revy end for Newcastle. Lands around the penalty spot, goes over the head of Wood, drops at the edge of the area. Roberts hooks it downfield, asking Harrison to give chase, and he's beat to the ball by Manquillo. Goes out of play, and here comes the change, and Click goes off, and he's no slouches. Matis runs straight off the field to allow young Joe Gelhardt to come onto the pitch. Leeds 1-0 down, and they need a hero. Can this youngster be their hero? Scored at Chelsea in a game that Perry Groves and I were at for his first Premier League strike just a few weeks ago.
Yep, got Leeds back into the game, didn't it? 2-2, deservedly so. Then they gave away, Click gave away an unnecessary penalty, booting Rudiger in the back of his calves, and Jorginho scored the winning penalty, but now Newcastle on the counter-attack.
Sam Maximan, oh, brilliant skill, got away from Llorente like he wasn't there, into the area left-hand side, checks his run. Was he caught at the edge of the area by Robin Koch? No, says Chris Kavanagh. And we play on, and Sam Maximan can't believe it. Leeds coming down the other end with Rodrigo, out to the left-hand side, and Harrison looking to take on Trippier, across the face of goal, headed away by Scher, and he'll be picked up on the far side by Stuart Dallas. Just teases it in field to Robin Koch. Koch across to Llorente. Sam Maximan told by Jason Tindall to get back inside his own half and help his teammates out. Maybe VAR's going to take a look at this incident.
Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe have both gone over to the fourth official, which is David Coote, and said, are you looking, because the ball hasn't gone out of play, are you looking at that penalty incident on VAR?
Meanwhile, Harrison on the Leeds left, midway point of the half, cuts in field 20 yards or so. Plays a lovely ball across to Rodrigo, right-hand side of the box, at the edge of it. Checks onto his left, tries a left-footed effort. It's way over the bar. Goal kick to Newcastle United away to our right. They lead by a goal to nil, and maybe now the video assistant referee will take a look at this challenge by Robin Koch on Alan Sam Maximan at the edge of the area. Perry Groves, take a look.
I actually think, Dance, maybe they might say there's not enough contact, but Robin Koch's left foot definitely catches Sam Maximan, although Sam Maximan slides as well. Maybe they're saying it's not clear and obvious, but there was definitely contact. So maybe they think there wasn't enough contact.
Well, check over and panic over for Leeds United. No penalty awarded. We play on with 8 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. Leeds 0, Newcastle 1. Can Newcastle hang on? You're listening to Leeds Newcastle on TalkSport 2 with our friends at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Don't part exchange, get money off your next car and go to WeBuyAnyCar.com. Roberts forcing Willett back to his own dead ball line, but Willett really cleverly hits the ball against Tyler Roberts and buys Newcastle United a few seconds and wins them a goal kick.
Yeah, he gets a load of high fives from Kieran Trippier. Well, actually, he had to jump and high five in Kieran Trippier, to be fair to Joe Willett, but then Scher went over to him as well. John Joe Shelby, basically it was good tracking back, stay with your runner, which he did. Tyler Roberts tried to shoulder him off the ball, he stayed nice and strong, then he just turned around with the outside of his right foot, just flicked it off his chins, just give Newcastle a goal kick just to sort of calm them down a bit.
7 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. Ian Dancer and Perry Groves here at Ellen Road. The full-time phone-in with Jordan Jarrett Bryan following this match. Your first chance to react to today's action on 03717 223344. Newcastle fans, you could be ringing and singing about your team winning 3 points here if you can hang on. Colchester 3-0 up at Salford now. Corey Andrews looks like they got the points for the U's at the Peninsula. Leeds win a free kick just over halfway, and now it's got to be all or nothing for Marcelo Bielsa's men at 1-0 down. Willett now drops to the floor, wanting treatment.
Marcelo Bielsa I think his head's going to explode. He's not going to kick his bucket because I can't see his bucket out there. But
no, I can't. And he's pacing up and down his technical area like a snow leopard in Dudley Zoo.
That is his territory. And yet, to be fair, he's really angry, but he hasn't gone outside those white lines.
He hasn't moved. You're right. He stayed in his cage. Now he's on his haunches in that classic stance of his that we're so used to seeing. Bit of crap was it for Willett? Well, he's back on his feet and we play on. West Brom 2, Peterborough 0. Karlan Grant with the second for the Baggies. Leeds 1-0 down. Time running out at Ellen Road. 6 to go. Down the left-hand side, it's worked in field for Stuart Dallas, about 30 yards out. Lofts the ball into the box. It's too high for Luke Ayling. Goes behind on the full for a Newcastle goal kick. They start to look a bit hurried now, Leeds United.
It's a little bit of frustration, isn't there? Just trying to force crosses. We're in the wide areas. They've over hit a couple. Rafinha there just running to get the ball to make sure that Newcastle get on with it quickly, which they're not going to do. So we're coming out into the 85th. So 85th minute, that's what we're going to have. Probably 3 or 4 minutes of injury time. So
we've had 2-3 substitutions this half. Couple of injury stoppages.
This 9 minutes is absolutely crucial to Newcastle's survival hopes, because if they can get through this game and they win 1-0, the momentum and the confidence they can take from this is huge. If they get themselves pegged back again, and it would be the 11th time that they got themselves pegged back after scoring the first goal, that will completely deflate them, and I don't think they've had any chance to stand up. If they win this game, it gives them a real chance.
Here we go, Birmingham 2, Barnsley 1. Victor Adebayo gets Barnsley back in it.
You know it's coming. Settle for a draw.
Gelhardt for Leeds United. Oh, he rolls Cher quite cleverly down the left-hand side, but then he's held up for a moment. Gets into the box though, Gelhardt. Good skill. Tried to lay it back to Rodrigo. The shot from Robin Koch is deflected behind for a Leeds United corner. Away to our right. 1-0 Newcastle. Hanging on for the 3 points that Eddie Howe so desperately craves.
Good play from Joe Gelhardt over on that left-hand side. Just skipped past a couple of challenges too easy, especially skip past Cher. Corner for Leeds on their left.
To be taken by Rafinha, clipped to the edge of the 6-yard box, headed away by Longstaff, but he won't get to the second ball. Harrison's there just ahead of him, and he'll give the ball back on halfway quite cleverly to Stuart Dallas. Dallas gets his head up, strokes the ball back out to Harrison on this near side, the Leeds right. Clips into the edge of the area. The heads go up, it's flicked on by Rodrigo, but away from Robertson, bounces through to Dubravka. So we're now down to the last 4 minutes of normal time. As it stands, Newcastle are going to go up to 15 points, go above Watford. They won't be out the bottom 3, they'll still be a point behind Norwich City with a game in hand, and they will close the gap to Leeds to 7 points. And of course only be 4 points behind Everton, who lost earlier today live on TalkSport at home to Aston Villa. Saint-Maximin wriggles away from Pascal Struijk, rolls in Ryan Fraser at the edge of the area. Oh, it's just gone wide. It's a goal kick. Meslier was just stood stock still and watched the ball just trickle past his left-hand post. 1-0 to Newcastle United.
A good play from Saint-Maximin again, coming off this left-hand side. Rolled it to Ryan Fraser. Didn't really have the conviction in his shot with his right foot, sort of toe poked it. I think Meslier knew it was going harmlessly wide. The problem for Newcastle is, Dance, that when Ryan Fraser hit that shot, he's injured himself. He's actually got himself back into the right back position. It looks like he's got cramp.
And all 3 subs have been made, remember, by Eddie Howe. And now Fraser is having the old extended leg cramp treatment applied to him. Meanwhile, Walsall 0, Exeter 2, checked in Biate for Exeter. Harrogate 3, Oldham 0. I think that's a hat-trick for Jack Muldoon this afternoon for Harrogate at Wetherby Road. And it will eventually be a free kick for Newcastle United. And Fraser is allowed to stay on the field, is he? I think because there wasn't a physio allowed to administer the treatment, it was a teammate that did it for him.
I think Marcelo Bielsa has got his 10,000 steps in, just prowling up and down his technical area.
Free kick downfield. We're counting down to the last 2 minutes of normal time on TalkSport 2. Leeds United 0, Newcastle United 1. John Joe Shelby's free kick. But here comes Joe Gelhardt trying to get onto a loose ball. It's cleared away by Clark. Out to the Leeds right. Harrison hits it against Rodrigo. It's a throw-in right by the corner flag at the Norman Hunter end for Leeds United.
At the moment, everything is just a little bit last ditch, is it, for Newcastle? Kieran Clark doing really well there, just getting his toe in. You can see and feel the anxiety of the Newcastle fans down to our right-hand side. They're kicking and heading every ball as it comes into their box.
Gelhardt, right-hand corner of the box. He runs into Longstaff. Llorente just trying to turn away from Longstaff, who tries to take the ball off him. Good ball from Llorente out to the left-hand side for Stuart Dallas. 20 yards inside the Newcastle half. Just over a minute to go. Newcastle still lead by that single goal. Llorente for Leeds drives it into the edge of the area, volleyed away by the goal scorer Shelby. Strike heads it down, but only finds Sam Maximan, who lobs it up to the halfway line. Chris Wood can't control it, and Leeds have it back.
Well, if Chris Woods gets hold of the ball in the centre circle there, he's got Ryan Fraser and Joe Willock completely unmarked on his right-hand side, just comes off his shin.
Harrison skips infield. Ayling flicks it out to Gelhardt in the right wing. Gelhardt, good challenge by Manquillo, stepped across and won the ball well for Newcastle. Sam Maximan drives the ball against Gelhardt, and Leeds have it back.
I'm just looking at Manquillo there. He does brilliant. He's giving it to Sam Maximan. Just let him get on with it. He's actually gone on an overlap past him his own half. Eddie Howe and Jason Tillman saying, where are you going? Get yourself in that left back position.
Rafinha with a cross into the box, headed out by Manquillo to about 20 yards out. Wood hooks it up in the air. Manchester United look to have won it in stoppage time. Marcus Rashford won with the goal 1-0 against West Ham. Here's Harrison for Leeds. Ball into the box, headed up and out by Fabian Schär. Fraser is practically running on one leg, just thumps it downfield, and Leeds will retrieve it. We're about to find out how much added time we have here at Elland Road. David Coote holds up the board. 5 minutes of minimum stoppage time. 5 minutes or so between Newcastle United and only their second win under Eddie Howe. Can they hold on? Ball's back on the halfway line with Joe Willock. Fraser, the walking wounded, gives the ball to Longstaff, plays it along the deck to Chris Wood, holds it up well. Willock brings the ball in field, finds Sam Maximan, who wriggles away from Luke Ayling, midway point of the Leeds half. Now Manquillo, they're just keeping the ball now, quite tidily Newcastle United. Neatly done by Longstaff. Shelby looks for Fraser, quickly offloads it to Sean Longstaff down the right hand side of the box. Strike's gone with him, and it's out of play for a Leeds throw.
I'm just looking at Ryan Fraser. He's injured, right? He's got like cramp or his like calf muscle, obviously he can't go off. Basically Newcastle down 10 men. He's got the ball in the right back position. He's actually run 35-40 yards to the right wing. Just stay with your right back. Just stay in front of Kieran Trippier, because Newcastle voted down 10 men. Just be an extra body in that defensive third. Don't bother about going forward.
Manchester United have beaten West Ham by that Marcus Rashford goal to 0. Here comes Chris Wood, the former Leeds United man, steaming forward for Newcastle to try and seal it. With a left-footed drive, it's deflected over the bar. Meslier again a spectator. Corner to Newcastle United at the Rivian. They're edging closer still to 3 precious points.
Yeah, Chris Wood did well there, because he was a little bit isolated up front. He had 3 Leeds United shirts in front of him. He knows he's not going to go past them for pace, so he just gets the ball onto his left foot, thinks he'll take a pot shot, just takes a deflection off of Llorente. For a moment, Dan, it looked like it might loop over Meslier, but in the end it looped over Mellier's crossbar.
Corner kick. QPR looked to have won it late on against Coventry. Albert Adoma 2-1 to QPR there, still playing here then at Elland Road. 2 minutes of the minimum 5 have played out. Leeds United 0, Newcastle United 1. And they're keeping the ball down by the corner flag, at least they're trying to, Newcastle, but they've been dispossessed almost straight away. Get the ball downfield, scream the Leeds United fans. Luke Ayling, right-hand corner of his own penalty area, will surely launch one downfield. He does. They'll give it Tyler Roberts to try and help it in field. Stuart McKinstry's coming on shortly for Leeds United. Meantime, Joe Willock gets the better of Robin Koch, and now Sam Maximan, the danger man, running at the Leeds back line, squares it across for Willock. Oh, good save, Meslier down to his left hand side, but then Dallas is fouled by Willock. What a good save, atoning for the earlier error. Ilan Meslier keeping it just 1-0 to Newcastle.
Well, Joe Willock, could have put the game beyond Leeds' recognition there.
What a save.
It's a brilliant save from Meslier, low down to his left hand side. Great play from Sam Maximan. Joe Willock just sort of sweeping it with his left foot, as you said there. Meslier got his big frame low down to his left, kept Leeds in the game.
Still 1-0 to Newcastle. Leeds come forward. 2 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. Dallas plays the ball into the box. Robert slides in, but he can't get a touch, and it's well claimed by Dubravka down at his near post. And more seconds eaten up, and Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall really going through it down beneath us at the edge of their technical area. They're actually on the touchline, just beyond the edge of the technical area, desperate for these last 120 seconds or so to be ate up by the clock.
Just Dubravka not in any hurry, just puts the ball on the floor to clear it up towards Chris Wood.
Flicked on by Newcastle United. Strike helps it clear. It'll go downfield again for Newcastle, but Strike guides it down for Diego Llorente. Time running out for Leeds United. Sent down their right hand side for Joe Gelhardt. Brings it in field and finds Harrison. Harrison tries to slide it into Roberts at the edge of the area. Chose the wrong option, certainly according to his manager. Llorente gets the better of Sam Maximan. No foul, says Chris Kavanagh. Sam Maximan again pleads his case. Leeds coming forward.
Sam Maximan's moaning and groaning. Jason Tindall and Ed Howe saying, get yourself back. What are you just flailing your arms up in the air for?
Now Sam Maximan will try and come forward, but the ball from Longstaff is intercepted. 30 seconds to go. What have Leeds got left? Can Newcastle hang on? It's played across to Rafinha, centre of the Newcastle half. Teases the ball into the area. It's claimed well by Dubravka. Gelhardt was closest to him. Great goalkeeping. That may be that for Newcastle.
Yeah, just too much height on the cross there from Rafinha. That allowed Dubravka just to watch the flight of the ball. Just made sure he took it his highest point.
Dubravka clears it downfield. Goes straight out of play over Jason Tindall's head for a throw. And Leeds trying to get the ball back from inside the Newcastle dugout, and only now do they get it. There's two balls on the pitch. Llorente's got to get the other off the field. The 5 minutes are up. It's down to the referee. It's still 1-0 to Newcastle. One last chance for Leeds. On the left-hand side, the ball's played into the box. Up goes Dubravka and claims it. The full-time whistle goes. There are big 3 points. There are massive 3 points. But then there are gargantuan 3-point hauls. That's exactly what Eddie Howe and Newcastle United have got here at Ellen Road this afternoon. They're still in the bottom 3, but what a massive victory for the Magpies. They win through John Joe Shelby's second half free kick. Leeds huffed and puffed but couldn't get themselves back level, and Newcastle United have just their second victory under Eddie Howe, and that warm weather training in Saudi Arabia is going to be even hotter once they get out there. They're going to be so much happier going out to the Middle East with 3 precious points under their belt. Perry Groves.
You have to say, they showed resilience, they showed fight. They were under the cosh in the first half, first 20-25 minutes. They stayed nice and strong. They had big performances. I thought Fabian Schär was absolutely outstanding at centre half. But what you need a pivotal moment that can kickstart your season. And I actually think they might look back on John Joe Shelby's free kick, where he's fortunate. Obviously, Meslier should do better. That could be a massive goal in the history of Newcastle United Football Club. As you said, Dan, they're going off to Saudi Arabia. That'll make the spirit a lot better. That'll make the trip, there'll be some bonding over there. They'll galvanise themselves. That goal from John Joe Shelby is absolutely, you've got the right word, Dan, gargantuan. It's exactly what it is.
What a game at Ellen Road. We've really enjoyed bringing it to you. The Leeds fans still applauding their team. They played their part this afternoon with the noise they've made, but they came up short in front of goal when it really mattered, and Newcastle United edged it, courtesy of John Joe Shelby's free kick in the second half, giving us a final score on TalkSport 2 of Leeds United 0, Newcastle United 1.
Pack the sun lotion. They believe again. They're back within a point of Premier League safety. John Joe Shelby with a strike. Vital, simply vital for Newcastle United and for their boss Eddie Howe. A result, the timing of that result, does that also play a part in one or two others being persuaded to the northeast between now and the closure of the January transfer window? Newcastle United aren't done just yet. Time for us now to pick our man of the match with We Buy Any Car.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Join over 2.5 million happy customers by entering your reg number now.
Perry Groves, our match summariser at Ellen Road this afternoon. Who gets the nod for you?
Well, mentioning dispatches, it's got to be someone from obviously Newcastle United. I thought Fabian Schär was absolutely outstanding at centre half. He had his teammates dropping like flies all around him. 3 players went off injured. I thought Joe Willock was very, very good in that midfield area. So Max Mann always looked dangerous on the counter-attack, but there's only one player, Dan, that this can go to, because you want big moments, you want big players, and John Joe Shelvey has provided one for Newcastle United. We thought he was going to go high to Millier's right-hand side. He ends up going on the outside of the wall, down low to his left, where Millier should say, it doesn't matter to Newcastle fans. That'll be one of the most beautiful free kicks I've ever seen. So it has to go to John Joe Shelvey.
Very thank you. That was our man of the match from today's game with We Buy Any Car. Hundreds of branches, usually only 13 minutes away. Find yours now.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with We Buy Any Car. Sell your car in under an hour, leaving you with more time to enjoy the football.
Ian Danter, Perry Groves, thank you for your sterling work this afternoon for us on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Don't forget, from 7 o'clock tonight, live exclusive coverage of the first T20 between England and the West Indies, the first of 5 live on TalkSport 2 over the next few weeks. A huge win this afternoon for Newcastle United. Newcastle fans, have your say next on the Game Day phone with Jordan Jarrett Bryan. Give us a call now, 03717 22 3344.
Going to be an interesting night. 3 Premier League commentaries, including that appearance of Kurt Zouma after all that's happened to him today for West Ham United. There'll be some interesting reaction from the crowd there, I think.
Indeed. Have a good night. We are back tomorrow 4 till 7 on Drive.
See you then. Trop.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 7 o'clock. This is Andrew Peach. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid has set out the government's delayed plan to reduce the NHS backlog in England. He said the number of patients waiting for non-urgent hospital treatment wouldn't begin to fall for 2 years and was likely to increase from its current 6 million figure in the meantime. Labour's accused the government of lacking ambition. Professor Dame Helen Stokes-Lampard is a working GP and chairs the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges. She says she's relieved the government's being realistic about the challenges ahead.
I think there's a lot of really good things within the plan. There's lots of laudable aims, and I think there was a lot of anxiety that the NHS was going to be set up to fail with completely unrealistic aspirations, and this isn't as bad as we feared in that sense. I think people on the front line are still going to be fearful. These are huge asks to start turning things around. Workforce has got to be the biggest worry about all this.
The Commons Speaker has rebuked Boris Johnson over his false claim that Sir Keir Starmer failed to prosecute Jimmy Savile after the Labour leader was targeted by protesters. Sir Lindsay Hoyle called the Prime Minister's claim unacceptable, reminding MPs that words had consequences. The Prime Minister's carried out a mini-cabinet reshuffle. The Leader of the Commons, Jacob Rees-Mogg, takes up a new role as Minister for Brexit Opportunities. His replacement is Mark Spencer, whose management of the Parliamentary Party as Chief Whip upset some MPs. It's been revealed that the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office was the target of a serious cyber-security incident. Details emerged in a document on a government website. Here's our security correspondent, Gordon Carrera.
The revelation that Foreign Office computer systems were breached did not come in a statement, but thanks to journalists at a technology publication who spotted a document explaining why a contract was awarded without competition. The contract to BAE Systems Applied Intelligence was for urgent support in investigating the security breach and was for more than £450,000. The BBC understands that hackers, whose identity is not yet clear, got inside the FCDO systems but were then detected. Classified and highly sensitive material is kept on a separate system, which is not understood to have been breached.
This year's Brit Awards are getting underway at London's O2 Arena. The most nominated stars are Adele, Ed Sheeran, Little Sims and Dave, each up for 4 gongs. Sam Fender, who's nominated for Best Album and Artist of the Year, said it felt great to be on the red carpet.
Here with Dean, the lead guitarist in our band. This time we've got the band this time, so it's a lot more special for me and for the boys. Yeah. Me and Dean have known each other since we're 12. We've been best mates since then. Dean's from Percy Main, I'm from North Shields. Mass respect to all people from North Shields and Percy Main who are watching.
Big up the NE29.
Big up the NE29.
On to the weather. Scotland will have blustery showers and there'll be rain across northern England and Wales, gradually moving south during the night. BBC News, it's 7:03.
BBC 5 Live.
Laura Whitmore.
Sunday mornings are made for settling in, kicking back and reflecting on the week that was. Join me, Laura Whitmore, from 10 as we do just that. Plus, we chat to some of the biggest names from the world of music, showbiz and politics.
I went, who's directing it? And they said, a guy called Peter Jackson. I went, oh, totally. But I was being advised not to do it, because why would you want to play an elf?
This week we speak to guitar legend Slash as he goes under the spotlight.
Laura Whitmore.
Join me Sunday morning from 10 or anytime you like on the BBC Sounds app.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
Hello and welcome to 5 Live Sport, where the Premier League is back. Our base for tonight, St James's Park, where Newcastle take on Everton in a relegation 6-pointer.
John Joe Shelby with the free kick. Oh, yes! All the way through from Shelby, and Newcastle United take the lead, and Shelby runs to celebrate in front of the 3,000 away fans.
Everton manager Frank Lampard said he isn't frightened of a relegation battle.
I think we have to stay calm because there's a long way to go. We've come here with 18 games left, so to put everything on these 2 games I think would be the wrong attitude. And we've got a long season to go to get to where we want to be, and at this point it's about focusing on ourselves.
Burnley take on Manchester United, who are looking to bounce back from this.
And he balloons this one over the top. Manchester United are out of the FA Cup on a night when they twice missed from the penalty spot.
West Ham are a point behind as they welcome Watford, and David Moyes is glad to be in the mix for the top 4.
Well, I'm glad that people are talking about West Ham being in a challenge for the top 4, because that says something of where we've come to. Even last year, we probably were never talked in those terms. We need to keep playing really well. We need to now look at, I think we've got 15 league games to go. We have to play really well.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
Hello, yes, the Premier League is back. All 9 matches over the next 3 nights will be live here on 5 Live. They'll be on Sports Extra or they'll be on the BBC Sports website. We're going to get going tonight with 4 of the bottom 5 in action. Our 5 Live commentary comes from St James's Park as Newcastle take on Everton. Vicky Sparks can bring us the team news.
And what a huge match this is, Kelly. Just 4 points separate Everton in 16th and Newcastle in 19th. Matt Targett makes his Newcastle debut in for the injured Paul Dummett in their only change from the Premier League win at Leeds. Only their second Premier League victory of the season, and it was all the way back on January the 22nd. They haven't played since then. Fellow new arrivals Bruno Guimaraes and Dan Burn are on the bench for Newcastle. Dominic Calvert-Lewin returns to Everton's bench after a knock. Also amongst their substitutes are their new duo of Donny van der Beek and Dele Alli, along with Anwar El Ghazi, who's still waiting to make his debut. There are 2 enforced Everton changes to the side that beat Brentford in the FA Cup. The former Newcastle loanee Andros Townsend replaces Vitaly Mikolenko, with Yerry Mina in for Ben Godfrey. So we will take you through the lineups. Kelly, for Newcastle in goal, Dubravka, back 4 of Trippier, Lascelles, Schär and Targett. Ahead of them it's Willock, Shelvey and Joelinton, with Fraser and St Maximan supporting Chris Wood up front. Everton with Pickford in goal. It looks as though Frank Lampard's going to stick with his back 3 that he used to such effect against Brentford. So that will be Holgate, Keane and Mina coming in. Ahead of them Coleman, Allan, Gomez and Townsend, with Gordon and Gray supporting Richarlison up top.
Vicky, thank you very much. Alongside Vicky Sparks at St James's Park is Neil Lennon. Neil, it is a huge game, as Vicky was saying, in terms of what happens at the bottom of the table. But it's a really difficult one to predict because there have been big changes, certainly since we last saw Newcastle in Premier League action, and Everton with a new manager who we've only seen once his setup against Brentford in the FA Cup.
Yeah, I think all those ingredients just add to the tension and the drama of the game. Although I am a bit disappointed, Kelly, that there's only Matt Targett really who they brought in recently who's going to start. You know, Guimaraes is on the bench. You know, Van der Beek and Ali both start on the bench. So I was hoping for a bit more freshness in both the teams, but because there's so much riding on this game psychologically for both teams, you know, I think both have taken a pragmatic view of it to start with.
Yeah, but neither manager wanting to take too many risks for Newcastle against Everton. We'll look ahead to this one. It's a 7:45 kickoff, so plenty of time to do that. The other 7:45 kickoff tonight is from the London Stadium. West Ham are aiming to avoid 3 defeats in a row in the league. They're taking on Watford, who started life under Roy Hodgson with a draw. John Southall is there. John, the question was whether, after everything that has happened today and everything that we've seen on social media, Kurt Zouma, 1, would be available, and 2, if he were available, if he would start. And the news is?
Well, the news is, Kelly, that I don't think anything should surprise you in football. Kurt Zouma starts for West Ham tonight. The club earlier in the day said they condemned Zouma's action after a video was posted of him kicking his pet cat and slapping it, and said they would take internal action. Well, there's been an interview with David Moyes. BT did an interview just a few moments ago, and the question put to him was, did the video have an impact on your decision to start Kurt Zouma? He said no, because he's one of our better players, but it's ongoing and the club are dealing with it, so that is a separate matter. So we'll speak to David Moyes after the game as well. We should also say that the Essex Police have also put a statement out tonight saying they've recently been made aware that the incident took place in Essex, and they're liaising with the RSPCA and urgent inquiries are ongoing. So there is an investigation going on. So we shall see what comes of that. It'll be very interesting to see what the reaction is from both sets of supporters inside the stadium tonight. James Collins is alongside us this evening for the online commentary. You'll hear from him in a moment's time. But he has been outside speaking to fans, and I think the majority of them are not happy with the decision. So it's going to be a strange one in here tonight.
John, we'll get the rest of the team news from you very shortly, but Neil Lennon is listening to this. Neil, David Moyes says this is a separate issue from a footballing issue. Do you think that point of view still holds, given how clubs and players hold themselves up in different ways now? It feels as though everybody wants to stand for something. Everybody wants to have the right brand. Do you have to be more careful than ever? Is there a moral question here?
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't seen the video, Kelly, but I've heard about it, and that behaviour is just totally unacceptable in any walk of life, never mind in a sporting environment when you're high profile. David's made the comment, I want to play my best players, and again, I understand that, and the longer he would have left Kurt Zouma out, maybe he's thinking it doesn't matter when to put him back in the team, this sort of avalanche of criticism and maybe abuse is going to come, so he's maybe trying to nip it in the bud sooner rather than later.
James Collins is at the London Stadium for the game between West Ham and Watford. James, John Southall was telling us you've been out talking to the West Ham fans. How are they feeling about the decision?
I think there's a lot of anger about Kelly, to be honest, and rightly so. It's a big call from the football club. I personally don't think it's the right call. Seeing the video myself, I don't think the club should have put him available for the game. I think there should be some sort of sanction against him. It's a huge call from the football club, and in my opinion, they've got it wrong.
May well be a hot reception for Kurt Zouma as he starts for West Ham against Watford this evening. There are 10 more players in the West Ham starting lineup. What's the rest of the team news, John?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget this game does have implications at the top and the bottom of the Premier League. West Ham, of course, escaped from Kidderminster with a place in the 5th round of the FA Cup, but it wasn't pretty, and they will need to move on from that tonight. They've lost their last 2 in the league, and Moyes has said that the players need to give themselves a personal rocket. So we shall see this evening Lanzini and Areola out from the last league game. Fabianski returns in goal, as does Ben Rama. Well, Watford, they got their first points under Roy Hodgson on Saturday at Burnley. Spoke to Tom Cleverley yesterday, you may hear that later, and he said they've just been doing repetitive drills on the training ground. They need to stop leaking goals, and I think Roy Hodgson may well bring that to the club. Emmanuel Dennis is back, which is important for them, 8 goals and 5 assists, and Tom Cleverley also starts for Ken Sema.
John Southall, thank you very much for now. John Southall and James Collins at the London Stadium for West Ham against Watford, and if you want to listen to that match, it is on the BBC Sport website. Burnley, bottom of the table, but they have played 2 fewer games than the others in the bottom 3, so can they make those games in hand count? Well, today they take on Manchester United, who are looking to make it 3 wins in a row in the league, and Lee Blakeman is at Turf Moor. What's the team news, Lee?
Let's start with it, Kelly. The big team news here is that Cristiano Ronaldo is on the bench as one of 2 Manchester United changes from the FA Cup game against Middlesbrough. Edinson Cavani takes Ronaldo's place tonight. The other change comes in goal as David De Gea comes back in for Dean Henderson. Jesse Lingard is back on the bench for United tonight, by the way. Like Ralph Rangnick, Sean Dyche also makes 2 changes following his team's 0-0 draw here with Watford on Saturday. Josh Brownhill and Jay Rodriguez replace Dale Stevens and Aaron Lennon. Burnley, rock bottom, looking for just their 2nd league win of the season. United starting the night 4th and hoping they're going to end it there too.
Thank you very much, Lee. We'll be back to you for regular updates. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff, and you can listen to that one on 5 Sports Extra. So, Sports Extra for Burnley against Manchester United, the website for West Ham against Watford, and here on 5 Live you'll be able to listen to Newcastle against Everton. Newcastle-Everton is coming up from 7:45. Former Celtic manager Neil Lennon alongside our commentator Vicky Sparks for this one, and former Everton midfielder Leon Osman joins us, although he's at Turf Moor this evening for Burnley against Manchester United. Leon, we were just talking before about the significance of this game, but there's an added element in that although a lot of the new signings are mainly on the bench, there's an unpredictability to this, an unknown quantity.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When you're talking about a manager for Everton, certainly there is brand new in the door, making changes, trying to get the messages across to his team. We've just come at the end of a transfer window when both sides have made acquisitions and both sides have tried to strengthen their squads, and you don't know how quickly they'll be able to pick up those messages and how quickly they'll be able to adapt to the Premier League or how the new manager wants them to play. So yes, we know how important it is to stay in the Premier League. We know how competitive these games are in general and what the fans are expecting. What we're all expecting, a tense and nervy game, but you're never quite sure how quickly new acquisitions, as I say, pick it up. So I'm not surprised that Newcastle haven't really made those changes. I heard only Matt Targett is in. Chris Wood was bought earlier because I think there's more of a knowledge about what you'll get from them in this game.
They're looking for the predictable, these managers, although it hasn't worked too well for them so far this season, with Everton in 16th place on 19 points. Newcastle second from bottom with 15 points. A win then would take them to within a point of Everton, but of course they would have played a game more than Everton. Neil, it's going to be a really interesting matchup, this one. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not, because certainly you were sort of implying earlier that they've been quite cautious in terms of their team selection. Do you think they'll be quite cautious in terms of their approach?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume Newcastle being at home would like to try and take the game to Everton. And Everton will look to counter-attack. It looks like they're going 3-4-3 Everton, which again, as Leon touched on, it's probably a new system for them, one that they probably weren't used to. Totally different style of play under Rafa Benitez, but look, it's there for the winning, Kelly, for both teams, and there's expectation on both sides as well, which for me is fascinating. When I got told I was doing this game, I was really excited about coming down, and that's why it's tinged with a little bit of disappointment with the starting lineups, because it's just more or less as you were, really. But maybe you'll see some more than you guys coming into the fray as the game goes on. But yeah, I mean, it could be 3-3, it could be 0-0, it could be. It's just so difficult to call this game, I think, in terms of a predicted scoreline.
Might well get. Go on.
Sorry, Kelly. I think Neil's touched on it as well, though. The new signings will integrate themselves during the course of the game, but Newcastle won their last game, and I expect them to start quickly. Everton have been dreadful at the start of games under Rafa Benitez. A negative half-time scoreline of goal difference of like -12, -15, something like that. They've been really poor in the first half. So as much as a new manager's come in and there's been a positive first result, Everton, if you get at them at the start of games, if you put them under pressure, if you get the crowd on side, they have a tendency to go under. So I think that would be the message from Newcastle, from the top to bottom, from Eddie Howe. Make sure you start the game quickly. And yeah, I think Neil's right. I think Everton will try and just calm that crowd down and calm Newcastle down and try and build themselves into the game.
Yeah, Newcastle will certainly be looking to take full advantage of that home crowd and, of course, the new signings that we might see as the game progresses. But a lot's happened since Newcastle last played on the 22nd of January. Paul Dummett isn't in the team today, he's injured, but I did have a chat with him about what the new signings have brought to the squad.
New players at any team gives players a bit of an edge, because I think players that are already at the club might look and think, I need to up my game a bit because I've got someone coming into the club and going to push my position. So it can only be a benefit for the whole team, having new players come in, especially the ones that have got Premier League experience. We know they're ready to come and play as well. So it's going to push everyone that's already at the club for the 11 positions on the pitch every week. So it's definitely a positive thing. And like I say, we've got a lot of Premier League experience, a lot of good players, and hopefully we can do what we need to do to try and push up the league.
How's it been under Eddie Howe? What's it been like since he came in?
I've really enjoyed working with him. Obviously, I have been injured for quite a bit of the time when he first came. I think all the lads really respect him when he first came in. His training methods are good. He's always wanting to have meetings, tell us how he wants us to play, etc. So it's been so positive since he came in. I think in terms of the club as a whole, with the takeover happening, it's been a positive thing all around, and has really helped us.
In terms of sort of looking forward and the new signings and how they adapt, does he have a sort of set system that he wants to play that's easy for players to slot into once they understand it?
We've had the same system for quite a while since he came in, so we work on that quite a bit on the training pitch, and in meetings he talks about what we're going to do in training. So the players that come in, it should be easy to know what their roles and responsibilities are going to be. Then we perform on the pitch as well. So hopefully all the lads coming in can understand that straight away and hit the ground running.
Does it feel like this is like a restart on the season, especially with this next game being against Everton?
Well, I think the last game, especially when we picked the 3 points up, that was a massive stage in the season. I think it helped us, the players that we would have, give them a bit of belief as well, because no matter what you say and what players you have, when you're losing games, it does affect people's confidence. But I think every game we've played, even when the manager's been here and under the old manager, the players have always tried the hardest, always put the work in, and it was nice to see how it all came together against Leeds. We knew, like I say, it was a tough game. They're not far ahead of us in the league, and it came at a nice time with the break. We had a bit of time away, and then we come back to work hard. So this game against Everton's, like I say, another massive game. They're not too far ahead of us, and it can take us up the league a bit and give us a bit more belief and keep on pushing up the league.
That was Paul Dummett, who won't be starting for Newcastle tonight because he's injured. But Neil, he was talking about the impact that bringing new players can come in. And it's not just about what they bring in terms of their skill set. It's about the fact that they can lift everyone else who suddenly thinks, I've got competition for my place here.
Yeah, not only that, it brings a bit of freshness, to the squad. And it does, no question, give the players a lift, gives the supporters a lift as well. It was a big January window and work needed to be done, Kelly, because they've been poor. The Leeds away win was massive for Eddie and Newcastle, and it's put them right back in the picture for survival. I watched them a few weeks ago against Watford, which was another huge game, and they were very disappointing, particularly in the second half, where they tend to run out of legs. So with this freshness and bit of extra quality coming in, it should rehabilitate Newcastle going forward, if that's the right word that I'm looking for, really.
It's also something that Everton can benefit from, Leon. I know they've got them on the bench, but Dele Alli's in, Donny van der Beek's in, Dominic Calvert-Lewin being back is huge as well.
Yeah, definitely for Everton. And sometimes it's good to bring in players for competition, absolutely, because it makes you step your game up. But sometimes, simply enough, as Neil touched on, just a new face, someone to talk to, somebody different to get to know on the training ground. When things are going against you, suddenly you think reinforcements, even before they've took to the field. I mean, look at Everton's performance at the weekend. Those players that Frank Lampard brought in were not even in the squad, unable to play in the FA Cup, but suddenly there was a bounce in Everton's steps, in the players' steps, a bit more confidence, which Dummett spoke about it a bit in his interview. Just the confidence you get from a victory or from something changing is huge. And as you said, Everton are going into this now with a bit of confidence, with a bit of belief, with players coming back. Richarlison back with a goal, Andros Townsend back with a goal. And then you say that on the bench, suddenly you look at Everton's substitute bench and you've got Dele Alli and you've got Dominic Calvert-Lewin, you've got Donny van der Beek, and suddenly the season's starting to look brighter.
You'll be tempted to be dual screening tonight, Leon, because although you have one eye on Newcastle against Everton, the game you're going to be commenting on is Burnley against Manchester United. That's an 8 o'clock kickoff, and that will come to you on Sports Extra. I mean, again, it's a really interesting one, particularly with Cristiano Ronaldo being on the bench. Ralf Rangnick seems to be unafraid to use him sparingly.
Yes. It's always such a big story with Cristiano Ronaldo is on the pitch or isn't on the pitch or anything to do with the man, such has been his huge impact on the game. But, he'll want to play every single game, but he should be at that stage of his career where it's not necessary. He should know he should be used as and when, the manager seems he'll get the most out of him. And I've got to be honest, the conditions here at Burnley, the rain is going sideways, it's cold, it's blustery. I would be surprised if he's not displeased to be wrapped up on the substitutes bench with a big coat on. But that doesn't mean Manchester United aren't still strong. They had that really poor result against Middlesbrough, but they played okay. They just weren't ruthless enough at times. They're starting to get people like Paul Pogba back. They're fourth in the Premier League, despite people thinking they've had some really poor form or really poor results at times in the season. They just suffer. What they do, they suffer from a shock result or a surprising result. They're ticking along nicely and suddenly they'll concede 5 to Liverpool, or they'll concede 4 to Watford, or they'll draw suddenly out of the blue. So they have to keep on making sure that they're professional and they go about the job right each game. And from Burnley, I'd be saying, if I was Sean Dyche, this could be an off night. As I said, I mentioned the conditions. If Burnley turn up and if Burnley do all the right things and really pressurise this Manchester United team, there is an opportunity for them.
Yeah, Burnley have got a big job on their hands, but like you said, they can point to Manchester United and say they could well have an off night. We've certainly seen them have off days previously this season. Ralf Rangnick, though, says, I'm absolutely convinced that we're playing on a higher level than we used to play a couple of weeks ago. Do you think that's right, Neil?
Not convinced on that, Kelly. I think the results have been okay, particularly in the league, but the performances haven't been great. Seen them in the third round against Aston Villa. They won at 1-0, but they were completely outplayed. And they won okay against West Ham, not spectacular, but it's just the same sort of inconsistency I'm seeing with the team. It's sort of disjointed. It doesn't look like they're together. And Ralph's come in and he's inherited all this, and there's never going to be a quick fix. And Leon's made a great point about the rain up at Turf Moor tonight. That'll be a real test of character for some of the United players tonight as well.
The Burnley players, of course, will be used to it, used to the conditions, particularly at Turf Moor. This new striker they've brought in, though, I mean, if you're going to... I know Burnley have sort of moved on from that stereotype, but if you're looking at a stereotypical Burnley centre-forward, he is 6'6", Wout Weghorst from Wolfsburg, isn't he?
Your favourite January transfer signing, isn't he, Kelly?
he's even come in with a black eye.
Well, do you know what? If you are being along that ilk and you're saying a traditional Burnley striker, he does tick all the boxes. He's big, he's bulky, he's physical. I watched him against Watford at the weekend and he tried his best to put himself about, and he looks like he'll be a real threat. He did a good piece of skill that nearly created himself an opening at the start of the second half, so he's not too bad on the deck either. But what Burnley have to do differently, certainly, than they did against Watford at the weekend, they have to cross to him or provide him service from better angles. Most of the balls that came up to him were from deep or, crosses from 30 yards out where he's trying his best to do something, but he's never really favourite. If you've got a guy who towers above most of the players and you can cross the ball from a really dangerous position, he's always going to be favourite. I thought in that first game, it happens at times, but I thought Burnley just fell foul of thinking, there he is, let's just get the ball up to him as soon as possible. And Cornet didn't play close enough to him. And I think that's probably one of the reasons Jade Rodriguez is in the side today. Somebody who can just play up alongside him, get around him, try and, play as a real old-fashioned partnership, because I think that's what will get the best out of him.
Yeah, Burnley do need goals. Only 16 in their 19 games and only twice in their last 7. Leon, thank you very much for joining us. Leon Osman, part of our commentary team for Burnley against Manchester United on 5 Sports Extra. That one kicks off at 8 o'clock. The other games are 7:45 kickoffs. We'll bring you the very latest ahead of West Ham against Watford very shortly. Newcastle against Everton is our commentary match here on 5 Live Sport. We'll get more for them very shortly, more from across all the other games, and more from the London Stadium, where Kurt Zouma starts for West Ham, despite the story in the video that you will have seen of him slapping and kicking his cat that's been doing the rounds on social media. The other main sports story tonight is that England have dropped their leading all-time wicket takers, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, for the tour of the West Indies. The squad for the tour has been named this evening. Sir Andrew Strauss made the decision in his new temporary role as Director of Cricket, along with interim coach Paul Collingwood. Our cricket correspondent is Jonathan Agnew.
It's a big call. I'm surprised they've dropped both of them, if I'm honest. It does lend, I think, more weight, therefore, to the feel that we're in a bit of a holding pattern here. There's still a new coach to come. There's a new director of cricket to be appointed. And so I think what Strauss will say, and he has said it, is that this is not the end for these two, but it's an opportunity to look at what else is out there. So there are some new names, obviously, in the squad that we'll talk about in a moment or two. But to leave out both Broad and Anderson, that's 321 tests. It's the best part of 1,200 test wickets. Vast experience. It had to happen sometime, and they are determined. I've spoken to Stuart Broad this evening. He is determined that this is not the end as far as he's concerned. But there's just that feeling in the back of my mind that when you do appoint this new coach and this new director of cricket, whenever that may be, and it may not be till halfway through the summer, possibly, that happens by the time all this process has been completed, would it be viewed as being a backward step to go back to 40-year-old Anderson and Broad? So that's my one concern for those two, who of course would love a big send-off and a big wave of the crowd and off they go into the future. Might not happen. Their careers might end on the back of a press release.
Well, Stuart Broad, as you say, has told you that he intends to fight to regain his place. What about Jimmy Anderson? At 39, will he be considering this possibly as the end of his international career?
No, I don't think he will, and he was pretty outspoken about that in the winter. I mean, he topped the bowling averages. He only got 8 wickets in Australia, but he was still top of the averages. He did a good job. And it's New Zealand, the World Test Championships at the start of next summer in June. A nice Duke's ball to look forward to, and then he got this one-off game against India, of course, a sort of decider, if you like, because it's being built up to be that. And then he got South Africa. Now, if Jimmy Anderson is running into bowl for Lancashire, is knocking people over with the Duke's ball, the temptation to pick him is going to be immense. And both of those two, and part of the reason they've been so successful, is that they do have this massive confidence and self-belief about themselves. You have to have it if you're going to be a fast bowler for that sort of length of time. You have to have it inside you, and they both certainly have it in spades. They are not going to want to go shuffled off, I say, by a sort of a part-time setup before a tour of the West Indies. They all want to play again, and they all want to have their opportunity to say goodbye.
And also, were they the issue during the Ashes test? Or the Ashes series,
it's the batting.
rather.
No, it's the batting. I mean, this is what the funny thing is. I've sort of jotted down a possible first test lineup in Antigua, and there's a few gaps around. I mean, who's going to bat at number 3? I mean, you assume that maybe they're going to move either Ollie Pope or Dan Lawrence up to number 3. Then you've got Root at 4, Stokes, and then the other of those two, Pope or Lawrence, down at number 6. Ben Foakes is back in the fold again. Is he going to bat at 7? It always feels a place too high. And there's Johnny Bairstow around as well, who's the only person to score 100 in the West Indies. And then you look at the bowlers, Overton, Robinson, Saqib, Wood, Leach. I mean, you're into that same sort of familiar territory again of not quite having enough batting affecting the spinners. So, 8 players who've been axed from the tour as well. I mean, it's worth going through. Anderson, Bess, Billings, Broad, Burns, Butler, who was fit, by the way, for selection for this tour. Well, they've dropped him as well. Hamid, of course, the opener, and David Malan, too, who didn't have a bad trip, really. Picked to get out there and face the fast bowling. He had his moments, and he did battle away. You could never accuse David Malan of having given his wicket away under those circumstances, unlike some others, but the batting was poor. So, they've taken the shredder to it, that's for sure. But I make the point again, this tour is a bit of an opportunity to do that, because the new people will come riding in and they will take control. But whether they go back, having moved on, that'll be the interesting thing to see.
And an opportunity for Durham opener Alex Lees, Yorkshire bowler Matthew Fisher. They're called up for the first time. What do you make of their inclusion?
Well, again, I mean, Alex Lees started at Yorkshire. Of course, he was talked about when he played for Yorkshire before moving up to Durham. I mean, he's a good, solid opening batsman. He's just the latest in this long line as they try and find someone who's going to stay there for a while. And I mean, in position, not just at the crease. I mean, that's, but actually, who's going to hold on to the place. I mean, Zach Crawley again had an encouraging latter part of the turf in Australia, so he definitely deserves to retain that spot. But Lee's, good luck to him. It is a poison chalice, as we know, as is batting at number 3. Fisher, well, he went on he's been with the Lions. He's had a good series there. He had a good season last year for Yorkshire. He's an English seamer. What he gets out of things in the West Indies, we can but see. But it's true that until you do give people a bit of a go, you just don't really know. I mean, Sakib is going to be interesting. He's got some pace, and he and Mark Wood together might give the West Indies batsmen a bit of a hurry up. So, you look around, you think, OK, we'll give them a go. Let's have a look at that. Let's get these 3 tests out of the way. Let's get them done. Let's see if we can make some movement in 1 or 2 areas. Let's see if we can come back with Lees established with Crawley as the opening batsman, for instance. And if Sakib has bowled well and he's got some pace and folks can bat at number 7, then you're starting to get a bit of a team together that will move on into the summer.
Thank you very much to Jonathan Agnew. The first test gets underway in Antigua on the 8th of March. In the Women's Ashes, England's campaign ended with a crushing defeat by Australia in the final one-day international. They were beaten by 8 wickets. It leaves them without a win in the whole series. In the Winter Olympics, Team GB missed out on the bronze medal in the mixed curling doubles after being beaten 9-3 by Sweden. Underdogs Italy went on to win the gold. Teenager Kirsty Muir, who's the youngest athlete at the Games for Great Britain, finished 5th in the big ski air final. Joe Launchbury is set to make his first England appearance in over a year after being called up to the Six Nations squad. He'll take the place of injured Lewis Ludlam. We'll hear more from head coach Eddie Jones at half-time. The Professional Cricketers Association Chief Executive Rob Lynch admitted that the union got it wrong with Azim Rafiq's racism allegations against Yorkshire. Rafiq said in November that the PCA's stance was incredibly inept. And England captain Steph Houghton is to miss the Arnold Clark Cup due to injury. Lucy Bronze, Ellie Roebuck and Leah Williamson all return to the squad. 3 matches in the Premier League tonight, which we will be back to very shortly. Newcastle, Everton, West Ham, Watford kick-off at 7:45. At 8 o'clock, Burnley against Manchester United. And there are games across the EFL as well. 5 matches in the Championship. We're with the leaders Fulham, who are taking on Millwall. And Mark Scott is there. Evening, Mark.
Good evening, Kelly. Yes, Blackburn's defeat to Swansea at the weekend means Fulham are 5 points clear of second-place Rovers with 2 games in hand. But Marco Silva's warned in his programme notes this evening that while Millwall lie 15th in the table, 4 points and back-to-back clean sheets in their last 2 games demonstrates the Lions' ability. Silva went strong for the FA Cup defeat at Manchester City as 3 changes from that game see Rodak Kearney and Anthony Robinson come in for Gazaniga, Bryan and Harrison Reed. Millwall's 1 change from the draw with Preston is Alex Pearce for Scott Malone.
Mark, thank you very much for that. And there's a full programme in Leagues 1 and 2. We're at Hillsborough as Sheffield Wednesday take on Wigan, who are second in the League 1 table. Naz Premji is watching this one. Hi, Naz.
Hi, evening, Kelly. Yes, it's 7th versus 2nd here at Hillsborough. Darren Moore's side, pretty solid here at home. They've only lost 2 games in all competitions, and they're on a real charge. With this game and upcoming fixtures against Rotherham and Accrington, if they were to win those, they would be in the automatic picture for sure. Wigan lost at Stoke in the FA Cup at the weekend. They've actually made 2 changes from their last league game with Oxford. Josh McGuinness and Jamie McGrath in for Gavin Massey and Stephen Humphreys. Wednesday change 1 from the side that beat Burton at the weekend. Florian Camberi starts for Nathaniel Mendez-Lang, who drops to the bench.
Thank you very much for that, Naz, and we'll have regular updates from both Naz and from Mark throughout the evening, and we'll keep you up to date with any goals as they go in across the Championship Leagues 1 and 2. 3 commentary options for you tonight. West Ham against Watford in full is on the BBC Sport website from 7:45. The news there is that Kurt Zuma is starting for West Ham. On social media, Jordan says, whoa, Zuma's starting? This is a man who has today admitted repeatedly hitting and kicking his pet cat. What a ridiculous decision. Justin, as a West Ham fan, I'm disgusted that David Moyes is starting Kurt Zuma tonight against Watford. Unbelievable. Alex, every chance Zuma will be booed by his own fans every time he touches the ball. The shame is David Moyes' team have won a lot of hearts and minds over the last 2 seasons. Respect is hard to earn, but easy to lose with one totally inexplicable selection. David Moyes has said that he's picked his best players and that the incident concerning Zuma and the kicking and slapping of his pet cat is a separate one. Former West Ham defender James Collins is part of the commentary team. James, we weren't expecting that Kurt Zuma would necessarily even be fit for this game, but his selection is going to overshadow the whole of the match. You've already said you think it was the wrong decision to start him. Could it have an effect in a footballing sense, in a negative footballing sense?
I think it certainly could, Kel. There's no doubt about it. There's going to be sections of the fans, if not all of the fans, that are probably going to boo him, and I truly believe it's rightly so. If you've seen the video, if you haven't, obviously it's been headline news. Everyone knows what's gone on, and like I said, I'll say it again. For me, the football club have made totally the wrong decision. As one of the fans there has written in, that this football club has come on leaps and bounds in the last 2 years. I was seen to other fans, I was seen around football, and for me, the decision they've made tonight has certainly knocked that back.
It's going to overshadow everything that happens tonight, but it's a really important game for West Ham and particularly for Watford. Depending on what happens between Burnley and Man United, West Ham could go into 4th place in the table. For Watford, a real opportunity for them to try and get themselves some points on the board as they just try and stay in the Premier League. It's a really significant game, particularly with Newcastle, Burnley and Everton all being in action tonight as well.
Yeah, it is. Like you said, we were just chatting off air there. We're not expecting Watford in any stretch of the imagination to come out and try and beat West Ham, in possession football. We all know how Roy's played over the years. The team are going to come here and sit back and defend and try and get a goal on the break. So yeah, it's a big game for Watford. If West Ham play their game, they've certainly got enough quality to break this Watford team down. And like you say, all that's going around West Ham at the minute, it could be a tough evening for them, but as soon as that whistle goes, the boys have got to be focused on performing and getting 3 points for the football club.
A point against Burnley at the weekend hasn't really done their position or their chances of staying in the league that much good, but it is a first clean sheet of the season under Roy Hodgson. Is that something that they can build on? Am I asking the right person in you, James?
I'm not sure. I didn't keep too many clean sheets myself, Kel, to be honest. No, certainly, they minus 17 goal difference clearly is not good enough to stay in the Premier League. Like you say, one clean sheet in their last game in 21 is not enough, and over the years Roy has built his teams on defending well and being solid, so there's no doubt in my mind that's what he's been working on in the week that he's been involved in the job. It's going to be a tough ask. Mikel Antonio, we know the firepower he brings to this West Ham team. Gerard Bowen, he's having a tremendous season. They've got goals all over the pitch, so it's going to be a tough night, but if Roy set his team up how he has done over the years with his other teams, they've got a chance. Like I said, they're not going to go out and out pass and out possession West Ham tonight, so they're going to try and base their game on a clean sheet and try and get a set play or a counter-attack to win the game.
James, thanks very much for now. James Collins, part of our commentary team on the BBC Sport website. From 7:45 there, it's West Ham against Watford. Our commentary on 5 Live Sport, Newcastle against Everton. That is also a 7:45 kickoff. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff on Sports Extra. Burnley against Manchester United. And Lee Blakeman is there for us.
Yeah, surprise team news here, Kelly. Cristiano Ronaldo on the bench as one of 2 changes made by the Manchester United interim manager Ralph Rangnick. Edinson Cavani comes in for Ronaldo. The other change comes in goal as David De Gea replaces Dean Henderson. Sean Dyche also making 2 changes following his team's 0-0 draw here with Watford at the weekend as Josh Brownhill and Jay Rodriguez replace Dale Stephens and Aaron Lennon.
Lee, thank you very much for that. Now, Everton have had something of a new manager bounce with the win over Brentford in the FA Cup. But before that, it's only 1 win in the last 13 games in the league. So there's lots to do. And with Leeds coming up at the weekend as well, Frank Lampard said he isn't intimidated by the challenge ahead.
Well, they're important games, but I think we have to stay calm because there's a long way to go. Come here with 18 games left. So to put everything on these 2 games, I think would be the wrong attitude. We just have to absolutely isolate them and focus on them in the right way against 2 strong teams. A game tomorrow night against a strong team that have just reinforced themselves with signings, have a passionate fan base that can affect the game. So it's important for us that we just approach that without fear, with confidence, but an understanding of the hard game that it is. But I don't want to put too much on these 2 games. We've got a long season to go to get to where we want to be. And at this point, it's about focusing on ourselves. I think probably the good thing about being a new manager in is you don't feel the strain and pressure of that as such. I'm very aware of it. You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell any lies and even to the players. But at the same time, I haven't been a part of what's been going on here before. So I look at the league table in a very straight manner. But when I actually speak with the players, I feel positive. I want to feel positive and have a positive outlook on it. And that's why I have to put perspective and say there's 18 games. The severity or whatever of the game is on. I understand it. But hopefully my fresh walking in the building, let's attack this in a positive way, is also something that I can bring to the table.
So Frank Lampard planning to be positive as Everton go to St James's Park this evening to take on Newcastle. Neil Lennon, part of our commentary team alongside Vicky Sparks. Neil, a lot of our build-up on this has been about how unpredictable and how difficult to predict this game is. Having said that, did we learn anything from Everton's win against Brentford in the FA Cup?
Well, yeah, I mean, they got a real bounce from Frank's introduction, and they seemingly played with a swagger. But this is a totally different game, Kelly. This is the league. You know, they're away from home in a sort of hostile environment. I have to say the atmosphere, Kelly, as you can imagine, is absolutely raw as anything. You know, the banners everywhere and displays from the Newcastle fans. The BMX bag still up for sale for 42 quid as well. So yeah.
I have to tell you, Kelly, Neil spotted that straight away. He's interested.
He's here. Yeah.
Have you got some tricks up your sleeve?
Oh, I've got a few. But it's a fascinating game. I have a sneak. The 2 centre-halves, I think, is a problem area for Newcastle. I think midfield might be a problem area for Everton. And I think on the counter-attack, Everton could really hurt Newcastle. But I just think going forward, Sam Maximum, if he's in good form tonight, could cause their back three a lot of problems. So it's eachy-peachy for me at the minute.
Newcastle then certainly trying to harness that atmosphere at St James's Park. It's sounding very good ahead of their match against Everton. Just to remind you, Burnley against Manchester United kicks off at 8 o'clock. You can listen to that on 5 Sports Extra. West Ham against Watford kicking off in the next minute or so. That one is on the BBC Sport website. Now, though, we're going to head to St James's Park for the first half of Newcastle against Everton with Neil Lennon and Vicky Sparks.
Thank you, Kelly. Good evening, everyone. Well, it didn't turn out to be the managerial fairy tale that Frank Lampard had hoped for at Chelsea, but a little over a year after they sacked him, he is back in the Premier League with Everton and certainly got off to a fairy tale start on Saturday, beating Brentford 4-1 in the FA Cup. But now attention turns to a huge encounter in the top flight for both of these sides, because just 4 points separate Everton in 16th and Newcastle in 19th, with Newcastle having played a game more. And Neil Lennon, former Celtic manager, alongside me. A win for either side tonight would put a very different complexion on this relegation battle.
Yeah, for both teams, you know, for sure. Newcastle having won away at Leeds, to get back-to-back wins would be fantastic, and obviously, you know, Frank keeping a winning run going, you know, hopefully getting off to a great start. So, like, it's fascinating for me, Vicky. There's so much riding on this game psychologically for both teams.
So we are underway at St James's Park. Everton in possession in their traditional home kit, the blue shirts, the white shorts and the white socks. Newcastle, of course, in the black and white stripes, the black shorts and the black socks, and they've stolen it through Alan St-Maximin, racing down the left-hand side midway through the Everton half. Well challenged by Alan, and the ball is with Seamus Coleman now for the visitors as Alan plays it forward to Richarlison. Good foot in by Fabian Schär, and will send the ball all the way back to Martin Dubravka just outside his own penalty area. Both sides have strengthened in January, but just one debut in the starting lineups tonight, although there could be a few from the bench. That's for Newcastle. Matt Targett in for them, replacing the injured Paul Dummett. That's their only change. But fellow new arrivals Bruno Guimaraes and Dan Burn are amongst the substitutes. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is back on the bench for Everton after a knock. Also amongst their substitutes are Everton's new duo of Donny van der Beek and Dele Alli, along with Amr El Ghazi. He's still waiting to make his debut. 2 enforced changes to the side that beat Brentford. Former Newcastle Loney Andros Townsend replaces Vitaly Mikolenko, Yerry Milim for Ben Godfrey, and no surprise, the blues are for Jordan Pickford Pickford, the former Sunderland man, and Neil Lennon, he relishes these sort of games.
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere is red hot and the pace of the game is already red hot. And I was just thinking to myself, I wonder why Jordan Pickford's getting so much grief, but then I realised he's obviously an ex-Sunderland goalkeeper, and yeah, I mean, these are the atmospheres I used to like it myself. I used to like getting loads of abuse and then rubbing it back in people's faces if we won.
Everton give the ball away straight to Shelby midway through the Everton half. Will drive from distance and it whistles just over the bar. Pickford had it covered. Yes, as you say, Neil, he relishes these sort of games. He's ex-Sunderland. He's very passionately ex-Sunderland, and there have been occasions where he's allowed these games against Newcastle to just let it run away with him. The emotions get out of control, and he's already enjoying winding up the Newcastle fans taking time over this goal kick.
That's exactly right. There's a bit of gamesmanship going on for Jordan already. I mean, he's taken so long to take this goal kick, but what he's doing is he's trying to, take the tempo out. Yerry Mina give the ball away. It was really picked up well by Shelby, who drove and had a shot. And little things like that get the crowd going and get the team going. It's been a good start from Newcastle.
2.5 minutes played, 0-0, and Jordan Pickford takes so long over that goal kick as it's headed out by Matt Targett for Newcastle. Everton throw midway through the Newcastle half. We can take you through the teams. For Newcastle, Dubravka in goal. The back four of Trippier, Lascelles, Cher and Targett making his debut, as that will be closed down through the centre by Chris Wood. Again, huge boost for Jordan Pickford. That'll be a theme all throughout this evening at St James's Park, but he does clear away. So Newcastle's midfield, Willock, Shelvey and Joe Linton, with Fraser and St Maximin supporting Chris Wood, still looking for his first Newcastle goal after arriving for £25 million from Burnley in January up front. Newcastle in possession midway through their own half. Everton with Pickford in goal as the ball is played over the top. We were wondering whether they'd start with this back three, and it looks as though they have, Everton. So it's Holgate, Keane and Mina. Ahead of them, Coleman, Allen, Gomez and Townsend, with Gordon and Gray supporting Richarlison at front as Everton clear away. Chested down by John Joe Shelby, will be picked up by Seamus Coleman now for Everton. Damari Gray dispossessed, but will be picked up by Gomez for Everton, but he's given the ball away. Frenetic start in the opening 4 minutes here at St James's Park, and now Ryan Fraser has it for Newcastle. Ball into the penalty area, looking for Wood, cleared away by Michael Keane for Everton, and Gomez will bring it clear. So we can head for an update from the London Stadium. West Ham against Watford. John Southall.
Yes, West Ham 0, Watford 0. We played 3-4 minutes of the game. Kurt Zouma's had his first touch of the ball. There was booing around the stadium, mainly from the away end, but also some of the home supporters as well made their views fairly clear. But having said that, there were a few people sitting in front of me clapping. West Ham 0, Watford 0.
And you can listen to commentary of that on the BBC Sport website and app. In League 2, Oldham have taken the lead against Bristol Rovers, and here at St James's Park it is Newcastle United 0, Everton 0. Everton in possession with Allan in the centre circle. Newcastle could move out of the relegation zone with a victory tonight if other results go their way. Everton looking to put a bit of breathing space between themselves and the bottom three. They could move 7 points clear of trouble as Newcastle steal possession just inside the centre circle, with Chris Wood out to the left hand side and Matt Targett, and now Willock in field to Joe Linton, who's been reinvented under Eddie Howe as this central midfielder. Newcastle's record signing, that £40 million price tag still weighing heavily upon him in terms of a goal scoring sense, just 11 in his 102 appearances for Newcastle. But as the ball is all the way through, as you can tell by the boos, to Jordan Pickford, he really has blossomed in this central midfield role, hasn't he, Neil?
He's been terrific. You know, when against Watford, he was very good. He's unlucky there, really. I just think at the minute, Everton pretty sloppy in possession. Vicky, they're giving the ball away, particularly in that central area. That was a concern for me at the start of the game. And they're inviting pressure on. Newcastle, a little bit frenetic, just need to take a little bit of speed out of their play, but it's been a good start from Newcastle.
Yes, Joe Linton penalised there for a foul, and Everton have a free kick midway inside their own half. 0-0 here on 5 Live. Jordan Pickford, accompanied by the cacophony, comes to take it, and they are short in central midfield still with Everton in terms of injuries. Abdoulaye Doucouré, such a regular for them. Fabian Delph, Tom Davis still out as the ball is headed away inside the Newcastle penalty area. Damari Gray will pick it up down to the byline for Everton. Good interception by Targett, prevents the corner as well, and clears downfield. Yerry Mina, the tall Everton centre half, had just stepped into his own half and wins the header, and flick forward now by Andre Gomez. Lovely turn by Anthony Gordon, plays it forward, looking for Alan. Lovely movement from the Everton forward three. Comes out to the left-hand side, and Andros Townsend, the former Newcastle man, up against Kieran Trippier. Townsend whips the ball in, cleared away by Lascelles. St Maximin will pick it up for Newcastle and exchanges passes with Joe Linton. St Maximin trying to race over the halfway line, well stopped by Mina, and this is 100 miles an hour, Neil. I can't even bring you in because Damari Gray's racing towards the penalty area. He's fouled. I've not seen a start to a match like this in the Premier League as Wood goes down, wins a free kick for Newcastle inside his own half. All season, this is frenetic.
This is electric, and the players are responding to the atmosphere that the supporters are generating as well. Lovely little bit of play there from Anthony Gordon, just 30 yards out, little step over, a little change of pace. But at the minute, Everton are missing that pass. The quality of passing in the final third in particular has been poor.
It is Newcastle with the set piece. Fabian Schär stands over it. 7 minutes played in this first half. Newcastle 0, Everton 0. A reminder, you can listen to commentary of West Ham against Watford over on the BBC Sport website and app. And there will be commentary on 5 Sports Extra of Burnley against Manchester United. That is an 8 o'clock kick-off. Fabian Schär sends it all the way back to Martin Dubravka. Well, closed down by Richarlison, but Dubravka all in the light purple goalkeeping kit. Clears it out of play for a throw to Everton on the halfway line.
You think you're going to have to mention Jordan Pickford tonight? I think the Newcastle fans will let the public know when he's on the ball. I've not seen a reception like that for a long time, Vicky.
Well, it was interesting. He was rotated a couple of times last season, Jordan Pickford, and one of those was for the Newcastle match. As we mentioned, it's a game that he feels very passionately about, the former Sunderland player from the northeast as well, and does delight in having that frisson, shall we say, with the Newcastle fans. As the ball over the top is left by Yerry Mina. There he is again. Jordan Pickford bowls the ball out to Seamus Coleman on this right hand side, and now Alan. Damari Gray controls in the halfway line, but he's well dispossessed by John Joe Shelby. Joe Linton then dispossessed and turned by Alan. Put in will come to Andre Gomez, and now Coleman. Bit of space for Everton on this right hand side. Arrows a ball across the area. Townsend met it on the corner of the 6-yard box and heads it behind. No danger for Dubravka, but an excellent run from Townsend.
Yeah, great ball from Coleman as well. It's not like a whip cross, it's very measured, drilled cross to the far post, and Andros Townsend coming in late, couldn't get enough purchase on the header. But again, we've seen the midfield battle already. It's a little bit of ping pong. You have it, we'll have it. I think this will be like this for the first 15-20 minutes until the game settles down, but it's a great watch at the minute, Vicky.
Newcastle clear long over the halfway line. Yerry Mina again wins the header. Joe Willock, though, will dispossess Andre Gomez out to the right hand side, and Ryan Fraser goalless here at St James's Park on 5 Live. Pulls it back to St Maximin. Fraser edge of the penalty area, lays it off to Shelby, who drives, and Pickford gathers, patted it down. No Newcastle player near enough to him, and we are still 0-0.
Anthony Gordon did brilliantly there to get back and just did enough to put Shelby off, otherwise he may have got more on the shot. But that's twice now Andre Gomez has lost the ball, just a little bit slow. Willock was all over him, and Newcastle are allowed to break.
Seamus Coleman there, in trying to keep the ball in, has barrelled straight into Eddie Howe and knocked the Newcastle manager completely flying on the edge of his technical area. He's got a big smile on his face, Eddie Howe, but I tell you what, he was feeling the back of his right calf there. Might have done some damage, Coleman. Everton in possession with Michael Keane midway through his own half. League 2, Port Vale have taken the lead against Carlisle as Jordan Pickford has it for Everton. I'm just looking at this formation for Everton again. You wonder whether in possession they are going to this 4. Coleman is pushing quite forward in the right wing position at times, but he is slotting back, and Townsend is pushing high up. So in possession, Everton, it's more of a 4-2-3-1, isn't it? But this is the flexibility that Frank Lampard has. He played the 3 at the back against Brentford with real positivity and real dynamism. Really paid off for them. And the players he has on the pitch, they can switch between the 2, but often it is the 4 that we're seeing, isn't it?
It's more like a hybrid of 3 and a 4, really. Seamus just tucking back in. He's breaking now.
Yes, he's off. Right hand side, midway through the Newcastle half. Damari Gray dispossessed and cleared away by Fabian Schär for Newcastle. Goalless here on 5 Live. St Maximin under real pressure from Anthony Gordon. Squeezes it through to Joe Linton. Everton get the foot, and now Eddie Howe's appealing. Decision doesn't go Newcastle's way. Cher slides in, makes the interception. Richarlison will pick it up on the right-hand side. 0-0, 11 minutes gone. Honestly, I can't believe it's gone that quickly. Anthony Gordon, ball into the penalty area, plays it back to Alan as Newcastle clear. Now Andre Gomez back to Holgate in the centre circle. The home fans trying to get behind their side because Everton are enjoying the possession at the moment. They're moving the ball very nicely as Richarlison will drag his shot just wide from the edge of the penalty area. It was a mistake by Fabian Cher, who didn't think Richarlison, I think, was quite as tight to him as he was. He let it roll across in the Newcastle centre half, and Richarlison said, thanks very much, I'll have a shot from distance wide.
Good little move though from Everton. First, real time they've put a few passes together, but you're right, Shaw was on his heels, and that was my concern before the game. Central defence has been a problem for Newcastle all season, and Richarlison just burned them, and he should have hit the target really. But what's impressed me about Everton so far, without being brilliant on the ball, is their willingness to work hard and get the ball back. Their appetite to get the ball back has been terrific so far. Yerry
Mina wins the header, as he has done 5 or 6 times already for Everton at St James's Park on the halfway line. Newcastle will win it back though and send it forward to St Maximin. So often they're looking for the tricky Frenchman, and he does well there. St Maximin wins a throw there. Top scorer Callum Wilson still out. Eddie Howe saying in the build up to this one they're hoping to have him back for the final few games of the season, and yes, they strengthened in the transfer window, Newcastle, with Chris Wood, but still no Callum Wilson. That is a blow as St Maximin is dispossessed just outside the Everton penalty area by Andre Gomez, who steps away from the challenge of Matt Targett as well. Newcastle get a foot in. Richarlison comes back to win the header, and Everton have it once more with Elan. Goalless here on 5 Live, 0-0 in the Premier League's other 7:45 kick-off between West Ham and Watford. You can listen to that on the BBC Sport app. And Damare Gray has it for Everton, just inside their own half, but they've lost it over on the far side. Trippier wins it well, and then free kick goes Newcastle's way. Fraser down, and it will be a yellow card as well for the challenge from Mason Holgate.
That's early for a yellow card, 13.5 minutes into the game, so if you're Newcastle, you get it out to Fraser and try and get at Mason Holgate. Trippier did brilliantly there. He stepped on to Andros Townsend. Sorry Vicky, there's somebody, Damari Gray's down here for Everton as well. As Fraser's going to get treatment, but Damari Gray's waving over to the touchline here. He's limping back. He looks like in a bit of trouble here.
Yes, the Everton players are gesturing to the bench as Damari Gray starts to jog just towards Newcastle's penalty area, and we will wait to see. Do you know what's happened there? I think the other Everton players have called and said, come on, Damari needs a bit of treatment, and Damari, as the physio's come on, has said no, I'm fine. So the physio, so that he doesn't have to treat him, and then Damari Gray would have to go off, swerved around him
just a 100-metre dash for no reason.
The other side of the pitch. So Newcastle will wait to take this free kick. Ryan Fraser's still down receiving treatment. Let's head to the London Stadium. Update West Ham against Watford. John Southall.
15 minutes played. West Ham 0, Watford 0. Yet to really see the first effort on target, but definitely if you watch Watford, there's more organisation. There looks to be more structure to their play since Roy Hodgson came into the club. And also on 7 minutes we had a minute's applause for the 7-year-old West Ham fan Isla Caton, who died recently. The whole stadium on their feet. It's West Ham 0, Watford 0.
Thanks very much, John. Let's head to the Championship. Fulham against Millwall. Mark Scott.
Lively start here as well, Vicky. Still 0-0 between Fulham and Millwall. Millwall with a really good chance when Ollie Burke surged up on the right flank. His cross was deflected and Rodak had to make a really smart save to shovel it away. Kieften Beld also with a volley from 12 yards out that went over. He should have done better. Fulham's best when Cabano's effort deflected to Mitrovic, who was blocked well by Bielkowski. Fulham 0, Millwall 0.
Free kick in by Newcastle was met by Chris Wood, 8 yards out, and couldn't get the strength of connection on it. Neil Lennon, that's a big chance for Newcastle.
Yeah, there's plenty on the cross. Nice ball in from Kieran Trippier, who started the game excellently. And again, Chris got the contact, but was pretty comfortable for Pickford.
Now, free kick has gone to Newcastle midway through the Everton half. Ryan Fraser is back on his feet after treatment. This again is a decent position for Newcastle midway through the Everton half. Left hand side, Matt Targett I think has taken a painful whack there, and is just wincing and getting up to his feet in League One. Lincoln have taken the lead against Morecambe, and they're underway at Turf Moor. Burnley against Manchester United. Lee Blakeman.
Yeah, Bruno Fernandes has just got things started in the centre circle. Remember, United have left out Ronaldo tonight. He's on the bench. Burnley, 1 win out of 19 in the Premier League, but haven't lost a home league game here since mid-September.
Commentary over on Sports Extra. In League 2, Oldham have taken the lead against Bristol Rovers, and Tranmere are 1-0 up against Swindon. Free kick to Newcastle, 0-0 at St James's Park. Swung in by Kieran Trippier to the right-hand side, headed on by Lascelles, powerfully away by Andre Gomez. Shelby will scoop it back out to this left-hand side, and St Maximin. Beautiful control from the Frenchman. Was he caught there now? Anthony Taylor says no. I think Newcastle might have had a big shout for a free kick there. Coleman comes away with it for Everton. Willock wins it back for Newcastle, but then tripped over his own feet. Joe Willock, and Andre Gomez very kindly sells Willock the dummy, and Everton will bring it away over the halfway line.
That was a free kick. There's no doubt in my mind it's a free kick. He's limping back, Sam Maximum, and very frustrated. Surprised Anthony Taylor missed that.
Everton in possession with Allan just inside the Newcastle half, as St Maximin does gingerly make his way back into his own half. Everton, who have won just one of their last 14 Premier League matches. That was the run that did for Rafa Benitez. They lost their last match in the Premier League under the caretaker charge of Duncan Ferguson. Frank Lampard got off to a winning start in the FA Cup. Can he find a winning start in the Premier League, or will Newcastle make it back-to-back wins in the top flight for the very first time this season? They have just 2 victories to their names in the Premier League, Newcastle. The last one in their last match, a huge one before the international break, away to Leeds. Everton in possession though, Coleman on the right-hand side. He'll look for the return pass from Allan. It will come to Richarlison, 25 yards out, central position, and now Demarai Gray lays it off to Townsend, left-hand side, drives the shot in, and the header deflects it away from the goal, bounces behind for the corner, but it's one of those, Neil Lennon, where you get that flicked header that can easily end up in the back of the net.
It's just for the lack of pace that they have centrally. They want to drop off Newcastle. Everton were able to go from one side of the pitch to the other, out to Townsend. Step over, come in on his right, and as you said, deflect it out for a corner. I think Frank Lampard will be the happier of the two managers at the minute, Vicky. They seem to have settled a little bit, and Pickford hasn't really had a lot to do.
So corner to Everton, 19 minutes played here at St James's Park, 0-0. Demarai Gray stands over this for the visitors, who have scored on their last 10 league visits to Tyneside. Demarai Gray in, and Mina with the header. Flicked just wide. Richarlison was trying to keep it in on the byline, but Mina again rising highest as you'd expect, but not able to aim the header on target. Let's head to the London Stadium. John Southam.
It's West Ham 0, Watford 0, but great chance for Watford across from the left-hand side on the byline. There was Juraj Kutska with a free header 6 yards out, put it horribly wide. Should have done better. Watford the better side at the moment, 0-0.
Commentary on the BBC Sport app and website. In League 1, MK Dons have taken the lead at Fleetwood, and the ball has gone out of play here at St James's Park for a Newcastle throw just inside the Everton half. Dan Burn helping out there from the substitutes, warming up along that touchline, back at the club that released him when he was 11 years old. He's a boyhood Newcastle fan, Dan Burn, on the bench for the Magpies this evening. His whole family are Newcastle fans. Arrived in the transfer window from Brighton as Demarai Gray raises his arms, and the handball decision goes against him, and Newcastle have a free kick midway inside their own half, and the pace and the tempo has just dropped, I'd say 1 or 2%.
Yeah, it's about right now. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes into the game, and it's 99 miles an hour instead of 100, Vicky. But got a bit lucky there, Newcastle. You know, Shaw misjudged the bounce of the ball, and Demarai Gray was almost in. I think it was the correct decision to give the handball, but you know, Newcastle haven't had any sort of real spell of possession yet. They're sort of counteracting and winning the ball in the sack, or they were in the middle third of the pitch, but they haven't really produced anything with any sort of danger at the minute, and they're pretty comfortable, Everton, at the minute.
And that's a comfortable header away by Michael Keane, heads the ball straight out of play. Nicely controlled by Frank Lampard, just inside his own technical area. Third managerial job for the former Chelsea midfielder. Second stint in the Premier League, of course, after that time with Chelsea. One very impressive season with Derby, which earned him the chance at Stamford Bridge. Now Newcastle were a appealing for a free kick right down by the corner flag. Yerry Mina and Chris Wood tangling, and the decision has gone against Chris Wood, and it is a free kick to Everton. Your thoughts, Neil, on the appointment of Frank Lampard at Everton?
Yeah, I mean, Frank has his own style of playing. I think he did a good job at Derby. I think he's maybe, listen, Chelsea are ruthless. If things don't go so well, they change, so there's no disgrace in that. Probably disappointed in him in the cup final when they got there. But yeah, I think already I'm seeing a different Everton. There's far more zest, far more freshness about them, and certainly their work ethic off the ball tonight has been really impressive.
Ball goes out of play for an Everton throw, right in front of Frank Lampard once more. Yes, he spoke about the win against Brentford in the FA Cup in his first match in charge, and labelled it an Everton performance. What the fans want to see is fight and desire, and they showed that aggression, that quality, and I think that is what so many Everton fans have felt is one of, or two of many things that have been missing this season, or were missing under Rafa Benitez, and you certainly can't accuse Everton or Newcastle this evening of any lack of intensity as Newcastle win a throw on the far side.
You're right, Vicky, both teams are going for it. Everton, particularly on the counter of the pace, they've had 2 attempts on goal so far, whereas Newcastle at the minute are struggling to keep the ball for any concerted period of time.
They picked it up now with Willock again, just couldn't sort his feet out, got the ball stuck underneath them, and Anthony Gordon will bring it away for the visitors. Good vision to find Demarai Gray, space down this right hand side. Richarlison waits in the penalty area. Gray still going, pulls it back to Andre Gomez, 25 yards out, and Newcastle just shepherd the Everton midfielder away from the penalty area, and Eddie Howe is gesturing with his right hand saying push up, but Newcastle are being penned back as the ball into the penalty area is intercepted by Fabian Schär and will be cleared away, but he can't find a black and white shirt, and Alan steps up, wins the ball for Everton, miscontrol, won't keep it in. Newcastle throw, and Demarai Gray has gone down again, and this time I think the physio may be required.
Yeah, it's a shame, it's very early in the game, and he's been a shining light really for Everton. Well, he certainly was under Benitez. I have to say, it's the first time I've seen Anthony Gordon playing live, Vicky. I think he's been absolutely terrific so far. His work rate to get the ball back, and not only that, then to spring Everton into attack. His enthusiasm for the game and quality has been terrific.
Now we'll be heading for an update shortly from one of our Premier League kickoffs, currently goalless between West Ham and Watford, Burnley and Manchester United. And Demarai Gray still receiving treatment. Anthony Gordon, as you say, he and Anthony Gordon have really been Everton's shining lights so far this season, and bright sparks.
I've enjoyed watching him tonight. His work rate and his intent to get the ball forward quickly and bring others into the game has been excellent. He's coming from that sort of inside right, inside left position. Him and Gray are sort of swapping over at times and rotating. Looks like look who's coming on.
Now, debut for Dele Alli. Demarai Gray, in unfortunate circumstances, is not going to be able to continue. So Everton, who have their new arrivals on the bench, will utilise one of them earlier than planned.
Coming off.
Well, it's a new chapter in his career. He got off a stellar start after the spell at MK Dons at Tottenham. He was magnificent for a couple of years, but seemed to have lost his way a little bit. He was a big part of the England World Cup squad. Let's see what the next chapter in Dele's career brings, and Frank's obviously a big fan. It'll be interesting to see where he picks up. It looks like he's starting in the inside left position of the three.
Yes, a real target for Frank Lampard. When he arrived at Everton, had to get it done very quickly, given that Frank Lampard was only appointed on the 31st of January, but really pushed for Dele Alli to be brought in, and they paid big money for him as well. Fee from Tottenham could rise to 40 million, and as Everton win a free kick midway inside the Newcastle half. Interesting, Neil, that he's come on for Demarai Gray, because it's a similar story, isn't it? Demarai Gray had fallen out of favour at Leicester, wasn't reaching his potential, as we say, has really shone this season, and Frank Lampard clearly believes that he can do that with Dele Alli.
Yeah, and I think with Van de Beek as well. He wasn't getting much of a look in it at Manchester United, so I'm fascinated to see even Dele's body language tonight, because it wasn't very good at Spurs the last couple of seasons.
So free kick to Everton. They had the blue shirts lined up on the edge of the penalty area, but they play it short instead. Here is Townsend, right hand side, whips it in, left footed, and the header well won by Jamal Lascelles. Dele Alli was in there waiting for that ball to drop, but Lascelles got the first contact. It's out for an Everton throw.
That was really important from Lascelles. It's a magnificent ball in from Andros Townsend, whipped in with height and dip, and Lascelles rose to the highest and made a great clearance there.
Lincoln now 2-0 up against Morecambe in League One. And Everton have possession from the throw. Mina swings the ball across. Lovely backheel clearance by Ryan Fraser there, beaten in the air, unsurprisingly, by Mason Holgate. Fraser not the tallest at 5'4". Newcastle looks to counter. John Linton loses out though, and Alan, who really has been at the heart of winning possession back for Everton, as you'd expect, has it in the centre circle. They've given it away though, Everton, but they just can't make the most of these little steals of possession, can they, Newcastle? And that's credit largely to Everton as Alan goes down under pressure from Joe Willock, and Everton take the free kick quickly. Anthony Taylor is not happy with that, said the ball was moving, and they will have to take the set piece again midway through their own half. 0-0, 27 minutes played.
Vicky, they're playing too emotionally, Newcastle. When they win it in a rush, there's no sort of composure. They need Shelby and Willock to get on the ball and get some passes in to build the attacks. Chris Wood has been starved of any sort of service at all. I can't remember them putting the ball in the box for him, or getting it into his feet and people coming off him. And for the last 10-15 minutes, Everton by far the better team.
Well, Joe Willock's on a free kick there for Newcastle, but Yerry Mina was tight to Alan St Maximin, and as the whistle went, he just lifted him off the ground. It's quite impressive from Yerry Mina, although he does have the height for over Alan St Maximin. Let's head to Burnley. Goal in their match with Manchester United. Lee Blakeman.
Goal for Manchester United as well. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1. Free kick from Fernandes. Varane with the header. His first goal for the club. Brilliantly taken. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1 after 14 minutes.
Commentary over on 5 Sports Extra in League 2. It's now 1-1 between Carlisle and Port Vale. As Everton pick up possession, Newcastle couldn't do anything with that free kick, and Coleman has it down to the byline over the head of Richarlison. The cross goes. Trippier's header is just about out of the penalty area, but the Newcastle fans, I think, not quite appreciating their players at the moment, and St Maximin is absolutely furious. In the end, Newcastle get the free kick. He feels as though he's not getting the decisions at the moment, but going back to that earlier point, Willock just wasn't quite switched on. He's half a yard off the pace at the moment, Joe Willock, and Everton almost stole it back on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. As it is, it's a free kick to Newcastle, and now it's Frank Lampard's turn to complain.
Well, he's given off because the referee didn't give the decision. The fourth official did. He actually pointed to the spot where Yerry Mina had fouled Sam Maximum, and Anthony Taylor then give the free kick. So that's what Frank's a bit irate about. But previously Seamus Coleman went on a fantastic run, even past Target on Willock, and dinked in a beautiful ball which was just too high for Richarlison. But Newcastle need to get into this game. They need to start stringing some passes together and start to get some patterns of play going, because it's 3 passes and then give it away. They've done it again, Vicky. It's very, very comfortable at the minute for Everton.
Yes, looking for Chris Wood, but easily tidied up by Michael Keane, and Everton will clear in League 2. 1-1 between Hartlepool and Barrow. Mansfield have taken the lead against Colchester, and as the ball goes out of play for an Everton throw midway through their own half, let's head to the London Stadium. John Southall.
West Ham 0, Watford 0. First real chance though for West Ham. Corner on the right hand side from Jared Bowen, met by Thomas Soucek, 4 yards out in a cluster of players, headed over the bar. West Ham 0, Watford 0.
Commentary on the BBC Sport app. League 1, Bolton 1-0 up against Charlton. And you're up to date here on 5 Live. No, you're not. There's been a goal at Fulham. Let's get up to date now. Mark Scott.
And it's the former Newcastle man, Alexander Mitrovic, who has scored. Fulham have not been at their best, but they have the lead. Nico Williams got away on the right. His low flat ball in to Mitrovic, 6 yards out, who swept it in first time. Fulham 1, Millwall 0.
Everton on the counter. Dele dings the ball in. Richarlison, brilliant, but it's offside. It was a superb goal from Richarlison, back heel on the 6-yard box. We see that nonchalance from the Brazilian, but I think Neil Lennon, he was also so nonchalant because he knew that flag was coming.
He was about 500 yards offside there, Vicky. That's probably the easiest decision the linesman will have to make all season. But again, it was indecision in the centre backs. Shaw was too late to step onto Richarlison, and Everton were able to break again, and Dele Alli has a shot which is deflected, then he flicked it back in, but Richarlison was offside. But more encouraging for Everton at the minute rather than Newcastle.
Michael Keane heads the ball back to Jordan Pickford. No need for a VAR check here, but there was one at Turf Moor. And Lee Blakeman.
And it's caused that Varane goal to be chalked off. Offside, long VAR check. It took around about 3 minutes. It was a decision for an offside that Mike Dean himself actually went to check on the monitor. So he checked it, the technology checked it, and eventually it's been chalked off for offside here at Turf Moor. So still Burnley 0, Manchester United 0.
Thanks, Lee. Saint-Maximin in possession for Newcastle. Yeremina's gone down for Everton. Saint-Maximin, Joey Linton, Newcastle looking to take advantage. Very good save by Pickford. Anthony Gordon will pick it up for Everton. He's got to put it out. Yeremina's waiting his hand and saying, put it out. Frank Lampard's saying the same thing. Everton haven't done so. And you have to say, if Newcastle win this back, they don't need to put it out as Shelby goes sliding in. That is a very bad challenge on Anthony Gordon. And Anthony Taylor is surrounded by blue shirts. Gordon is down. Shelby is going to wait to see what this decision is from Anthony Taylor.
He's got his yellow card out, but for me it's a red, Vicky, and it's totally unnecessary. He's just going right through the back of Anthony Gordon. It's reckless, it's dangerous. The kid's down injured on the touchline. He's in not a dangerous position. It's not a tackle Jones has to make, and that is just a mad rush of blood. He's lucky he's got a yellow card and the referee's seen that. But for me, there's intent there and it's a red. And previously, I don't know what happened to Yerimina. He's gone down. The game played on. Joe Linton got slipped in and probably should have scored. It was a brilliant save from Pickford. First opportunity Newcastle have had.
Well, VAR, of course, we'll have a look. It is Chris Kavanagh at Stockley Park. The yellow card has been issued by Anthony Taylor on the pitch.
It looked a red to me. That's a red card for me. That's a leg breaking tackle. That is unbelievable that has gone to VAR and that has not given us a red card.
Well, we've not restarted yet. I think VAR will be having a long look at this because it is almost shocking. A scissor challenge from John Joe Shelby. It's completely unnecessary. Anthony Gordon's only just inside the Newcastle half, and we've not restarted play yet because Yerimina has been receiving treatment. Everton have Jared Branthwaite stripped and waiting to come on if he's needed. Yerimina is in discussions with the Everton medical staff, so we presume VAR are continuing to have a look. We have no information inside the stadium. If they restart, then it will stay as a yellow. Now Anthony Taylor has come to tell Yerimina to go off because he's received treatment, so he wants him to come off and then come back on.
He's coming off.
Well, Branthwaite is ready if Mina can't continue, and he is wincing Yerimina, and this is a real blow for Everton. The substitution will be made. Branthwaite coming on, and Mina has been superb for Everton in this opening 35 minutes. The two early injuries for the visitors who are having the better of it at St James's Park, though it is 0-0. In the Championship, Blackpool are leading at Coventry. Derby 1-0 up at Hull. As you've heard, Fulham leading Millwall by a 0-0. And there's been a goal at Burnley. Lee Blakeman.
And this one should stand. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1. Good work down the left by Shaw. Pull back, Pogba, unmarked, 12 yards out, drilled it into the back of the net. Great finish. United ahead, and this one looks like it's going to stand. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1.
Thanks, Lee. Commentary over on Sports Extra. So free kick to Everton, and we're getting back underway here. So VAR must be happy. I'm so surprised they've not sent Anthony Taylor over to look at the monitor, which they would do if they felt it was a red. So clearly they feel it's not. Everton free kick whipped into the area, looking for Michael Keane, and it's off the line, but it's bundled in. The ricochet for Everton gives them the lead at St James's Park. It's a scrappy goal. Holgate was in there. It's ricocheted around and it ends up in the back of the net. And Newcastle United fall behind. Holgate with the initial effort, but it looks as though it may well be an own goal. Jamal Lascelles has his head in his hands. It goes in off the Newcastle United skipper. Praise Holgate for the initial effort. It's unfortunate for Newcastle, but Everton are ahead at St James's Park, 1-0.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of justice in that, Vicky, for me. They don't really deal with the first header. They're looking for an offside, but Holgate's onside. He drills. The ball bounces, fortunately for him. It comes a couple of ricochets and bounces at his feet. and he hits the shot. It's going in. 2 Newcastle players do brilliantly to clear it off the line, but it ricochets off Jamal Lascelles and into the back of the net.
Yes, it is. So unfortunate for Newcastle, because it was, as you say, Neil Lennon, a superb sliding clearance. But the ricochet straight into the Newcastle United skipper, and Everton have the breakthrough. Fraser picks it up though for Newcastle. Here is Willock just outside the penalty area as Newcastle look for an immediate response, just taken off his toes by Michael Keane, and away for a Newcastle United corner.
Yeah, Everton sloppy, giving the ball away in a bad area, but Joe Willock cuts inside. I think it was Andros Townsend. He should have got the shot off. I think Brathwaite got back just in time to, clear it for a corner, but that was an opportunity for Joe.
Hey, we're back up to 100 miles an hour, aren't we?
We are indeed. The goal again has lifted the stadium. From an Everton point of view anyway.
Corner to Newcastle, swung in high, and the header is off the bar and bundled in, and Jamal Lascelles celebrates at the other end, because Newcastle are right back into this against Everton. It's another scrappy goal, it's another ricochet. Initially it hits the bar, the header coming in, Pickford can't get to the rebound, and it's bundled in on the goal line. John Joe Shelby grabs the ball, Newcastle with the scrappy equaliser, and it's 1-1.
Is that another own goal, Vicky? Because Lascelles gets a run around the back. It's a great ball in, drilled in from Fraser. It's a powerful header from Lascelles. I don't know the fact that Yaron Mina's gone off. Look, he loses Andre Gomez. It comes off the crossbar. Yeah, it's another own goal.
Well, it's been given in the stadium to Jamal Lascelles, but
that's Holgate. It's come off Holgate. It's hit the crossbar, bounced down, hit Holgate on the thigh. So we've had 2 own goals. I did say to you before the game, Vicky, this game was impossible to predict, and it's proven that way.
Well, how ironic that it's Holgate at the other end that creates the goal for Everton. Own goal off Lascelles, and then at the other end, Lascelles involved, own goal off Holgate. Goodness me, 1-1. What drama at St James's Park. Everton win a free kick midway inside their own half. We're back all square. And I'm not sure Frank Lampard, standing on the edge of his technical area with his arms folded, can quite believe it.
Yeah, I think Mina going off's a big loss to them, particularly at set players. But they give the ball away sloppily. I think it might have been Michael Keane, and when Willock picked it up, the corner came from that, and then they didn't deal with the first contact. Lascelles powered in the header, and obviously we're back to 1-1. But I will go back to the tackle from John Joe Shelby. For me, that's very, very controversial.
Yes, John Joe Shelby, just a yellow card for what was a very, very poor challenge on Anthony Gordon. We have VAR, clearly they were happy with it. Didn't tell Anthony Taylor, our referee, to go and look at the screen as Joe Linton wins the ball back from Delhi in the centre of the Newcastle half, and Matt Targett will bring it down the left-hand side. Joe Linton plays it forward. Little deflection off Coleman. Ball goes out of play, so he can head to Turf Moor. Lee Blakeman.
United have had the ball in the net again, and have had a second one disallowed as Burnley send in a corner. De Gea comes and punches clear. United, Rashford with a pullback, own goal off me, but Pogba has been penalised for a foul on Peters in the build-up. So 3 goals for United, only 1 stands. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1.
Everton coming down the right-hand side with Richarlison. Long ball across the box. Andros Townsend will collect it right outside the penalty area. Trippier gets a foot in. Throw for Everton, and more concern for Everton because Anthony Gordon, although he's up to his feet now, is holding his shoulder. Surely they can't be forced into 3 injury substitutions in this first half. They're playing on for now. Gordon is moving very gingerly as Newcastle win it back on the far side through Willock, and now Fraser back to Shelby. Lovely little layoff to Kieran Trippier, earns himself a round of applause from St James's Park. Chris Wood flicks it on, nobody's there, and the ball is all the way back with Jordan Pickford to the London Stadium. John Southall.
West Ham 0, Watford 0. Best chance of the game for West Ham. Great ball to Ben Rama on the right of the area, 8 yards out. Good save from Ben Foster on the rebound. Ben Rama, tight angle off the right hand post. West Ham 0, Watford 0.
Thanks, John. Commentary of that is over on the BBC Sport app. You can listen to Burnley against Manchester United on Sports Extra, and of course we're delighted to have you here with us on 5 Live for Newcastle 1, Everton 1. 2 very scrappy own goals within moments of each other. Joe Linton Out to the left-hand side, and Alan Saint-Maximin for Newcastle has Target ahead of him. Saint-Maximin still going, dances past Alan, tried to flick the ball in, bounces away off Delhi. Newcastle corner.
It's an amazing what a goal does for confidence, tempo, everything that the Geordie fans wanted. They're getting now from Newcastle. Great run by Joe Linton, then a great run from Saint-Maximin out for a corner. But the response from the Everton goal has been terrific from Newcastle and their supporters.
Derby 2-0 up now against Hull in the Championship. Newcastle United with this corner. The black and white shirts are dotted around the penalty area once more. Lascelles once more up from the back. Shelby in there as well. Of course, Chris Wood as the header. Oh, just flicked across the 6-yard box by Mason Holgate. And Chris Wood on the follow-up on the edge of the 6-yard box as it was sent back in, heads it straight into the arms of Jordan Pickford.
It's a great chance. He had like all the time in the world. Vicky could have brought it down on his chest and buried it. In the end, it's a real sort of poor header. It was a shot from Fraser, deflected right into the path of Wood, and he's only able to head it straight at Jordan Pickford with no real pace on it. And just before that, the corner that came in, Fabian Shard had free header, just didn't get enough on it and glanced it to the far post. Everton got a few problems now. Yerry Mina's been a big loss to them.
Yes, he's so influential at the back, Mina, particularly with that aerial ability, going off injured, as has Damare Gray. Everton forced into 2 changes in this first half as Saint-Maximin burst forward, cleared away by Andros Townsend, thumped clear. That's brilliant. It's almost like a rugby union line out there that he went for.
That's Peter Kay, have it, isn't it?
So throw to Newcastle midway through their own half. 1-1 in a frenetic match here at St James's Park as Sunderland take the lead in League One at Cheltenham. And Newcastle with a throw midway through their own half. 3 minutes to play until half-time. It has been breathless at St James's Park. And just going back to that corner, Neil, I tell you what, that was almost another own goal from Mason Holgate. Fisted across his own 6-yard box, Wood eventually getting the chance for Newcastle, but Everton playing the ball straight out of play. They look rattled since that Newcastle equaliser.
And the loss of Yerry Mina, they're not settling all the impetus now, and this is the game between Newcastle.
Target left-hand side, whips the ball in, looking for Fraser. Vital interception by the head of Jared Branthwaite, and it's another Newcastle corner, and they are really pushing for this lead before half-time.
Yeah, quality ball in from Target. Little man at the back post, Fraser. Andros Townsend, misjudges the flight of the cross. He powers the header down, and Pickford makes a good... Brathwaite got a block on, but yeah, worrying times for Everton. They've got to see this sort of passage of play out.
So corner to Newcastle will be taken from the far side. Again, the height up there. Cher and Lascelles waiting, lurking around the penalty spot as the delivery is whipped in again, looking for the far post. Lascelles wins the header. This time it's Tame. It's behind. Everton goal kick.
Andre Gomez did a far better job than he did in the previous corner and did enough to put Lascelles off. But he's obviously a threat. And again, we keep talking about Yerry Mina, but his presence in both boxes at set plays, Vicky, is vital for Everton, and it's definitely knocked Everton off their stride more than losing to Damare Gray earlier.
So Jordan Pickford prepares to take this goal kick for Everton and takes a deep breath, puts his hands down to his teammates as if to say, let's just keep calm for the final 30 seconds plus added time, because it is Newcastle who look the more likely to score as we approach the break here on 5 Live. Gordon dinks it forward, though, for Everton, looking for Coleman. Well intercepted by Target, give it away though, won't reach Joe Linton. Alan's ball in though is poor, straight behind Martin Dubravka's goal.
Yeah, I think that might be the end of the action for the first half, but you've touched on it's been breathless. Oh no, we've got 3 minutes to go, so
the fourth official has indicated a minimum
spells for both teams. Everton had a good spell, and now Newcastle are having a good spell. But I'll tell you what, it's been physical. It's been really, really physical tonight. There's been a lot of meaty challenges, but I have to admire the commitment of both the teams, which is something that's been aimed at a lack of from both sets of players throughout the season. But tonight they're giving their all.
Goal kick long from Martin Dubravka. A little push in the back there by Chris Wood on Coleman, but the Republic of Ireland captain doesn't complain, and Everton win the ball anyway, and it's all the way back, as you will be able to tell, with Jordan Pickford. Sent it over the halfway line. Newcastle head away with Matt Targett, now picked up by Joelinton, lays it off with the outside of his boot to Targett once more. Newcastle forced backwards, Targett sending it all the way back to Dubravka. Richarlison was on his bike there and almost closed it down, but it's well defended in the end by Fabian Schär. Plays it off Anthony Gordon, and the ball is out for a Newcastle throw deep in their own territory. And we have to say it's good to see that Gordon looks to have had no after effects from that John Joe Shelvey challenge, which orange cards in between the yellow and red is perhaps still putting it mildly.
Yeah, for me, there's no doubt it's a red card, and I can't accept that it's not been overturned to a red. He's just not having the same influence he was having though, Vicky. You know, maybe it's taken a little bit out of him. He seems to be running freely, and he hurt his shoulder earlier on as well, so but he had an excellent first 20 minutes to the game, but he's just sort of drifted out of it a little bit with Newcastle coming on top.
So Maximin goes down, no free kick for Newcastle. The ball will spin out of play though for a Newcastle throw. 1-1 now in the Championship between Coventry and Blackpool. So Maximin very gingerly getting back up to his feet. Newcastle coming into this match looking for back-to-back Premier League wins for the first time this season. Still in deep trouble at the foot of the table, but they have hauled themselves back into this match, and since that equaliser, the two goals coming in quick succession, both own goals, one from Lascelles, one from Holgate. They've looked the better side and they're coming forward once more. Saint-Maximin, right hand side of the penalty area, will try and cut it down to the byline, pulls the ball across. Oh, Joelinton slipped and kicked it into his own head. That's remarkable from the Brazilian. Chris Wood with the effort blocked, and it spins out of play. Oh goodness me, Joelinton, how's your luck? Ball spins out on the right hand side. Newcastle have the throw, take it quickly. They want a free kick down by the corner flag, and they do get it, and we'll have time to take it. We played 90 seconds of the minimum, 3 minutes added on. Newcastle free kick down by the corner flag. Neil Lennon, oh my goodness
that's me. A howler, Vicky. That's a howler from Joelinton. It's been put on a plate for him. Lovely cutback, brilliant work from Saint-Maximin. You know, cut on his left, came back onto his right, got to the byline, pulled it back. It missed every defender, and it's just rolling lovely for Joelinton to set footed in the corner of the net, and he lost his footing. You know, it's almost like he kicked his left leg, or his left leg gave way, and he's kicked it with his right foot. But oh my days, it is a dolly.
It is such a good ball from Alan Saint-Maximin. That's the first frustration. The second, as you say, he just slips and he just lifts it up and kicks it into his own head. There's no other way to describe it. It's what's happened. It's awful. Newcastle have a free kick down by the corner quadrant, headed away by Dele inside the Everton penalty area, and that is that. What a first half we've had here on 5 Live at St James's Park. 1-1 at the break, 2 own goals in quick succession. Neil Lennon.
Blood and thunder. You know, pay tribute to both sets of players. They've given everything so far. The pace of the game has been magnificent, and it has swayed both ways. Everton in the ascendancy for, you know, up until 25-30 minutes, but the loss of Yerry Mina and the goal, and then the last 15 minutes I thought Newcastle were the better side. So yeah, 1-1, it set up beautifully for a, you know, great second half, but I'd imagine, Vicky, that the tempo may drop a little bit.
And I'd imagine that Everton, if they have a look at that challenge once more from John Joe Shelvey on Anthony Gordon, might not be too happy at the break. At the break, though, at St James's Park, in this huge clash near the foot of the Premier League table, it is Newcastle 1, Everton 1.
Vicky, thank you. As you say, it's been an incident-packed first half at St James's Park. Neil, seems fitting, given that we talked about the defensive frailties of both sides, that it's 2 own goals that are on the score sheet at half-time.
Yeah, and both came from set plays as well, Kelly. I think, you know, both are unfortunate. You know, from Newcastle point of view, it sort of ricocheted a little bit before it fell to Holgate. They did brilliantly on the line to clear it off, but unfortunately it hit Schär into his own net. Apart the Newcastle goal, I think Frank will be really disappointed that Lascelles has had a more or less a free run and a free header at it. Again, it's ricocheted off the bar and hit Mason Holgate. So neither player, you know, could do a lot about it, but yeah, it had not changed the course of the game, because up until then Everton were the more comfortable. The loss of Yerry Mina has been huge to them, and Newcastle have come more and more into the game and look more of a threat now.
On social media, Ange says, what's Shelvey doing? So lucky he's not off. Josh said, John Joe Shelvey really does give referees a decision to make sometimes, no need for it. And as Vicky pointed out, it was a yellow card at the time, but I know you were saying on commentary that you thought it was a red. VAR looked at it, decided not to send the referee Anthony Taylor over to go and have a look at the monitor. I heard you saying at the beginning of the match, Neil, about Newcastle almost being inspired too much by the atmosphere at St James's Park. Is that a sign of it, what we saw from John Joe Shelvey?
Yeah, emotional. I thought they were very emotional the first 20-25 minutes, and they lacked quality and composure. They couldn't keep the ball for 3 or 4 passes before they were giving it away. It was all sort of hurl and scaring stuff, and I played into Everton's hands, who grew more and more into the half. But I have to say the reaction from the Newcastle fans when Newcastle conceded the goal was terrific, and the players responded to that. So the game's in the balance, and like I said to you beforehand, Kelly, it was really difficult to predict, and you certainly couldn't have predicted 2 own goals in the first half, that's for sure.
No, and we can't predict what's going to happen in the second half either.
No.
And Neil, we'll be back with you and Vicky for the second half at St James's Park. It's Newcastle 1, Everton 1 at half-time. Half-time whistle gone as well at the London Stadium. West Ham against Watford. John Southall.
And at half-time, it's West Ham 0, Watford 0. We've been short on clear-cut chances. I'd say 1 apiece. First for Watford, Juraj Kucka unmarked on the edge of the 6-yard box, headed wide. Great chance that for West Ham side. Ben Rama denied by Ben Foster on the rebound. He hit the right post from a tight angle. Thomas Souček also headed over. But West Ham, I have to say, have been lacklustre in this first half. One of the TV cameras panned on to David Moyes just before the break, and he did not look best pleased. Watford, though, will be happy with this. Dennis has been impressive, as has the new signing Hassan Kamara. Kurt Zouma booed by the away end mainly every time he has touched the ball. West Ham 0, Watford 0.
John, thank you very much. The games at St James's and the London Stadium kicked off at 7:45, an 8 o'clock kickoff at Turf Moor. So just about 10 minutes to go in that one. There have been 3 goals, but only one of them allowed, Lee Blakeman.
I was going to say Burnley 0, Manchester United 1. How United aren't further clear, I do not know. They've had 1 disallowed for a foul. Where it was, I'm not quite sure. 1 disallowed for an offside. And then moments ago, great work down the left again by Luke Shaw. Cross in towards the back post to Cavani. Free header. Amazing save by Nick Pope, who went flying across his line as Fernandez bursts into the area here. He pokes it towards the near post. Pope, a more routine save this time. The one he's just made, he came out of nowhere, made himself big, went flying across his line and eventually made the block with one of his knees. Great piece of goalkeeping, great game. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1.
Thanks, Lee. I won't nick your lines next time. Off to the Championship, Fulham against Millwall and Mark Scott.
Fulham 1, Millwall 0 at the break. Kelly Alexander Mitrovic's 29th Championship goal of the season has Fulham on course to go 8 points clear at the top. Millwall actually made the better start, with Rodak tipping away a deflected Burt cross and Kifton Belt putting a volley over from 12 yards out. The goal came just before the half-hour mark. Neat stuff on the right from Fulham, with Nico Williams playing one across the 6-yard box, and who else but the free-scoring Serb Mitrovic was there to sweep in. Marco Silva's men were on top after that, amongst the chances they created towards the end of the half. A Fabio Carvalho effort that was well saved. Half-time, Fulham 1, Millwall 0.
Thank you, Mark. Elsewhere in the Championship, half-time across the board. Coventry 1, Blackpool 1. Derby 2, Hull 0. Luton 1, Barnsley 1, and Stoke Swansea is goalless. Into League 1, it's Sheffield Wednesday against Wigan, and therefore as Naz Premji.
Sheffield Wednesday 0, Wigan Athletic 0, Kelly. Wednesday have had the better of the opening period. Liam Palmer with a long-range effort which stung the palms of Ben Amos. Jack Hunt with a corner, and Sam Hutchinson's glancing header was just wide. Then Marvin Johnson had a shot which hit Amos, and the ricochet came off Florian Camberry. Didn't know too much about it, and he hit that effort wide. Wigan did have the ball in the net, though, right at the death. Tendai Darikwa's shot hit the post. Josh McGuinness put the rebound in, but the offside flag went up. Good game, but at the break, it's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Wigan Athletic 0.
Thanks, Naz, and it's half-time pretty much across the EFL. 7:45 kickoffs almost everywhere. It's Accrington 1, Oxford 0, Wimbledon 0, Rotherham 0, Cheltenham 0, Sunderland 1, Crewe 1, Plymouth 0, Doncaster 0, Ipswich 1, Fleetwood 0, MK Dons 1, which would take them into second place if that result stays the same as Sheffield Wednesday against Wigan. Gillingham 0, Cambridge 0, Lincoln 2, Morecambe 0, Portsmouth 2, Burton 0. Wickham 0, Shrewsbury 0, and the game that kicked off at 8 o'clock, Bolton 1, Charlton 0. Into League 2, where Carlisle are trailing 2-1. And Hope to Port Vale. Exeter against Leyton Orient is goalless, as is Forest Green against Rochdale, as is Harrogate against Crawley. Hartlepool 3-1 up against Barrow. Mansfield 1-0 up against Colchester. Northampton 0, Newport 0, Oldham 2, Bristol Rovers 1, Scunthorpe 1, Walsall 0, Stevenage 0, Bradford 0, Sutton 0, Salford 0, and Tranmere 1-0 up against Swindon. In Scotland, in League One, it's Alloa 0, Falkirk 0, and Queen's Park are 2-1 up against Dumbarton. Both those games at half-time at the moment. We'll keep you across everything that's happening. And, of course, we have our 3 commentary matches here on 5 Live Sport. It's Newcastle against Everton. That's 1-1 at the moment. We'll be back there for the second half. West Ham against Watford is goalless at the moment. Again, it's at half-time, and you can listen to that one on the BBC Sport website. And on Sports Extra, with 5 minutes to go till half-time, it's Burnley 0, Manchester United 1. Updates from everywhere and the rest of Newcastle against Everton coming up after the BBC News with Shorjo Saka.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The government says it does not expect the number of people on NHS waiting lists in England to start to reduce for at least another 2 years. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, has been setting out plans for how the health service will tackle the backlog of care, which has got worse in recent years due to the pandemic. He said this would be done through recruitment, increasing capacity for treatment and greater use of the private sector. Labour said the plans fell short. Boris Johnson has been carrying out a limited cabinet reshuffle, which has included making Jacob Rees-Mogg the Minister for Brexit Opportunities. He's been replaced as the Leader of the Commons by Mark Spencer, who was the Chief Whip. And the exercise brand Peloton says it plans to cut almost 3,000 jobs and will be replacing its Chief Executive. The company has seen sales of its bikes and treadmills soar during the pandemic, but it's struggled to maintain this as people return to gyms when COVID restrictions eased.
Hi, it's Steve Bunce here. If you love Bunce's Tales of the Extraordinary, you're going to love the Winter Olympic version. The greatest and fastest skiers, the richest and slickest figure skaters, miracles and dreams and heartbreaks, superhumans, lost souls, tears and redemption, flyers and fallers and heroes across the ice and snow. The Extraordinary Tales from the Winter Olympics, the A to Z. It's a bit like a great downhill, twists and turns. Stick with me. We will get there. Click subscribe on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Kelly Cates.
Hello, this is 5 Live Sport, and we'll be back to St James's for Newcastle against Everton very shortly. There's lots more Six Nations action coming this week on 5 Live and on Sports Extra. The news today is that Joe Launchbury is set to make his first England appearance in over a year. He's been called up to the squad in place of Lewis Ludlam, who sustained a rib injury in the Calcutta Cup defeat on Saturday. And remember, we have a daily podcast throughout the Six Nations, imaginatively titled Rugby Union Daily. You can subscribe to it all via BBC Sounds. Today's episode is part of Sam Warburton and Danny Kerr's show. They're going to pick up their Six Nations greatest. And in this new episode, the boys are ranking their top 6 Six Nations matches.
I don't want the English listeners to be thinking, oh, we're going all Welsh-centric now because we're going to start with a game which a lot of England fans will want to forget. But it was one of my, if not my greatest game, my most fond memory I've ever had on a rugby pitch. And I don't think I'm being biased. I think anyone who was in that stadium that day says it was the single best atmosphere they've witnessed. It's one of the greatest Welsh games of all time. So I'm teeing up now, so I'm whittling it down so fans have figured out. England would come in for the Grand Slam. Wales had to win by 7 points. And the final result was 30 points to 3 to Wales, which was just... I remember that game, right? So we walked into the change room. It surprised us. They actually had the trophy there in our change room because it was our first time I'd ever tried to defend it. Didn't know where the trophy would be, presumably out on the pitch on the halfway line or something. But we walked into the change room and the trophy was there. And it was just really powerful for us Welsh because we sort of realised it was there because it was ours from the year before. And we were like, right, we're never going to let this go. But I remember being on the halfway line at the kickoff
Hang on, Sam. I know you really want to talk about this game. I don't want to talk about it. But you've started. We were going to list the 6 games first.
Yeah, let's list the 6
And then
first.
I can see you're very excited about talking about this game.
And I'm going to skim over the other 5.
And I'm not. So, yeah, so we start with that one. Well done. You won. You ruined my dreams. You broke my heart. Well done.
I did have to remind you, you said it was 30 points to 6, but it was 30 points to 3.
We only got 3. Okay, yeah,
Anyway.
not our finest hour. But that's okay. So that's on the list. And this is in no particular order.
Yeah.
But a second option is the Irish Grand Slam in 2009 game. Brian O'Driscoll as captain, the first Grand Slam in 61 years. Wales 15, Ireland 17. A great Six Nations match.
2003, as we mentioned in last week's pod, that iconic England team where they went out to Ireland and they won 42-6 to clinch the Grand Slam. So that's our 3rd game.
Another game, a crazy game in 2019. England 38, Scotland 38. It literally had everything.
Then we've got in 2010, Wales 31, Scotland 24, which is a game Wales should never, ever have won. Completely outplayed by Scotland, but somehow won it at the death. So that's our number 5.
And our final game to dissect is our latest game in 2021. During the pandemic, there was no crowds in there, but it didn't stop an incredible game. France 32, Wales 30, which denied Wales a Grand Slam. So 6 great games to get into.
Yeah, so back to 2013.
Please stop. Stop the count.
More from Sam Warburton and Danny Kerr on BBC Sounds. Just search for Rugby Union Daily. You will get exactly that as described. Elsewhere tonight, England have dropped their leading all-time wicket takers, James Anderson and Stuart Broad, for the tour of the West Indies. The squad for the tour has been named this evening. Sir Andrew Strauss made the decision in his new temporary role as Director of Cricket, along with interim coach Paul Collingwood. 6 other players from the Ashes tour have been dropped as well, including David Malan and Sam Billings. All the details are on the BBC Sport website. And England captain Steph Houghton is to miss the Arnold Clark Cup due to injury. Lucy Bronze, Ellie Roebuck and Leah Williamson all return to the squad. Vicky Sparks is at St James's Park for us. She's covering Newcastle against Everton tonight in the Premier League. But on the team selection for England's women's side, Vicky, Serena Wiegman has said it's really disappointing not to be able to select Steph Houghton. She's desperate to bring her into the setup, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely, and it again just leaves the question of the captaincy open, because Steph Houghton has been England's captain for such a long time, led them to that historic World Cup bronze all the way back in 2015. But with Lucy Bronze coming in now, this will be interesting, because Leah Williamson has captained England in September, and will Lucy Bronze be given the captaincy this time as a more senior player, and who will take the captaincy on a permanent basis? And you have to feel for Steph Houghton in the build-up to what is a home Euros for England this summer. It's a nightmare build-up for her, and for Serena Wiegman as well, in terms of that captain question.
Vicky, thank you very much. Newcastle-Everton duty tonight, as I said. That's one of 3 live Premier League games that you can hear across BBC Sport tonight. West Ham against Watford is about to get underway in the second half. That one is goalless, and you can listen to that one on the BBC Sport website. On Sports Extra, the first half of Burnley against Manchester United, which was an 8 o'clock kickoff, is drawing to a close with Manchester United leading by a 0-0. And in fact, the half-time whistle has just gone at Turf Moor. Manchester United leading Burnley by a 0-0. Back now to St James's Park, where it's Newcastle 1, Everton 1, in the company of Neil Lennon and Vicky Sparks.
Thank you, Kelly. So yes, we are underway, and if this second half is anything like the first half, it will be played with intensity and there will be drama. We're underway in the second half. Everton in possession. Here is Jared Branthwaite, one of 2 enforced changes that Everton had to make in the first half, with Tamare Gray and Yerry Mina both going off. So Dele Alli on for his Everton debut, and Jared Branthwaite for just his 3rd appearance of the season, the 19-year-old centre-half, as Richarlison plays the ball straight out of play for a Newcastle goal kick. And we will take you through the teams. Dubravka in goal for Newcastle, playing in the black and white shirts, the black shorts, the black socks. Everton in the traditional home kit as well, the blue shirts, the white shorts and the white socks. So Dubravka, who's about to take this goal kick, in goal for Newcastle. The back four of Trippier, Lascelles, who scored the own goal that puts Everton ahead, Cher and Targett making his Newcastle debut. Ahead of them it's Willock, Shelvey and Joe Linton, with Fraser and St Maximan supporting Wood up front. And St Maximan intercepts. Everton win it back through Andre Gomez. Everton with Pickford in goal. The back 3 now of Holgate, Keane and Branthwaite. Ahead of them it's Coleman, Allan, Gomez, Townsend with Gordon and Dele supporting Richarlison up top, and an early yellow card, Neil Lennon.
Yeah, and Frank's really frustrated, Frank Lampard, because he's probably saying, well, John Joe Shelvey gets a yellow card and Andre Gomez gets a yellow card for pulling a jersey. Well, for me, Shelvey almost broke Anthony Gordon's leg. However, it's a free kick. It was a clear free kick. Not sure it was a yellow card though. I think there's been a change of system for Everton. Looks like Dele Alli's gone central. Andros Townsend's come out onto the left and they've gone to the back four, Vicky.
Yes, a formation change well spotted by Neil Lennon at half-time for Everton, and Andre Gomez, I think it was the fact he grabbed St Maximin's shorts and his shirt there as the ball is swung into the penalty area. Lascelles is up there, scramble in the penalty box, and Everton just about clear away as Newcastle push early on in the second half at St James's Park. They win the throw over on the far side, playing from left to right in this second half in a match that has huge implications at the foot of the table, because still with the score at 1-1, just 4 points separate Everton and Newcastle. Newcastle having played a game more as Holgate, little miscue as he looked to clear, and the ball, there we go, the booze again runs all the way through to Jordan Pickford. I feel like I should continue to name check him, but I'm sure, listeners, you can tell who has the ball between those green gloves. It is the former Sunderland man. Rolls it out to Michael Keane, and now Alan plays it back to Pickford, who launches it long towards the halfway line. Shelvey heads the ball down. Joe Linton will collect it for Newcastle as well, there to escape the attentions of Alan. A lovely turn from Joe Linton, who is just thriving in his central midfield role. And here's another man who often thrives for Newcastle, Alan St Maximin, down the left-hand side. And the decision goes Newcastle's way, and Everton haven't quite got going here yet in this second half. And as a manager, Neil Lennon, how hard is it for Frank Lampard, because he's got the likes of Donny van der Beek, Amar El Ghazi still waiting for his debut as well after arriving in January. I'm sure he had a game plan, but now he's only got one substitution there because he's had to make 2 substitutions because of injury in the first half, and they've been key players they've lost.
Yeah, they've had to adapt, you know, and obviously change the system, but they're defending very deep here at the minute.
Here is St Maximin, swings the ball in on the edge of the penalty area. Big shout for handball. Referee Anthony Taylor unmoved, and Seamus Coleman has stolen it for Everton, racing down the right hand side. 1-1 here at St James's Park on 5 Live. Richarlison was taken out there by Fabian Schär, and that is as clear a yellow card as you will see all day. It's a free kick for Everton in the wide right position, just about level with the penalty spot. Richarlison is still down, and Schär's into the book.
That's a shocker. And again, Richarlison exposing the lack of pace of Schär. You know, Coleman steps in, intercepts the pass, then slides a lovely ball down the side for Richarlison. He's getting away from him, and Schär takes him out. Clear yellow. And again, just adding to the physicality of this game, but he's come away limping there. Schär, I don't know if he's hurt himself actually in bringing Richarlison down, but at the minute he looks a bit ginger on it. Richarlison looks really sore, but he should be all right.
Yes, he's just up to his feet. It's been a bit of a theme this match. One player's gone down from one team, another player's gone down from the other. Kieran Trippier had come down there on the edge of the D. He's back up to his feet now for Newcastle. And Everton have this set piece, wide right position, just about level with the penalty spot. Townsend and Gordon stand over it. The blue shirts waiting on the edge of the 6-yard box. We've seen 2 own goals from set pieces in this match. 1-1 at St James's Park. Is there to be another goal-mouth scramble? Everton have the attacking set play. It's whipped in by Townsend. It's a powerful header by Jamal Lascelles, and he's holding his forehead as well because Martin Dubravka came at the same time. Lascelles flicks it over, and it is a corner to Everton. Well, I think it was a case of we're going to deal with it, but they need to stay switched on here because Everton have taken the corner short. Gordon into the penalty area, curls the ball in, and it's claimed by Dubravka, who watched that all the way.
A superb effort from the youngster, gets it short, goes inside St Maximin on his left foot, then he cuts back onto his right and bends a shot. Dubravka makes a very good save because he couldn't have seen that so late.
Andre Gomez goes down, no free kick given, and it will be a throw to Newcastle. Let's head to Craven Cottage. Goal in the Championship, Mark Scott.
Fulham 2, Millwall 0. Alexander Mitrovic with his second of the evening. Fabio Carvalho's shot was brilliantly saved by Bielkowski, but Mitrovic quickest to react and a cool tap-in on the rebound. 30 championship goals now for him this season. Fulham 2, Millwall 0.
Thanks, Mark. Elsewhere in the Championship, Derby 3-0 up as Zelli has it in the penalty area for Everton, and Jonjo Shelvey comes back and plays it very calmly back to Martin Dubravka. Branthwaite wins the header for Everton as it's sent up towards the halfway line. Joe Willock wins it back for Newcastle, plays it forward but won't find Chris Wood, and Alan picks it up for Everton in the centre circle. But that was a great run by Delhi.
I was just about to say it's a glimpse of the old Delhi. It was a beautiful run in between the two centre-halves. Great ball by Coleman again on the diagonal. I just don't know why he didn't pull the trigger, Vicky.
All very scrappy now. Saint-Maximin goes down and wins a free kick just on the edge of the Everton penalty area, and they want more punishment. Joe Linton's coming over to complain. Saint-Maximin stayed down.
This game's getting really tasty now, and again both teams have upped the ante, and it's really physical. That was a definite foul. I'm not sure it was a yellow, but great work again from Joe Linton. But the fight in the middle of the park from both the teams is great. Every 50-50 is being contested, and I have to say I haven't seen this from either team for a long, long time.
So just the free kick for Newcastle and Alan Saint-Maximin in a game that has been frenetic. It's been fast-paced. It's been fantastic here on 5 Live. Newcastle with this set piece. Just outside the penalty area, level with that left-hand white line of the 18-yard box. 1-1 in a match that Newcastle could take them out of the relegation zone if they could better Watford's result and with a point, as long as Burnley didn't beat Manchester United as well at Turf Moor. Everton looking to move 7 points clear, but at the moment they're locked at 1-1 as Newcastle prepare to take this free kick. Drifted into the penalty area. Pickford came, big punch, took out Branthwaite as much as anything else, but Everton do get the ball away, and Anthony Taylor has stopped play.
Yeah, Branthwaite's down. I don't know if he's collided with his goal. I don't know if he's collided with his goalkeeper. Again, yeah, he has.
Yes, Pickford came out very strongly, didn't he? I mean, he won the ball, but he cleaned out Branthwaite as well. So he's receiving treatment. Let's head to West Ham and get an update from John Southall.
10 minutes played in the second half. West Ham 0, Watford 0. Fairly quiet start to the half. One chance for West Ham side. Ben Rama on the volley, left of the area, 16 yards out. Struck it well on his right foot, but over the crossbar. West Ham 0, Watford 0.
And there's a penalty at Hillsborough now. It's Premji.
Yes, Sheffield Wednesday with a penalty here. Vicky Massimo Luongo brought down referee Tim Robinson. No hesitation, pointed to the spot. It's Barry Bannon versus Ben Amos at the Leppings Lane end. Boos from the away end. Here comes Bannon, steps up into the bottom right corner, and Sheffield Wednesday lead. It's Sheffield Wednesday 1, Wigan Athletic 0.
Thanks, Naz. Branthwaite is up to his feet for Everton and jogging over to this near side. Well, they do have one more substitution that they can make, Everton, that they could really do without having to make one, and it looks as though Branthwaite will be able to continue. No Ben Godfrey, of course, as their options take another blow in the run-up to this match, out for a few weeks with a torn hamstring that he picked up against Brentford. But Branthwaite is back on, and Newcastle in possession, forward by Trippier, looking for Chris Wood, cleared away by Michael Keane. They've marshalled Wood very well, haven't they, Everton?
Yeah, they have. Apart from that chance he had towards the end of the first half, he's been pretty quiet.
Newcastle have stolen it back though. Wood involved, sent it out to Joe Linton, left-hand side. Here is Saint-Maximin, down to the byline, gets the ball across, and it's tapped in by Ryan Fraser on the 6-yard line. And Newcastle United have come from behind to lead at St James's Park. What a huge goal that could be in their battle against relegation. Newcastle 2, Everton 1.
I think he's got a touch of the genius about him, Vicky, Saint-Maximin, because he's worked Coleman, he's quick in a really tight area. He's got to the byline, and he's got the cross in such a short confined space. Now it took a bit of a deflection across that looked over, I think it was Brathwaite, and Fraser's in there for an easy tap-in. Joe Linton sets it off. He's been great this second half, Joe Linton, so far. Gets it to Sam Maximin, to the byline, and there's two of them waiting on it. Andros Townsend switched off, and Fraser's in there for an easy tap-in, but brilliant again from Sam Maximin in such confined quarters.
Well, he's not scored competitively for Newcastle since September 2020, Ryan Fraser. That was on his debut in the League Cup. He did score in a friendly over the international break. And what celebrations from his former manager at Bournemouth, of course, Eddie Howe, where he really flourished for several seasons. And his current Newcastle manager on the touchline. He knows how big that goal is. And now a test, very much a test for Frank Lampard in his first Premier League match as Everton manager.
Now St James's Park's rocking now. But you're right, Vicky, it's a real test of character now for Everton. You know, they played particularly well, but they haven't started the second half at all. And you know, they need to get back into the game on quickly. That's a free kick, surely.
Yes,
yeah,
Lascelles bumping over Richarlison, right on the edge of the penalty area. And Lascelles has to be careful here that he doesn't talk himself into a booking. Anthony Taylor might have taken a dimmer view of that and booked him anyway, because it was a good position for Richarlison, but it is a free kick for Everton. Now, when Everton took the lead in the first half, Newcastle equalised a minute later. That was 2 own goals. Ryan Fraser's put them 2-1 up. Probably about 2 minutes, pushing 3 since Fraser's tapped in. What can Richarlison do here? 2-1 Newcastle lead here on 5 Live. Richarlison and the former Newcastle lone player Andros Townsend, who enjoyed such a great spell here when he joined for half a season on loan from Tottenham. They're both over it. Richarlison or Townsend. It's just out from the edge of the penalty area, 20 yards. The black and white wall is lined up. Martin Dubravka bounces on his goal line behind it. Both Townsend and Richarlison in unison take 3 steps back. Will it be Townsend? Will it be the Brazilian? It is. Richarlison tried to go under the wall, and the follow-up from Branthwaite, as the wall did its job, is straight into the arms of Martin Dubravka.
That was a poor effort from Richarlison, but really good effort on the rebound from Braithwaite, but unfortunately for him, straight down Dubravka's throat. Newcastle, you don't want to, give away silly free kicks on the edge of the area to anybody, and that was really ill-discipline from Lascelles, who's actually played quite well tonight so far.
Ball bounces behind, bought a Newcastle goal kick. Now, Jordan Pickford was being given short shrift by the Newcastle fans in the opening few minutes of this match for dallying over the goal kicks. I don't think Martin Dubravka is going to receive the same treatment. And Frank Lampard is making his final change, the final throw of the dice. He had to make 2 in the first half because of injury, and it's another debut. We've seen Dele come on. We are now seeing Donny van de Beek on loan from Manchester United, where, as Dele has at Tottenham, he has so struggled for game time. On for his Everton debut, and again it's another player that Everton know they have talent. He was superb at Ajax before he joined Manchester United, and they're hoping to revitalise him. They need to revitalise themselves in this game, Everton, and it's well won back inside their own half by Alan. Here is Van der Beek out to the right hand side now, and Seamus Coleman. Newcastle 2, Everton 1 here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Branthwaite now out to the left-hand side for Everton, laid off by Dele, and now Townsend, he has the space to run into down the left-hand side. Shelby's there, but on a yellow card, has to be careful. Trippier gets the foot in and wins the throw as well.
I'm not sure about that, but Townsend didn't see the run of Richarlison. He's gone on a bit beyond Lascelles. He's got to slip it in. It's good football again. Dele Alli's taken up some really intelligent positions now. It was a better pass and move from Everton. But what a blow that is for Frank Lampard. I mean, that's 3 subs used after 58 minutes. So if anyone goes down with an injury now, they're in trouble.
Latest scores for you in the Championship. Stoke 1-0 up against Swansea. In League 1, it's 1-1 between Fleetwood and MK Dons. 2-1 Portsmouth lead Burton. And in League 2, Bradford have taken the lead at Stevenage. Everton in possession, trailing at St James's Park by 2-1. The first time that Newcastle have scored more than 2 goals in a match since November. It's been such a problem again for them this season, the goal scoring. They've lost Callum Wilson, their top scorer. St Maximin is so lively, but the burden can't always fall on him. Chris Wood yet to get off the mark. It's only his third match. And Joe Willock, such a good goal scoring season, yet to score since arriving permanently from Arsenal. He's on the ball now to Fraser, who has given them this 2-1 lead, and Newcastle win a throw deep inside Everton territory. Neil Lennon.
Yeah, they've got a massive lift from the goal, Newcastle. Still a long way to go though, Vicky. They need another one really to put this tie to bed. But yeah, good play again. There's Trippier.
Trippier's whipped ball in, and it's cleared away by Holgate, flicked on the edge of the penalty area, away from danger by Dele, but comes back out to Trippier, who's then bundled over by Dele, and it will be a free kick to Newcastle, wide right position. And everything is going Newcastle United's way at the moment. 2-1 they lead. Let's get an update from Turf Moor, Lee Blakeman.
Underway, second minute of the second half. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1. Burnley already showing much more attacking intent than they showed in all of the first half, but it's still Paul Pogba's strike that separates the two teams. Burnley 0, Manchester United 1.
Thanks, Lee. Commentary of that is over on Sports Extra, and you can listen to West Ham against Watford, which is still goalless. That was a 7:45 kickoff on the BBC Sports app. Here at St James's Park, Newcastle 2, Everton 1, free kick Newcastle, wide right position. Trippier swings it in, it's poor, it's headed away by Richarlison, the first man out to Alan St Maximin, has to shoot immediately. He will do so now. It's a low dribbling effort that dribbles just wide of the far post, but you can sense the excitement when the Frenchman gets on the ball.
He just makes things happen out of nothing, you know, and he does the unexpected. You know, either foot, he can go either way. I've watched him a lot now over the last 18 months, and I just think he's a wonderful footballer and real talismanic player here. Gallagher End's absolutely bouncing at the minute, Vicky, as well. The atmosphere is one of the best I've seen for a long time.
And it's bouncing right behind Jordan Pickford. As he sends the ball long, it's picked up by Target over on the far side. Goal at Turf Moor, Lee Blakeman.
Oh, bouncing's a good word, because it's bouncing here. Burnley 1, Manchester United 1. Great play in the build-up by Weghorst. Played in Rodriguez, who couldn't miss from 6 yards out. United with all of those chances squandered, and Burnley have made them pay. Burnley 1, Manchester United 1.
Throw to Newcastle on the far side. Let's head to the London Stadium. John Southall.
West Ham 0, Watford 0, but Watford have a corner down on the left-hand side. They haven't won away from home, or they haven't won full stop, should I say, since the 20th of November. And this looks a decent opportunity, because West Ham are off it tonight. It's West Ham 0, Watford 0.
Here's Chris Wood for Newcastle, down to the corner flag, ball in, nobody there whatsoever, and Michael Keane can take his time, and Allen will clear away over the halfway line. Richarlison was turning. My God, got a little tug back there by Cher, who just has to be a little careful, Cher, on the yellow card, as Newcastle send it back to Martin Dubravka, and Trippier clears long downfield over the head of Joe Willock. Keane steps up well, Fraser will send it forward once more, and Willock will chase 2-on-2, but Everton in possession, and Pickford under pressure from the Gallagher end. As much as the Newcastle players skews it, Branthwaite was underneath it, can't complete the clearance, and it goes out for a Newcastle corner, and Everton are really rocking here.
Yeah, shocking. You know, it's a complete miskick by Pickford. It spins up in the air towards this left-hand side. Brathwaite goes to side-footed forward and completely miscues it out for a corner, and of course, much to the jubilation of the Geordies here. And it's a big opportunity for Newcastle again. Everton haven't started this second half at all, apart from the break Dele Alli made. They've looked very passive the second half and too deep.
20 minutes played in this second half as Frank Lampard stands with a face like thunder on the edge of his technical area. He can't make any more substitutions. The players on the pitch have to get themselves back into this as Newcastle swing the corner in, and Fabian Schär meets the header, easily claimed by Jordan Pickford. I tell you what, that's when things are going very well for Newcastle and badly for Everton, when you get the ironic cheers for Jordan Pickford from the Newcastle fans. St Maximin tussling with Gordon, wins it. Good defensive work by the Frenchman for Newcastle, and it's all the way back with Target making his Newcastle debut. What have you made of Matt Target's performance, Neil Lennon?
Yeah, he's been good. Listen, I like Matt Target. You know, he's been a good player for Villa. You know, good Premier League fullback, solid, great left foot, defended, plays with great enthusiasm, and I think he's brought all that tonight to the game. He's been, you know, pretty solid.
Another player who's been very solid since coming in, and tonight as well, is Kieran Trippier. winning the ball away from Dele there, and then Allen has fouled Joe Willock, who stays down. Well, he got up Willock and then he went back down, didn't he?
I don't know if Eddie's had a word with him at half-time, but he has got forward a lot more this half, Vicky. You know, and he's breaking into that sort of inside right channel a lot and causing Everton problems. But Frank needs more from his players now. We're 25 minutes to go, and this is a big result going against Everton in the minute. They've got to show something. This is a huge game, and they will get sucked into this relegation battle if they're not careful.
It would move a victory, Newcastle. It would move them to within 1 point of Everton. No, maybe about it. Everton would be in a relegation battle. Surprising as though it may be, with the quality of players they've got, and they're in a battle to stay in this game because Newcastle have won another corner. What does Frank Lampard do here? We've said he can't make any other substitutions. He could tweak the shape again. How does he get the messages across? Because he's on the edge of his technical area. He's not especially vocal at the moment.
Well, I would get them up the pitch. You know, never mind passing out from the back. Let's try and play Newcastle's half for 5 or 10 minutes, because they've had no sort of sustained pressure on Newcastle this half at all. And Newcastle are starting to outpowering them now at the minute. You know, they're not playing overly great football, but they're just outpowering Everton.
Corner lifted in high, looking for Joe Linton, nodded down by Lascelles and cleared away by Dele for Everton. Target will send it forward once more from the halfway line. Oh, that's beautiful control out there from Trippier, who'd stayed up from the corner. Absolutely superb. Now Saint-Maximin whips the ball in. Willock was in there, and it fizzes all the way across now. Jamal Lascelles was half asking the question there as Willock went down. Anthony Taylor says nothing doing.
He's right to ask the question. I thought Bradford got a bit of Joe Willock's shirt. You know, as the cross comes in, they're starting to play with a bit of a swagger. Newcastle playing with confidence. Everton, you know, are just hanging in there at the minute, but again, they're playing the ball out from the back, but it's very, very slow at the minute, Vicky.
Goal at the London Stadium, John Southall.
They've laboured tonight, but they have the lead. West Ham 1, Watford 0. Jared Bowen ran at the defence. They allowed him to. He took a shot from 20 yards, deflected off Samir, the centre half. Wrong-footed the keeper Foster, and in it rolled. West Ham 1, Watford 0.
Thanks, John, as Townsend loses out for Everton, the former Newcastle man, but the throw does go their way. Gets a nick off a Newcastle boot on the way through. Newcastle 2, Everton 1, midway through this second half. And we said before the match, Neil Lennon, this would change the complexion of the relegation battle.
Totally.
It's huge for Newcastle. It's absolutely huge. They're going for back-to-back wins in the Premier League for only the first time this season. It would be only their third win in the top flight this season, and they have half of a half left to hold out. They've looked the more likely to add to their tally, but it's Everton coming forward. Townsend's ball in, it's poor. Dubravka watches it behind, and let's head to Turf Moor. Lee Blakeman.
He should be ahead. Weghorst just got an assist. He fancies a goal himself. He's just hit an absolute pile driver from 22 yards. Brilliant save by De Gea. Full stretch, low down to his right to keep the score. Burnley 1, Manchester United 1.
Thanks, Lee. You can listen to that match over on the BBC Sport website and app. You can listen to Burnley against Manchester United. Apologies, that's on Sports Extra. You can listen to West Ham against Watford on the BBC Sport website and app. And of course, here at St James's Park with us on 5 Live. Newcastle 2, Everton 1 in the Championship. Swansea have gone down to 10 men. A minute later, Stoke have scored a second as well. 2-0, Stoke lead, and Derby now 3-1 up against Hull. Hull have pulled a goal back in that match.
I'm just wondering if Everton have got enough here, Vicky, to get something out of the game. They can't obviously afford to concede another one, but they haven't looked, you know, Dubravka's been a virtual spectator the second half. So they're inviting a lot of pressure on them. The Newcastle teals are up, and Everton needs somebody to get a grip of this game for them.
Can Seamus Coleman be that man darting in from the left-hand side? Very well challenged by Joe Linton. No, Anthony Taylor doesn't agree. He plays advantage as Coleman appealed, and Everton still in possession. Here is Coleman, squares it to Branthwaite, chests it down, almost nutmegged himself there. Did nutmeg himself there, Branthwaite, under pressure from Fraser, but still keeps the ball, the 19-year-old. And Everton have it once more with Holgate. Just thinking about the options for Frank Lampard as well, the fact that he's made all 3 subs. no opportunity to use Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who's back.
No.
Yes, he missed the last game with a knock. He struggled so much with injury this season, so not sure how long potentially they would have wanted to risk him for. And clearly Van der Beek does offer you something, but again, it's part of the game plan, you would think, from Frank Lampard that he hasn't been able to use, given those 2 substitutions for injury in the first half.
This is better, though. This is better.
It is better from Everton. Here is Dele. Ball whipped in by Coleman, headed away by Lascelles. Miscue by Coleman, who tried to volley that in.
He meant that, Vicky.
25 yards. He did. He missed it. But Everton will come again. Gordon driving. Effort blocks. Headed away now by Target. Good building pressure, though, from Everton as Target clears away from Donny van der Beek, and the ball goes out of play for an Everton throw. And as you say, Neil Lennon, that's their best little spell of this second half.
Yeah, it was better. Passed the ball well. Van der Beek starting to get on the ball. Dele Alli starting to get on the Gordon coming alive again. It was better, just a little bit better, but again, no end product at the minute. They need to start working Dubravka.
Everton heading for their 11th defeat in their last 14 Premier League games as the ball rolls harmlessly out of play for a Newcastle United goal kick, and Richarlison will trot over and pick this up and set it down for Dubravka, because Everton want to get things moving quickly. They need to get things moving quickly. I mean, talk about that run. I mean, it's unfair to put that on Frank Lampard. You know, it's only his second game in charge. The vast majority of those under Rafa Benitez, one under Duncan Ferguson. But still, Everton as a club, hugely, hugely concerning.
Yeah, it is. Well, if they lose tonight, you know, they're right in it. And you know, even if they get a point tonight, they're still right in it. Maybe he could look at, you know, putting Townsend on the right hand side and bringing Gordon over here on the left, you know, and just going with the 2 wingers, because Richarlison has been on the periphery the second half. But they need a goal. They need to work out how to get a goal. They obviously need to stay in touch with Newcastle and not concede a third. But Newcastle need to see it out. They haven't gone negative just yet, Newcastle, but they're starting to look like they're fatiguing a little bit. But whether Everton have got the wherewithal to capitalise on that, I don't know.
Well, Eddie Howe has his 3 substitution opportunities still to use. And we see a debut for Bruno Guimaraes. Or will he be happy with the way that his side are holding Everton at bay, because that's what they're very much doing as the ball goes out of play, and Richarlison tosses it away in frustration because Newcastle United have a throw. And in truth, they're comfortable at the moment, Newcastle.
Yeah, they are. To be fair to them, they've worked very hard. Now we're getting down to the last 15-20 minutes of the game, Vicky. What will they have left? And, you know, I think Eddie is starting to think about adding fresh legs to it. I think he needs to.
Richarlison charging that ball down. Lascelles clears, Shelby slips, Townsend wins the header, but Everton are back on the halfway line. Van der Beek bundles over St Maximin, and then it's dispossessed by Joe Willock, and Willock is off down the left hand side. Wood is in the centre, right on the edge of the penalty area, as Willock tried to go through both Van der Beek and Holgate, and Everton tidy up at the back. Here is Allan, stabs it forward, good ball to Gordon, tried to do the same to find Townsend, ricochets off a Newcastle player, but will now be played forward by Gordon to Townsend. Lascelles gets the challenge in, and the ball goes out for an Everton throw to the London Stadium. John Southall.
West Ham 1, Watford 0, but Watford haven't given this up. Tom Cleverley to the left of the D, brilliantly saved by Fabianski. It was Archie into the top right hand corner. Roy Hodgson about to make a triple change, and Ngakia, Louza and Pedro about to come on. West Ham 1, Watford 0.
Commentary on the BBC Sport website. In League 1, Crewe 1, Plymouth 3 now, and Cheltenham have equalised against Sunderland as Newcastle build down the left hand side. Here is St Maximin leading 2-1 at St James's Park on 5 Live. St Maximin trying to thread it through to Ryan Fraser, but it's intercepted by Branthwaite, and Everton will bring the ball away. Gordon tried a little back heel, lost possession, then fouled St Maximin. Advantage played by Anthony Taylor, and Newcastle in the end kicked the ball out, and Anthony Taylor is going to come across, and I think Gordon might end up in the book here, and it's just all spilling over a little bit. Jamal Lascelles getting involved. Allan is there as well.
Newcastle don't need this, right, because the game's going their way. However, there was a little bit of afters between Trippier and Gordon. Gordon felt the aftermath of that, instead started chasing around like a headless chicken, lost his discipline, fouled St Maximin, and Trippier's just gone over to tell him to calm down, but he was late on Trippier. Trippier reacted to it, and then he was late again on St Maximin. So it's not what Everton need at the minute to be giving away cheap free kicks and slowing the tempo of the game down, but that's just a lack of experience from the kid.
Now this is an interesting one because Anthony Taylor had played advantage. There wasn't really one. Newcastle then kicked the ball out of play, and Everton have not given the ball back. So on all counts, Newcastle are furious, and you can see why. Shelby plays the ball over the top, though. They won't be if Wood can stay on side and they score from this on the counter. Saint-Maximin up to his feet, left-hand side of the penalty area, cuts in. This is where he shoots. It's Milled, and it bounces in off Chris Wood, but the flag is up on the near side. VAR will have a look, but it looked as though Wood, who wasn't anticipating the spill from Pickford, had just strayed offside. What do we think, Neil Lennon?
Oh, he's offside, yeah, it's a good decision from the linesman, but again, it's that man Saint-Maximin. You know, I've run out of superlatives for him. He just makes things happen, and he's unplayable at times, and just when he's in the mood, and when he's one-on-one with defenders, or even 2v1, he still gets his shots off. What a player he is, and, you know, huge for Newcastle at the minute. So
close to a third goal for Newcastle, so close to a first goal for Newcastle for Chris Wood. Would have been fortuitous, but the offside was the correct call, and we play on. Newcastle with the 2-1 advantage as Everton break down the left-hand side. Oh, that's late from Lascelles. Did he win the ball there? No. Anthony Taylor is saying no. In fact, he has given the throw, so I take it back. Great challenge by Lascelles.
That's what you call full-blooded, Vicky.
And the crowd absolutely loved it. And he did, but he got enough of the ball as well, says referee Anthony Taylor, and Everton have lost possession from the throw. Newcastle lose it straight back, and now Townsend is fouled, bundled over by Wood. It's a free kick to Everton, and you're right, Neil. It's about to bubble over here. Yeah. That's what it feels like. And Newcastle, as you say, they don't need that. They've just got to stay calm because they're in control at the moment.
They're standing up for themselves. It's getting really niggly, and it could be a red card coming. That was a full-blooded tackle from Lascelles again. The style of the tackle, he didn't need to make it, but he was just forcing it on Townsend.
Big shout of man on over on the far side for Fabian Schär, who does very well, plays it off Anthony Gordon, and out for a Newcastle goal kick.
I think they felt a sense of injustice from the throw-in, and that's poor from Everton, to be fair, Vicky, but it shows that the stakes in this game are so high.
Well, Jamal Lascelles is deep in conversation with referee Anthony Taylor, and I wonder if he's going back to that and saying, you know what, we could have had that decision. They almost broke and scored after winning the ball back, Newcastle, but the goal ruled out for offside, rightly so, and it is still 2-1 into the final 12 minutes here on 5 Live. 1-0 West Ham lead Watford. And the Premier League's other 7:45 kickoff and the 8 o'clock kickoff, 1-1 between Burnley and Manchester United as Alan goes in on Ryan Fraser, and this is going to be a yellow card for the Everton midfielder. And again, it's those niggly free kicks, Neil Lennon.
Yeah, it's a bad tackle from Milan. You know, Fraser's cut inside him and he's lunged at him, brought him down. I wonder how many yellows that is now, because it's been really, really feisty. And
we have 3 for Everton and 2 for Newcastle.
So we've got 5 already, so there's no sign of it settling down at all, and it's going to be that way until the end of the game. I've got to say again, Vicky, Joe Willock has been, for me, a big influence on the second half for Newcastle. Even without the ball, he's running off the ball and creating space for his teammates. Has been terrific. He just looks full of running tonight. It's the best I've seen Joe for a while, up until that fabulous end of the season he had last year.
Yes, he's really stepped up in this second half. The youngster mentioned the feistiness of this match. It is a match that's produced 16 red cards in Premier League games between these two. Only Everton-Liverpool and Liverpool-Manchester United have produced more in the Premier League. It's not one that stands out immediately as, oh yeah, Everton-Newcastle, but there you go, 2-1, Newcastle lead. They have a free kick 25 yards out and will be driven towards goal and into the goal. That is the third for Newcastle United, and Kieran Trippier is congratulated by his teammates. Jordan Pickford is beaten, all ends up, and is that the goal that secures a vital, a precious 3 points for Newcastle United? They lead Everton by 3 goals to 1.
That's magnificent. This place is alive. There's flags. It's like the 70s. You know, there's black and white everywhere. It's a great technique from Kieran Trippier, who's, I have to say, been exceptionally good tonight. Strong, good on the ball. He's a lovely footballer. Shows a bit of dig about him, but we've seen him do that for England on a few occasions as well. I still would look at Jordan. You know, it's it's his side and it's beat him inside the post. I don't know if he's seen it late, but you'd expect him to save that. However, what a massive goal for Newcastle and what a damaging blow for Everton. But they haven't deserved it, Everton, I have to say, Vicky. We've been asking about their character and, you know, showing a bit of resolve, which I saw with Watford a few weeks ago. I'm not seeing that with Everton tonight.
Yes, ever since Newcastle's equaliser that came so quickly after Everton had taken the lead 9 minutes before the break, they've been second best. They haven't had a response. And Frank Lampard stands with his arms folded on the edge of his technical area. Kieran Trippier's first goal for Newcastle. Newcastle 3, Everton 1. But Everton have stolen the ball back. They've also done so illegally. Alan is penalised and Newcastle have a free kick midway inside their own half. Jacob Murphy's been waiting forever to come on. He leapt back to the substitutes, joined in the celebrations, but now that change will be made, and it's Ryan Fraser who put Newcastle 2-1 up in this second half. That is being replaced by Jacob Murphy. We're into the final 8 minutes as Joe Willock gingerly gets back up to his feet in the centre circle for Newcastle. And the name of the game now is Hold On To What You Have for Newcastle United. They are heading for back-to-back wins in the Premier League for the first time this season. And let's head to Turf Moor for an update. Lee Blakeman.
Burnley pushing for the lead. It's still Burnley 1, Manchester United 1. McNeil's just gone closed. Weghorst has hit the side netting, and having been left out of the starting 11 tonight, Ralf Rangnick about to bring on Cristiano Ronaldo for the final quarter of this game. Burnley 1, Manchester United 1.
Thanks, Lee. Commentary over on Sports Extra, and you can listen to West Ham against Watford on the BBC Sports app. We have all 9 Premier League commentaries this midweek for you on 5 Live, on the main station on Sports Extra and on the app. So do stay with us on Wednesday and Thursday as well. Our 5 Live commentary tomorrow, Tottenham against Southampton. But all 9 Premier League fixtures this midweek across BBC Radio 5 Live, Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website. Martin Dubravka over the halfway line for Newcastle United, and there is a celebratory air ringing around St James's Park. 3-1 they lead Everton, 7 minutes to play, and I think, Neil Lennon, it's partly celebration because Everton just have not shown anything in this second half that suggests they can get back into this.
No, they've been very tippy-toppy. They've lacked physicality second half, and I've seen Newcastle wilt in second halves, but this I don't know, maybe the break in Saudi Arabia did them good. They did maybe some fitness work. They've looked pretty strong tonight in the second half. Willock full of running, Trippier full of running, Fraser was full of running, but here come Everton now.
And here is Delhi full of running for Everton. Richarlison, that sums it up for Everton. Miscommunication. Richarlison didn't know if he was offside. Ball went to his left, wasn't anticipating it, lets it roll out for a Newcastle United goal kick, and it's almost as if they've given up, Everton.
Yeah, but, you know, again, you look at the character of some of the players and the body language is all wrong. However, you know, Frank he's been dealt with, you know, a body blow in the first half, losing Damari Gray early and then losing Yerry Mina. There's still a question mark over whether it was a red card or not. But there's no doubt at the minute, you know, Newcastle are certainly good value for money. They've been the hungrier, more dominant team as the game has wore on.
Yes, that potential red card for John Joe Shelby in the first half, that was only a yellow, I'm sure will be a talking point after this match. You'll be able to watch the highlights tomorrow on Match of the Day at 10:35 with Mark Chapman and the team as the ball goes out of play deep in Everton territory for an Everton throw. Newcastle 3, Everton 1. Let's head back to the London Stadium. John Southall.
West Ham 1, Watford 0. Still open this one though, you know. Jared Bowen cuts in from the right for West Ham. Lovely strike off the left hand post, but Ben Foster got a crucial right hand to it, and just a moment ago from Watford the ball just flashed across the 6-yard box, but no takers. West Ham 1, Watford 0.
Thanks, John. Everton with a free kick just outside the centre circle.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Vicky, you know, Everton are missing a couple of crucial players. You know, obviously Calvert-Lewin, who made it get on tonight, couldn't get on tonight. Doucouré, I think, is a big miss for them in midfield because they do lack a presence in the midfield. You know, Allen's, you know, a little dog in there, but Andre Gomes lacks a bit of pace in the heat of battle. They miss physicality and they miss Doucouré's legs. Godfrey, he's another miss for them at the minute. So right through the span of the team, if they can get these players back, then they maybe they should be fine. But they're still not showing me enough tonight to warrant, getting anything out of the game.
Ball flicked on by Dele for Everton, and Richarlison almost, Neil Lennon thought he was in there, he almost was. Jamal Lascelles came across quickly and covered. Well, since the own goal that put Everton ahead that Lascelles scored, he's been a colossus at the back for Newcastle.
Lascelles has been great, I've been critical of him this season. I think he's been off his game at times, but I think he's had a superb game tonight and led the team brilliantly.
Everton in possession, but Newcastle United with a 3-1 advantage. Laid off by Richarlison to Dele, edge of the penalty area. Went down just inside the box. Big claim from Dele as Richarlison was following up. Newcastle clear away, and Anthony Taylor is saying, just hold on a minute, don't take this throw. VAR will have a look.
I'm not sure, Vicky. I'm not sure.
They've had a look, and that was quick. And we continue. Van der Beek in possession for Everton, who will be just a point ahead of Newcastle if things stay as they are. Newcastle leading by 3-1. Newcastle will have played a game more. Games in hand, as we know, are not points on the board, as Alan sends the ball forward, headed away by Lascelles. Here is Townsend approaching the penalty area, thought about the shot, lays it off to Dele instead. Can Everton find a goal to make this interesting? Van der Beek drives, blocked by Willock, spins all the way out to Branthwaite, and now forward to Van der Beek once more. Newcastle 3, Everton 1 into the final 3 minutes plus added time here at St James's Park on 5 Live. Here is Van der Beek, left hand side, plays it into the centre circle, and Michael Keane out to the right hand side now, and Mason Holgate. Coleman's made the run, will be intercepted well by Target, played forward to St Maximin. Lovely turn by the Frenchman. That's just brilliant skill again from St Maximin. He's still going, he's left 2 of them on the ground. St Maximin, can he lay it into Jacob Murphy? Yes he can. Murphy to add a 4th for Newcastle off the post, and won't fall, will fall to Willock, straight at Jordan Pickford from the edge of the penalty area. How unlucky can Newcastle United get?
Do you know what? It's just absolutely outstanding. I have to say, Stan Maximum is just world class. He just created something out of nothing. He picks the ball up 15 yards outside his own box, spins, beats 2 players, they try and foul him, he shrugs him off, and then he breaks, times the pass perfectly to Murphy, and he's so unlucky that he's hit the post. But he is breathtaking to watch. What a special talent he is. And to be honest with you, he's probably the difference between the 2 teams, Vicky, because Everton don't have a player like that who can break the lines and beat defences. That guy is special.
Branthwaite intercepts for Everton on the centre circle. Goal in the Championship at Fulham. Mark Scott.
All over now, Vicky. Fulham 3, Millwall 0. Substitute Bobby D called over Reed, finishing off a wonderful sweeping Fulham move. Their keeper Marat Rodek had to make a couple of decent saves, but Fulham home and dry now. They lead Millwall 3-0.
And as we're in the Championship, Stoke now 3-0 up against Swansea. And Andros Townsend again with another move that just sums up Everton's unfortunate evening. Straight across the penalty area and out of play for a Newcastle United goal kick. And Eddie Howe has the luxury of bringing on the debutant, Bruno Guimaraes.
I think Joe Willock's got a bit of cramp, and no wonder. He's covered some ground. I've been so impressed with him in the second half. And what a great time for Guimaraes. Is that right, Vicky?
We've been practicing.
Yeah, we've been practicing before the show.
That is how you say it in the Brazilian Portuguese. Yeah. He might develop into Guimaraes because many people tend to anglicise Portuguese players here. But we'll go with Bruno Guimaraes.
Great time for him to come on. We're into the 90th minute now. Don't know how much injury time, but I think the game's pretty well away from Everton. Is that Kieran Trippier? He looks like he's limping a little bit as well. He's just a little bit ginger there.
Yes, Trippier is also looking over to receive a bit of treatment, and listen to the roar for this man. There's real excitement after his January arrival from Lyon. They've certainly splashed the cash, haven't they, since the controversial takeover back in October. And this man in particular, Guimaraes, they are excited to see. And Kieran Trippier won't be able to continue. Javi Manquillo is on for him.
Yeah, I've seen Guimaraes play for Lyon. He's an exceptionally talented player. He can do either role, either holding midfield player, or he can play as an attacking technically superb and great football intelligence. So I think the Geordies can be really excited about this player coming in, and I think they'll be really excited about what's to come for the rest of the season. Back-to-back wins by the looks of things, Vicky, and we talked about the psychology of the game. Newcastle are going to feel great, and Everton are going to struggle now, I think, psychologically after this.
Well, there's no doubt about it. There is a huge task on Frank Lampard's hands at Everton. It was such a perfect start against Brentford in the FA Cup, but this has been poor, particularly in the second half, particularly since Newcastle's equaliser moments after Everton had taken the lead shortly before the break. Yes, the context is the two injuries in the first half to Yerry Mina and Demarai Gray. Yes, you've got the question over whether John Joe Shelby should have been sent off, but even with all that, he would have expected his side to put up a much better showing in this second half. But they trail Newcastle by 3-1, and we're into 4 minutes of added time at St James's Park as Newcastle win the ball back once more. Ball play forward, looking for the run of St Maximin. Holgate goes sliding in. St Maximin beats him. St Maximin, can he pull it back? Can he go himself? Oh, it's just wide. It's a very good save by Pickford at his near post, but St Maximin once again brings St James's Park to its feet.
Oh, brilliant from Guimaraes as well. The pace of St Maximin, even at this stage of the game, I want to take him home with me. I think he's that good. I just love watching him play, and he's the type of player that gets you off your seat, and his balance and poise and strength and speed, either way, for me, he's a world-class player. He's one of the best outside the top four.
And he's shown that again tonight. He is dazzled, he is delighted, and he has helped Newcastle on their way to all 3 points as they play the corner short. Not trying to keep it in the corner though. There's been a real intent about Newcastle. They've enjoyed this second half. The fans here at St James's Park have enjoyed it as well. Guimaraes, lovely ball back to Joe Linton. Oh, they enjoyed that, didn't they? Brazilian to Brazilian. Joe Linton can't keep it in, but he gets roundly applauded. And Guimaraes, well, I tell you what, maybe he's given St Maximin a run for his money. That's a couple of very nice touches.
He's going to be an icon here by the looks of things. Well, let's not speak too soon, but he's a quality player. And I have to say, if it was Eddie's idea to put Joe Linton in the midfield, that's proved to be a masterstroke over the past couple of months as well. He's been exceptionally good tonight.
Loses out this time, Guimaraes, and Everton will play the ball forward out from the back. He wears the number 39 on his shirt, the Brazilian man, in tribute to his dad, who drove the 39 taxi in Rio de Janeiro.
Really?
There you go.
Wonderful.
Lucky number, he says, for him and his family. And Newcastle United, nothing lucky about this scoreline tonight. 3-1, they lead Everton here on 5 Live. They're in the middle of such a huge run against the current bottom 6 Newcastle. And it's all going very nicely. Point against Watford, they were disappointed not to get the win. Late equaliser, the win against Leeds, this win against Everton, and then Aston Villa at home on Sunday. Get something from that, and there will be hope at St James's Park as they keep it in on this right hand side. Newcastle, happy man Keogh, and they win the throw as well. And Andros Townsend, he's smiling, but he's shaking his head in disgust as Joe Linton's down in the centre as well, back up to his feet, but absolutely nothing's got Everton's way.
Joe Linton's gone for Dele Alli here.
Now what's gone on here? Joe Linton had gone down. Dele Alli, has he said something? Joe Linton.
No, there was a flap tackle, and Anthony Taylor saw it. I didn't think there was much malice in it, but Joe Linton obviously wasn't happy about the way Dele Alli went into the tackle.
Well, he pushes Joe Linton, and again it's unnecessary. Anthony Taylor's let it go, but St James's Park ready to erupt with delight as the full-time whistle goes. A huge victory against what is now very definitely one of their surprise relegation rivals. They've beaten Everton by 3-1, and Neil Lennon, from the moment that they found that equaliser in the first half, they have absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, no question, the better team won. You're spot on, Vicky. The turning point in this game was Newcastle's first goal, and from then on, the great chances to Joe Linton and Chris Wood just before half time. Everton's reaction to the second half wasn't great, and all the power, all the poise, all the quality came from Newcastle in the second half. Got their 2 goals and thoroughly deserved the win, and that is a big shift for Newcastle. There's a feel-good factor around the stadium again, and you can see it in the body language of the players as well. They were powerful tonight, not something that I haven't seen from them before. They got stronger as the game went on, whereas beforehand I've seen them weaken under pressure, but they've done that tonight, and the crowd played a huge part in that as well.
3-1, Newcastle United beat Everton. They are now just a point behind the Toffees in the table, having played a game more. And that roar as well that you heard, yes, there was a huge roar for full time, but local rivalry always so important here at St James's Park. The first thing that they did here on the big screen put up that Cheltenham have come from behind to beat Sunderland 2-1. So everything has gone right for Newcastle United, but this is a huge result for them in the Premier League. Eddie Howe now with real hope of keeping Newcastle United in this division. Still plenty of football to play, but this feels like a season-defining, a season-changing run that they are on. The point against Watford, the victory at Leeds, and now at St James's Park, ahead of a huge game with Aston Villa on Sunday, the victory by 3-1.